My name is Luo Xinlian. Because my talent for beast taming was too poor, I was not only shunned by my family, but even my wife betrayed me. In the end, I died at the hands of the adopted son I treated like my own son, who took everything from me. But when I opened my eyes again, I found myself back on that day, the moment I was kicked out of my home. Meanwhile, in City A, at the Luo family villa. "Brother Xinlian! Why are you holding mother's underwear?" A shout rang out, and a young boy shoved a piece of underwear into my bewildered arms. It was this sudden action that jolted me back to reality. I looked down at the black silk lingerie in my arms, and a surge of barely suppressed joy welled up inside me. Before I could even recover from the joy of being reborn, a mocking female voice came from beside me. "How shameless! Caught red-handed, you still dare to laugh? They say children who don't grow up with their mothers have psychological problems. But I never imagined you could be so twisted. How could our Luo family have such a disgusting person like you?" I looked up at the sound and saw a pretty young woman walking slowly from around the corner of the corridor. It was my second sister, Luo Xinlian. The boy who stuffed the underwear into my arms was named Luo Xinlian, the adopted son of the Luo family after I went missing. From the moment he was adopted, the entire Luo family doted on him. This was not only because he was well-behaved and sensible, but more importantly, because of his talent for taming beasts. This is a world where beast taming is the mainstream. Every newborn has a chance to be born with a companion beast. Companion beasts are manifestations of the soul and have all sorts of strange and wonderful forms. Furthermore, those who possess a companion beast will naturally develop a beast-taming space in their minds. This space not only provides a continuous supply of spiritual energy but also nourishes the beast. As for those without a companion beast, they must create their own space, tame or purchase beasts to become acquired beast tamers. Although Luo Xinlian wasn't a born beast tamer, he successfully contracted his first beast at the age of 5. In the entire City A, such talent was extremely rare. Upon seeing Luo Xinlian suddenly appear, a flicker of joy flashed in Luo Xinlian's eyes, but she quickly concealed it, replacing it with a sorrowful expression. "Second sister, please don't blame Brother Xinlian. After all, Brother Xinlian has been wandering around since childhood, and it's inevitable that he's picked up some of the vices of the lower classes. But what happened today, if Mother finds out, I'm finished." Hearing him say that, Luo Xinlian gently patted his head, her tone tender. "Xinlian, you're just too kind. You always think of others first. Unlike some twisted pervert, just looking at him makes me feel disgusted." I remained completely unfazed by their back-and-forth banter. I threw the underwear I was holding onto the ground and said with a mocking expression, "Hey, Luo Xinlian, can you stop acting? Do you think I really don't know what you're doing? Isn't all of this just to drive me out of the Luo family? If you want me to leave, just say so. Why resort to such despicable tricks? Or are you people who consider yourselves superior just this vicious?" Of course I know what would happen if my mother, Zhou Yajing, found out about this. In my previous life, it was these two who deliberately brought this matter to her attention. In her rage, she personally whipped me for 2 hours. Then she hung me in the dungeon for 3 whole days. When I was finally released, I was on the verge of death, my wounds even infested with maggots. If the Luo family hadn't been concerned about their reputation, I probably would have died on the spot. But now, everything is different. I know that no matter how I explain, Zhou Yajing won't believe me. She despises me, her adopted son, from the bottom of her heart. Ever since I was taken back to the Luo family from the orphanage, I haven't had a single good day. I'm always hungry and cold, and I'm constantly being framed and slandered by Luo Xinlian. And Zhou Yajing always unconditionally sides with him. My 6 older sisters were the same. As for my father, Luo Yu, the patriarch of the Luo family, who rarely showed up, he was even more indifferent to me. Even when Luo Xinlian slapped me in front of him, he would only say coldly, "2 slaps are enough, don't go too far." Back then, I didn't understand why my parents and sister treated me so coldly. Perhaps it was because I came from a humble background, grew up in an orphanage, and lacked the air of nobility. But was that my fault? Didn't you lose me? Why, now that you found me, do you humiliate me like this? It wasn't until I grew up that I realized, all of this was because my talent for taming beasts was too poor. My spiritual energy was so weak that I couldn't even form a contract with the most ordinary, low-level beasts. In this world of beast taming, strength reigns supreme. Only the strong gain status. In a large family like the Luo family, talent and potential are the true measures of a person's worth. This is the fundamental reason why Luo Xinlian is so beloved. However, I don't care about any of that anymore. From the moment I was reborn, I made up my mind to leave this cold-blooded home forever. Luo Xinlian never imagined that she, who had always been as humble as dust, would dare to talk back to them like this. Even more unexpectedly, she never expected that she would turn around and accuse the well-behaved and sensible Luo Xinlian of stealing underwear. Caught red-handed, Luo Xinlian immediately put on an innocent look. You stole mother's underwear yourself! Brother Xinlian, how could you slander me? Seeing his pitiful appearance, Luo Xinlian was furious. A good-for-nothing who can't even form a contract with a beast. Not only did he slander my brother Xinlian, but he also dared to talk to me like that. It seems you need to be disciplined. The next moment, spiritual energy surged in the void. A pinkish-purple chrysalis, about half a person's height and shimmering with fluorescence, appeared. That was Luo Xinlian's tamed beast, the spirit chrysalis. Spiritual chrysalis, teach this disrespectful piece of trash a lesson. As her words fell, an invisible force locked onto me. I was unable to move, my body even floated off the ground, and an intense squeezing sensation spread throughout my limbs, causing unbearable pain. My heart was filled with anger and resentment. Am I destined to live in humiliation again? Just like in my previous life, I refused to accept this. If I could possess such power, I would crush the entire Luo family under my feet. Just then, a series of electronic voices suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! A strong desire for power has been detected in the host. Successfully bound to Forbidden Evolution System. New player rewards: Forbidden Eye, Evolution Stone, Extreme Version, Companion Beast X1. Forbidden Eye detects all information and hidden details of beasts within its field of vision. Evolution Stone, Extreme Version allows beasts to instantly reach evolution requirements with no side effects. The next moment, a red glint flashed in my eyes. I immediately understood that it was a sign of the successful fusion of the Forbidden Eye. At the same time, I could clearly feel the spiritual power within my body surging at an astonishing rate, and my beast-taming talent was also constantly improving. After receiving all the information, my previously dormant heart suddenly ignited with excitement. I had actually awakened a cheat ability. But reality was far from perfect. Just as I was immersed in this excitement, the pressure from this psychic attack caused blood to seep from my skin pores and even my facial features. Even so, Luo Xinlian remained disdainful, mocking me without a care. A piece of trash like you, being able to live in the Luo family is already a blessing you earned in your past life. You did such a despicable thing and you still won't admit it? You even dare to slander me and my brother Xinlian for framing you? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of our parents, you unfilial son. Hearing this, Luo Xinlian, who was standing to the side, also wore a half-smile, but said in a pretentious manner. Second sister, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Don't worry, Luo Xinlian replied nonchalantly. It's fine, he's thick-skinned. Their words were full of sarcasm, and I was powerless to refute them. Just then, I felt a sudden dizziness, my vision blurred, as if I had been dragged into an unfamiliar space by some force. Immediately afterwards, information about this space automatically surfaced in my mind. Companion Space. Arrogant Space LV1 greatly increases the host's maximum spiritual power. Upgradable, can quickly restore the injuries and stamina of the beasts within the space. I was instantly overjoyed. This was a companion space. I never dreamed that I would one day awaken a companion space. So this arrogant space can not only restore the injuries and stamina of my beasts, but it can also greatly increase my spiritual power limit. It's important to understand that spiritual energy is crucial for beast tamers. Summoning beasts and using beast taming skills both consume the tamer's spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy a tamer has, the longer they can sustain combat. While I was still in shock, I noticed that in the center of this space, a jet-black beast taming egg covered in scales was floating. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on the egg. The crack spread rapidly. Soon, a small creature in the form of a dragon man crawled out of the egg. Name: Shadow Dragon. Growth stage: juvenile. Racial: bloodline, arrogant demon king. Bloodline quality: forbidden. Unique attribute: dark/dragon. Talent: Mephisto's arrogance. Skills: Shadow Fist, Tyrannosaurus Kick. Evolution path: unique Shadow Dragon. Instant Shadow Dragon. Starry Sky Demon Dragon. Heavenly Punishment. Black Dragon. Ultimate Dragon. Emperor Mephisto. This is the companion beast the system gifted me? It's actually a forbidden quality beast. The quality of beasts ranges from common, superior, rare, precious, epic, legendary, mythical, all the way to forbidden, unique. And this little dragon man was none other than that one and only forbidden quality. There was only one of its kind in the entire world. I stared at this little dragon man, whose entire body was pitch black, and I was so excited that my breathing became a little rapid. However, I quickly calmed myself down. My current situation was far from optimistic. Although this little dragon man is extremely talented, it's still only in its infancy. Given the current situation, I must improve my strength as soon as possible. I turned my attention to the evolution stone speed version given to me by the system. There's no faster way to boost a beast's combat power than evolution. Without hesitation, I commanded, "Use the speed evolution stone on the shadow dragon." Suddenly, a deep shadow completely enveloped the shadow dragon. Within that shadow, the shadow dragon's body began to rapidly expand and change. Before long, the shadows faded. What appeared before me was no longer the small dragon man a few feet tall, but a majestic giant who was a full 2 meters tall. The scales on his forehead bulged, and the outlines of 2 dragon horns were faintly visible. A system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Shadow Dragon has successfully evolved into Instant Shadow Dragon. Name, Instant Shadow Dragon. Growth stage, growing stage, race bloodline, arrogant demon king bloodline, quality, forbidden, unique, attribute, dark/dragon, talent, Mephisto's arrogance, skills, Shadow Fist, Tyrannosaurus Kick, Shadow Dragon Wave, evolution path. Shadow Dragon Instant Shadow Dragon Starry Sky Demon Dragon Heavenly Punishment Black Dragon Ultimate Dragon Emperor Mephisto. Description: possesses the grown Mephisto bloodline, bears the Demon King bloodline, and can easily achieve cross-level combat. Looking at the Shadow Dragon before me, whose aura was completely different, I was filled with unprecedented excitement. The Luo family, it's time to put an end to everything. When my consciousness returned to my physical body, I found myself lying on my side on the ground. The oppressive, psychic power from the spiritual chrysalis had vanished. Clearly, Luo Xinlian had thought I had lost consciousness, which was why she had released the attack. At the same time, I overheard their conversation. "Second sister, he's not dead, is he?" Luo Xinlian asked with slight worry. Luo Xinlian's tone betrayed a hint of panic, but she still stubbornly replied, "Why, probably not. But it wouldn't matter if he died. Who told him to do such a disgusting thing? I believe Mom and Dad wouldn't." But before she could finish, I suddenly opened my eyes and scrambled to my feet. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this good-for-nothing didn't die, otherwise I wouldn't be able to explain it to Mom and Dad. But then, Luo Xinlian's feigned voice rang out again. "Brother Xinlian, how could you pretend to be dead to scare us like that? You have no idea how worried my second sister and I were about you." Hearing his utter nonsense, I couldn't help but sneer. "Is that so? Then I should thank you properly." My tone was laced with sarcasm. Luo Xinlian was clearly annoyed by my sarcastic remarks and immediately pointed at me angrily, saying, "You ill-mannered wretch! We were so worried about you, and this is how you treat us." I was too lazy to say anything more to them. Asterisk slap. Slap. Asterisk I slapped them twice across the face. The 2 men stood there, dumbfounded, covering their cheeks in disbelief. I grinned slightly, my tone mocking. "This is my thank you gift to you. Are you satisfied?" The 2 of them, snapping out of their daze, instantly flew into a rage. Even Luo Xinlian dropped his pretense, revealing a face full of coldness. Luo Xinlian cursed loudly. "You piece of trash! How dare you hit me? I'll kill you today!" With that roar, her spiritual chrysalis reappeared. Thanks to the effect of the Forbidden Eye, I successfully obtained the information panel of the Spirit Chrysalis. Name, Spirit Chrysalis, Growth Stage, Growing Stage, Racial Bloodline, Phantom Butterfly Bloodline, Quality, Rare, Attribute, Spirit/Insect, Talent, Dream Weaving. Effect: the spirit pupa can sense and weave the dreams of surrounding creatures, slightly influencing their content, bringing peace to allies and creating trouble for enemies. Skills: telekinesis, paralysis powder, poison powder, insect bite, evolution path, spirit caterpillar, spirit pupa, spirit illusion, butterfly dream, butterfly queen. I was lost in thought for a moment, but Luo Xinlian thought I was just terrified, and a smug glint flashed in her eyes. "Are you remembering the fear of being controlled by the mental pupa? Is that why you're scared?" But the next second, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I just think your pupa is too weak, too easy to beat." The words had barely left her lips when a dark shadow flashed past. The psychic chrysalis that had been standing in front of Luo Xinlian instantly collapsed to the ground, killed in a single blow. Luo Xinlian's face froze. She had absolutely no idea what had happened. How could the psychic chrysalis be gone? The question kept echoing in her mind. Luo Xinlian, standing to the side, was even more terrified, his face turning deathly pale. He clearly saw a dark shadow flash by, and then the chrysalis collapsed. He hadn't even seen what the shadow looked like. It was eerily unsettling. Seeing his dazed expression, I certainly wasn't going to let this opportunity pass. I swung my fist and smashed it into his face, knocking him to the ground. I didn't stop there. Instead, I pounced on him, straddling him, and rained down punches. His piercing screams echoed throughout the corridor. Because my actions were so sudden, he didn't even have time to summon his beast. Luo Xinlian, standing nearby, was also dumbfounded. She couldn't understand what had happened to this useless person they considered. Normally I would just swallow my anger, but now I dare to retort and even fight back. More importantly, what was that dark figure? Why was it in the Luo family's house? Before she could figure it out, she heard Luo Xinlian's cries. "Second sister, save me!" Luo Xinlian finally came to her senses, but seeing my fierce expression, she began to feel uneasy. However, she still forced herself to shout. "You bastard! He's your brother! How dare you treat him so cruelly?" Hearing this, I stopped punching. She visibly relaxed, thinking I was still afraid of her. Luo Xinlian's face was now a swollen mess, his once handsome features completely distorted. Luckily I stopped, otherwise he might have been beaten to death. He started thinking about how to incite others to deal with me. But just then, I suddenly jumped up and kicked Luo Xinlian in the stomach, sending her flying a meter or two away. Luo Xinlian was stunned. Luo Xinlian, clutching her stomach, trembled as she got up from the ground, pointing at me hysterically and shouting, "How dare you hit me so hard? I'm your own sister!" I raised an eyebrow. "Your own sister? I remember you almost killed me just now." She was speechless for a moment after I confronted her. Unable to win the argument, she resorted to threats. "You were just lucky. If that strange black shadow hadn't suddenly appeared and knocked down my spiritual chrysalis, would you have dared to hurt me? Once my spiritual chrysalis recovers, I'll make you pay." I couldn't be bothered with her threats at all, and just slowly walked towards her, clenching my fists. "Oh? Then I'll wait for you. But before that, I have to turn you into a pig's head first." Seeing that I was completely unfazed by her threats, Luo Xinlian panicked and instinctively began to back away. Just as I was about to reach her, a sharp, piercing shout rang out. "Luo Xinlian! What are you doing? They are your younger brother and sister. Are you trying to harm your own siblings?" I turned my head and saw a beautiful woman, dressed smartly and with a hot figure, walking towards me with an unfriendly expression. It was Zhou Jiajing, the matriarch of the Luo family. Seeing his mother arrive, Luo Xinlian, whose face I had beaten black and blue, immediately got up from the ground and threw himself into her arms, bursting into tears. Luo Xinlian quickly ran to Zhou Jiajing's side and said angrily, "Mother! Luo Xinlian stole your underwear, and I caught him red-handed. He tried to use violence to make us cover it up for him." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiajing's face instantly turned icy. She glanced at the black bra on the floor and asked me coldly, "Caught red-handed, what else do you have to say?" I'm already numb to this kind of situation. It was the same in my previous life. She only listened to one side of the story and almost beat me to death on the spot. I had already expected her to take sides, so I couldn't be bothered to explain. I said calmly, "Think what you want. But since you're here, I'll tell you something." The three of them were puzzled. When I said those words, my voice was extremely calm. "I want to sever all ties with the Luo family. From now on, we'll cut all ties completely and have no further connection." The three of them were stunned. Luo Xinlian was the first to recover, his face even showing barely suppressed joy. He had always been afraid that I, his biological son, would threaten his position, and even more afraid that I would one day compete for the headship of the family. And now, I was actually taking the initiative to leave the Luo family? To him, this was simply wonderful news. Zhou Yajing's face turned completely cold upon hearing those words. "Do you think you can come and go as you please with the Luo family?" I sneered at those words, then pulled a small wad of banknotes from my pocket. "I've been back at the Luo family's place for 3 years, and I've spent a total of 3,420 yuan. I remember every single penny. This money is what I earned through my own hard work over the years. Now I'm returning it to you. Consider the change a tip." With that, I tossed the stack of banknotes into the air. Then I turned and walked out the door without looking back. My actions immediately darkened Zhou Yajing's face, as if she had suffered a great humiliation. She gritted her teeth, holding Luo Xinlian in her arms, and roared, "Xinlian! Stop him!" Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. He hadn't dared to use his beast-taming ability before, fearing his parents would find out and tarnish the good boy image he had cultivated. But now, with Zhou Yajing's order, he could finally attack me legitimately. He moved swiftly, blocking my way as I was about to step out of the Luo family's gate, looking utterly heartbroken. "Brother Xinlian, you've already made a grave mistake. You can't afford to make another one. Go apologize to mother." Without a word, I coldly uttered 2 words. "Get out of my way." Luo Xinlian's face immediately turned extremely ugly. I'm just a useless person with weak spiritual power, and he dares to speak to me like that. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he roared, "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite." With that, he summoned his contracted beast, a unicorn, and charged towards me. Everyone thought I would be helpless against this sudden attack. But the next second, a black shadow flashed by like lightning. The unicorn was instantly sent flying, crashing more than 10 meters away. How is this possible? It's that dark figure again. At this moment, Luo Xinlian and Luo Jinyu suddenly realized that dark figure was actually controlled by me. I ignored their astonishment and walked straight up to Luo Xinlian, who looked completely bewildered. You should be glad you're still alive. I remember every single death of the Luo family. Don't worry, we'll settle these accounts slowly. After saying that, I gently patted his stiff cheek with the back of my hand. He was so intimidated by my aura that he didn't dare to move. Actually, it wasn't that I couldn't kill him. But I understand that killing someone within the Luo family would be tantamount to digging my own grave. If that happened, I would not only become a wanted murderer throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, but I would also incur the Luo family's true wrath. By then, I won't even have a last chance to survive. Only under reasonable circumstances, or when I truly possess the power to fight an entire nation alone, can I deliver that fatal blow. The scene stunned Zhou Yajing, and she only snapped back to reality after I had completely left the Luo family's gate. That dark figure, was it some kind of tamed beast? How could he be so strong? He sent Xian Yuan's unicorn flying with a single blow? When did he contract a tamed beast? She was shocked and deep in thought. Meanwhile, Luo Jinyu, whom I had just beaten up, was now furious, shouting, Something's not right. This good-for-nothing is definitely up to something. He must have betrayed the Luo family and sided with the Jiang family. Otherwise, with his meager talent, how could he possibly have contracted a beast? Where did he get the audacity to leave the Luo family? Her words immediately struck at Zhou Yajing's doubts. I've been with the Luo family for 3 years. They know my talent inside and out. The only reason I can now contract a powerful beast is because someone went to great lengths to help me complete the contract. Only a handful of forces in the entire city possess such power: the Luo family, the Su family, the Jiang family, or the Beast Taming Association and the Four Saints Abode. The Su family and the Luo family have always been allies, so it's impossible for them to help me. The association and the Four Saints Abode have no reason to support a useless person with no background. That leaves only one possibility: the Jiang family. The Jiang family, as the strongest of the 3 major families, has been unable to unify City A for a long time because of the alliance between my Luo family and the Su family. And by using me, a pawn abandoned by the Luo family, they can infiltrate their ranks and achieve some kind of conspiracy. The more Zhou Yajing thought about it, the more convinced she was that she had guessed correctly. The slight regret in her heart was completely dispelled by this reasoning. She sneered and said to Luo Xinlian, who was still somewhat dejected beside her, Xinlian, don't worry about this temporary setback. He only got away with it by relying on external forces. Tomorrow I'll arrange for you to contract a second beast. You have to prove yourself and not let that traitor outdo you. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's face immediately lit up with a smile, and he excitedly said, Thank you, mother! Zhou Yajing pondered for a moment, then continued, Your father said that the Junior Beast Tamer competition will be held in 3 months. As long as you can get into the top 3, a press conference will be held to officially announce you as the heir of the Luo family. Luo Xinlian could no longer hide his excitement, and hurriedly replied, Father and mother value me so much, I will definitely not let you down. Seeing his spirited expression, Zhou Yajing nodded in satisfaction and added, There's one more thing. The Su family intends to form a marriage alliance with us to strengthen our alliance. Now that Luo Xinlian has left the family, this marriage naturally falls to you. You need to put in a lot of effort and win over that girl from the Su family. As for whether you can win the beauty's heart, that depends on your abilities. Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. Not only had he taken all my family ties, status, and wealth, but now even my original fiancée was going to belong to him. This feeling was simply intoxicating. However, he feigned nonchalance, saying, Since it's the family's arrangement, I can only comply. Hearing his agreement, Zhou Yajing finally showed a satisfied smile. All of this should belong to Xinlian. No one can take it away from her. After leaving the Luo family, I first found a small clinic and got my wounds treated. Being covered in blood was a really jarring sight. Once bandaged up, I headed straight for Mount Kirigikure outside City A. My destination, Moon Forest. A large number of low-level spirit beasts inhabit that area, and beast tamers often go there to hunt and obtain materials, which they then resell to the Beast Taming Association for money. Now that I have awakened my companion beast, there is absolutely no need for me to work to make a living anymore. As long as I rely on the Shadow Dragon, I can make a living by hunting spirit beasts. But I'm doing this not only for survival, but also to raise enough tuition fees before the Beast Taming Academy opens. To become a powerful beast tamer, systematic knowledge learning is essential. Soon, I arrived at the entrance to Viridian Forest. Looking at the bustling scene before me, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. It truly lives up to its reputation as the cradle of beast tamers. Everywhere I looked, I saw groups of people adventuring together. However, I don't intend to team up with anyone. I have a companion beast taming space that allows me to fight continuously without sleep, and I can recover quickly even if I'm injured or fall into an abnormal state. I won't let anyone know this secret until I've fully matured. Besides, having witnessed countless power struggles in my past life, I didn't trust these strangers I'd just met. Rather than worrying about my safety, I decided to walk alone. Of course, I wasn't the only one with similar thoughts. Some people carrying cameras, furtively looking around, were also traveling alone. But their goal wasn't to hunt spirit beasts, it was to gather first-hand news about beast taming. They were the paparazzi of major media outlets in City A. I didn't care. After all, what big news could possibly break about me? Just as I was about to enter the forest, a sharp shout rang out. "You piece of trash! You actually came here! Kneel down before me! Who gave you the audacity to ambush my younger brother Xinlian and my second sister?" I recognized the arrogant and domineering girl at a glance. Luo Xinlian, the fifth daughter of the Luo family. It seems that news of my beating up Xian Yuan and Luo Jinyu and leaving the Luo family has already reached her ears. However, I no longer cared about the Luo family. What truly caught my attention was the aloof young woman beside her. Su Jinshi, my fiancée from my past life. Based on my memories from my previous life, if I hadn't chosen to leave the Luo family, as the eldest son, I would naturally have been engaged to Su Jinshi, the eldest daughter of the Su family. But that wasn't because Luo Yu was so good to me. It was just a formality to strengthen the alliance between the Luo and Su families. Su Jinshi was no pushover either. She vehemently admired the strong. After our marriage, while enjoying my doting care and affection, she simultaneously despised me as a useless person without a beast-taming ability. She never even let me touch her. Simply because I didn't have a beast-taming ability, in her eyes, I was utterly unworthy to touch her. Meanwhile, under Luo Yu's tutelage, Luo Xinlian became one of the best young beast-tamers in City A. Su Jinshi's admiring nature also led her to become entangled with Luo Xinlian. After each encounter, they would specifically ask me to deliver the little balloon. Especially afterwards, Luo Xinlian would always describe their process to me in detail. It was around that time that I discovered his hidden fetish. Anything that violated ethics would inexplicably excite Luo Xinlian. Even the final attempt to kill me was instigated by Su Jinshi. No matter how good I was to her, Su Jinshi could never tolerate her husband being a useless person who couldn't form contracts with beasts. The pent-up hatred from my past life compelled me to fix my gaze on Su Jinshi. You just wait. In this life, whether it's the Luo family or the Su family, I won't let a single one escape. Su Jinshi clearly didn't understand why I kept staring at her, yet she was still intimidated by the aura emanating from my gaze. It was an unparalleled sense of oppression that made her hair stand on end and cold sweat pour down her back. But even someone as enamored with the strong as she was, she seemed to be subtly fascinated by this oppressive feeling. This is Luo Xinlian, the man I almost got engaged to. A person who exudes such a terrifying aura doesn't seem like the useless person the rumors say. But I wonder how he compares to Luo Xinlian. Suddenly, Luo Yiming's sharp shout broke the delicate atmosphere between us. What are you looking at? Jinshi is not something a piece of trash like you can look at. I looked away and glanced at Luo Yiming. Too lazy to pay attention to her, I turned and walked towards the direction of Changpan Forest. But Luo Yiming, enraged, blocked my path. Luo Xinlian! What kind of attitude is that? Do you really think you're so great just because you've contracted a beast? Be smart. You'd better kneel and kowtow 3 times and apologize to Brother Xinlian. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll die a horrible death. Her tone was arrogant, her attitude haughty, and she seemed to think she was above everyone else. She didn't believe I would dare disobey her. After all, the last time I said no, she personally pulled out 3 of my fingernails. From then on, I always did as she said, afraid that if I hesitated even a step, I would suffer new torment. But this time, the scene she had envisioned did not occur. I did not show any fear. I simply walked past her calmly and continued towards the Viridian Forest. She hadn't expected me to dare ignore her again. She immediately waved her hand, summoning 4 or 5 beast tamers who surrounded me. I stopped, raised an eyebrow, and watched her regain her smug expression. A piece of trash dares to disobey my orders. She changed the subject. However, I'm still willing to give you another chance. As long as you eat the dung that the spirit beast over there left, I won't pursue this matter. As she spoke, she pointed to the dung clump on the grass. I slowly turned around and calmly looked at her. Although my expression was indifferent, the murderous intent in my eyes grew even stronger. Unfortunately, Luo Yiming was unaware of the approaching danger. Su Jinshi, standing to the side, seemed to sense something. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she had a feeling that if things continued, Luo Yiming would die. Unbeknownst to anyone, right behind Luo Yiming, a dark rift had been silently torn open in the space. A jet-black dragon claw was slowly reaching towards her neck. As the dragon's claw drew ever closer, a smile involuntarily crept onto my lips. My killing intent was already boiling, a hint of madness flashing in my eyes. Since you repeatedly court death, then I have no choice but to grant your wish. However, at the critical moment when life hung in the balance, a stuttering voice suddenly rang out. "Who the fuck you dare to bully my fat brother?" The roar caused the dragon claw to abruptly retract into the crack, vanishing along with the black hole. It was as if nothing had happened. I quickly regained my senses. Although his heart was filled with boundless hatred, and he wished he could kill Luo Yiming immediately, this was the entrance to the everlasting forest, guarded by many powerful beastmasters. If he killed her, he would surely not escape their notice. Even if she escapes, she'll be hunted down by the Beastmaster Association. I'm not willing to ruin my future for such a minor character. Besides, killing her like this would be too easy on her. I want her alive, living in nightmares and fear. You're lucky this time, I'll spare your life. If I killed you so easily, there wouldn't be any fun left. Then, a fat man with a large head and ears rushed out and pushed aside the people surrounding me. He stood directly in front of me, shielding me with his body. When I saw him, I couldn't help but smile genuinely. Zhao Dezhu. He was my childhood friend from the orphanage. Although he was slick, greedy, lecherous, and always looking for a bargain, he was extremely loyal to me. Whenever I was bullied, he was always the first to rush to my aid. I never expected to run into him here. He turned back and gave me a reassuring look. Then, looking at Luo Yiming, he spoke arrogantly. Luo Xinlian is protected by me, fatty. You don't want to die, get out of here. Luo Yiming was furious and roared. Where did this fatso come from? Do you know who we are? How dare you meddle in my business? But Zhao Dezhu ignored her shouting and instead focused his attention on her and Su Jinshi. The fat man rubbed his hands together, grinning lewdly. Hee little sister, what's the point of bullying people here? Want to come with me to the grove to play? The two young ladies weren't oblivious to the implication. Luo Yiming, in particular, immediately flew into a rage. Shameless! How dare he insult me? Get him! I'll take responsibility if he's killed. At her command, the beast tamers who had surrounded me summoned their beasts, preparing to attack. Zhao Dezhu was terrified and hurriedly waved his hands, stammering. Wait. I'm from the cheetah squad. My boss is a golden leopard. I clearly remember that at that moment, Luo Yiming was furious and didn't care about Zhao Dezhu's threats at all. She acted as if she wasn't afraid of anyone, pointing at Zhao Dezhu and cursing. I don't care who your boss is, no matter who comes. Today I'm going to kill you, you lecherous fatso, and that piece of trash behind you. Just as the onlookers were about to make their move, another arrogant voice rang out. Where did this wild girl come from? So arrogant? How dare you bully my people on my golden leopard's territory? You must be tired of living. We saw a gaunt man with a tuft of golden hair on his forehead, leading 7 or 8 beast tamers, swaggering towards us with his toes pointed outwards, his movements extremely flamboyant. The onlookers, all beast tamers, quickly made way, seemingly afraid of offending this master. As soon as Zhao Dezhu saw the newcomer, he immediately scurried over, dramatically grabbing the man's leg. Boss! You finally arrived? The leopard glanced at Luo Yiming disdainfully, then looked at Zhao Dezhu. Fatty! They're the ones who bullied you. Zhao Dezhu nodded, looking aggrieved. Having identified his target, the leopard swaggered towards Luo Yiming with his distinctive gait. Before he could speak, Luo Yiming softly said, Luo Yiming of the Luo family, the 5th daughter of Luo Yu, the head of the Luo family. What brings you here? Upon hearing this, the golden leopard froze on the spot. His previously arrogant expression vanished instantly, and he even swallowed the harsh words he was about to utter. His pigeon-toed legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing his reaction, Luo Yiming smiled contemptuously and casually pointed to Su Jinshi. Look, this is Su Jinshi, the legitimate daughter of Su Mu, the head of the Su family. Thump! Upon hearing the name, Jin Xianbao's legs went weak, and he knelt down immediately. He didn't doubt our identities at all. After all, in City A, who would dare impersonate the young ladies of the Su and Luo families, wouldn't that be courting death? His face immediately plastered with a fawning smile. Hee, so it's you two ladies. I was blind and didn't recognize you. I've offended you both. I'll kowtow and apologize to you right now. Bang! 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 He kowtowed 3 times right in front of us. Seeing this, Luo Yiming's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly quite satisfied with the sense of superiority that came with being a young lady of the Luo family. Just then, taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the leopard, Zhao Dezhu quietly returned to my side. Perhaps due to excessive nervousness, his stuttering had temporarily subsided, and he said in a low, grave voice, The situation seems dire. But I still looked at him calmly, and said with a hint of teasing, Fatty, you seem really unreliable as a captain. You have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for helping you, why would I have flirted with that little vixen? Now I'm really in trouble. Zhao Dezhu looked at me with a determined expression, as if he were ready to die. When you get a chance to run as fast as you can. I'll hold them off. Looking at him, I felt a warmth in my heart, and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, fatty, I'm here. But seeing my calm demeanor, Zhao Dezhu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Brother, don't mess around. You haven't even formed a beast contract yet, and even if you did, it wouldn't be of any use. There are so many people on the other side, how are we supposed to fight? Listen to me, let's run. He knows me well. After all, we've known each other for a long time, and he naturally knows my pitiful talent for beast taming. Seeing that he didn't believe me, I simply didn't explain and just watched quietly as things unfolded. At this moment, Luo Yiming looked at Jin Qianbao, who was still kowtowing and begging for mercy, and said with a slightly sarcastic tone, Captain Jin, how should we handle this matter today? When Jin Qianbao heard her finally speak, he was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed and nodded. Hee, Miss Luo, look at what you said. Just call me Xiao Jin. As he spoke, his expression changed, and he turned to glare at Xiao Dezhu, shouting angrily, Xiao Dezhu, you've been causing trouble everywhere. On behalf of the Cheetah Squad, I hereby officially expel you from the team. After doing all that, he immediately put on a fawning expression and looked at Luo Yiming. Miss Luo, are you satisfied with what I've done? Luo Yiming nodded, seemingly quite satisfied. Although it was just a decision to expel someone, all the other Beast Tamer teams who were watching witnessed the scene and naturally understood our identities. From then on, Zhao Dezhu became a lone wolf in the Viridian Forest. Without teammates, they had to face the various dangers of the forest alone. Their efficiency in hunting materials was also greatly reduced. For beast tamers who relied on selling materials for a living, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. But Zhao Dezhu's biggest worry was me. He was about to forcefully lead me out of the encirclement when I coldly mocked. Fatty, are you sure you joined the Cheetah Squad? To me, you look more like a lapdog wagging its tail. Upon hearing this, not only Jin Qianbao but even Zhao Dezhu was stunned. He hurriedly tried to cover my mouth, but I blocked him. Fatty, why are you covering my mouth? Did I say something wrong? At this point, Zhao Dezhu was nearly going crazy. He was internally freaking out, thinking, wasn't I the very well-behaved kid from the orphanage? How did I become so arrogant? And so defiant? With so many people on the other side, how dare I publicly mock them? The leopard was indeed enraged. He turned to Luo Yiming in a rage and pleaded, Miss Luo, hand these two over to me. I promise I'll teach them a lesson. Luo Yiming merely glanced at him with a half-smile and nodded. The leopard was immediately overjoyed and led the Cheetah Squad to surround them. Instantly, several beams of light appeared, and various feline-tamed beasts appeared around them. The leopard then summoned a powerful cheetah tamer. 7 or 8 feline tamers pounced on us in unison. Zhao Dezhu instinctively stepped in front of me, preparing to summon his own tamers. But he suddenly stopped. A dark shadow flashed past his eyes. Its speed was so fast it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. The shadow darted and weaved across the arena, and in the blink of an eye, thud, thud, one after another, the Cheetah Squad's tame beasts collapsed. The dark figure annihilated all its opponents with a single strike. I looked at the scattered beasts on the field, a slight smile playing on my lips. Zhao Dezhu, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed, speechless with shock. Before me stood a dragon man nearly 2 meters tall, entirely black. In his hand, he held the cheetah that was already on the verge of death. An eerie silence fell over the entrance to Viridian Forest. Luo Yiming, Su Jinshi, the Cheetah Squad, and the beast tamers who had come to watch the spectacle were all dumbfounded, staring at me and the shadow dragon with disbelief. How is this possible? It's a dragon man. And this dragon man is incredibly fast. Just who is this person? Could he be a genius from some reclusive family? Definitely. Otherwise, how could he possibly contract such a powerful beast? The whispers of the crowd around me reached my ears, and I noticed that Luo Yiming seemed somewhat dazed, as if she was shocked. Although she knew from her phone call with Zhou Yajing that I had successfully formed a beast contract, she certainly couldn't have imagined that I had contracted a dragon human. You must understand, there has been no news of the dragon race in the entire beast-taming world for 300 years. Almost everyone thought that the dragon race had become extinct. But now, they have appeared before them so openly and brazenly. They must be thinking, is this still the same good-for-nothing who used to cower in the corner of the Luo family's house, unable to fight back when beaten or utter a word when insulted? How is this possible? How did he become so strong? He was clearly a good-for-nothing. I saw Su Jin freeze for a moment, then her body began to tremble uncontrollably. I knew she wasn't afraid. She was excited. That deep black, and that dangerous aura, how intoxicating. This is the man I truly desire. I noticed that her gaze, as she looked at me again, was now filled with madness and obsession. The other beast tamers around her also pulled out their phones to take pictures. After all, this jet-black dragon man was the first dragon beast tamer to appear in 300 years. Zhao Dizhu was the last to react. He stared at the giant, blocking his way, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. He pointed at the shadow dragon while turning back to me, his voice still hesitant. You're? I smiled slightly and nodded. Seeing my approval, his back, bent under the weight of his fat, straightened instantly. Holy crap! That's awesome! You actually formed a contract with the Dragon Man. Isn't that like taking off on a silver platter? I didn't respond to his astonishment, but instead slowly walked up to the terrified cheetah squad. I gently patted Golden Leopard on the shoulder, my tone calm. Captain Golden, didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson? How? The leopard was terrified, waving his hands frantically. No! Sir! It was my fault. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please spare my life. I gently patted his pale face with the back of my hand and said calmly, Get lost. Next time, watch your eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and he led the cheetah squad to turn around and run away in a sorry state. The shadow dragon also casually tossed the cheetah he was holding into his hand, and the cheetah immediately transformed into a spirit and returned to the golden leopard's beast-taming space. Watching them flee in disarray, a cold smile crept onto my lips. If killing them weren't affecting my future prospects, I would have loved to wipe them all out. I glanced at Luo Xinlian, whose expression was complicated, not far away, and then looked at the group of men behind him. How about it? Still want to continue? Before I could finish speaking, Luo Xinlian had already taken a step back, his face full of fear. They were terrified. The scene they just witnessed was simply too shocking. In a matter of breaths, all the beasts of the cheetah squad had been instantly killed. Keep in mind, while the cheetah squad didn't dare touch the three major families, their average beast tamers were all at the mature stage, making them formidable opponents. Yet, against the shadow dragon, they were utterly powerless. Who wouldn't be afraid? Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian's face instantly darkened. How shameful! She had led so many people, and they were all cowering in fear at the sight of this. Good for nothing. I used to be so afraid of her that I wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly, and now she dares to be so arrogant. She laughed angrily and said in a vicious voice, Don't be so smug. You only managed to contract the dragon people because of the Luo family's resources, didn't you? So what if you're strong now? Dragon beast taming has great growth potential, but it consumes astronomical amounts of resources. Now that you've left the Luo family, your path of beast taming is over for you all by yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd was once again plunged into shock. What? This dragon human beast tamer is actually from the Luo family. Doesn't the Luo family only have one young master, Luo Xinlian? Who is this newcomer? Could it be that the Luo family is about to rise to power? Rise to power, my foot! Didn't you see how fiercely they fight? They don't look like family, they're practically enemies. Zhao Dizhu was completely bewildered. He only knew that I had been taken away by my family 3 years ago, but he didn't know that it was the Luo family, one of the renowned beast-taming families, who had taken me. I sneered at this. Relying on the Luo family's resources? When has the Luo family ever given me any resources? The moment my contract failed back then, didn't you transfer all the resources that originally belonged to me to Luo Xinlian? Now that you see I'm powerful, you say I rely on the Luo family? Have you no shame? As soon as I spoke, Luo Xinlian's face turned extremely ugly. She clearly hadn't expected me to disclaim everything so completely. She simply didn't believe that my parents hadn't given me any resources. After all, I was their biological child. So, thinking herself clever, she said, It's fine if you don't admit it, I'll go back and check. With that, she turned to leave. But before she could take 2 steps, she was blocked by a massive figure. It was the shadow dragon. Looking at the imposing dragon man figure, Luo Xinlian subconsciously swallowed. I spoke lazily. Did I give you permission to leave? Unable to leave, she turned around angrily to glare at me. What else do you want? Do you really want to kill me? Don't forget. I'm your own sister. If you kill me, you'll not only face the Luo family's revenge, but also a warrant for your arrest from the Beast Tamer Association. I gave a cold laugh. A biological sister? Have you ever seen a biological sister force her brother to eat a beast's excrement? You can leave if you want. Eat that pile of dung, and I'll let you go. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian instantly exploded with anger. She shouted fiercely. You dare! Without further ado, I commanded. Shadow Dragon, serve Miss Luo's shit. The Shadow Dragon's giant claw suddenly lifted her up and carried her toward the pile of excrement. Seeing that I was serious, Luo Xinlian finally panicked and hurriedly cried and begged for mercy. I was wrong. Please let me go. I will never dare to do it again. But no matter how much she begged for mercy, I didn't react at all. Seeing the pile of excrement right in front of her, she was already crying in terror. Finally, she broke down, screaming hysterically. Luo Xinlian! You wait! I will definitely kill you! I'll make you suffer a terrible death. I just picked at my ear, too lazy to bother with her. Little did I know, the entrance to Viridian Forest had already been photographed in its entirety by paparazzi lurking in the shadows. Just then, Su Jinshu walked up to me and said, "Can you please let Yaman go?" I just glanced at him coldly and replied indifferently, "Why should I?" The stunningly beautiful face before me couldn't quell the murderous intent surging within me, but I forced myself to suppress it. I knew, now was not the time. With my current strength, rashly confronting both the Luo and Su families simultaneously would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock, utterly unwise. Upon hearing my question, "Why should I?" Su Jinshu was clearly choked and unable to answer for a moment. But when she saw Luo Yiming's face getting closer and closer to the pile of excrement, she gritted her teeth and said, "As long as you let Yiming go and let us leave, I'll tell you a secret that the three major families have only just learned." That piqued my interest, but I maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "You don't think you can fool me with some random rumor from who knows where, do you?" "Of course not. I guarantee you'll be interested in this secret. As long as you let us go, I'll give you the secret with both hands." After a moment's thought, I finally nodded in agreement. "All right. If your secret is valuable enough, I can let you go. However, let me make this clear, if you dare to mess with me," I said, raising my hand and pointing at Luo Yiming, who was being forced to eat excrement by the shadow dragon, "your fate will be the same as hers." Upon hearing this, Su Jinshu visibly shivered. Even though she felt a pang of fear, a strange infatuation flickered in her eyes. She was captivated by my all-encompassing control, a power that only the strong could possess. It made her gaze towards me seem filtered through a lens, as if she were completely conquered by me. Ahem! Just as she was lost in some kind of fantasy, I coughed twice, pulling her back to reality. Seeing my strange expression, she immediately felt embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. "I hope you can keep your word." Actually, my encounter with Luo Yiming and Su Jinshu in the Evergreen Forest was no accident. The three major families discovered a dying thunder beast that had escaped into the interior of the Evergreen Forest, and everyone wanted to obtain the Thunder Source Stone within it. That was the ultimate treasure for taming Thunder Attribute beasts. Equipping a Thunder Source Stone to a Thunder Attribute beast will greatly enhance the power of Thunder-type skills. Furthermore, if a Thunder Attribute beast consumes a Thunder Source Stone, it may even evolve. The growth stages of a beast tamer are divided into infancy, growth, maturity, metamorphosis, awakening, transcendence, sainthood, eternity, and immortality. However, most beast tamers get stuck at the bottleneck between the maturity and metamorphosis stages. With the help of Thunder Source Stones, it may be possible to cross this threshold. After hearing Su Jinshu's description, I naturally understood the preciousness of the Thunder Source Stone. But I wasn't blinded by this news. I narrowed my eyes and stared at him. "Why does it feel like you're using someone else to do your dirty work? Even when the Thunder Tribulation Beast was on its deathbed, the three major families couldn't take it down. I don't think I can handle it. So I have reason to suspect that you want to use this Thunder Tribulation Beast to kill me." Su Jinshu remained calm and replied indifferently, "Think what you want. I'm just providing information. Whether you go or not is your own business. So now, shouldn't you release them?" Just then, the system's mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! Thunder Beast detected in Viridian Forest. Quest issued. Seized Thunderstone. Quest reward. Dragon Fang Necklace 1. Note: wearing the Dragon Fang Necklace will increase the power of Dragon-type skills by 30%. I was taken aback. It seemed that whether I wanted to or not, I had no choice but to go into the Evergreen Forest. Although I hadn't contracted any beasts in my previous life, I had heard some rumors about the struggle for the Thunder Source Stones. Back then, not only the three major families, but also many Beast Taming Academy and other forces were involved, making the struggle extremely fierce. I vaguely remember that in the end, it seemed that the Jiang family obtained the Thunder Source Stone. But now that the system has issued a mission, I naturally can't miss this opportunity. But there's no rush. According to my memories from my past life, the Thunder Tribulation Beast will appear in 11 days. The most important thing right now is to raise the tuition fees for the Beast Taming Academy. Thunder Tribulation Stones, what exactly are they? And how are they different from Thunder Source Stones? I wasn't sure for a moment, but I deduced that the Thunder Tribulation Stone should also be on that Thunder Tribulation Beast. So, I snapped my fingers at the Shadow Dragon. The Shadow Dragon understood immediately, casually tossed Luo Yiming to the ground, then tore open a dark spatial rift and returned to the beast taming space. "Luo Yiming, get lost. You should be glad this is the entrance to the Evergreen Forest, otherwise you wouldn't just be eating shit today." The reason I let them go so easily was certainly not just because of the secret of the Thunder Beast. More importantly, there's the powerful family background behind them. Don't be fooled by how easily I betrayed the Luo family. That's because the Luo family's true foundation doesn't care about these petty tricks. But if I were to truly harbor murderous intent, with my current strength, I'm afraid I wouldn't survive until tomorrow. Moreover, these two are direct descendants of the Su and Luo families. If I were to kill them, it would surely invite a joint pursuit from both families. With that, I turned and walked deeper into the everlasting forest. Zhao Dizhu glanced at the surrounding situation and decisively followed me. I could feel Su Jinshi watching me from behind with that infatuated look. As expected, he still decided to seize the Thunder Source Stone. Truly worthy of being the man I've set my sights on. Let's see how far you can go. Little did she know, I was just there to grind monsters and earn money. At this moment, Luo Yiming's icy voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Su Jinshi's thoughts. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. I won't swallow this insult. Then, she summoned her tamed beast. A flash of light appeared, and an elf holding a harp appeared before her. It was her tamed beast, the Cloud Dream Harp Spirit. This was an extremely rare support-type tamed beast. The reason she didn't summon them before was because it wasn't necessary. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she knew in her heart that even with support and the cheetah squad, they were no match for her. Facing me as a support beast tamer would only result in certain death. But things are different now. Although direct confrontation isn't her forte, she still has ways to use some tricks. She then took out a worn-out ancient zither from her beast-taming space and handed it to Yimeng's zither spirit. Su Jinshi's expression changed the moment she saw the zither. She recognized it as a consumable item that could enhance beast-taming abilities. Although it can only be used once, it's enough to allow a beast of the same attribute to unleash power beyond its current stage. Considering the abilities of the Cloud Dream Qin spirit, Su Jinshi's pupils constricted sharply. He quickly dissuaded her. Yimeng! Don't be impulsive! Luo Yimeng was blinded by rage and commanded Yimeng Qinling. Chaotic sound waves! Yimeng Qinling began to pluck the strings, and strange sound waves spread like a tide into the depths of Changpan Forest. When Luo Yimeng's spiritual power was exhausted, the ancient zither shattered with a crash. Gazing at the entrance to the forest, Luo Yimeng revealed a maniacal smile. Once the beast tide forms, even if those spirit beasts regain their senses, they will go berserk due to their instincts. Luo Xinlian, you're just waiting to die. Inside a building not far from the entrance to Viridian Forest, I saw on the security camera footage the Shadow Dragon had instantly killed the cheetah squad. Two old men were watching the footage with great interest. The one-eyed old man clicked his tongue in amazement. TSK, I really didn't expect that after 300 years, there would still be dragons in existence. The old man next to him, with a full beard and a scar on his face, chimed in. Yes. And it's an extremely rare beast with both dark and dragon attributes. As for its quality, even I can't tell. They exchanged a glance, then revealed knowing smiles, laughter that sent a chill down my spine. A promising talent. If we could take him under our wing, our Four Fiends Academy might just regain its former glory. Just as they were discussing who should accept me as their disciple, the alarm in the room suddenly went off. The bearded old man's expression changed, and he immediately became serious. Oh no! Someone used chaotic sonic waves, triggering a tide of spirit beasts. Looking at the movement trajectories of the spirit beasts on the radar, I also noticed that they were all converging on the entrance to the everlasting forest. Although these spirit beasts were not high level, if a spirit beast tide were to form, not only would the beast tamers at the forest entrance suffer, but the civilians on the outskirts of City A would also be in danger. Just as the bearded man was about to set off, the one-eyed old man stopped him. What's the rush? That kid only recently entered the Viridian Forest, right? He'll definitely run into a tide of spirit beasts. That way, we can see where his limits are. The bearded man looked worried. The spirit beasts on the outskirts aren't strong, but they're numerous. What if that kid dies in the beast tide? Besides, if the beast tide rushes into City A, our responsibility is minor. What about the civilians who aren't protected by beast tamers? The one-eyed old man gave him a speechless look. Are you stupid? You yourself said that the beast tide is surging towards the entrance, and that kid just went in. All we have to do is follow behind him, right? That way, we can block the beast tide and protect him. Upon hearing this, the bearded man slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing something. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? After saying that, the two exchanged a smile and disappeared from the monitoring room in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Zhao Dizhu and I were walking shoulder to shoulder on the path at the entrance of Everlasting Forest. I had just told him about my relationship with the Luo family, and he looked sorrowful after hearing it, not forgetting to recount what had just happened for me. Brother, I think your approach just now was a bit inappropriate, he said. I immediately retorted. I've put up with them for 3 years, and now that I have the power to crush them, am I supposed to back down? He shook his head. Now that things have come to this, there's no way I'm going to back down. That would only make them bully you even more recklessly. Then what do you mean? I asked him, not quite understanding. He looked at me and said earnestly, You're still too naive. Forcing someone to eat shit, besides making you feel better, will only make the other person resent you more. What good will that do? I curled my lip, unconvinced. Who cares? We're already sworn enemies anyway. Let him hate me if he wants, as long as I'm happy. Suddenly, Zhao Deju's already small eyes narrowed, revealing a sinister smile. If I were you, I'd not only make him eat shit, I'd make him pay up. How can you be dismissed with some vague, unsubstantiated rumor? I was stunned. You can play it like this? He continued. It's not just money, you can take any resource that can make you stronger. Since you have the advantage, what are you afraid of? He can't resist anyway. My eyes lit up. I get it. But then I slapped my forehead and couldn't help but wail. What a huge loss. Did I release those guys from the Cheetah Squad too hastily? They've been hanging around Viridian Forest for a long time, they must have a lot of money in their pockets. Zhao Deju was taken aback for a moment, then looked at me with a face full of satisfaction. You're a quick learner. Just then, I suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly. An earthquake? I looked at him in confusion. He was a seasoned veteran, and he reacted immediately to the slightest commotion. Run! It's a beast tide! But before he could even take a step, the dense horde of beasts was already appearing not far ahead of us. It was too late to run. Zhao Deju immediately summoned his tamed beast, the unloading pangolin. He shouted to me. I'll have the unloading pangolin use earthquake to create a large crater in the ground to stop the beast tide. You hurry up and run outside to warn everyone to evacuate. Without waiting for me to listen or not, he immediately started directing the unloading pangolin to work. I looked and sure enough, in just a short while, the unloading pangolin had created several large pits, 3 or 4 meters deep and 7 or 8 meters in diameter. What shocked me even more was that I actually saw traces of the Earth Dragon bloodline on it. Perhaps it was because of this dragon blood that its Earth attribute abilities were so outstanding. If I can find suitable materials, perhaps I can really activate its Earth Dragon bloodline. As I was still pondering, I heard Zhao Deju shout anxiously. What are you standing there for? Run! It'll be too late if you don't run now. Waves of spirit beasts fell into the pit and struggled to climb out. Zhao Deju's face was already soaked with sweat. Just then, a jet-black, dragon-shaped wave of energy shot out from behind me, instantly shattering a large swarm of beasts. Before Zhao Deju could react, I shouted with a laugh. Ha! Fatty! What are you standing there for? Keep the ground fissures restricting them, I'll attack. This is all money! The shadow dragon had appeared beside the unloading pangolin without anyone noticing. Between its claws, it continuously released jet-black dragon-shaped energy waves, Shadow Dragon Wave. This was a wide-range area of effect attack skill it had learned after evolving. Although it consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, I have the arrogant space. The amplification of my spiritual energy is enough for me to squander it without restraint. Zhao Deju didn't think twice and immediately continued to direct the unloading ridge pangolins to create more pits. And so I attacked, he held them off. The two of us actually managed to stop this wave of beasts. It's fortunate that this was only a small-scale beast tide, and the spirit beasts weren't very strong, mostly being juveniles or adults. Otherwise, if they had been larger or stronger, we might not have been able to withstand it. But looking at the piles of spirit beast corpses on the ground, I felt an unusual surge of excitement. Money! All money! Let the beast tide come even stronger! At the entrance to the everlasting forest, Luo Xinlian wore a smug expression. Just a piece of trash! How dares she humiliate me! Seeing this, Su Jinshi, standing nearby, quickly advised her. Xinlian! Are you foolish? Don't you know the consequences of triggering a beast tide? If the Beast Taming Association finds out, you're finished. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's previously smug face instantly turned extremely ugly, her expression shifting between fear and apprehension. Her first reaction was to run away. Jinshi! Let's go before the Beast Taming Association finds out. Luo Xinlian grabbed Su Jinshi's hand. Su Jinshi hesitated for a moment, glancing at the beast tamers around her. She had originally intended to use the power of the Su and Luo families to suppress these people and prevent them from spreading what had happened here today. By this time, many experienced beast tamers had already noticed the unusual commotion in the Viridian Forest and knew it was a sign of a beast tide. Run! The beast tide is coming! Someone shouted. This shout brought everyone back to their senses, and they all fled towards the city like madmen. Su Jinshi understood that these people were unstoppable. After all, when faced with life and death, no one could resist the survival instinct that a beast tamer would unleash. She quickly thought things through, and seeing that the situation was hopeless, she followed Luo Xinlian and fled into the city. Just before leaving, she subconsciously glanced back at the chaotic Viridian Forest. He should be alright, right? If he died from something like this, then I must have overestimated him. After everyone left, a group of people dressed in black uniforms quickly appeared at the entrance to Viridian Forest and immediately blocked all entrances and exits. The character, U, was uniformly printed on the back and chest of their uniforms. That's right, they are indeed members of the Beast Taming Association. However, the characters for taming on their badges are not entirely the same. Not only are the emblems bearing the character different in style, but the number of stars on the emblems also varies. Those are the symbols of the different levels of Beast Tamers: Beast Tamer, Beast Master, Grand Beast Master, Elite Beast Tamer, Master Beast Tamer, Epic Beast Master, Legendary Beast Master, Peerless Beast Master, Saint Level Beast Master. Each level is further divided into 1 to 10 stars. Breaking through 10 stars allows one to advance to the next level. Most of the people present are Beast Tamers with strength ranging from 1 to 5 stars, making them a formidable force in City A. Just then, 2 figures leaped in front of the group. It was the one-eyed man and the bearded man I had seen in the monitoring room earlier. The insignia on their chests clearly indicated that they were 2 beast-taming masters. "One Eye and I will go in and check the situation," One Eye said. "You stay here and don't let a single rioting spirit beast escape." "Yes," everyone responded in unison. Then, the one-eyed man and the bearded man rushed into Viridian Forest without hesitation. Not long after, they heard a stammering voice. "No. Don't." Upon hearing the voice, the two exchanged a glance, their hearts tightening, and quickened their pace. But when they arrived, the scene before them instantly froze their tense expressions, and the muscles in their faces twitched uncontrollably. A fat man, accompanied by a pangolin, was chasing and intercepting a blue caterpillar-like spirit beast. "No, don't let it! Get away! This is all money!" Just then, a dark fist shadow came from not far away and hit the caterpillar squarely. It was my shadow fist unleashed by Shadow Dragon. I walked over unhurriedly. "Fatty, all done? This should be the last one." Zhao Diju stared at the corpses of spirit beasts scattered on the ground, rubbing his fat hands together incessantly in front of his chest, his face flushed with excitement. "Gagaga! We're rich!" The 2 old men hiding in the shadows were also shocked by what they saw. They never expected that this beast tide would be resolved by 2 newcomers who hadn't even participated in the Beast Tamer assessment. "A prodigy! Absolutely a prodigy!" the bearded man exclaimed in a low voice. "One-eyed! We must take these 2 lads as our disciples," he said. "Otherwise, if word gets out, they'll definitely be targeted by those people from the 4 Spirits Academy. Then, we won't be able to compete with them." The one-eyed old man was also extremely excited. He never imagined that being exiled to the Viridian Forest would lead him to encounter such a gifted individual. Heaven had truly been kind to him. Just as they were about to reveal themselves, Zhao Diju suddenly looked at the mountain of spirit beast corpses and asked with a troubled expression, "How are we going to transport so many spirit beast corpses back?" I stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. "Fatty, watch this." I raised my hand and made a sweeping motion in the air, and a pitch-black spatial rift appeared out of thin air. Immediately, a powerful suction force erupted from the rift, swallowing up all the spirit beast corpses on the ground. Zhao Diju's mouth gaped open, almost big enough to fit 2 fists. He immediately understood the significance of this spatial rift. You kid awakened a companion space?" he exclaimed incredulously. Then, he looked at the nearly 2-meter-tall dragon man beside me. "Then, isn't it a companion beast?" I nodded, readily admitting it. Zhao Diju slapped his thigh, jumping up and down with excitement. "Gah! Take off! Not only have you awakened your companion space, but you also have such a powerful companion beast, a dragon man. I can't even imagine how bright your future will be. If those idiots from the Luo family knew they'd driven away such a monster like you, they'd probably be begging you to come back." I waved my hand, my expression indifferent. "The Luo family is no longer important to me. After all, I'll destroy it sooner or later." Just then, my shadow dragon suddenly stepped forward, blocking my way. Its dragon eyes were fixed on a certain direction. "Shadow dragon, what's wrong?" I asked, frowning. Following its gaze, I saw nothing. But the 2 old men hiding in the shadows were startled. They hadn't expected this dragon man's senses to be so sharp. They only paused for a moment after hearing that I was a companion spirit tamer, and that's how they noticed. They secretly marveled. Companion beast tamers are indeed extraordinary. We were already quite amazed, but now we've discovered I'm a 1 in a million companion beast tamer. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Without the power of the companion space, how could the 2 of us possibly quell the beast tide? Seeing that hiding was useless, they simply showed themselves. As soon as 2 fierce-looking old men emerged from the shadows, Zhao Diju and I tensed up, our alarm bells ringing. Seeing our wariness, they were embarrassed and could only manage what they thought were friendly smiles. But to us, those smiles looked utterly menacing. I tentatively asked, "Gentlemen, is there something you need from us?" The bearded man didn't mince words and said bluntly, "You 2 are pretty good. I've got my eye on you." Upon hearing that, Zhao Diju and I almost instinctively covered our rear ends at the same time and took a step back. Seeing our reactions, the one-eyed man slapped the bearded man on the back of the head without hesitation. "You idiot! Can't you even speak properly?" For a moment, the bearded man even looked aggrieved, as if he hadn't realized he had said anything wrong. The one-eyed man, too lazy to bother with the brute, turned to us instead, saying apologetically, "Young friends, I'm sorry, this brute doesn't know how to speak. What we mean is, seeing your exceptional talent, we'd like to take you as our disciples. What do you think?" Without the slightest hesitation, I replied, "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but we have no plans to become your disciples at the moment. Please find someone else." But Zhao Diju tugged at my sleeve and whispered in my ear, "Did you see the insignia on their chests? Those are genuine 5-star beast taming masters. In other words, the 3 major families are nothing but dust in their eyes. If you become their apprentice, wiping out the Luo family would be a piece of cake." I ignored his words. Having lived 2 lives, how could I not recognize the emblem of a beast taming master? That's precisely why I was even more cautious. Having witnessed so much deceit and treachery over the years, I don't easily trust others, especially these 2 fierce-looking old men before me. I know almost nothing about them. Now that I've become a companion beast tamer and have a cheat code in hand, destroying the Luo family and reaching the pinnacle is only a matter of time. Why should I rely on these people of unknown origin? "How did your discussion go?" One-Eye's question interrupted Zhao Diju's rambling and my brief contemplation. After a moment's thought, I decided to stick to my own ideas, but I didn't want to be too definitive. Offending someone wasn't a wise move. So I tactfully said, "Senior, you see, we've only just met. How about we get to know each other a little better?" I thought he would be somewhat angry at my refusal. After all, no one wants to be turned away by a greenhorn. To my surprise, the one-eyed old man not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. You have a good character. It's good that you don't easily trust others. Here, take this and think it over. Once you've made up your mind, bring it to the Beast Taming Association to find me." As he spoke, he pulled a metal plaque from his pocket and handed it to me. I didn't refuse again. I knew that although this one-eyed man looked fierce, as a master beast tamer, he could have easily forced me to agree to his demands, but he chose to respect me and give me the opportunity to make my own decision. This respect was something I had never truly felt before in my 2 lifetimes, except for the childhood friends from the orphanage. For some reason, my affection for this one-eyed old man grew even stronger. Just then, the bearded man, as if he had finally found an opportunity to mock the one-eyed man, burst into laughter. "Ha! That's hilarious! That one-eyed guy doesn't even look down on you." Then, he leaned close to me and said in a sly grin, "Kid, if you don't choose him, how about considering me? I'm pretty good in that area, you know." A hint of embarrassment flashed across my face. What did he mean by pretty good in that area? Seeing him making a fool of himself again, the one-eyed man frowned, grabbed him by the back of the collar without hesitation, and pulled him back. "Young friend, remember to come to me when you've figured things out. If you run into any trouble, you can also come to me." He paused, as if remembering something, and took out a USB drive from his pocket, handing it to me. "It contains a video of the person who triggered the beast tide, and it seems you have some connection with them." As soon as he finished speaking, he revealed a meaningful smile, then dragged his long beard and walked out of the forest. The bearded man seemed unconvinced and turned to me, shouting, "Kid, I'm actually not bad either, you can reconsider me." Although he said this, he tossed his token to Zhao Diju. "Little fatty, I like you. If you want to become my apprentice, come find me at the Beast Taming Association." Zhao Diju immediately accepted the plaque with both hands, looking flattered. Watching the 2 elderly men slowly disappear from sight, I looked down at the USB drive in my hand, a cold glint in my eyes. Even without looking, I could roughly guess what was going on. Since the one-eyed old man could say that, he must have already checked my identity. For someone like me, ordinary people would have no way of finding any information about me in a short time. After all, this involves the Luo family, a renowned beast-taming family in City A. How could it be so easy to investigate? But the one-eyed old man is a master of beast taming. Not to mention my information, he probably knows all the details of my journey. The only people I'd encountered in the evergreen forest were Luo Yimeng and Su Jinshi. I know Luo Yu dotes on Luo Yimeng, having given her a beast-taming item that greatly enhances her beast-taming abilities. Add to that the unique abilities of the Cloud Dream Qin spirit, and the mastermind behind the beast tide, it's obvious. I felt even more favorably disposed towards the one-eyed old man. You see, triggering a beast tide is a grave crime in the beast-taming world. Yet he actually handed me this USB drive, which could be used as evidence, even to blackmail the Luo family. That said it all. With this leverage, Luo Yimeng, we're in for a rough time. "Ah, Luo! We've really struck it rich!" Zhao Diju's excitement interrupted my thoughts. I just smiled and didn't say anything more. "Stop grinning like an idiot. Let's go back to City A and clean up the corpses of these spirit beasts. As for the Thunder Tribulation beast, let's not rush it. Even on the verge of death, that thing can still hold its own against the 3 major families. It's so powerful, how can we act rashly? Let those families and those who covet the Thunder Source stones wear down its power for me." in the main hall of the Luo family villa. Slap! A loud slap echoed through the hall. Luo Yu, his eyes wide with rage, slapped Luo Yiming to the ground. What's wrong with your brain? How dare you incite a beast tied in public? Do you really think the Beast Taming Association is a pushover? Your life or death is a small matter, but if you implicate the entire Luo family, you will be held accountable even if you die 1,000 deaths. After returning home, Luo Yiming was indeed still frightened, so she told Luo Yu what had happened. She had hoped that Luo Yu would step in and resolve the situation, but instead, she received a resounding slap in return. Covering her swollen cheek, she still retorted unwillingly. It's all that good-for-nothing's fault. If he hadn't humiliated me, how could I have triggered a beast tide? Before she could finish speaking, another slap landed on her face. Do you think I'm stupid? That Luo Xinlian who just formed a beast taming contract. Do you think she's a match for your bodyguards? I sent 5 or 6 2-star beast tamers to protect you. Can't you use your brain a little when making excuses? Clearly, Luo Yu already knew about my betrayal of the Luo family. He knew I had formed a beast taming contract, but he didn't take it seriously at all. In his eyes, what could a piece of trash like me possibly do? Just then, hurried footsteps and a report came from outside the door. Report! Patriarch! Urgent news has arrived from the everlasting forest. When Luo Yu received the newspaper from the servant, he was completely stunned. The news headline read, The Dragon Clan, which disappeared 300 years ago, has reappeared. Its tamer is a 16-year-old boy. A once-in-300 years dragon-taming genius is actually the abandoned son of the Luo family? The 5 daughters of the Luo family were jealous of their younger brother's talent and forced him to eat excrement, but unexpectedly they reaped the bitter fruit of their actions. The Beast Taming Association announced. A sudden beast tide has broken out in the everlasting forest. 2 mysterious teenagers single-handedly eliminated the beast tide and ensured the safety of City A. The eye-catching headlines were accompanied by clear photos of the scene. A dragon-taming genius who appears only once every 300 years. Who is it? Although the answer was obvious, he still harbored a sliver of doubt. He widened his eyes and questioned Luo Yiming. Luo Yiming seemed completely oblivious to Luo Yu's unusual mood. Instead, she stood up defiantly, clutching her slapped face. What dragon-taming genius? Luo Xinlian just got lucky and managed to contract a slightly stronger giant lizard. Otherwise, how could he have forced me to eat shit? Dad, now you believe me, right? If it weren't for Jin's quick thinking, I wouldn't be able to face anyone now. Dad, you must help me punish Luo properly. Before she could finish speaking, she received another heavy slap across the face. This time, Luo Yu struck particularly hard, even cutting her mouth with his teeth, causing her to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Dad? She looked at her father, who had always doted on her, with disbelief. She never imagined that one day her father would hit her with such force. But Luo Yu didn't care about her expression at all. He stared at his foolish, unrepentant daughter, his lungs practically bursting with rage. He was filled with resentment, hating himself for spoiling this idiot in the past. If only he had just shot her on the wall 18 years ago. The photo was already posted in the newspaper, and she still dared to lie through her teeth. In the past, I had no status in the Luo family because everyone thought I was of low talent. But now, I'm hailed as a dragon-taming genius. Everything is different. Before Luo Yiming knew I was a dragon tamer, Luo Yu might have turned a blind eye to her provocations and humiliations. But later, even knowing I had a dragon-human contract, she used the beast-taming tools Luo Yu had given her to incite a beast tide, trying to kill me in the chaos. Not only did they almost kill me, but they also caused a lot of trouble for the Luo family. This is something Luo Yu cannot tolerate. If it were before, Luo Yu might have believed them and suspected that I had joined the Jiang family in order to form a contract with the beast-taming family, or even become an undercover agent. But when he learned that the dragon man I had contracted was missing for 300 years, all his doubts vanished. After all, if the Jiang family truly possessed such a legendary beast, they would definitely prioritize reserving it for the strongest members of the family, or their core disciples. They would never be foolish enough to hand it over to a useless member of the Luo family. So, the only possibility is, I had a miraculous encounter. Or perhaps, for the past 3 years, I've kept my true abilities hidden, and they've never truly understood my talent. I, the good-for-nothing son in their eyes, am actually a peerless genius blessed by destiny. Thinking of this, Luo Yu was incredibly excited. He had to find me. After all, I was the dragon man's biological son, bound by a contract. This was far superior to his so-called adopted son. If I were willing to serve the Luo family, the entire Luo family might rise to prominence. Swallowing the other 2 major families and dominating City A would be just around the corner. From this moment on, my importance in Luo Yu's heart instantly multiplied several times over. Xian Yuan is a kind child. If I let him assist Xian Lian, he probably wouldn't refuse. Luo Yu's mind raced, and he had completely given up on letting Luo Xinlian inherit the position of family head. He'd even forgotten how I publicly beat and humiliated him back in the Luo family. He was about to order someone to find me when he suddenly remembered the series of events that had occurred not long ago. He suppressed his emotions and said seriously to Luo Xinlian, "Let me tell you! You'd better do everything you can to find your brother. Otherwise, I don't mind getting rid of another idiot." Luo Xinlian could tell from his eyes that he wasn't joking. She began to feel afraid. Over the years, relying on the Luo family's power and Luo Yu's favor, she had offended many people. If she were truly expelled from the Luo family, her fate was unimaginable. Despite her resentment, she reluctantly replied in a low voice, I understand." Luo Yu was then satisfied, and his expression softened slightly. "Don't worry about the beast tide, I'll handle it for you. The Beast Taming Association will always give me some face." Fortunately, the beast tide was dealt with by those two mysterious youths, otherwise it would have been really difficult to handle. Even if it weren't for Luo Xinlian, Luo Yu would have personally stepped forward to demand the surveillance footage of the everlasting forest from the Beast Taming Association. This concerned the reputation of the Luo family. If the people of City A found out that the beast tide was caused by the Luo family would be in deep trouble. Fortunately, her photo wasn't published in the newspapers, so there's still room for redemption. All they need to do is retrieve the surveillance video and appease the eyewitnesses, and the matter can be suppressed. "Alright, go now. Remember your task." Luo Xinlian nodded and walked out of the hall. But a hint of resentment still lingered in her beautiful eyes. "Even if I can't touch you, I refuse to believe Mom can't." At the same time, I had just walked out of the Beast Taming Merchant Guild, an uncontrollable smile plastered on my face. I'm rich! This batch of spirit beast carcasses, it actually sold for over 3 million. Zhao Dezhu and I split the money in half, each receiving 1.5 million. Originally, Zhao Dezhu only planned to take 1 million, since it would have been impossible to successfully disperse the beast tide without my relentless attacks. But I insisted on splitting it 50-50ths. Seeing my determination, Zhao Dezhu stopped refusing. With this money, I could basically cover both the tuition at the Beast Taming Academy and my living expenses. What makes me even more fortunate is that it seems that Zhao Dezhu and I have been deliberately kept in the dark about how we quelled the beast tide. Currently, only 2 young heroes in City A are known to have stopped the beast tide, but no one knows who we are. I guessed it was probably arranged by the one-eyed old man. He was probably worried we'd attract too much attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Thinking about this, my goodwill towards the old man increased even more. Just then, Zhao Dezhu's phone rang. He answered, and his expression instantly changed drastically. "What? Something happened at the orphanage?" 13. Crisis. Luo Xinlian's determination. From the time Luo Xinlian could remember, she lived in an orphanage on the outskirts of City A. It can be said that the days he spent living in the orphanage were the happiest time of his life. Although he was often bullied by other children, he also made many friends who genuinely cared for him. Zhao Dezhu was one of them. But what Luo Xinlian could never forget was Chen Wanru, the director of the orphanage. It was Chen Wanru who gave Luo Xinlian the maternal love she had lacked in her childhood. Luo Xinlian didn't know why Chen Wanru was so kind to him. He once secretly asked Chen Wanru for the reason. Chen Wanru couldn't answer for a moment, only saying that she felt an extraordinary sense of familiarity when she first saw Luo Xinlian. Later, Luo Xinlian learned that Chen Wanru originally had a child as well. But someone took her away, and she searched in vain. He opened this orphanage because he knew the pain of being separated from loved ones. That's why I wanted to open this orphanage. One reason is to provide shelter for these helpless orphans. Secondly, it was to accumulate merit for his child who had been taken away. He hopes that one day God will allow him to see his child again. Since being taken away by the Luo family, Luo Xinlian had also thought about going back to visit Chen Wanru. However, this was opposed by Zhou Yajing. The reason given was that Luo Xinlian only made friends with bad influences and social scum at the orphanage. It was one thing before, but if he continues to go back and forth to the orphanage after returning to the Luo family, he might bring back the bad habits of the lower class. In her previous life, Luo Xinlian tried to win Zhou Yajing's favor. In order to integrate into the Luo family as soon as possible, she listened to Zhou Yajing's advice. He originally intended to use his status as the young master of the Luo family to secretly help the orphanage and improve Chen Wanru's life. But what happened next is well known. Luo Xinlian, who was living a miserable life in the Luo family, naturally had no ability to help the orphanage. After all, he was in dire straits himself. At the time, Luo Xinlian naively thought it was because she had done something wrong. It wasn't until later, when I happened to hear that the orphanage had been demolished and Chen Wanru had disappeared without a trace. You should know that Chen Wanru raised all the orphans in the orphanage on her own for a full 13 years. At the time, Luo Xinlian thought that Chen Wanru couldn't handle it anymore and sold the orphanage. When Luo Xinlian learned that the home she remembered was gone, she was secretly saddened for a long time. The current timeline roughly coincides with the time when the orphanage was demolished in the previous life. Is there something fishy about this? Luo Xinlian immediately asked Zhao Dizhu, who had just hung up the phone. Fatty! What happened? It's too late, I'll explain in detail on the way. As Zhao Dizhu spoke, he made a flying deity call on his phone. A moment later, a flying beast large enough to carry 5 adults landed in front of them. The two skillfully boarded the saddle on the back of their flying beast. After the two were settled, the flying beast soared into the sky and flew towards the orphanage. I'm about to return to the place I've always longed for. Luo Xinlian was also somewhat excited. However, he did not forget the important matter. So he asked again. Fatty, can you talk now? After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Dizhu finally spoke. Dean Chen originally told us not to tell you. But now that you've left the Luo family, there's nothing wrong with saying it. So Zhao Dizhu began to recount what had happened before. Do you still remember Qian Xiaodao? Luo Xinlian nodded. He naturally remembered Qian Xiaodao. When he was a child in the orphanage, Qian Xiaodao took advantage of being a few years older and liked to bully children who were shorter than him. If it weren't for Zhao Dizhu and others standing up for him, I'm afraid I'll get beaten up quite a bit every day. This guy left the orphanage on his own shortly after you were taken away by the Luo family. They said they'd found a way to make money and were going to become superior people, and they didn't want to stay with us poor trash anymore. But 6 months ago, this guy suddenly returned to the orphanage, only to be dragged back after being beaten black and blue. The people who brought him back had fierce faces, and their beast tamers were also exceptionally ferocious. So it turns out that bastard Qian Xiaodao owed these people money. If no one pays it back for him, he'll have his hands and feet chopped off. So Qian Xiaodao thought of Dean Chen and brought these people over. Luo Xinlian raised an eyebrow. Dean Chen wouldn't agree, would he? Zhao Dizhu sighed helplessly. You know Dean Chen's personality. He treated everyone in the orphanage like his own child. How could he not care if a child was in trouble? This bastard owed someone a total of 80,000 yuan. Dean Chen originally wanted to find a way to help him pay it off himself, and even signed a debt transfer contract. That bastard Qian Xiaodao is happy, but how can we just stand by and watch Dean Chen suffer alone? So we decided to pay back the 80,000 together. Fortunately, many people in the orphanage had become beast tamers, so it wasn't difficult for us to help him pay it back. But we never expected that less than a month later those people would come knocking on our door again to collect the debt. However, that 80,000 has now become 800,000. Luo Xinlian immediately frowned. Isn't this just loan sharking? Zhao Dizhu let out a long sigh. Yes. But so what? We are insignificant and have little influence. How could we possibly defeat them? Leaving us with no other option, we had to keep raising money. We did consider looking for you during that time, although we didn't know at the time that it was someone from the Luo family who took you away. But just by looking at them, you can tell they are either rich or noble. But Dean Chen stopped us. He didn't want us to disturb your current life. I was a little angry with you at the time. Your family is so well off, yet you didn't come to help Director Chen or the orphanage. It wasn't until we met this time that I realized I had misjudged you. I didn't know you had such a miserable life in the Luo family. Luo Xinlian lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry, Fatty. It was at this moment that Luo Xinlian understood why Zhao Dizhu was hanging out with the cheetah squad. They live a life of constant danger in Viridian Forest. Immediately, Zhao Dizhu revealed a smile. He patted Luo Xinlian on the shoulder. Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. We weren't able to earn so much money entirely because of you. Now, with this 1.5 million, it's more than enough to pay off those high-interest loans. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian knew that Zhao Dizhu was trying to comfort her, so she forced a smile. Once this is over, I'm staying at the orphanage and never leaving. It's time to repay Dean Chen. At the same time, Luo Xinlian secretly made a vow in her heart. In my previous life, I was cowardly and incompetent. I failed to protect the orphanage and Director Chen. In this lifetime, I will never allow anyone to bully them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu smiled with relief. At the same time, a city suburbs orphanage. A fierce-looking bald man, leading a group of people, surrounded the orphanage menacingly. At the entrance of the orphanage, a beautiful middle-aged woman with outstretched arms sheltered a group of children behind her. The beautiful woman was none other than Chen Wanru, the director of the orphanage. While urging the children behind her to go inside, Chen Wanru said to the bald man in a somewhat weak tone. You guys don't do anything reckless. The bald man at the head of the group gave a cold laugh. Reckless behavior? I gave you a full 6 months to pay me back. Now the deadline has arrived, but where's the money? Before Chenwanru could even speak, a little girl, about 8 years old, timidly spoke up from the side. I've already called and said Brother Zhao is back. Brother Zhao said, he has 800,000, he can give you the money in a bit. Upon hearing this, the bald man was stunned for a moment. He then burst into laughter along with the group behind him. Ha! 800,000? That was the number from last time, it's been almost half a year now. You should return my 8 million. 14. Forced demolition. Lawless bald man. 8 million? Listen to these terrifying astronomical figures. Chenwanru's mind went blank. He never imagined that the original 80,000 yuan would increase to 8 million yuan in just 6 months. Chenwanru immediately became somewhat angry. How can you do this? Even if it's loan sharking, this is outrageous. The bald man smiled mockingly. Outrageous? It's all written down in black and white, do you still want to deny it? Chenwanru glanced at the contract the bald man handed to her. Suddenly, he felt a surge of anger. Clutching his heaving chest, he angrily rebuked. You've tampered with it. The original contract clearly didn't have this much. The bald man calmly put the contract away and into his pocket. He said it with a disdainful tone. What do you mean by tampering? Don't fucking talk nonsense to me. This amount of money has always been the same. This debt transfer agreement bears your signature. Stop acting and just pay me back. Upon hearing this, Chenwanru's expression grew increasingly grim. I didn't know how to start the conversation for a moment. The bald man didn't care about any of that and immediately revealed a wicked smile. No money, huh? Whatever. Then trade me this land beneath your orphanage. Chenwanru narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. It wasn't until then that he realized what was happening. It turns out that the real purpose of everything these people did was for the land below the orphanage. What Chenwanru couldn't understand was what value such a piece of land in the suburbs had. It's amazing that this group of people put in so much effort. Impossible! The orphanage is these children's last resort. I will never hand this place over. Hearing Chenwanru's resolute words, the bald man wasn't annoyed. He just kept looking Chenwanru up and down with his eyes. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Anyone who saw the bald man's appearance knew what he was thinking. What a voluptuous and beautiful woman. How about, you guys have some fun? Maybe if you make me happy, I'll give you a discount of tens of thousands. What do you think? As the bald man spoke, he reached his hand toward Chenwanru's chest. Upon seeing this, Chenwanru was greatly alarmed. You're shameless! She then slapped away the bald man's hand that was about to touch her chest. It seems that he was frightened. Chenwanru didn't hold back much when she struck. The bald man's hand was throbbing with pain. You filthy bitch! You don't know what's good for you. If you have the money, pay me back right now. If you don't have the money, then this land is ours too. Even you are mine. When the bald man realized that coercion was ineffective, he immediately considered using force. He lunged at Chenwanru. But these children in the orphanage, despite their young age. But before entering the orphanage, some of them had survived at the bottom of society by cheating and swindling. Looking at the situation before them, they knew exactly what was about to happen. The older children had already taken the younger ones and hidden themselves in the orphanage. The other part pulled Chenwanru, who was in a daze, back to her senses. He slammed the orphanage doors shut. The bald man missed his target. By this time, the bald man had run out of patience. He couldn't be bothered to care about anything else anymore. He shouted fiercely into the orphanage. You filthy parasites of the lower class! You don't want a way to survive? In that case, you shall all be buried with this orphanage. Brothers, let's go! Immediately, beams of light flashed. One by one, enormous beasts emerged from the light. Although these beasts look basically the same. However, the things on their forelimbs are slightly different. Some are equipped with sharp drill bits, while others are solid sledgehammers. In short, these beast-taming forelimbs are all engineering tools. And these tamed beasts are no less impressive. They immediately began attacking the outer wall of the orphanage. With the relentless assault of the hammer and drill, the entire orphanage began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Chenwanru originally wanted to take the children and escape through the back door first. But when he looked through the window, he discovered that the orphanage had been surrounded by these enormous beasts. They have nowhere to run. They even heard the bald man's mocking voice. What? You want to leave? Too late. I told you to leave before, but you wouldn't. Now, you'll all die here. Chenwanru never imagined that these people would be so audacious. They don't just want to forcibly demolish the orphanage. They even wanted to kill them. Looking at the dilapidated orphanage, But he was powerless to do anything about it. I don't care about myself, but what about these children? If I were still a beast tamer, sigh. It seemed that recalling some past events brought out some unusual emotions in Shinwanru. Suddenly, a wall suddenly collapsed. It fell towards a child who was about 3 or 4 years old. The child froze in place when he saw the brick wall that was about to crush him. Shinwanru immediately disregarded everything else. He leaped forward and pushed her away. The child was pushed to the ground. Her own legs were trapped under the collapsed stone wall. An unbearable, sharp pain suddenly shot through Shinwanru's lower body. The intense pain made Shinwanru's eyes widen in agony. Fine beads of sweat trickled down Shinwanru's smooth face, which was free of any wrinkles. But she didn't let out a single scream, because she noticed the child she had just pushed away. By this time, he had come to his senses. She sat there and burst into tears. He kept shouting, "Headmistress, come quick! It hurts a lot when a stone hits you." Shinwanru forced a smile. He spoke gently to the child. "No. Don't worry, Dean Mommy, it doesn't hurt." Although Shinwanru said it didn't hurt. But his weak and listless voice had already betrayed him. Upon hearing this, the child indeed stopped crying. She slowly supported her body with her 2 small hands. He walked unsteadily toward Shinwanru. "Good girl, Headmistress, let me help you up, the floor is dirty." Looking at such a sensible child, Shinwanru couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Yet there was also a sense of helplessness. After all, she knew her legs were ruined. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. A figure slowly walked in from where the wall had collapsed. He only glanced at the figure. Shinwanru's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately called out to Dian, who was walking towards him. "Dian, hurry up! Don't come any closer!" The eyes of the person walking towards them were filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why the headmistress didn't want him to go there himself. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a pair of large hands grabbed his neck and lifted him up. "He's just a child! Let him go!" Shinwanru screamed hysterically. But the figure did not let go. Instead, he let out a sinister laugh. "Ha! That won't do! You rejected me twice before, now it's my turn!" As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the bald man's, Jingning, meaning ferocious or hideous, face slowly emerged. 15. Save the day. Luo Xinlian has arrived. Little Dot was seen being grabbed by the neck and lifted up by the bald man. The other older children also rushed forward. They wanted to rescue Little Dot from the bald man's clutches. Unfortunately, they hadn't even taken 2 steps before the bald man's men kicked them back. There was nothing they could do. After all, the other party was already an adult, and both were beast tamers. The difference in strength is undeniable. But one boy still managed to get through with the help of his companions. Upon seeing this, the bald man revealed a mocking expression. "Aren't kids these days afraid of dying?" Upon hearing this, Shinwanru immediately had a bad feeling. He immediately shouted at the boy. "Xiao Ming! Run! Don't go that way!" Even though Shinwanru wanted to go and save the person, she was powerless to do so. The pain in his legs had rendered him unable to move. The boy seemed to hear Shinwanru's voice, but it was too late. A large hammer smashed directly into Xiao Ming's chest. It was none other than the bald man's tamed beast that had made its move. Xiao Ming instantly coughed up blood, and blood also seeped from his nostrils and eyes. Bang! Xiao Ming was instantly sent flying backward, his eyes rolling back. "Act recklessly." "No!" Shinwanru screamed hysterically. "You beasts! How dare you send your beasts to attack a child? Have you all lost your conscience?" Looking at Shinwanru, who was cursing him, he saw. The bald man didn't care at all. Several children about the same age as Xiao Ming quickly came to his side. He called out with concern. "Brother Ming! Are you alright? Hang in there, Xiao Ming! We'll take you to the hospital right away!" Just as the children were preparing to take Xiao Ming to the hospital. But they were stopped by the bald man's men. At this moment, Shinwanru felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She had abandoned her usual dignified and elegant demeanor. Because her legs were still trapped under the collapsed stone wall, she picked up the broken bricks on the ground and threw them at the bald man. But it was easily blocked by the bald man's beast. Suddenly, a deep sense of powerlessness and grief spread through Shinwanru's heart. "You bunch of heartless beasts! Do you really want to kill these children? You want this land? I'll give it to you! Get the child to the hospital quickly!" Looking at Shinwanru's impotent rage. After a brief silence, the bald man and his henchmen. They burst into laughter instantly. "You really think I care about this piece of trash? To this day, you don't even know who you've offended. Upon hearing this, Chenwanru was somewhat puzzled but impressed. But in this situation, he didn't have time to think too much. He then spoke. No matter who it is, if I have offended them in any way, whether it's an apology or compensation, it doesn't matter. I'll agree to anything as long as you let these children go. To everyone's surprise, the bald man actually slowly put the little dot down. This put Chenwanru at ease. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard the bald man's voice in his ear. Are you kidding me? Don't you understand yet? Our purpose in coming here is just to collect debts. The main purpose is to humiliate you and make you experience the ultimate pain. After speaking, the bald man slowly raised the small dot above his head. But his gaze was directed toward Chenwanru's lower body. A cold and lewd smile appeared on his face. After I send these little bastards to meet the king of hell, I'll come back and have some fun with you. It's a pity those beautiful legs are broken, but thankfully it's not like you can't have fun. Upon seeing this, Chenwanru was greatly alarmed. What do you want to do? Don't do anything reckless. Aren't you afraid the police will issue arrest warrants for what you're doing? Upon hearing this, the bald man burst into laughter. The Public Security Bureau? What's there to be afraid of? I have connections. Little Dot was so frightened that she burst into tears. Don't you cherish these children and raise them as your own? Today I'll make them all die right before your eyes. In the emergency, Chenwanru used all her strength to try to push away the brick wall pressing down on her legs. But the brick wall remained completely unmoved. Where had the other children ever seen such a scene? They were immediately frightened by the bald man's words and dared not move. Seeing this, the bald man's expression became even more smug. You little brats! If you have anyone to hate, hate them for following this woman! The next moment, Little Dot was slammed by the bald man into a sharp pebble on the ground. If that hits hard, Little Dot might die on the spot. At this critical moment, a boy suddenly appeared out of nowhere and caught Little Dot with a sliding tackle. It was Luo Xinlian. Luckily, I made it in time. The bald man and his henchmen were stunned for a moment. They never imagined that anyone would dare to meddle in their affairs. On the contrary, although Luo Xinlian left the orphanage 3 years ago, Chenwanru recognized Luo Xinlian the moment she saw him. But the joy of this reunion was quickly suppressed, because he knew the crisis was not over. In addition, he was well aware of Luo Xinlian's talent for beast taming. Therefore, in his eyes, Luo Xinlian was just a slightly older child. He immediately spoke up to remind them. Xinlian! Quickly, take Tian Dian and run away! We'll save as many as we can! Little Dot was initially a little scared when she saw Luo Xinlian hugging her. Until Chenwanru called out Luo Xinlian's name. Only then did a slightly pleased smile appear on his face. You are Brother Xinlian? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's face softened. Little Dot has grown so much? Brother Xinlian almost didn't recognize me. As if remembering something, the little Dot, whose face was originally full of joy, gradually lost her smile. Instead, a burst of wailing and crying erupted. Wah! Little Ming was beaten so badly he vomited a lot of blood. I wonder how things are now. As Little Dot spoke, she pointed to the spot where Little Ming was lying. Following the direction of the little Dot's finger, Luo Xinlian saw the utterly miserable Xiao Ming. His entire face instantly turned incredibly gloomy. His eyes were also brimming with murderous intent. But she still spoke to Little Dot in a gentle tone. Don't be afraid, your brother is here. Just then, the bald man's arrogant voice rang out again. Kid, I don't care who you are. You dare meddle in my business? You'll stay here today. The next moment, Luo Xinlian was surrounded. Luo Xinlian showed no sign of panic. He simply said it. Fatty! Let's do it! Immediately, Zhao Deju's voice rang out from not far away. Shuling Pangolin! Use Earth Fisher! The next moment, the bald man and his gang appeared. Cracks appeared even beneath the feet of their tamed beasts. The sudden loss of weight caused them all to fall to the ground. Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian shouted. Now! Run! The children at the orphanage reacted quickly, immediately carrying Xiaoming and running outside. Chenwanru was also rescued from under the stone wall by the unloading pangolin and put on its back. Seeing that everyone had successfully escaped, Luo Xinlian quickly tossed the little doll in her arms to Zhao Deju. Just then, the bald man and the others, with the help of their beast tamers, climbed out of the crack. He stared fiercely at Luo Xinlian and said, You brat! You dare ruin my plans? I'll make you die right here today! Not far away, Chenwanru, who was lying on the back of the unloading pangolin, also shouted anxiously at Luo Xinlian. Xian Lian! Run! No matter how much Chenwanru shouted, Luo Xinlian remained completely still. Even their last escape route was blocked by the bald man's men. Chenwanru was immediately extremely anxious, worried that something might have happened to Luo Xinlian while trying to save them. He might have a complete mental breakdown. It seemed that they had noticed Chenwanru's anxiety. Zhao Dezhu, however, spoke quite casually. Dean Chen, don't worry. You should be praying that Xinlian doesn't cause any deaths. Upon hearing this, Chenwanru was taken aback, somewhat confused by Zhao Dezhu's words. Zhao Dezhu simply smiled and offered no explanation. Just watch. I've just called an ambulance. Your most important thing right now is to get treatment as soon as possible. In the ruins of the orphanage, Luo Xinlian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that everyone had escaped. The next moment, Luo Xinlian no longer concealed the killing intent in her eyes. All right, the irrelevant people are all gone. Since you like playing, I'll play with you guys for a while now. 16. Sorry. I want both your money and your life. At this moment, the bald man was unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He was furious with the boy who had ruined his plans. If the task is not completed, not only will you not receive the reward, but you may also be punished. Thinking of this, the bald man's eyes became even more ferocious. Damn brat! Today I'm going to make you regret ever being born. The next moment, whether it was the bald man's own beast or his underlings' beasts, they all charged towards Luo Xinlian with great momentum. Luo Xinlian only glanced at it briefly before the information about these tame beasts appeared before his eyes. Name, Rockbreaker. Element, Rock. Quality, Average. Growth stage, Maturity. Skills, Rock Smash, Hammer Smash / Chisel Smash. Evolution Path, Baby Rock Beast, Rockbreaker Beast, Rockbreaker Beast, Rock Tyrant Beast, Rock Lord. Immediately, a contemptuous smile appeared on Luo Xinlian's lips. You dare to attack me in front of me when you're only at the mature stage? The next moment, a dark figure suddenly darted out from behind Luo Xinlian. It charged straight toward the lead Rockbreaker. That dark figure was none other than the Shadow Dragon. And this rock-breaking beast was the same one the bald man had. Tyrannosaurus Kick! In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Dragon arrived in front of the Rockbreaker. Although the Shadow Dragon is 2 meters tall, it appears quite small in front of the Rockbreaker. Upon seeing this, the bald man let out a burst of laughter. You, with your tiny beast-taming ability, dare to face a rock-breaking beast head-on? Before the bald man could finish speaking, bang! A deafening roar echoed throughout the surrounding area. Immediately afterwards, a piece of gravel hit him in the face. The blow swelled up half of the bald man's face. However, the bald man did not scream. The scene before him was simply unbelievable. Thus, they forgot the pain. The massive Rockbreaker was merely kicked by the small beast he was talking about. The rock-made body was kicked to pieces. The piece of rock that just hit the bald man's cheek was also part of the broken body of the Rockbreaker beast. How is this possible? The Rockbreaker was instantly killed in one hit. As dark yellow blood flowed out, the Rockbreaker beast collapsed. They have completely lost all signs of life. People like you are only good at bullying defenseless children. If it were just a normal duel, Luo Xinlian would never have acted so ruthlessly. However, all I could see was the orphanage that had been reduced to ruins. And Dean Chen, who was seriously injured, Xiaoming, and Xiudian, who almost died from the fall. Luo Xinlian's killing intent was hard to suppress. Looking at his tame beast that had died a miserable death, the bald man then realized that he had bitten off more than he could chew. A sense of fear began to spread in his heart. Seeing this, the other Rockbreakers were also too frightened to move by the Shadow Dragon's extremely violent kick. If this applies to beast tamers, it goes without saying that it applies to the bald man's underlings as well. However, even after they stopped their attack, Luo Xinlian showed no sign of giving up. Shadow Dragon! Shadow Dragon Wave! A black dragon shadow began to appear on the claws of the Shadow Dragon. He immediately pushed it forward. A ferocious Shadow Dragon shot out, flying around in the dilapidated orphanage. Wherever the Shadow Dragon passed, a Rockbreaker beast's body exploded and it died. Looking at the bloody scene before him, some of the more timid people were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Some pale yellow liquid with a slightly foul odor was also leaking from the crotch. Looking at that domineering black figure in the arena, the bald man finally realized that the short beast tamer he had mentioned was actually a dragon man. Does the power of the dragon race need explanation? The overlord of the beast-taming world, who had disappeared for 300 years, appeared right before his eyes. Immediately, the bald man felt a pang of regret. If he had known that this orphanage had a beast tamer who had a contract with a dragon, he would never have taken this job, even if it meant his death. The bald man's legs buckled, and he actually knelt down. "Little brother, no! Boss! Spare our lives! We know we were wrong! We promise we'll never cause trouble for this orphanage again." Luo Xinlian didn't say anything, just stared coldly at the bald man. The bald man suddenly felt uneasy, and for a moment he couldn't understand what Luo Xinlian meant. Suddenly, he noticed that Luo Xinlian seemed to be looking at the dilapidated buildings around her, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The bald man suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "It seems I've figured something out." He immediately took out a bank card and handed it to Luo Xinlian. Boss! This is my compensation to the orphanage and the injured. 5 million in total! That's all I have. The password is 6 sixes. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Xinlian took the bank card. Then he glanced at the bald underlings around him. "And what about them?" Upon hearing this, the bald man was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. It's okay to be greedy, the problem is that he doesn't want money. The bald man immediately became Luo Xinlian's temporary lackey. He forced his underlings to hand over the money. Soon, the 5 million given by the bald man was added to the total. Luo Xinlian received a total of 7.32 million. Luo Xinlian was quite satisfied with the price. Seeing that Luo Xinlian showed a hint of satisfaction, the bald man asked at the opportune moment, "Boss, can you let us go now?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian nodded slightly. The bald man was overjoyed. He was about to express his gratitude. But the next moment, Luo Xinlian's cold voice entered his ears. "Leave? Of course you can leave! I'll send you on your way right now!" Before the bald man could react, with a flash, Shadow Dragon's figure appeared, followed by a series of screams. One by one, the bald man's henchmen died violently. In the end, only the bald man and another henchman who hadn't really done anything were left. However, the surviving underling was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder and bowels, and was held immobile in Xuninglong's hand with disgust. The bald man's legs were also crushed by the Shadow Dragon. He lay on the ground, screaming incessantly like a pig being slaughtered. He kept shouting, "You broke your promise! If you took the money, why did you do this?" Luo Xinlian bent down and picked up a broken stone. Then he said with an innocent look on his face, "When did I agree to let you go just because I took the money? You gave me the money voluntarily. I didn't force you." Upon hearing this, the bald man became so angry that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You!" He wanted to say something, but when he saw Luo Xinlian, who was holding a stone, slowly walking towards him with a half-smile, he realized that. The bald man swallowed back the words he was about to say. He then desperately moved backward using both arms. But how could they possibly escape Luo Xinlian's grasp? Before they had moved more than a few meters, Luo Xinlian's devilish whispers rang in their ears again. "Sorry, but whether it's your money or your life, I want it all." Immediately, Luo Xinlian raised the hand that was holding the pebbles. It slammed down again and again. 17. Appearance. Luo Xinlian, the third daughter of the Luo family. I don't know how much time passed. Luo Xinlian's body was covered in blood. Looking at the bald corpse on the ground, its face completely disfigured, Luo Xinlian's face remained completely expressionless. He simply held the stone in his hand, which had already been smashed and cracked. "Just toss it aside. Who dares to hurt my family and friends? I will repay you 10-fold, 100-fold. No one could have predicted it. It's astonishing that a teenager could be so ruthless. Even he himself couldn't have imagined it. I thought that killing someone for the first time would make me feel uncomfortable." However, Luo Xinlian felt nothing about this. Given his past personality, he would never have done such a thing. At most, they would just make a phone call to notify the police station. But now, they've all been killed. In particular, the bald leader was personally beaten to death by Luo Xinlian with stones. Regarding changes in one's personality, Luo Xinlian was not averse to it. It even feels amazing. Just then, Luo Xinlian suddenly remembered that there was still someone in Xuninglong's hands. So Luo Xinlian turned around and walked over there. He watched as Luo Xinlian drew closer and closer. The last remaining bald henchman has completely broken down mentally. He personally witnessed the entire process of Luo Xinlian brutally murdering the bald man. At this moment, they didn't even dare to think about running away. His lower body was already covered in filth. Xuninglong, who had been holding on to his underling, already had a look of disgust on his face. If Luo Xinlian hadn't told him to keep an eye on this person, Xuninglong would probably have slapped him to death long ago. "Big boss! Please let me go!" At this moment, Luo Xinlian had already arrived in front of this underling. Looking at the bald underling in front of him who kept begging for mercy, Luo Xinlian remained expressionless. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Hearing Luo Xinlian asked him a question. The bald young man's mental defenses had long since collapsed. They dared not hide it any longer. So he blurted out everything he knew. It turns out that all of this was orchestrated by a man named Wang Xian. As for Wang Xian, Luo Xinlian also knows him. He is a lobby butler for the Luo family. She usually follows Luo Xinlian around, flattering and fawning over him. They treated him, the real young master, with cold indifference. Even some of the living expenses allocated by the Luo family to Luo Xinlian were intercepted by Wang Xian. He then used it to curry favor with Luo Xinlian. It can be said that the reason why Luo Xinlian couldn't even get enough to eat in the Luo family was because of this. Wang Xian is the culprit. Luo Xinlian didn't know if his nominal parents knew about this. Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't care. After all, in their hearts, there was only their precious adopted son, a genius. They wouldn't care whether their own son lived or died. Now that we know it was Wang Xian who instigated the bald man and his gang, is there any need to guess who the real mastermind is? Luo Xinlian, you deserve to die. It's not enough that you took everything that originally belonged to me. They actually wanted to destroy the only place in this world where I've ever felt warmth. At this moment, Luo Xinlian's killing intent surged once again. Don't give me a chance, or I'll make sure you suffer a terrible death. Immediately afterwards, the bald-headed henchman revealed another piece of information. That was Qian Xiaodao, who also came from an orphanage, and he didn't owe the bald guy any money at all. Instead, he accepted money from Wang Xian and cooperated with the bald man in this charade. The purpose was to exploit Chen Wanru's care for these orphans and trick him into signing the debt transfer contract. In this way, no matter how much trouble they cause, they will at least have a legitimate reason to act. Even if the police come, they have a reason. After learning all this, Luo Xinlian added it to her kill list. Qian Xiaodao's name was naturally added as well. However, Luo Xinlian quickly calmed down. He felt that something was amiss with this whole affair. But I can't quite put my finger on it right now. I simply stopped thinking about it. So they turned their attention to the bald young man. That one glance sent chills down the spine of the bald young man. They were terrified that they might die at any moment. So he quickly continued to beg for mercy. Boss! I didn't hurt anyone at the orphanage. They were the ones who did it. I was just there to make up the numbers. Please let me go. Luo Xinlian waved her hand gently. Xun Yinglong immediately understood. They quickly released his dragon claws. The bald-headed young man, now free, knew he had been given a second chance at life. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to Luo Xinlian. After he finished kowtowing, he immediately heard Luo Xinlian's cold voice. With such a commotion here, the security team should be arriving soon. Just tell me the truth about all the bald guy's dirty deeds and the mastermind behind the persecution of the orphanage, understand? Upon hearing this, the bald-headed henchman nodded frantically, like a chicken pecking at rice. Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian also revealed a smile. But the words that came out sent a chill down the bald henchman's spine. The bald henchman nodded frantically, afraid that if he nodded too slowly, he would anger the menacing figure before him. At that moment, the distinctive siren of the police station could be heard in the distance. The security team finally arrived. Chen Wanru's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed a little. If it weren't for my broken legs, and Zhao Diju's constant persuasion. She really wanted to rush in and see what was going on inside. I wonder how Xinlian is doing. Are you hurt? Compared to Chen Wanru's worries, Zhao Diju looked relaxed. He had already witnessed Luo Xinlian's current strength. Dealing with these guys is a piece of cake. Looking at Chen Wanru, who was still lying on the back of the pangolin, with a worried expression, Zhao Diju still tried to persuade him. Director, the police station is almost here. Should I call another ambulance for you? Xinlian will definitely be fine. What you need most right now is treatment. Because the hospital is closer to the orphanage than the police station. So the ambulance had arrived earlier, but Chen Wanru was worried about Luo Xinlian's safety. They were unwilling to leave for treatment. Therefore, Zhao Diju had no choice but to arrange for the injured children to receive treatment first. The rest of the children were accompanied and cared for. He stayed here with Chen Wanru. However, the paramedics in the ambulance still gave Chen Wanru some basic treatment. However, he repeatedly urged Chen Wanru to seek medical attention as soon as possible. Seeing that Chen Wanru did not listen to what he said, he still looked worriedly at the ruins of the orphanage. Zhao Diju stopped talking and immediately took out his phone to dial the hospital's emergency number. After doing all this, 2 or 3 police cars also stopped in front of Chen Wanru and Zhao Diju. The first person to get off the bus was a capable female security officer in a police station uniform. Several security guards then followed. The female security officer in charge approached the two and asked them a question as if it were a routine matter. "Did you file the police report?" Chen Wanru nodded. Then he quickly said, "Hurry and go in to save them. A child is trapped inside by those bad guys." Upon hearing this, the female security guard immediately gave a wink to the security guard next to her. The others immediately understood. They immediately rushed towards the dilapidated orphanage. Then the female security guard took out a notebook and a pen and continued speaking. "I am Luo Xinlian, the captain of the inspection team of the Public Security Bureau in City A. She is also the third daughter of the Luo family in City A. Please briefly describe what happened." 18. Arrested. Luo Xinlian surrenders without resistance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu, who was standing to the side, immediately sensed something was wrong. The security guard in front of me turned out to be the third daughter of the Luo family. In other words, he is Luo Xinlian's older sister. Zhao Dizhu had also heard of Luo Xinlian's name. That's a ruthless detective who solves cases with lightning speed. The person with the highest crime-solving rate in the entire City A. Although he did not doubt Luo Xinlian's abilities. But Zhao Dizhu already knew about Luo Xinlian's current relationship with the Luo family. Now that Luo Xinlian has suddenly appeared, I wonder if she'll take this opportunity to make things difficult for Luo Xinlian. But Chen Wanru was unaware of all this. So he explained the whole story. Zhao Dizhu wanted to stop this upright dean. But for a moment, I didn't know how to start the conversation. After Chen Wanru finished explaining the general situation, Luo Xinlian also stopped what she was doing. "All right, I understand the general outline of what happened. Now, let's go check out the situation inside." Just then, a scream came from the dilapidated orphanage. Then one by one, the security guards ran out from inside. Then, with a loud whoosh, he began to vomit onto the ground. Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian frowned. He opened his mouth and asked, "What happened inside? What made you all vomit like this?" A security guard overheard Luo Xinlian's question. "I quickly suppressed the nausea in my heart," he said, his voice trembling. "So many people are dead inside. Ugh." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. It's not that he's overflowing with a sense of justice, in this world where strength reigns supreme. People die every day. So what if 2 people died? What bothered him was that his subordinate's reaction made him feel somewhat ashamed. Although these were all security guards who had only recently joined the police station. But isn't this character just too bad? Upon hearing that someone had died, Chen Wanru's first thought was that Luo Xinlian had been murdered. After all, how could a teenager possibly survive the clutches of those vicious thugs? Immediately, Chen Wanru felt that she was a burden to Luo Xinlian. Overwhelmed by intense self-blame and grief, he fainted. Upon seeing this, Zhao Dizhu panicked. "What happened to Dean Chen?" Just then, a boy's voice reached everyone's ears, and 2 figures walked out of the orphanage. It was Luo Xinlian and his bald-headed henchman. The moment Luo Xinlian saw Luo Xinlian, she instinctively spoke up. "What are you doing here, you piece of trash?" But the next second, he noticed Luo Xinlian's clothes, which were stained with blood. He immediately questioned in a cold voice. "Did you kill all the people inside?" Rather than questioning, Luo Xinlian had basically confirmed that Luo Xinlian had killed those people. After all, Luo Xinlian was covered in blood at this moment, but she remained quite calm. The person who followed them out was trembling constantly. Although it feels somewhat unreal, the facts are undeniable. Luo Xinlian is the murderer who killed those people inside. While questioning, Luo Xinlian's heart was also in turmoil. It turns out that the young man Dean Chen was talking about was Luo Xinlian. He originally thought the boy Chen Wanru mentioned was doomed to die. Unexpectedly, he survived the attack by more than a dozen beast tamers. They even managed to turn the tables and win. Apart from this possibility, there is no reason why Luo Xinlian could have come out alive. Is this still the same good-for-nothing who loafed around in the Luo family? Luo Xinlian glanced at Luo Xinlian. He was immediately taken aback, even though he knew that Luo Xinlian worked at the police station. But to my surprise, it was her who came this time. However, the moment of being stunned only lasted for a short while. He immediately looked away and walked straight toward the unconscious Chen Wanru. Seeing that Luo Xinlian was ignoring him, Luo Xinlian was immediately enraged. "Stop right there! Didn't you hear me asking you a question?" Seeing that Luo Xinlian still ignored him, somewhat exasperated, Luo Xinlian immediately shouted at her subordinates who were still vomiting. "Didn't you see the suspect attempting to flee the scene? Stop them right now!" After hearing Luo Xinlian's voice, these security guards also hurriedly suppressed their nausea and discomfort. They reluctantly surrounded them. Looking at his subordinates, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but mutter to herself. What were these guys thinking? They didn't even notice there were 2 other people in the killer's house. But you can't really blame these security guards. After all, Luo Xinlian was too ruthless. The scenes inside were quite bloody and the visual impact was too great. Most people really couldn't stand it. These security guards, after just one glance, couldn't bear the disgust in their hearts and ran out. Naturally, they didn't notice the 2 people standing in the corner. As for why that bald henchman was able to withstand it, that's because he witnessed Luo Xinlian's entire attack and was already numb with fear. So afterwards, when I saw such a scene again, I didn't feel much. Zhao Dezhu saw Luo Xinlian covered in blood. He secretly thought to himself, "This is bad." He never imagined that Luo Xinlian would actually kill him. He glanced at Chen Wanru on the back of the pangolin from the unloading ridge sect and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Luo Xinlian also saw Zhao Dezhu's expression at this moment, as well as Chen Wanru's situation. He himself knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. He immediately spoke to Zhao Dezhu. "Fatty, take the hospital director to get treatment first. Once you've taken care of it, remember to get someone to bail me out." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezhu immediately understood Luo Xinlian's meaning. He nodded immediately. Zhao Dezhu left with Chen Wanru. Luo Xinlian also extended her hands quite calmly. The meaning is already quite clear. Luo Xinlian is ready to surrender. It's not that Luo Xinlian can't beat these security guards. It's simply because the security guards represent the country. If Luo Xinlian dares to directly confront the security guards, then Luo Xinlian will have no place to stand in the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't want to become a fugitive at such a young age. Moreover, these security guards were just doing their job and had no grudge against Luo Xinlian. Therefore, Luo Xinlian gave up the idea of taking action. Soon, the group of security guards saw that Luo Xinlian did not resist. They immediately handcuffed Luo Xinlian. Seeing the scene before her, Luo Xinlian's lips curled into a smile. Although I don't know how this good-for-nothing got involved in this murder case. But now that he's in my hands, I'm going to teach him a lesson. How dare you bully my little brother Xinyuan? Today I'll show you what I, Luo Xinlian, can do. Of course, the bald henchman next to him was also handcuffed and taken away in the police car. Since they were the only 2 people still alive, they naturally had to be taken back to the police station. However, before leaving, Luo Xinlian couldn't hide her curiosity. We entered the dilapidated orphanage. He wanted to see just how much of a death could terrify these grown men. Just moments later, Luo Xinlian ran out of the orphanage in a somewhat disheveled state. I suppressed my discomfort. He didn't want to lose face in front of his subordinates. "Leave half the people to seal off the scene. The rest of you, retreat." Under Luo Xinlian's orders, the orphanage was quickly sealed off. Luo Xinlian was also taken back to the police station in City A. Inside the interrogation room, a powerful spotlight shone directly onto Luo Xinlian's face. Opposite them sat Luo Xinlian, whose face was grim. He still hasn't forgotten the bloody scene inside the orphanage. Just thinking about it makes me feel nauseous. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also revealed the mocking smile. "What's wrong? Commander Luo, it's been so long, are you pregnant?" Bang! Luo Xinlian slammed her hand on the table. He shouted sternly. "Luo Xinlian, don't try to talk your way out of this. You are now a serious murderer. You've murdered over a dozen lives. Do you even respect the laws of our nation? Paying back debts is a matter of course. They were just coming to collect debts, and you used such cruel methods to kill them all. I think you're beyond saving." Looking at Luo Xinlian, who stood before him with an air of righteous indignation, Luo Xinlian felt a wave of nausea. Others may not know, but doesn't he? Luo Xinlian has an extremely high crime-solving rate. It was all thanks to the Luo family that he spent money and found someone to take the blame, which is how he got promoted. If someone were truly overflowing with a sense of justice, why would they accept such an arrangement? He looked at the face in front of him that disgusted him. Luo Xinlian was too lazy to waste words. He immediately said in a cold tone, "Cruel? They deserve to die. 19, innocent. He is a hero." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian looked at the young man in front of her with some disbelief. He simply couldn't understand how Luo Xinlian could say such a thing with such confidence. You have to understand, that's more than a dozen lives at stake. He was so cruelly tortured and killed by Luo Xinlian. It seems my mother was absolutely right. This younger brother picked up a lot of bad habits from a young age. It seems reasonable that he grew up to become such a vicious murderer. But no matter what, Luo Xinlian still has the blood of the Luo family flowing in her veins. Even if Luo Xinlian is sentenced to death, But before that, he still wanted to teach this shameful good-for-nothing a lesson on behalf of his parents. He immediately ordered his men to take Luo Xinlian to the interrogation room and tied it to an iron pillar. Luo Xinlian took out a leather whip and glared fiercely at Luo Xinlian. "Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my parents, you cruel madman who treats human life like dirt." Seeing the scene before her, Luo Xinlian recalled the 3 years she spent in the Luo family, which felt like hell. You get beaten for eating, you get beaten for things going missing from the house, and you get beaten even when they're in a bad mood. They even went so far as to call it teaching themselves rules and helping them remember. But in fact, no one had ever taught Luo Xinlian anything. I just feel that Luo Xinlian doesn't know the rules and has picked up bad habits from the bottom of society. As an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, how could he know what etiquette was appropriate for different occasions? All he knew was that he was lucky to be alive. Haven't these people lost themselves? Why do they have such high expectations of themselves? He watched as Luo Xinlian walked towards him, holding a leather whip. Luo Xinlian showed no fear whatsoever. During his 3 years in the Luo family, he had long been accustomed to Luo Xinlian's lectures. It could be said that half of the scars on his body were inflicted by Luo Xinlian. Luo Xinlian remained expressionless as she looked at Luo Xinlian. He said in a cold voice, "I did kill someone, but have you investigated the matter thoroughly?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian felt even more strongly that Luo Xinlian was beyond redemption. Even now, they still show no remorse. He then said coldly, "Isn't it obvious yet? You picked up a lot of bad habits from a young age. I thought you were just a petty thief, but I never imagined you'd dare to kill someone. The methods were so cruel, no matter what crime you'll be convicted of later. But before that, I must teach you a lesson, you heartless beast." After saying that, Luo Xinlian did not hesitate any longer and began to whip Luo Xinlian. Wherever the whip passed, the clothes were instantly torn, revealing a bloody welt. But Luo Xinlian didn't utter a single cry. His tone grew increasingly cold. "You always think you're right, so you wantonly trample on and abuse others. That was true when we were with the Luo family, and it's true now. My ties with the Luo family are severed. You'd better remember this beating." After saying that, Luo Xinlian stopped talking. Of course, Luo Xinlian didn't pay any attention to Luo Xinlian's words. He just kept waving the leather whip in his hand. The shadow dragon, who had been lurking in the shadows, couldn't resist the urge to crush Luo Xinlian several times. But Luo Xinlian stopped them all with her eyes. Luo Xinlian knew that if she killed Luo Xinlian here, everything would be over. After all, assassinating the security captain inside the security station is tantamount to making an enemy of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, Zhao Dezhu had already helped him find reinforcements. "I believe it won't be long before I'll be able to get out." After an unknown amount of time, a rather handsome man opened the door to the interrogation room. Upon seeing the scene before him, he immediately shouted, "Luo Xinlian! What are you doing?" Seeing the man walk in, Luo Xinlian was also a little puzzled. He asked, puzzled, "Senior brother Bailu, why are you back? Didn't you go to G City to investigate the Black Society?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately replied in an annoyed tone, "If I don't come back soon, I'm afraid another wrongful conviction will occur." At this moment, Luo Xinlian was filled with questions. He was somewhat confused about what his senior brother Bailu meant by wrongful convictions. Just then, Zhao Dezhu's obese figure emerged from behind the man known as Brother Bailu. He went straight up to Luo Xinlian. Looking at Luo Xinlian, who was covered in injuries, in front of him, Zhao Dezhu was also filled with anger. He pointed at Luo Xinlian's nose and started cursing. "Is this how your police station operates? They abuse their power and beat him up like this." He then ignored Luo Xinlian's reaction. They immediately began to untie Luo Xinlian. "Brother! It's all right. I'll untie you right away." Luo Xinlian saw that it was Zhao Dezhu who had arrived. I relaxed instantly, precisely because of this mental relaxation. This caused Luo Xinlian to faint immediately. He was shocked to hear someone dare to speak to him like that. Luo Xinlian was also somewhat angry. "Stop! How dare you openly attempt to break a prisoner?" He immediately raised his hand, ready to whip Zhao Dezhu. But her wrist was grabbed by her senior brother Bailu. "Luo Xinlian, what do you want to do? You dare to hurt someone right in front of me?" Luo Xinlian looked at Bailu with some confusion. "Senior brother, didn't you see he was kidnapping someone? Are we just going to let him run rampant at the police station?" Bailu was speechless as he looked at Luo Xinlian in front of him. He immediately said, "The matter has been investigated and clarified. Luo Xinlian committed murder in self-defense. Innocent. Release her immediately." Upon hearing Bailu's words, Luo Xinlian could hardly believe her ears. What? Innocent? He has more than a dozen lives on his hands. Just leave it like that. It didn't make sense. Bei Lu immediately took out a folder and handed it to Luo Xinlian. This is the result of a rigorous investigation. There's no way it could be wrong. Take a good look at it yourself. The identity of the other person has been confirmed. He is a member of a criminal gang in City A. Their leader was nicknamed Baldy. In City A, they were utterly ruthless, committing forced demolitions, assaulting people, trafficking in people and animals, running casinos, and lending money at exorbitant interest rates. There are countless crimes like this. This time, it was also because someone instructed them to trick the orphanage director into incurring huge debts, which led to what happened next. When Luo Xinlian arrived at the orphanage, the bald man was about to torture and kill a little girl. Luo Xinlian not only saved the little girl's life at the last second, he also successfully covered the escape of the other children from the orphanage, but he himself fell into the encirclement of the bald man and his gang. In such a critical situation, Luo Xinlian's killing of them was truly in self-defense. As each page of documents and evidence was reviewed, Luo Xinlian's expression grew increasingly grim. This is impossible. Seeing this, Bei Lu also said in an annoyed tone. How could that be? I'd like to ask you, what kind of captain are you? There was clearly one survivor. Since you brought him back, why didn't you investigate the matter thoroughly? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian hesitated and said something. I thought that person was also a victim. She was coerced by Luo Xinlian to exonerate him. Bei Lu rolled his eyes at Luo Xinlian and then said, Wow, that's amazing. Should I praise your rich imagination? Let me tell you, Luo Xinlian is not a criminal. On the contrary, he is a hero who rescued a group of orphans from the orphanage. Perhaps due to some kind of shock, Luo Xinlian suddenly spoke in a somewhat manic manner. I don't believe it. He's just a lowly scoundrel full of bad habits. How could he possibly be a selfless hero? Bei Lu was so angry at Luo Xinlian that he laughed. Come on, take another look at this report. Luo Xinlian subconsciously took the newspaper that Bei Lu handed her. It was a news story from a while ago. 20. Become an apprentice. Successor of Qiongqi. Looking at the eye-catching headlines and photos next to them, Luo Xinlian could hardly believe her eyes. What? A dragon-taming genius that appears only once every 300 years. Luo Xinlian? How is that possible? He had been wondering how Luo Xinlian had managed to kill so many people. Now everything is clear. But a sense of unreality arose in his heart. Dragon-riding genius? Is this Luo family's good-for-nothing? Before Luo Xinlian could even sort out her thoughts, Bei Lu, who was standing next to him, continued speaking. Take another look at the bottom one. Luo Xinlian also subconsciously looked down at the newspaper. Suddenly, I felt a sense of awe and wonder. A boy resisting the beast tide? What does that have to do with us? Bei Lu didn't say much, but instead gave Luo Xinlian a meaningful look. Luo Xinlian reacted instantly. You mean, the boy who resisted the beast tide and protected City A is Luo Xinlian? Before Bei Lu could even speak, Zhao Dizhu, who had just finished untying Luo Xinlian, immediately added, And me, fatty! Luo Xinlian was initially somewhat skeptical, until she saw Bei Lu's affirmative expression. Only then did I fully believe it. At this moment, Luo Xinlian's worldview began to crumble. Isn't Luo Xinlian a good-for-nothing whom the Luo family looks down on? How did he suddenly transform into a once-in-300 years genius in dragon taming? He even became a hero in resisting the beast tide. A person who is willing to sacrifice themselves to resist the beast tide and protect the safety of City A. Is his character and conduct really that bad? Why did he commit those petty thefts during his 3 years with the Luo family? Could it be that, all along, I and my whole family have wronged Luo Xinlian? Luo Xinlian dared not think about it too much, fearing that his guesses might be correct. Just as Luo Xinlian's thoughts were in a state of extreme contradiction, Bei Lu continued. It seems that there are many things about your Luo family that you don't know, not just about Luo Xinlian. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian immediately looked at Bei Lu. It seems they are asking what Bei Lu means. Bei Lu didn't waste any words. He then flipped through a few more pages of the documents he had previously given to Luo Xinlian. The next moment, Luo Xinlian's pupils contracted. Wang Axian, the butler of the Luo family, is suspected to be the mastermind behind the orphanage persecution case. At this moment, it was as if all the strength in Luo Xinlian's body had been drained away. He collapsed to the ground. He stared at the verified information with disbelief. Butler Wang is such a good person. How could someone do such a thing? He had absolutely no reason to do such a thing. Things were almost settled. Bei Lu pulled Luo Xinlian up from where she was sitting on the ground. He said calmly, "Since this concerns your Luo family, I'll give you a chance to investigate it yourself." Luo Xinlian gradually calmed down and nodded faintly. Zhao Dizhu carried the unconscious Luo Xinlian and walked towards the outside of the interrogation room. Luo Xinlian was also lost in her own thoughts. It seems he never knew his long-lost younger brother. At the same time, some doubts arose about everything that had happened in the Luo family. While investigating Butler Wang, he also wanted to take the opportunity to investigate what Luo Xinlian's 3 years in the Luo family had been like. Zhao Dizhu, who had just left the interrogation room, originally intended to take Luo Xinlian directly to the hospital. But to my surprise, I hadn't even taken a few steps. Luo Xinlian actually woke up. This left Zhao Dizhu utterly shocked. "Hey bro! Are you some kind of monster? He was so badly injured, and he's already awake?" Luo Xinlian rolled her eyes at Zhao Dizhu. "Alright, stop putting on that act and take me to see that person." Zhao Dizhu examined Luo Xinlian for a while. Seeing that Luo Xinlian was really alright, they took him to a tea house not far from the police station. There, a one-eyed old man was sitting alone in a private room, sipping tea. Upon seeing the old man, Luo Xinlian said nothing. He immediately walked straight to the old man and knelt down. "Disciple Luo Xinlian sincerely wishes to become a disciple today. I hope Master will accept me as your disciple." This sudden turn of events also startled the one-eyed old man. However, he immediately revealed a warm smile. "Haha! You're such a genuine kid. Do you know what my purpose is, old man? It also saved me a lot of breath." Luo Xinlian smiled as well. "Thanks to Master's help, this matter was able to be investigated so quickly. If we follow the normal procedures, it will probably take at least several months, or even half a year, to thoroughly investigate this matter." Luo Xinlian was also glad that she had made 2 preparations. The reason I spared that bald guy's life was to preserve a witness. To prove their act of self-defense. As he expected, the bald henchman was already terrified. He also truthfully confessed everything. But that idiot Luo Xinlian still thought that the bald little brother was coerced by Luo Xinlian. Therefore, they did not believe his testimony. Fortunately, he had asked Zhao Dizhu to find the one-eyed old man to bail him out. Otherwise, you don't know how long you'll have to suffer. However, this incident also made Luo Xinlian realize the old man's power. An old man with such immense power has no reason to harm himself. In addition, I do owe someone a favor this time. So he followed the old man's wishes and became his disciple. The one-eyed old man also liked Luo Xinlian's straightforward personality. He immediately burst into laughter. "Good! Not bad! Knowing when to advance and when to retreat, understanding what to choose and what to discard. I'll accept you today." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian kowtowed 3 times in a very sensible manner. After Luo Xinlian finished kowtowing, Zhao Dizhu also handed the tea that he had prepared to Luo Xinlian. Luo Xinlian respectfully handed the tea to the one-eyed old man again. "Master, please have some tea." The one-eyed old man accepted the tea with a smile and took a sip. Then he helped Luo Xinlian up. "Get up, my good disciple. Now that you've grasped the basics, it's time you learned about your mentor. We are a branch of the Four Fiends Academy, the Qiongqi lineage. From this moment on, you are the successor of Qiongqi. And your master, I am Nan Yunxiao, the current leader of the Qiongqi lineage." Luo Xinlian silently wrote down this information. Nan Yunxiao continued. "I took you as my disciple because I saw your potential. I want you to revitalize my Four Fiends Academy." Luo Xinlian nodded decisively. "Now that I have joined the academy, it is naturally my duty to revitalize the Four Fiends Academy." Nan Yunxiao was very satisfied with Luo Xinlian's answer. "Very good, but you are still too weak and need to learn more. I'll arrange for you to study at the Beast Taming Academy first. I'll personally teach you when you've grown to a certain stage." Luo Xinlian had no objection to this. After all, he had never formally studied beast taming. Taking too big a step might be too much for them to handle. It seems that his master must have investigated his situation beforehand, which is why he made this decision. Nan Yuxiao saw that Luo Xinlian did not show the slightest dissatisfaction. He grew increasingly fond of this apprentice. "All right, it's settled then." As he spoke, he took out a booklet and a bank card and handed them to Luo Xinlian. "This is a gift for you to formally become my apprentice. 10 million and the beast taming recipe. I see that your dragon human beast tamer, though powerful, is clearly malnourished. I can only use up 70% of my full strength. Prepare some food for him according to the recipes in the beast taming recipe book, and make sure he has a good nourishing meal." Luo Xinlian didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the money and recipe directly. But what exactly does malnutrition mean? Luo Xinlian didn't think about it in detail, and simply thanked Nan Yunxiao. Thank you, master. Nan Yunxiao nodded slightly, and then continued. I hope you can participate in the beast taming competition 3 months from now. If you win the championship, you might get something good. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian also fell into deep thought. The beast taming competition champion? Interesting. Seeing that Luo Xinlian seemed to have become interested in the beast taming competition, Nan Yunxiao also revealed a slight smile. Alright, then I'll be going now. Remember, before you have fully risen to power, never let anyone know that you are a descendant of Chungqi. If you encounter any trouble, you can take the token I gave you earlier to the Beast Taming Association to ask for help. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian also spoke solemnly. Your disciple will remember this. 21. Reunion. Bei Liuhu. After Nan Yunxiao left, Luo Xinlian then realized that Zhao Dizhu had long ago become the apprentice of that bearded man. And that bearded man is Zhang Dazui, the controller of the Taotai lineage of the Four Fiends Academy. No wonder, Nan Yunxiao said before that he couldn't let others know his identity. As a result, he spoke recklessly in front of the fat man. So it turns out we're all from the same school. The two walked and talked, originally planning to visit Dinshin first. Surprisingly, they ran into someone at the entrance of the tea house. He's the man Luo Xinlian called senior brother Beilu at the police station. Upon seeing the two arrive, Beilu greeted them warmly. It seemed as if they were waiting there specifically for the two of them. Luo Xinlian asked, somewhat confused. Do we know each other? Upon hearing this, Beilu's face immediately darkened. Don't even mention how hard I tried to help you when you were at the police station. Take your childhood for example, I used to buy you big watermelons just for that. You're saying you can't remember something just because you don't? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian was also stunned. Wait a minute. What's going on? How did this guy know I love watermelon? Luo Xinlian's mind also began to work at a rapid pace. Soon, the image of an older brother appeared in Luo Xinlian's mind. This older brother had received help from Dinshin in the past. So after Director Chen opened the orphanage, he would often bring some supplies to give to the children there. Because he himself was an orphan, they could be said to share a similar plight. In addition, he also wanted to help Director Chen alleviate the pressure of supporting the orphanage. Since Chen Wanru wouldn't accept money, he had no choice but to help her in this way. It was at this moment that I saw the image of the older brother who used to play with me when I was a child. Gradually, she overlapped with the man in front of her. A hint of joy gradually appeared in Luo Xinlian's eyes. He asked tentatively. You are? Brother who? Because Luo Xinlian was too young at the time. I only remember that the other person was called Brother Hu, but I've long forgotten his full name. Bei Liuhu smiled slightly when he saw that Luo Xinlian recognized him. If it weren't for your brother who else would help you like this? Luo Xinlian was overjoyed to receive an affirmative answer. Brother Hu! It's so good to see you again! Luo Xinlian glanced at Zhao Dizhu beside her. Looking at the other party's nonchalant expression, it was obvious that they already knew Bei Liuhu's identity. No wonder this guy went to the police station with Bei Liuhu to rescue himself. Bei Liuhu also laughed happily. Yes. I was on a mission out there, but when I heard about the orphanage's troubles, I rushed back immediately. Unexpectedly, it was still too late. Xinlian, thank goodness for you. Luo Xinlian scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly. These are things I should do. Now that you're back, let's go to the hospital together to visit Dinshin. Bei Liuhu nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. So the three of them hailed another beast-taming deity, and headed straight to the hospital. At this moment, Luo Xinlian returned to the Luo family in a daze. As soon as I stepped into the hall, I heard Luo Yiming complaining to Zhou Yajing. Luo Xinyuan, standing to the side, looked somewhat disappointed. Mom! You must teach Luo Xinlian a lesson! He not only wants to take away his younger brother Xinyuan's position as heir, but he also wants to force his daughter to eat that filthy food. My daughter simply can't swallow this. Just then, Luo Xinlian walked in. Fifth sister, what's wrong? What made you so angry? I saw Luo Xinlian arrive. Luo Xinyuan also quickly greeted him. Luo Yiming then buried her face in Luo Xinlian's arms. Third sister, you're finally back. You have no idea how despicable Luo Xinlian is. He then told Luo Xinlian everything that had happened in the Viridian Forest. Luo Xinlian listened to Luo Yiming's account. He wasn't too surprised. After all, he had already read the news reports about Luo Xinlian at the police station. Luo Xinlian was in a very conflicted state of mind at that moment. They did not comment on this. He didn't know what kind of person the real Luo Xinlian was. A person who would sacrifice himself to save others. Could he really be the hopeless good-for-nothing his family described? he planned to check on Luo Xinlian's room later. The best way to understand a person's character is to start with their life. Therefore, Luo Xinlian's room became Luo Lingling's first choice for investigation. Third sister! Third sister! Are you listening to me? Soon, Luo Yiming's voice pulled Luo Lingling back from her thoughts. Oh, I'm listening. I was thinking about the case at the office, so I was a little distracted. Upon hearing this, Luo Yiming didn't take it too seriously. Then he turned to Zhou Yajing and said, Mom! I don't mind suffering a little, but what about my younger brother Xinlian? Hearing Luo Yiming say that, Luo Xinlian also looked dejected. Fifth sister, I'm alright. Brother Xinlian is Mom and Dad's biological son, so the position of heir should rightfully belong to him. Little did anyone know that these words seemed to ignite a fuse in Luo Yiming's mind. No! Absolutely not! I absolutely refuse to acknowledge Luo Xinlian as the heir of the Luo family. Brother Xinlian, you must be the heir of the Luo family. Only when you become the head of the family will we sisters have a good life. Seeing that his third sister did not speak up for him as usual, Luo Yiming nudged Luo Lingling with her elbow. Say something, third sister. In the past, Luo Lingling might have spoken up without hesitation. But when he learned about the selfless things Luo Xinlian had done, for a moment I didn't know what to say. After holding back for a long time, he finally spoke. You all handle things at home. I'm too tired today, I'm going to my room to rest. After saying that, he turned and walked towards his room. Looking at Luo Lingling, who seemed somewhat strange, Luo Yiming said with some doubt, What's wrong with third sister? All right. Zhou Yajing finally spoke up. What's the panic? Don't forget, your father said in public that as long as Xian Yuan gets into the top 3 in the beast taming competition 3 months from now, hold a press conference and acknowledge his position as heir. So what if Luo Xinlian has formed a contract with the dragon? The resources required to cultivate a dragon human are enormous. Is his income from Viridian Forest enough? As long as we dedicate all our resources to Xinlian during this period, let him win first place in the competition, and that will prove he's stronger than Luo Xinlian. At that time, whether your father likes it or not, he will have to acknowledge Xinlian's position as heir. Hearing Zhou Yajing's words, Luo Yiming nodded in agreement. As for Luo Xinlian, his acting was phenomenal. A tear of emotion rolled down his cheek. Although I really don't want to compete with brother Xinlian, I will never let down my mother and all my sister's expectations. Seeing this, the mother and daughter grew even more fond of Luo Xinlian. Who wouldn't like such a sensible, talented, and well-behaved child? But little did they know. At this moment, Luo Xinlian sneered inwardly. Luo Xinlian, so what if you were lucky enough to form a contract with the dragon? Your biological mother and sister are both on my side. Now the Luo family's resources are all being poured into me. How can you fight me? 22. Confusion. Luo Lingling's investigation. At night, Luo Lingling originally wanted to go directly to Luo Xinlian's room to take a look. What embarrassed him was that he didn't even know which room Luo Xinlian's was. Because he spends most of his time handling cases at the police station, he rarely returns to the Luo family home. In addition, he didn't like his younger brother, who had a strong rural vibe, so he naturally didn't pay much attention to him. Left with no other option, he considered asking the family's servants. But before they had taken more than a few steps, they suddenly saw the housekeeper, Wang Xian, walk past the corner of the corridor. He hadn't forgotten his promise to Bei Liuhu to thoroughly investigate the forced demolition and assault case at the orphanage. Although all the investigative signs pointed to Butler Wang as the mastermind behind the bald man's actions. In his memory, Steward Wang was usually very strict when managing the servants. But they were quite good to the sisters and Luo Xinlian. He is very serious and responsible in his work. Is it really necessary for such a person to make things difficult for an orphanage? Regardless, he still needed to investigate the matter thoroughly. If there was any misunderstanding, this would clear Steward Wang's name. To avoid being accused of favoritism and protecting the Luo family's servants. Thinking of this, Luo Lingling followed along, as if possessed. He only stopped when Wang Xian entered a room. Huh! Why is Wang Xian in Mom's room? Could it be that they're planning to steal money while the room is empty? It's no wonder Luo Lingling had such thoughts. After all, they are one of the 3 major beast-taming families in City A. The family's wealth is countless. There are always some servants who are greedy for money. Luo Lingling was somewhat surprised that Wang Xian would do this. After all, the Luo family treated him quite well. Just as Luo Lingling was about to rush in and question Wang Xian, Zhou Yajing's voice suddenly rang out. Butler Wang, is there any news from over there? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's sixth sense as a security guard made him realize a possibility he had never considered before. He immediately stopped his attempt to break in. Instead, he pressed his ear against the crack in the door and listened intently. "Madam, they failed. Almost all the men we sent are dead." Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a porcelain cup shattering came from the room. "Useless! All of you are useless! They can't even handle a mere orphanage! What am I supposed to do with you guys?" When Luo Xinlian heard the words orphanage, my heart skipped a beat. The orphanage incident is indeed related to the Luo family. The mastermind was Mom, although the two only exchanged a few words. However, this does not reveal the truth of the matter. But why would his mother send people to target a powerless orphanage? Tell me in detail. How could something so simple fail? Wang Xian suddenly seemed a little hesitant. Clearly, he didn't fully know what was actually happening at the orphanage. According to the information this old servant has received, the bald man originally planned to torture and kill the orphans he had adopted in front of Qinwanru. But young Master Xinlian, who somehow got wind of it, stopped him. In the end, whether beast tamers or humans, they were all brutally killed by young Master Xinlian, leaving only a bald henchman named Goxing. Clang! Another sound of a porcelain cup shattering. Then came Zhou Yajing's furious voice. Hateful! I never imagined that this little bastard would ruin my plans. Qinwanru! You bitch! Why are you always so lucky? Wang Xian saw that the mistress was angry. His triangular eyes immediately darted around. Madam, although Qinwanru is not in mortal danger, but his legs were broken when the stone wall collapsed. It looks like he won't be able to stand up for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yajing indeed stopped her rage. He immediately turned from anger to joy. Ha! Good! Very good! Wang Xian, you did a great job this time. You deserve a reward. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Yajing's expression changed. Her beautiful eyes were almost slits. He said to Wang Xian, Since this little bastard is going against me, I won't let him get away with it. Didn't he make a big splash with his contracted dragon man a while ago? You spread the news of his brutal murder of more than a dozen people at the orphanage to those unscrupulous media outlets. Don't describe it in detail. I want everyone to have a vague feeling that Luo Xinlian abused and killed those orphans in the orphanage. Luo Xinlian, who was eavesdropping at the door, was also shocked by the sheer volume of information. Although Luo Xinlian's rise to power was somewhat dishonorable, but he has been engaged in public security work for many years. He still keenly noticed some problems. The mother actually knew the director of the orphanage. Moreover, her mother seemed to harbor a great deal of resentment towards her, even resorting to such methods. And the mother desperately wanted Luo Xinlian to die. But why is that? Although Luo Xinlian has never been well liked in the Luo family, even Luo Xinlian herself used to dislike her younger brother who had a lot of bad habits. However, he never intended to kill Luo Xinlian, despite his previous desire to punish Luo Xinlian. That was because he felt that Luo Xinlian had broken the law and should be taught a lesson. Of course, there was also an element of helping Luo Xinlian vent her anger. Luo Xinlian couldn't understand how a mother could say something like cursing her own child to die. And he keeps calling me a little bastard. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinlian also let out a long sigh. It seems there's no need to investigate this case anymore. It was just something my mother instructed Luo Wang to do. But what good is knowing the truth? Should he be allowed to arrest his own mother? Thinking about this, Luo Xinlian still made her choice. But Luo Wang, it seems we have no choice but to sacrifice you to save mother. Just as Luo Xinlian was lost in thought, suddenly, a hand gently patted her on the back, startling Luo Yuling. When I turned around, I was surprised to see it was my own nanny. Third Miss, what are you doing here? Luo Xinlian, who was about to get angry, suddenly remembered something. Since her actions had already attracted the attention of the household servants. If I keep eavesdropping, my mother might notice. Let's investigate Luo Xinlian's matter first. Luo Xinlian asked the nanny. Do you know where Luo Xinlian's bedroom is? The nanny was quite surprised by this. Normally, no one in the Luo family cared about Luo Xinlian's daily life. Why did the third miss suddenly ask about this today? However, the nanny replied immediately. I know, but... Miss, are you planning to go and check on young Master Xinlian's room? Luo Xinlian didn't waste any words. Lead the way. So the nanny led Luo Xinlian downstairs. But soon, Luo Xinlian frowned. Aunt Lu, aren't our rooms all upstairs? Why did you lead me to the basement? Hearing Luo Xinlian's question, Aunt Lu immediately turned around. He gave a wry smile. Third Miss, isn't that what you said? I'm afraid that since young Master Xinlian returned from the orphanage, his life has become too comfortable, and he might easily go astray. Let him gain more experience, and we'll arrange a place for him to stay. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian immediately became somewhat displeased. But I didn't ask you to put him in the basement. Wouldn't it be fine to just arrange a regular room? Aunt Lu seemed somewhat helpless. But he still spoke up. But at the time, all the regular rooms were full. There's only one room left, in the basement. We even specifically asked for permission. But the second young lady said that living in the basement is fine. It will help him get rid of that unpleasant country smell. At this moment, Luo Xinlian's expression had turned somewhat unpleasant. Although she didn't like Luo Xinlian. But as the young master of the Luo family, he actually lived in the basement for 3 years. This just doesn't make sense. Didn't Mom and Dad ever take care of Luo Xinlian's daily life? Aunt Lu gave an awkward smile. The master and mistress never have time to meddle in these kinds of things. Young Master Xinlian initially considered changing rooms, but after seeing that no one paid any attention to him, he stopped mentioning it. Luo Xinlian suddenly had a strange feeling. He had always thought that Luo Xinlian returned to the Luo family because she coveted their wealthy lifestyle. But now it seems that his biological younger brother is not having a very good time in the Luo family. Luo Xinlian immediately put her thoughts aside. We continued following Aunt Lu towards the basement. 23 Diary? The Tragic Life of the Luo Family. As the two delved deeper into the relationship, Luo Xinlian's brows furrowed more and more tightly. The stairwell leading to the basement was fairly tidy, and the floor was not dirty. But it was filled with a faint damp smell. Several corners of the walls were even moldy and blackened due to excessive dampness. Luo Xinlian rarely returns to the Luo family home. She spends most of her time at the police station handling cases, let alone going to this dark and damp basement. Luo Xinlian's first reaction upon seeing this scene. I felt very uncomfortable and depressed. It was a world apart from the glamorous Luo family villa on the ground. Squeak! Suddenly, the rustling of mice reached Luo Xinlian's ears. This made his already furrowed brows furrow even more. As a girl, she instinctively hated rats. There were rats in the basement. Luo Xinlian immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. Aunt Lu! Why are there rats in this basement? Why didn't you call a pest control company? Hearing Luo Xinlian's question, Aunt Lu also gave a wry smile. Miss, you are unaware of this. These rats can't be completely eradicated, as long as the environment here is suitable. After wiping out one wave, there will be another. The pest control company came just recently. Now the rat has reappeared. I'll contact the pest control company again later. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian understood the reason behind it. So I didn't say anything more. But all I ever hear is the squeaking of mice. It gave him goosebumps all over. He simply couldn't imagine how Luo Xinlian could live in such a place for 3 whole years. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have been able to take it anymore. Just then, Aunt Lu hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also spoke up. Aunt Lu, just say what you want to say. Aunt Lu took a deep breath. It seemed to be in preparation for what was to come. I've mustered up my courage. Third Miss, you seem to particularly dislike rats. Luo Xinlian nodded and said it quite naturally. Of course, what girl doesn't hate rats? They're disgusting. Aunt Lu did not refute Luo Xinlian's words, but simply nodded slightly. Yes. Not only the third Miss, but even this old woman like me especially hates rats. They frequent the sewers in these dark, damp places every day. He was covered in bacteria, he was filthy. But Miss, do you know? These filthy rats are actually young Master Xinlian's only friend during his 3 years with the Luo family. Luo Xinlian was puzzled as to what Aunt Lu meant by that. Then Lu Ma continued speaking. When young Master Xinlian was still with the Luo family, no one liked him. They all said he was dishonest and had many bad habits, and hardly anyone wanted to talk to him. At first, young Master Xinlian was just talking to himself in a corner. Then one time, we were getting rid of rats at home. When young Master Xinlian saw those rats with nowhere to escape, he stood there in a daze for a long time, staring at them. After that, I noticed that young Master Xinlian started talking to the rats in the basement. Perhaps he was too lonely. Over time, young Master Xinlian actually came to regard these rats as friends. From then on, whether he was happy or sad, young Master Xinlian would talk to these mice every day. What's surprising is that although these mice can't speak, they stand still every time young Master Xinlian speaks, as if they are listening. After listening to Lu Ma's story, Luo Xinlian felt as if a huge rock was pressing on her chest, making her feel suffocated. This was the first time he had felt this strange sensation upon hearing about Luo Xinlian. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinlian asked, almost as if possessed. Aunt Lu, tell me, is Luo Xinlian really the kind of person who steals things? To this, Lu Ma simply gave a faint smile. I've also heard rumors about young Master Xinlian's shady ways. I am merely an old servant of the Luo family, and I have no right to judge the master's opinion of young Master Xinlian. But in my personal opinion, young Master Xinlian is a very kind child. After saying that, Aunt Lu said no more. These words, however, also had a certain impact on Luo Lingling's view of Luo Xinlian. Good child? Looking back on the past. At that time, Luo Xinlian was still living in the Luo family. He keeps asking for my autograph. Every time I returned to the Luo family from the police station, Luo Xinlian was always the first to come out and greet me. Massage your back and shoulders. At the time, I felt extremely annoyed by Luo Xinlian's attempts to please me. Looking back now, did I go too far? But Luo Lingling quickly dismissed the thought. No! My bad attitude towards him is only because he has no manners whatsoever. But he's been living away from home since he was a child. Who could teach him these things? For a moment, Luo Lingling's thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Third miss, we've arrived. This is young Master Xinlian's room. Aunt Lu's voice interrupted Luo Lingling's chaotic thoughts. I looked up. A somewhat old door appeared before Luo Lingling's eyes. Lu Ma skillfully took out the key and opened the door. What comes into view is a small room of only a few square meters. The room wasn't big, but it was very clean and tidy. It's easy to see that the homeowner is a very hard-working person, Luo Lingling said with some surprise. Why is his room so small? Lu Ma simply smiled at Luo Lingling's surprise and didn't say anything more. With just a glance, the entire house is laid out before you. A somewhat worn-out small bed, a simple folding table and chairs, and a cheap table lamp. It took up almost half of the room. Of course, there is also a cotton thread connecting the two walls. 2 high school uniforms were hanging on it. This is all that's in this room. When Luo Lingling stepped into the room, she immediately noticed the corner of the ceiling, and the walls below also showed signs of repair. He seemed to have noticed Luo Lingling's gaze. Aunt Lu explained calmly. This room was originally a bit leaky, because young Master Xinlian was working outside. I bought some waterproof sealant with my own money and did the repairs myself. Luo Lingling could hardly believe her ears. Even though the young master of the prestigious Luo family is not favored, he shouldn't have fallen to this state. Soon, Luo Lingling pointed to 2 school uniforms hanging on the cotton thread. Did Luo Xinlian take all his belongings with her before she left? Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu shook her head. He continued. No, when young Master Xinlian had a falling out with his family, it happened so suddenly that he left covered in blood. There simply wasn't time to come back and clean up. Upon hearing what Aunt Lu said, Luo Lingling immediately felt puzzled. Where did all his personal belongings go? Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu first gave a wry smile. He then continued. Young Master Xinlian has no personal belongings whatsoever. All his belongings are here, no one has touched them. As if she had remembered something else, Aunt Lu added. Oh right, young Master Xinlian originally had a thin quilt. A couple of days ago, I discovered that the quilt had become moldy, so I took it upon myself to throw it away for young Master Xinlian. Don't worry, Mississippi. If young Master Xinlian ever returns, this old woman will buy him a new set. At this moment, the strange feeling in Luo Lingling's heart was getting stronger and stronger. He simply couldn't believe that Luo Xinlian was living such a miserable life in the Luo family. Did the Luo family never give Luo Xinlian a single penny for living expenses? Originally, Luo Lingling was there when Luo Xinlian had just returned to the Luo family. They were also worried that Luo Xinlian, who had suddenly transformed from a poor boy into the young master of the Luo family, might become extravagant and wasteful. Extravagance and waste. Who knew that this was no young master of the Luo family at all? He was clearly living a worse life than the servants in the house. Luo Lingling originally wanted to experience what it would be like for Luo Xinlian to sleep in this room. Unexpectedly, he plopped down on Luo Xinlian's bed. The old wooden bed shook violently. It also made a creaking sound. Because of the sudden loss of weight, Luo Lingling also staggered. He quickly braced himself against the bed with both hands, barely managing to steady himself. How can anyone sleep on such a shaky bed? Before Luo Lingling could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a square bulge under the sheet. Luo Lingling also directly reached her hand inside. Soon, Luo Lingling took out a very simple diary. This is Luo Xinlian's diary? 24. Facing death. Xiaoming's life is hanging by a thread. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was unaware of the diary he had forgotten when he left the Luo family. Luo Lingling found it. He sat by Chen Wanru's bedside, his face full of worry, keeping her company. Chen Wanru has just undergone surgery. He was still fast asleep under the combined effects of analgesics and anesthetics. According to the doctor's diagnosis, Qin Wanru's legs were directly crushed by the collapsing brick wall. The powerful inertia crushed the bones in Qin Wanru's legs. The meridians in the legs were also broken. I'm afraid I won't be able to stand for the rest of my life. Whenever I think of Qin Wanru, the only person who ever made me feel maternal love, they suffered such harm. Luo Xinlian's killing intent surged uncontrollably within her. At the same time, he secretly made a vow in his heart. Sooner or later, I'll kill Luo Xinlian and Wang Xian, the two masterminds, to avenge Qin Wanru. However, what Luo Xinlian didn't know was that the mastermind behind the whole thing wasn't Luo Xinlian. Instead, it was his mother, Zhou Yajing. Of course, there's also Qian Xiaodao, who hasn't shown up yet. They colluded with outsiders and ruined everyone in the orphanage like this. In this matter, Luo Xinlian hated Qian Xiaodao even more than the two masterminds. Just then, Bei Liuhu walked in. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also asked in a low voice, "How is Xiaoming?" Looking at Bei Liuhu's gloomy face, Luo Xinlian roughly guessed what was going on. His expression darkened further. Bei Liuhu replied, "The situation is not good. The rock-breaking beast's hammer blow has shattered Xiaoming's sternum. Many bone fragments have lacerated his lungs. Doctors are administering emergency treatment. Fatty Zhao is still waiting outside the emergency room." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian spoke up. "I'll go talk to the hospital. I'm willing to pay any amount of money as long as Xiaoming can be saved." At this moment, Luo Xinlian was full of confidence. After all, Luo Xinlian had raised a total of 18.5 million. She was incredibly wealthy, and naturally, Luo Xinlian wouldn't be stingy with the people at the orphanage. It seemed that he noticed Luo Xinlian's expression was quite unpleasant. Bei Liuhu teased deliberately. "Hey kid, long time no see, why are you so eager to show off now?" Luo Xinlian seemed to understand the meaning behind Bei Liuhu's words of advice. So he forced a smile. "Sigh. There's nothing I can do, I'm used to being poor. I suddenly became a multimillionaire, I can't help but show off." Seeing this, Bei Liuhu lightly punched Luo Xinlian's chest. He laughed and scolded. "You little rascal." Just then, Qin Wanru's gentle voice reached their ears. "How is Xiaoming?" Seeing that Qin Wanru had woken up, the two exchanged a glance and quickly went to her. "Oh, Xiaoming is fine, don't worry." It seemed he was afraid of worrying Qin Wanru. Bei Liuhu had no intention of telling the truth. To his surprise, Qin Wanru actually raised her hand and tapped Bei Liuhu on the head. "I know you're afraid I'll worry, child. But I heard everything you said before, take me to see it." Upon hearing this, the two were also in a dilemma. It should be noted that Qin Wanru had just undergone surgery. The doctor repeatedly warned that it was best not to move around unnecessarily. Seeing that the two remained unmoved, Qin Wanru's face immediately darkened. "Sigh, the kids are all grown up now, and they don't want to listen to their mother, the headmistress, anymore. These kids have been raised for nothing." Luo Xinlian and Bei Liuhu are somewhat similar in personality. What they couldn't stand most was Qin Wanru's rhetoric. The two immediately found a wheelchair. They carefully helped Qin Wanru into her wheelchair. After Qin Wanru's legs, which were already in full casts, were secured, the three of them then rushed to the emergency room. Along the way, Luo Xinlian was responsible for pushing the wheelchair, while Bei Liuhu was responsible for clearing the way. He was afraid that he might accidentally hurt Qin Wanru again. With their combined efforts, they quickly arrived at the entrance of the emergency room. At this moment, Zhao Dizhu was holding an examination report and pacing back and forth anxiously. Suddenly, they discovered that Luo Xinlian and Bei Liuhu had brought Din Chen with them. Zhao Dizhu immediately became somewhat displeased. "What are you guys doing? Didn't the doctor say to minimize Dr. Chen's movement? How did you manage to bring her here?" The two exchanged a glance, and then smiled wryly. "We had no choice, Din Chen insisted on coming." Zhao Dizhu wanted to say something more. All that could be heard was Qin Wanru speaking. "Did you? Don't blame them, I insisted on coming." "But..." Before Zhao Dizhu could speak, Qin Wanru pointed to the medical report in Zhao Dizhu's hand and said, "Is this Xiaoming's medical report? Let me see it quickly." "This? Quick! Give it to me!" Unable to persuade Qin Wanru, Zhao Dizhu reluctantly handed over the report. However, after seeing the information on the report, Qin Wanru's eyes visibly turned red. The next moment, unable to suppress her worry, she burst into tears. Seeing Qin Wanru like this, the three of them felt a pang of sadness in their hearts. They all knew that Qin Wanru treated each of them, the orphans, as her own children. Now we see Xiaoming being harmed like this because he trusted Qian Xiaodao. Qin Wanru was also filled with guilt. Just as the three were about to speak to comfort Chinwanru, an extremely arrogant voice came from over there. Cry, cry, cry! What are you crying for? Don't you know this is the operating area? A young man in a white coat emerged from the operating room next door. He was still holding a scalpel in his hand. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian and the other two knew that they shouldn't make loud noises in the operating room. If it affects the doctor who is performing surgery, that would be a serious problem. The three of them were just about to apologize on behalf of Chinwanru. Unexpectedly, the young man in the white coat continued. I'm dissecting the golden monkey, if you're interfering with my work. This prevents me from completing my graduation thesis. Can you afford to compensate me? After saying this, the young man returned to the operating room. Seemingly to express his dissatisfaction, the young man slammed the operating room doors shut with force. It made a loud bang. The sound could be heard almost throughout the entire floor. Seeing the young man's posture, Luo Xinlian's last trace of guilt vanished. The other two were in similar situations. Beiliuhu said with a slightly cold tone. That person didn't seem to be a doctor. I saw a name tag on his chest that said he was an intern at a medical university. Zhao Dezhu also expressed some dissatisfaction. What kind of person is this? He thinks he can be a doctor? The sound of him slamming the door could be heard throughout the entire floor. How dare he talk to Dean Chin like that? Luo Xinlian glanced at the heartbroken Dean Chin and the direction of the emergency room. Normally, Luo Xinlian would probably have rushed up without hesitation to teach this young man a lesson. However, the current situation is rather special, and Luo Xinlian does not want to cause any more trouble. Chinwanru only felt that her crying was disturbing others. Even knowing they were in the wrong, they still offered advice. Don't blame that young man. It's all my fault for getting too emotional just now. Seeing that Chinwanru had spoken, the three of them didn't say anything more. Beep! The emergency light, which had been on, suddenly went out. A middle-aged doctor in surgical scrubs and a mask came out with an assistant. He spoke to the group with some anxiety. Are you the family members of patient Xiaoming? Xiaoming's condition is not optimistic right now, although the other bone fragments have been removed. But a broken rib pierced his lung. The only way to save him now carries a high risk and requires family members' signatures. Immediately afterwards, the assistant handed the family notification form to Beiliuhu, who was standing at the very front. Then he continued. Furthermore, I must tell you that if Xiaoming doesn't undergo this high-risk surgery, he might not survive tonight. Upon hearing this, Chinwanru immediately took the family notification letter from Beiliuhu. He immediately signed his name. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well take a gamble. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. The doctor was impressed by Chinwanru's seemingly delicate yet resolute manner. Luo Xinlian also spoke up. Doctor, please, if you can save my brother, I will repay you handsomely. Upon hearing this, the doctor waved his hand. Saving lives and treating patients is our duty. As long as there is hope, we will do everything we can. Immediately, the doctor prepared to return to the emergency room. Before leaving, he added one more sentence. Remember to remain quiet, this surgery cannot afford the slightest mistake. Any slight movement could lead to surgical failure. 25. Wrath. I'll make you feel the same way. Wait until the doctor re-enters the emergency room. Chinwanru, who had been trying to remain calm, couldn't help but sob again. However, given what had happened before, Chinwanru still tried her best to control her emotions. But then the operating room door opened again. This was accompanied by the young man in the white coat hurling insults. Are you all deaf? I told you not to make any noise, didn't you hear me? Don't you have any manners? The young man seemed to be bursting with anger. He actually kicked over the row of benches that were placed against the corridor for people to rest. The sound of metal hitting the ground is quite loud. For a moment, the sound of metal hitting the ground echoed throughout the entire corridor. Just then, a gasp came from inside the emergency room. But then, it quickly disappeared. Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian's eyes narrowed immediately. He knew perfectly well that the noise must have disturbed the surgery inside. However, the doctor did not stop the surgery, which proves that the commotion just now caused some errors in the operation. However, no major problems arose. Nevertheless, Luo Xinlian was already somewhat eager to make a move. He was already starting to feel an irresistible urge to kill the guy in front of him. Beiliuhu, who was standing to the side, seemed to have noticed that Luo Xinlian's current state was not quite right. She was afraid that Luo Xinlian would act impulsively. He had personally examined all the corpses in the orphanage before. Naturally, they were also aware of Luo Xinlian's methods. But previously it could be said that Luo Xinlian acted in self-defense. But we're in a hospital now. If we let Luo Xinlian do as she pleases, things might get out of hand. So Beiliuhu quickly spoke up to persuade him. Xinlian! This is a hospital, don't act rashly. It seemed they heard Kita Ryuko's voice. Luo Xinlian also calmed down considerably. But Zhao Dizhu, who was standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer. What the hell are you doing, acting all high and mighty as an intern? You slammed the door and kicked the chair, making a bigger commotion than anyone else. How dare you criticize others? The young man remained unconvinced by Zhao Dizhu's accusations. Now you know what it feels like to be yelled at. Would I do this if you didn't disturb my academic research? How dare you criticize me? You're truly going against the natural order. Hearing these remarks, Zhao Dizhu was completely dumbfounded. There are still people in the world who argue so illogically. I was just about to say something. As a result, quite a few patients, their families, and doctors rushed over after hearing the commotion. These people had just learned the whole story from the argument between Zhao Dizhu and the young man. Immediately, someone spoke up and angrily rebuked the young man. Are you out of your mind? Isn't it reasonable for the family to be grieving and crying while the patient is receiving emergency treatment inside? You're kicking chairs and slamming doors here. Do you know how many people you're affecting? Then another doctor in a white coat came out. I glanced at the internship certificate on the young man's chest. He said this with some displeasure. How dare you, an intern, act so arrogantly in the hospital? Do you really think the hospital is your personal home? With your character, you're not fit to be a doctor at all. I'll find out which doctor trained you right away, and you can forget about passing your assessment. It must be said that the eyes of the people are discerning. Right and wrong will be judged fairly in due course. Beep. The emergency room indicator light went out again. Immediately afterwards, a doctor's assistant poked his head out from the doorway of the emergency room. He said sternly, "There's a patient here needing emergency care. Please be quiet." Then he closed the door again. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly shut their mouths. But this gave the young man a chance to catch his breath. It seems to be because of the previous public criticism. It warmed the hearts of the youth. Unexpectedly, the young man took advantage of the crowd's inattention and rushed straight towards the door of the emergency room. Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian seemed to realize the young man's intentions. I immediately wanted to step forward and stop it. But it was too late. The young man then kicked the door of the emergency room. If you disrupt my academic report, I'll make sure you can't save it. Today I'll show you what it means to not do to others what you would not have them do to you. Only when you have experienced pain yourself can you truly understand. Pfft. The young man had just uttered those words. He only felt a strong impact on his face. The next moment, the center of gravity also lost its balance. It fell straight to the ground. At this moment, Luo Xinlian could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. They immediately pinned the young man to the ground and gave him a severe beating. Even the security guards and doctors who rushed over after hearing the noise all looked up. Pretend you didn't see it. At this moment, the same words spontaneously arose in everyone's mind. Cool. Just then, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. It's Zhao Dizhu. Xinlian, don't do this. Upon hearing this, everyone assumed that the fat man was trying to plead for the young man. But to everyone's surprise, Zhao Dizhu immediately replied. Drag it to the stairwell to get it done. Don't let it interfere with the surgery. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian also felt that it made sense. He immediately kicked the young man on the forehead. The young man was left dizzy and disoriented by the kick. Seeing that the young man had no room to resist for the time being, Luo Xinlian grabbed the young man by one foot and dragged him down the stairs. The next moment, a scream rang out in the corridor. Everyone felt a sense of great satisfaction. Chinwanru was frightened by the sudden scene. It took me until now to come to my senses. Somewhat uneasy, she asked Zhao Dizhu and Bei Liuhu while sobbing. Won't this escalate into a big problem? Zhao Dizhu waved his hand. Dean Chen, please don't worry. Brother Hu is, after all, the captain of the police station. Bei Liuhu smiled noncommittally. Although as a member of the police station, I shouldn't say such things. But that guy really needed to be taught a lesson. Just then, a bald, middle-aged doctor rushed over. He seemed a little anxious. Where is young Master Su? One of the doctors at the scene seemed to recognize the bald, middle-aged doctor. He opened his mouth and asked, Director Xie, what brings you here? Who is young Master Su? Director Xie immediately described the appearance of the so-called young Master Su to the doctor. The doctor immediately realized what was happening. Oh, that kid you're talking about? Someone was receiving emergency treatment here, and he came over and caused trouble. Now he's being dragged into the stairwell by the person's relatives and getting a severe beating. Upon hearing this, Director Xie's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Oh no! Something terrible has happened! Do you know that the young man who just got beaten is a distant relative of the Su family, a family of beast tamers? You've really messed things up. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that the arrogant young man from earlier was actually from the Su family, one of the 3 great families of beast taming in City A. They immediately scattered like birds and beasts. I was terrified that this matter would have anything to do with me. Now only Bei Liuhu, Zhao Dizhu, Chen Wanru, and his Director Xie remain. The doctor who had spoken with Director Xie earlier quickly made an excuse and slipped away. Director Xie rushed over here the moment he noticed the commotion. He was afraid that this young master from a collateral branch of the Su family would cause some trouble again. And it really was true. Just then, Luo Xinlian walked back looking refreshed. Looking at Luo Xinlian's expression, Zhao Dizhu immediately thought to himself, "Oh no! Xinlian wouldn't have killed that bastard, would he?" He immediately moved closer to Luo Xinlian and asked, "I hope no one died. This is a hospital, things could get messy." Luo Xinlian shook her head. "He's not that stupid, he's just teaching this bastard a lesson. If anything were to happen to Xiaoming, he would definitely take the other person's life, but not now. Doesn't he like empathy? I only broke a few of his ribs, he won't die." Director Xie, who was standing nearby, also heard Luo Xinlian's words. His face turned extremely pale. He immediately ran in the direction Luo Xinlian had just come from. He kept repeating it to himself. "Young Master Su, you absolutely cannot get hurt. Otherwise, our hospital will be finished." 26. Open. Beast Taming Module. Soon, a stretcher was pushed past Luo Xinlian and the others. When the stretcher was pushed past them again, lying on it was a young man who had been beaten beyond recognition. Luo Xinlian was quite satisfied with her work. "Xinlian, haven't you gone a bit too far?" Chen Wanru's worried voice suddenly rang in Luo Xinlian's ears. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu took over the conversation and said, "He's lucky he didn't die from Xian Lian's attack." Bei Liuhu's voice followed immediately. "Although this person is only from a collateral branch of the Su family, he has a very good relationship with the second young master of the Su family. I'm afraid this matter won't end well." Because when Director Xie revealed the young man's identity, Luo Xinlian was beating him up. Therefore, they did not know the young man's identity. The young man's identity was only revealed through the conversation of several people. Luo Xinlian initially thought she had gone a bit too far. He immediately showed a hint of displeasure. He was still muttering to himself, "Damn it! The Su family, they should have used a little more force." Just as the group was discussing how to face the Su family afterward. Beep! The emergency room doors opened again. The surgeon walked out looking displeased. "What just happened? Such a loud commotion. Didn't I tell you to keep quiet? If the surgery fails because of this, people could die." Despite the surgeon's reprimand, the group did not feel upset. Instead, their liking for the surgeon in front of them increased. You should know that only a truly responsible doctor would be so angry about what just happened. Just then, Luo Xinlian also noticed Chen Wanru's anxious expression. He immediately asked the surgeon, "I'm sorry, doctor, there was a crazy person acting out here just now, but they've been kicked out. How is my brother doing?" Upon hearing this, the surgeon was somewhat dumbfounded. Where do crazy people come from in hospitals? However, I didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he let out a long sigh and said, "We have successfully completed the operation." Upon hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Wanru was so happy that she cried tears of joy. Luo Xinlian quickly took out a large red envelope that had been sealed in advance from her pocket and stuffed it into the surgeon's hand. This red envelope looks quite heavy. To Luo Xinlian's surprise, the surgeon did not accept it. Instead, he said it calmly, "Saving lives and healing the wounded is my duty. I appreciate your kindness, but I will not accept this money." After saying that, the surgeon left immediately. Seeing this, the group's goodwill towards the doctor increased even more. After watching the doctor leave, Luo Xinlian then spoke to Chen Wanru. "Dean, are you relieved now? Go back to your ward and rest." After learning that Xiaoming had survived the danger, Chen Wanru stopped insisting. He let Luo Xinlian and Bei Liuhu push him back to the ward. Zhao Dizhu stayed behind to assist the doctor and complete the next steps. After returning to the ward, perhaps it was because my mind was relaxed, Chen Wanru quickly fell into a deep sleep. Until then, Bei Liuhu then whispered to Luo Xinlian, "What are your plans after this? The Su family will definitely not let this go." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian smiled dismissively. "Let the Su family make their moves, I'll take them all on." Looking at the somewhat domineering young man in front of him, Bei Liuhu was momentarily dazed. Back then, Luo Xinlian was just a snot-nosed brat following behind him. Now, not only is his talent for beast taming outstanding, but his personality is also decisive and ruthless. If only I could get my little brother into the police station. He believed that in the near future, a ruthless detective who would strike fear into the hearts of criminals would emerge in City A. But he did not voice this idea at that time. He simply said it. "If you get any trouble, just let me know." Luo Xinlian smiled upon hearing this and readily agreed. "Okay. It seems that things have come to an end here." Luo Xinlian immediately remembered that the shadow dragon was malnourished. He immediately turned to Bei Liuhu and said, "Brother Hu, I have something to take care of, I'll be back later." Bei Liuhu is also very easy to talk to. He replied immediately. "You go ahead and get busy, fatty, and I will handle things here." After receiving a response, Luo Xinlian also walked outside. As he walked, he took out the beast taming recipe from his pocket and started reading it. The first page introduces how to replenish the energy of your beasts. It turns out that both companion beasts and contracted beasts are used. After becoming subordinate to humans, they all draw upon human spiritual power as a medium to activate their abilities. However, its growth consumes the beast's own energy or nutrients. This requires regularly replenishing the beast's nutrition and energy. If nutrients and energy are not replenished on time, at best, it will greatly reduce combat power, at worst, it will affect the growth of your beast. Because Luo Xinlian was just a newbie who had only recently become a beast tamer. Before becoming Nan Yinxiao's apprentice, no one taught him this knowledge, and he had never attended a beast taming academy. Naturally, they lacked this knowledge. Needless to say, in his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. After reading these explanations, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. If you ruin such a powerful beast master as the Shadow Dragon because you don't know this knowledge, that would truly be a case of squandering a winning hand. Fortunately, it's not too late. All we need to do is help the Shadow Dragon replenish its nutrients. Immediately, Luo Xinlian turned to the second page of the beast taming recipe. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang in Luo Xinlian's mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has access to knowledge about beast taming and training. The beast taming section is now open. Through the beast taming template, the host can view the tamed beast's loyalty, personality, preferences, mood, diet, and health status. If any abnormal situation occurs, you can also find solutions by using the cultivation template. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also became interested. I immediately opened the breeding template for the Shadow Dragon to take a look. Name, Shadow Dragon. Loyalty, 100, companion beast is absolutely loyal. Personality, arrogant, with a slight hint of tsundere. Preference, to trample powerful beings underfoot. Mood, depressed, unhappy. Displeased, the intense hunger displeased/frustrated the Shadow Dragon. How could a proud dragon wag its tail and beg for food? Solution, feed it. Diet, omnivorous. Note, the flesh of a powerful spirit beast, combined with spirit herbs/crystals used to refine the body, can accelerate the growth of the Shadow Dragon. Suggested ingredient combination, spirit beast meat, the higher the grade, the better, plus dark crystal/dragon crystal plus dragon cherry grass. Production method. Health status, malnutrition, malnutrition caused by prolonged lack of food intake, combat power reduced by 30%. After looking at the breeding panel of the Shadow Dragon, Luo Xinlian also felt a pang of guilt. Brother! You've suffered so much! I'll go get you something delicious right away. Soon, Luo Xinlian arrived at the Four Saints Abode, the largest spirit beast/material trading platform in City A. It is said that the Four Saints Abode is backed by the Four Saints Academy. Whether it supplies beast taming equipment, or other services related to beast taming, everything you could want is here. Of course, because of the Four Saints Academy, no one dared to cause trouble here. After all, the Four Saints Academy holds a pivotal position in the world of beast taming. Naturally, no one dared to cause trouble. Just as Luo Xinlian was preparing to enter the Four Saints Abode. But they were stopped by the guards at the entrance. Hello? Please show your Beastmaster badge. 27. Procurement. For sacred vegetarian delight. Luo Xinlian was stunned upon hearing this. I didn't expect that I would need to show my beast tamer's emblem just to get in. But where would he get a beast taming emblem if he'd never even attended a beast taming academy? I was immediately at a loss. However, Luo Xinlian soon remembered the token that Nan Yinxiao had given her before. He immediately took the token out of his clothes and placed it in front of the gatekeeper of the Four Saints Abode. I don't have a crest, is this okay? Originally, Luo Xinlian only intended to give it a try. To everyone's surprise, the moment the gatekeeper saw the token, he immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle towards Luo Xinlian. Please come in, sir! Luo Xinlian never expected this either. The token given to him by his master actually had this effect. There was no further delay. He carefully put away the token and stepped into the threshold of the Four Saints fast. Just one glance. Luo Xinlian was captivated by the dazzling array of goods in the Four Saints Hall. The Four Saints' abode was like a huge department store, with countless counters. Luo Xinlian was overwhelmed by the variety of goods. Each counter sells different items. Just as Luo Xinlian was wandering aimlessly around the Four Saints Hall like a country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden, a sales assistant approached Luo Xinlian with a professional smile. He asked politely, "Sir, how can I help you?" Luo Xinlian was also quite surprised. "I didn't expect the service at Shanghai to be so good. Even if you're wearing clothes from a cheap street stall." The other person was still very polite to me. However, Luo Xinlian quickly figured out the problem. Those who can enter the Four Saints' abode are almost all beast tamers. You can't determine someone's identity just by their appearance. After all, some senior experts have their own quirks. After all, his own master, Nanya Xiao, wasn't exactly good-looking. Seeing that the other party was so polite to her, Luo Xinlian also spoke politely. "Hello, ma'am, I'm here to buy ingredients for my beast taming." After a moment's thought, Luo Xinlian added, "It might require a relatively large quantity." Upon hearing this, the sales assistant skillfully pulled out a list of materials. He said it softly. "Please look, sir. This is a complete list of all the supplies for our Four Saints fasting ceremony. If you need a large quantity, you can directly check the boxes above and note the quantity required. We will have someone fetch what you need. This will also save you time searching." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. Immediately follow the information provided by the system's cultivation module to make your purchase. Soon, Luo Xinlian, having completed her selection, handed the shopping list to the sales assistant. The sales assistant then began to carefully examine Luo Xinlian's shopping list. 300 caddies of mature spirit beast flesh and blood, 300 dark crystals. But soon, as the sales assistant gradually looked towards the back of the list, the professional smile that had been plastered on his face finally showed a slight change. She asked Luo Xinlian somewhat tentatively, "Sir, are you sure you filled out your shopping list correctly? 300 dragon crystals, 100 dragon cherry grass stalks." Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian raised an eyebrow slightly. "What? Out of stock?" Upon hearing this, the sales assistant quickly waved her hand. "No, that's not it. However, these dragon crystals and dragon cherries only work on dragon-type beast tamers." Upon hearing what the sales assistant said, Luo Xinlian immediately realized what was going on. After all, dragon-type beast taming has been gone for over 300 years. It's no wonder the sales assistant asked a few more questions since I suddenly came here wanting to buy so many dragon-related materials. "Don't worry, miss, there's no mistake. Just pick up the goods according to the order form." After receiving an affirmative answer, the sales assistant didn't say anything more. He couldn't care less why Luo Xinlian was buying dragon-type materials. I asked this question only because I'm afraid I might have misunderstood what the customer needs and would be held responsible. Now we have received a positive answer. Then he began to seriously calculate the price of this batch of goods. After a while, the sales assistant still had that professional smile. He opened his mouth and said, "Hello, sir. After calculation, the price of this batch of goods is 10.35 million. If you confirm there are no problems, I'll contact the warehouse to get the goods for you right away. If it's inconvenient for you, we can also arrange for a dedicated truck to deliver to your door." Upon hearing the price of over 10 million, Luo Xinlian immediately felt a pang of heartache. My master probably guessed that this was the situation today, which is why he gave me 10 million. I thought I was already very rich with 18.5 million in my pocket. I never imagined that raising beast tamers would be so expensive. Thinking about it this way, I realized that my family's resources were simply not enough to support me. We still need to find a way to make money. However, Luo Xinlian misunderstood. Although the materials consumed by beast taming are very expensive. However, if you use other attribute materials, you only need half the amount of dragon-type materials. After all, dragon-type materials are much rarer than materials of other attributes. The sales assistant standing to the side looked at Luo Xinlian, who was in a daze. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Luo Xinlian seemed to have noticed the saleswoman's unusual behavior. Naturally, they realized what was happening. He probably thought the sales assistant mistook his absent-mindedness for someone who was deliberately trying to make fun of him. He immediately pulled a card out of his pocket. "No need for delivery, I can handle it myself. Swipe your card." Upon hearing the words "swipe card," The sales assistant immediately put on a textbook perfect face change. He immediately took out the machine with a smile and handed it to Luo Xinlian. When the mechanical sound is produced after the card is swiped through the machine, the sales assistant's smile became even brighter. Credit card transaction successful. 10.35 million yuan has been credited to your account. At the same time, the sales assistants also increasingly felt that appearances can be deceiving. As expected, those who can enter the Four Saints abode are all extraordinary. Who would have thought that this teenager could actually come up with more than 10 million? The sales assistant was secretly delighted at that moment. I should be able to earn a good commission this time. Luckily, I didn't forget what I learned in the onboarding training. Treat every guest with care. If you judge people by their appearance, you might let this big fish slip away. However, he still maintained a smile on his face, but it now carried a greater degree of sincerity. Hello, sir, this is your receipt. We'll go and get the supplies for you. After saying that, the saleswoman turned and left. After waiting for a while, Luo Xinlian felt a bit bored, so she started wandering around the Four Saints Hall. Luo Xinlian's wandering gaze was noticed by a woman in business attire. A flash of disgust immediately crossed the woman's eyes. He rushed straight up to Luo Xinlian and said without any politeness, "You're really well informed. I just got back to City A and you've already come looking for me. But I've told you so many times, don't bother me whether you have something to say or not. Your behavior disgusts me." 28. Conflict. Luo Yuan's difficulties. Luo Xinlian was also somewhat bewildered at this moment. He couldn't understand why this woman who suddenly rushed in front of him was cursing him. It was a question asked subconsciously. No. Unexpectedly, the woman reacted upon seeing Luo Xinlian's reaction. A hint of sarcasm also appeared on his face. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Is this a new style? Don't think you can get my attention by always doing this. I, Luo Yuan, will never acknowledge you as my brother. My only younger brother is Luo Xinlian. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian finally remembered the identity of the woman in front of her. Luo Yuan, the fourth daughter of the Luo family. He has had an exceptional talent for business since childhood. After Luo Xinlian returned to the Luo family, she knew only what her own family was doing. Knowing he had no talent for beast taming, he originally wanted to learn business from his fourth sister. However, Luo Yuan always seemed to ignore Luo Xinlian. However, in order to prove her determination to study, Luo Xinlian would often go to Luo Yuan's workplace to try and please her. He thought that as long as he was sincere, he would be accepted by his older sister, Luo Yuan. What Luo Xinlian didn't expect was, Luo Yuan not only didn't appreciate it, but she also disliked Luo Xinlian even more. Every time I see Luo Xinlian, I find her behavior particularly despicable and disgusting. This even led her to suggest that Luo Yu pursue further studies abroad. It was to avoid Luo Xinlian. Luo Yuan was gone for 2.5 years. I only returned to China 2 days ago. With his excellent resume, he successfully applied for and became a floor manager at Shanghai. Don't underestimate Luo Yuan just because she's only a floor manager. However, they have priority in purchasing supplies from the Four Saints abode in City A. The strength of the Four Saints abode is beyond doubt. Their methods for acquiring beast taming resources are arguably the best in the Dragon Kingdom. Suppose that the Four Saints obtain a supreme treasure that can enhance the potential of beast taming. An auction will naturally be held, inviting major beast taming families and forces to participate. However, having the right of first refusal allows you to skip the auction and buy in advance. This is quite beneficial for the resource competition among various families. Unless the person competing with you has higher authority than Luo Yuan. Otherwise, if Luo Yuan takes a liking to something, the Four Saints Temple will give her priority in selling it. Furthermore, the Four Saints Academy is backed by the Four Saints Academy. If I can climb higher, I might even get to meet some of the truly important figures in the Four Saints Academy. Many wealthy people and business owners outside the company don't even qualify to hire them. You can imagine how valuable the position of the floor manager is. Of course, not every position in the Four Saints abode has such high value. For example, the sales assistants, security guards, and doormen here. They were all just non-staff members. I don't have any permissions. After remembering the other person's identity, Luo Xinlian did not show much emotional change. He simply said it coldly. Get out of my way! Don't bother me! Seeing Luo Xinlian's indifferent expression, the sarcasm on Luo Yuan's lips intensified. I've already told you, don't try any tricks on me. This will only make them hate you more. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. This isn't a place for you. Luo Xinlian was left speechless. How come he never noticed before that Luo Yuan was such a busybody? I didn't even want to talk to him, but he kept babbling on and on. In order to get rid of Luo Yuan as soon as possible, Luo Xinlian also spoke up. I came to Shanghai to buy things, what's it to you? Get out of the way, you're in my way. Luo Yuyan was so angry she laughed. As she spoke, she grabbed Luo Xinlian's clothes, trying to pull him out. I really don't know if you're ignorant or just incredibly audacious. This is the Four Saints' abode. Only beast tamers are allowed to enter. I don't know how a piece of trash like you, who can't even form a contract with a beast, managed to get in here. But you'd better leave now, or I'll have security kick you out. Luo Xinlian, whose clothes were being grabbed, immediately became angry. He shoved Luo Yuyan away. Get out of my way. Are you deaf? I already said I'm here to buy things. Luo Xinlian showed no mercy, and with this swing, Luo Yuyan lost her balance. He fell to the ground. Luo Yuyan was immediately furious. Security! Security! There's a guy who snuck in here and's causing trouble. The next moment, 4 or 5 security guards dressed in the Four Saints' abode uniforms surrounded Luo Xinlian with several kangaroo tamers. They saw that their helpers had arrived. Luo Yuyan's face immediately lit up with smugness. I just told you to leave, but you wouldn't. Now we can't even leave if we want to. I'll arrest you right now and send you to the police station. Luo Xinlian was surrounded by security personnel at this time. He remained unfazed. Is this how you, the Four Saints' abode, treat your guests? Upon hearing this, Luo Yuyan immediately sneered. We at Shanghai naturally treat our guests with the utmost courtesy. But as for someone like you who secretly sneaked into the Four Saints' abode with ill intentions, there's naturally nothing more to say. What are you waiting for? Take him down! Seeing that she couldn't reason with him, Luo Xinlian immediately narrowed her eyes. The shadow dragon lurking in the shadows was also poised to strike at any moment. Just when the two sides were about to clash, the gatekeeper who had let Luo Xinlian in earlier suddenly ran over and shouted loudly. Don't attack! It's all a misunderstanding! The gatekeeper immediately blocked Luo Xinlian's path and explained. It's all a misunderstanding, don't be impulsive. This person possesses the Elder's token of the Beast Taming Association. We can't afford to offend them. Because it's not too far from the entrance. After noticing the commotion, the security guard only planned to sneak a few glances at the entrance. Let's watch the excitement. But who would have thought that this young man with the Elder's token would start a fight with his own security team? How could he possibly continue watching the show? So he rushed over. You need to know. Although the Four Saints Academy is very powerful, but the Beast Taming Association isn't to be trifled with either. Especially those who possess the Elder's decree. They were either disciples of elders or members of the Beast Taming Association with missions to perform. If we were to attack this boy today, those at the bottom of society are likely to suffer. Upon hearing the words, Elder's Order of the Beast Taming Association, everyone was stunned. The security personnel were immediately frightened when they heard that it was a big shot from the Beast Taming Association. Fortunately, they haven't taken any action yet. Otherwise, we'd all be finished. What they didn't expect was, how could such a big shot in the Beast Taming Association be so young? Even Luo Yuyan was startled. He thought to himself, how could Luo Xinlian be a member of the Beast Taming Association? But then, Luo Yuyan seemed to understand something. She covered her mouth, laughing so hard she was shaking uncontrollably. He said to the gatekeeper, Are you out of your mind? How could a good-for-nothing like him, who can't even form a contract with a beast, have an Elder's token from the Beast Taming Association? I really don't know how you managed to guard the door, getting fooled by a piece of trash with just a few words. Upon hearing Luo Yuyan's explanation, the security guards suddenly understood. I knew it! How could someone so young be an adult in the Beast Taming Association? Exactly! Look at all that cheap stuff he's wearing, how could he possibly be here to shop? Luo Yuyan's expression also changed, and she shouted at the gatekeeper. All right. Get out of my way! I'll hold you accountable for your negligence later. Before the gatekeeper could even speak, they were pushed aside by security. The security guard was a bit confused at this point. When this young man came in, he clearly showed the Elder's token. How could it be fake? During the security guard training, the materials clearly summarized various items that represented the status of important people. They were afraid that their security guards, being ignorant, might offend important figures. I still remember the details of Elderling's appearance. How could I admit I was wrong? At this moment, Luo Yuyan only wanted to get Luo Xinlian locked up in the police station for a while. Who would know what the gatekeeper was thinking? It's been 2.5 years, and you've really gotten bolder and bolder. Not only did they dare to sneak into the Four Saints' abode, they even dared to forge the Elder's Order of the Beast Taming Association. My mother is absolutely right. You're riddled with petty and despicable habits. If we don't put you in the police station for a proper education, you might not be far from committing murder and arson." The next moment, the security guards also began to command the kangaroo beasts to launch an attack on Luo Xinlian. Seeing Luo Xinlian standing motionless, they assumed she was stunned by the scene before her. I felt a surge of joy in my heart. "Who told you, you piece of trash, to keep bothering me? This forced me to leave the country. I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for a long time. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep today, don't blame me." 29. Provocation. The true guardians of the Four Saints fasting. As the security guards slowly surrounded Luo Xinlian, Luo Yuyan's face grew increasingly smug. He had already begun to fantasize about Luo Xinlian kowtowing and begging for mercy. After all, this good-for-nothing was like this when he was in the Luo family. Because of his dishonest behavior, he was always disciplined by his third sister with a leather whip. Every time, they would be stubborn at first, but in the end, when they couldn't take it anymore, they would cry and beg for mercy. What Luo Yuyan didn't expect was Luo Xinlian remained completely calm and composed. Seeing this, Luo Yuyan immediately became somewhat displeased. This good-for-nothing is getting better and better at putting on airs. Just watch, it won't be long before they're begging for mercy again, just like before. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred. A kangaroo tamer was thrown backwards from the encirclement. It crashed into a pillar nearby. He lost his ability to fight on the spot. Luo Yuyan immediately sensed that something was wrong. He immediately looked ahead. A dark dragon shadow was seen writhing around the scene. They knocked all the security guards and their beasts to the ground. It's Shadow Dragon Wave. The next moment, the 2-meter-tall Shadow Dragon also appeared beside Luo Xinlian. This made Luo Yuyan's mind go blank for a moment. What is this? How come I've never seen this before? When did this piece of trash even form a beast taming contract? It seems the commotion here attracted some beast tamers who were purchasing supplies at the Four Saints' abode. They were also very curious about who had the audacity to cause trouble at the Four Saints' abode. Immediately, someone recognized Luo Xinlian and Xinlong. "Look! Isn't that the dragon taming genius who was recently featured in the newspaper? Is that big guy next to him the dragon-type beast tamer who disappeared 300 years ago?" Upon hearing this, the entire room erupted in uproar. People started discussing it. Listening to the noisy discussions around me, Luo Yuyan could hardly believe her ears. "What? Dragon tamer? Luo Xinlian, that piece of trash? No. Impossible! What exactly happened during the 2.5 years I was gone? How could this good-for-nothing have become a dragon rider? That's a beast tame that disappeared 300 years ago." But before he could even come to his senses, Luo Yuyan suddenly felt as if her head was being clamped by something. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Until his eyes met a pair of ferocious dragon eyes. He then realized that it was Luo Xinlian's dragon-type tame beast that was pinching his head and lifting him up. Just then, someone else recognized Luo Yuyan's identity. "Look! Isn't this the fourth young lady of the Luo family?" Some members of the public who were unaware of the facts also raised their own questions at the appropriate time. "You all know, the Luo family is quite interesting. First, the fifth miss was forced to eat excrement by her own younger brother. Now, even the fourth miss has been captured by Luo Xinlian. Why does Luo Xinlian always seem to be picking a fight with the Luo family?" Even then, some people who knew the inside story said, "You wouldn't know this, would you?" He then recounted how Luo Xinlian had been lost since childhood. "It would have been better if we hadn't said anything, because once we did, things turned out differently." Everyone was even more puzzled. "This isn't right. It's one thing to call Luo Xinlian a good-for-nothing, but he's a genius at riding dragons. Have the Luo family lost their minds? Why don't they appreciate their own son, who is so outstanding, and instead dote on their adopted son?" The know-it-all from before also shook his head. "I don't know about that." For a moment, everyone watched the farce unfold with a sense of anticipation, eager to see what would happen. Not a single person felt any sympathy for Luo Yuyan. After all, this family is just too bizarre. In any family, if a child is missing for many years, when they find them again, they will be loved even more to make up for the years of missing family affection. However, instead of making amends to Luo Xinlian, the Luo family targeted her at every turn. Who would have a good impression of a family like that? At this moment, Luo Xinlian said with a playful tone, "Do you think I should shove your head down the toilet? Would it be better to feed you shit, just like your fifth sister?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yuyan's face turned completely green. But he still said with some dissatisfaction, "Aren't you afraid that Mom and Dad will find out if you do this?" "Dad? Mom? Ha ha! Luo Xinlian suddenly burst into laughter. Miss Luo, it seems you haven't returned to the Luo family yet? Don't you know? I severed all ties with the Luo family long ago. You provoked me first. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Luo Yuyan was immediately shocked. He never imagined that Luo Xinlian would sever ties with the Luo family. Seeing that they could no longer delay, they realized they couldn't drag it out any longer. Luo Yuyan no longer cared about saving face. He immediately shouted. If you don't take action soon, the Four Saints' abode will lose all face. Whoosh! A fiery red feather appeared out of thin air. Suddenly, it shot towards the claws of the shadow dragon. Because the incident happened so suddenly, Xuninglong was forced to release Luo Yuyan. Immediately, Luo Xinlian sensed 4 powerful spiritual energy fluctuations appearing around her. They were staring at him intently. The security guards lying on the ground can only serve to intimidate ordinary beast tamers. These must be the true guardians of the Four Saints' abode, right? Immediately afterwards, a voice rang out. How dare you cause trouble at the Four Saints' abode? Do you really think we're pushovers? Upon hearing this, the onlookers instantly became excited. There have been rumors circulating for some time. In every city, the Four Saints' abode is guarded by elite guards from the Four Saints Academy. The person who just spoke must be him. Although this matter can't really be blamed on Luo Xinlian, it was all his older sister who stirred things up. But this is, after all, the Four Saints' abode. To take action here would be tantamount to slapping the Four Saints' abode in the face. What a pity, I'm afraid this matter won't be resolved peacefully today. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was also filled with anger. I never expected the people from the Four Saints' abode to be so unreasonable. He had only come to buy something, but he encountered difficulties from Luo Yuyan. They were the ones who started it, yet they're blaming themselves. All the unhappiness at this moment can be summed up in one sentence. Stop wasting your breath on me. If you want war, then let's fight. The entire audience was shocked upon hearing this. They never imagined that Luo Xinlian would dare to provoke the elites of the Four Saints Academy. Even Luo Yuyan couldn't believe that Luo Xinlian would dare to say such a thing. I don't know if it's audacity or ignorance. However, she was secretly delighted. You asked for it yourself by provoking the Four Saints Academy. Even while Luo Xinlian and the Four Saints were locked in a standoff, they took advantage of the situation. I secretly slipped away to the side and started looking up news about Luo Xinlian on my phone. The more she looked, the more horrified she became. The news that sent chills down his spine the most was: a genius of dragon taming. The abandoned young master of the Luo family brutally murdered more than a dozen lives in an orphanage. Not a single one of them had a complete corpse. A murderer is innocent? The head of the local police station colluded with Luo Xinlian. They disregarded human life. Think back to the time when the shadow dragon grabbed my head. Luo Yuyan felt as if she had walked back and forth between the gates of hell and the gates of hell. 30. A dilemma. Facing the 5-star beast tamer Chao Xing. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a suit was sitting in a luxurious office. I watched the surveillance footage on the computer on my desk. The computer screen was displaying the image of Luo Xinlian's Four Saints fasting. He was also holding a purchase list in his hand. It was the very form that Luo Xinlian had filled out earlier. Interesting. Dragon-type beast taming. Let me see what you're really capable of. The Four Saints' abode. At this moment, a young man dressed in red appeared. The young man had an arrogant look on his face. Clearly, he didn't take Luo Xinlian seriously. Kid! You're the first person in City A to dare cause trouble at my Four Saints' abode. The young man appeared. The know-it-all was also visibly excited. Holy crap! It's Chao Xing from the Four Saints Academy. He actually came to our City A. Upon hearing this, the people standing nearby. They were also greatly surprised. What? Chao Xing? Is that Chao Xing, the one who single-handedly swept aside more than 10 new students at the Four Saints Academy's entrance ceremony? Brother Dong immediately nodded. Yes, that's him. Although Chao Xing only ranked 23rd in the Four Saints freshman entrance ceremony. But anyone with eyes can see that if Chao Xing hadn't been so outstanding and made so many enemies, his ranking might have been even higher. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was not affected by the surrounding discussions about Chao Xing. Instead, he sized up the young man in front of him. You were the one who ambushed me just now. These words caused Chao Xing's arrogant expression to completely vanish. His handsome face also turned somewhat gloomy. I am a disciple of the Four Saints. Why would I need to ambush an unknown nobody like you? I only intervened to save Miss Luo because I saw she was about to harm her. As he spoke, Chao Xing turned his gaze to the shadow dragon. A fine beast to tame, it's just a pity it chose the wrong master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up looking so malnourished. Dragon Man! How about it? Interested in following me? I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. Upon hearing this, Xinlian crossed his arms. His dragon eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Seeing that Xinlian looked down on him, Chao Xing felt embarrassed. Luo Xinlian was in an equally awkward situation. Although I don't know much about other beast taming knowledge. But he was clear about the issue of loyalty. As long as the loyalty of the beast is below 60, the power of the contract between the beast tamer and the beast tamer will become extremely fragile. Not only is there the risk of having someone steal your partner, even the beasts themselves can rebel. This is all thanks to the shadow dragon being a companion beast, forever and absolutely loyal. Otherwise, if discerning people see that the shadow dragon looks malnourished, they might think it lacks loyalty. If everyone tries to poach talent like Chao Xing, that would be terrible. They haven't even fought yet, and they're already trying to steal someone else's talent? Is this all the elites at the Four Saints Academy are capable of? Upon hearing this, Chao Xing, who was already embarrassed, turned even darker. He had previously only seen what the shadow dragon looked like and mistakenly assumed that it had low loyalty. In addition, this is a dragon-type beast that disappeared 300 years ago. Naturally, some thoughts began to arise. If they successfully poached him, that would be fine. Not only did he fail, but he was also ridiculed by Luo Xinlian. This was something that Chao Xing, who was already arrogant, could not tolerate. He immediately said no more. He summoned his own beast directly. Suddenly, a falcon appeared, its body ablaze with fire, and its feathers tipped with a ring of black stripes. Luo Xinlian immediately began to examine the combat panel of the red falcon. Name: Flame Feather Falcon. Racial bloodline: Firehawk bloodline. Quality: Epic. Attribute: Fire/Wind. Growth stage: Transformation period. Talent: Fire Feather. Anything that touches the fiery feather eagle may be burned. Skills: Fire Feather Shot, Flaming Breath, Storm, Fiery Eagle Claw, Flaming Shadow Clone. Evolution path: Blazing Feathered Hatchling, Fiery Feathered Eagle, Flame Feathered Falcon, Blazing Feathered Mighty Eagle, Fiery Feathered Eagle, Emperor, Sky Burning Overlord. Description: a descendant of the Vermilion Bird, possessing a trace of Vermilion Bird bloodline. After evolving into the Burning Sky Overlord, there is a 1 in 10 million chance that they will awaken as the Vermilion Bird. Note: Suzaku is unique. If only one Suzaku exists in the world, the probability of evolution is 0. Luo Xinlian was also slightly surprised, not expecting that this Flame Feather Falcon actually contained a trace of Vermilion Bird bloodline. It's even an epic bloodline. I wish I could get my hands on it. Unfortunately, this Flame Feather Falcon has been bred exceptionally well, and it seems unlikely that it will be poached. Seeing that Luo Xinlian was somewhat dazed, Chao Xing assumed that she was frightened by his Fire Feather Falcon. He immediately said with great pride, "Now you're scared? Then hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy, so you can suffer less." Luo Xinlian was also pulled back to her senses by Chao Xing's mocking words. Their fighting spirit soared immediately. "Enough talk! Let's see who's better!" Chao Xing was also slightly surprised by Luo Xinlian's sudden burst of fighting spirit. But she quickly adjusted her mindset. "Then let's go!" The next moment, the Flame Feather Falcon then charged directly at the Shadow Dragon. Luo Xinlian narrowed her eyes and instantly saw through the other party's intention. Even though the Flame Feather Falcon is better at long-range attacks, he still wanted to get close. This is clearly an attempt to exploit the Flame Feather Falcon's talent to burn the Shadow Dragon. Although Luo Xinlian did not understand what would happen if she were in a burning state at this time. But he quickly ordered the Shadow Dragon to avoid its attack. Use Shadow Dragon Wave to retaliate. After receiving Luo Xinlian's orders, the Shadow Dragon instantly moved away from its spot in a flash. The Flame Feather Falcon's fierce eagle claw also missed its target. Chao Xing was quite surprised by Xinlian's reaction. I never expected that the other party would see through my intentions. The next moment, Flame Feather Falcon felt an incomparably deep and dark energy rushing towards it. It was Shadow Dragon Wave. Due to inertia, the Flame Feather Falcon was unable to dodge for a moment. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly ordered the Flame Feather Falcon to use its blazing breath to resist. In an instant, the two energies, one bright and one dark, combined to create a tremendous impact. The air inside the Four Saints' abode was also filled with surging currents. For a time, either side could gain the upper hand, and they remained deadlocked. This greatly surprised the onlookers. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? This kid is actually on par with Chao Xing. Chao Xing is a phenomenal person who ranked 23rd in the Four Spirits entrance ceremony. It seems that the key to the outcome of this duel lies in which side possesses more abundant spiritual power. The side that exhausts its spiritual energy first will inevitably lose. Not only the onlookers. The two players facing off in the arena naturally understood this as well. Chao Xing looked at Luo Xinlian across from him with great confidence. I thought to myself, I've already advanced to a 5-star beast tamer. How could I possibly lose when it comes to the sheer amount of spiritual power? However, this can happen over time. Chao Xing felt his spiritual power gradually being exhausted. In contrast, Luo Xinlian remained calm and composed. Its spiritual power is as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. He was immediately terrified. What's up with this kid? How can spiritual energy be so continuous? If this continues, I'm bound to lose. I have to think of something. Chao Xing's eyes darted around. A slight smile curved his lips. Flame Feather Falcon, Flame Shadow Clone. The next moment, Chao Xing felt that a portion of his already meager spiritual power had been drained away. This put him under immense pressure, but he persevered and endured it. Suddenly, one of the fiery feathers on the Flame Feather Falcon detached. The next moment, it transformed into another Flame Feather Falcon that was exactly the same as the Flame Feather Falcon. The Flame Feather Falcon also attacked the Shadow Dragon without hesitation. Luo Xinlian secretly realized something was wrong. But at this moment, the Shadow Dragon had no way to dodge. In a battle of energy blasts, the side that withdraws first will definitely be completely hit by the opponent's skill. If you don't dodge, you will be attacked by the Flame Shadow Clone. If you dodge, Shadow Dragon will surely be defeated. 31. Activate. Mephistopheles' Arrogance. Just when Luo Xinlian was in a dilemma, the Shadow Dragon let out a loud roar. It seems that some kind of emotion is swelling within Xunyanglong's heart. Luo Xinlian also understood what Xunyanglong wanted to express. That means he has to take all of the opponent's attacks with all his might. Immediately, all Luo Xinlian could do was to unleash her full spiritual power to supply the Shadow Dragon. Crack! The Flame Shadow Clone's attack landed squarely on the instant Shadow Dragon. This very moment allowed the Flame Feather Falcon to find a weakness in the Shadow Dragon's attack. The next moment, the flames from the fiery breath gradually overshadowed the darkness of Shadow Dragon Wave. It struck the Shadow Dragon directly. In an instant, the Shadow Dragon was also engulfed in flames. Chao Xing was overjoyed. The Shadow Dragon is now in a state of continuous burning. The battle is over! Surrender now! The crowd erupted in uproar once again. The Four Saints Academy truly lives up to its reputation as the premier beast tamer academy in the world. This Chao Xing is quick-witted and tactically flexible. He truly deserves to be one of the Four Saints elites. Although Luo Xinlian is exceptionally talented, she is ultimately lacking in foundation, knowledge, and tactics. It's not an unfair loss. Seeing that Luo Xinlian's defeat was inevitable, Luo Yuyan, who had been hiding behind the crowd trembling with fear, also grew bolder. They squeezed out from the back of the crowd. He pointed at Luo Xinlian and roared, "Arrest this cruel murderer immediately! He tortured and killed more than a dozen innocent children in the orphanage." Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. "No way! I've heard about the orphanage incident in the suburbs, but I never imagined it was this kid who did it. I've seen similar reports in some gossip magazines before. Now it all makes sense. So the Luo family despises Luo Xinlian because he's bloodthirsty and doesn't even spare children. Are you kidding me? You actually believe gossip magazines?" Without knowing the full picture, I will not comment. Just then, the know-it-all stepped forward again. "You've all got it wrong. Luo Xinlian did kill people, but the dozen or so people he killed were all members of the Bald Gang in the south of the city. He did it to protect the children in the orphanage." "You're just bragging. Luo Xinlian is indeed very strong, but I don't believe he can take on more than a dozen Bald Gang members at once. One minute they say Luo Xinlian killed 10 children, the next they say she killed members of the Bald Gang. I'm so confused. Who's telling the truth? Holy crap! Look, the Flame Feather Falcon is about to unleash its final attack." In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn back to the duel. Luo Xinlian remained oblivious to the noise around her. His attention was entirely focused on the Shadow Dragon. At this moment, Luo Xinlian did not panic because the Shadow Dragon was hit. Because he suddenly sensed that a mysterious power was awakening within Xunyanglong's body. Seeing that Luo Xinlian still did not make any move, Chao Xing immediately ordered a follow-up attack to completely disable the instant Shadow Dragon before capturing Luo Xinlian. "Flame Feather Falcon! Use Fierce Eagle Claws to deliver the final blow." The moment the command is received, the Flame Feather Falcon transformed into a streak of light and charged toward the Shadow Dragon. Seeing this scene, Luo Yuyan, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, felt a surge of joy. A salted fish will always be a salted fish, and will never have a chance to turn things around. Even if you form a contract with a dragon-type beast, it will still be the same. Just as Luo Xinlian was indulging in her own sarcastic remarks. The next moment, an unexpected event occurred. Just as the flame feather falcon was about to strike the shadow dragon again. The bright flames that originally enveloped the shadow dragon's body were gradually replaced by an evil, dark energy. Immediately afterwards, the shadow dragon suddenly burst out with unparalleled speed, and with a wave of its hand, it grabbed the talons of the flame feather falcon. Its strength was so great that the flame feather falcon had no chance to struggle. Because the companion beast and its master are of one mind. Luo Xinlian immediately understood the source of the instant shadow dragon's power. Talent skill, Mephisto's pride. When the shadow dragon is in a predicament, it will unleash a powerful aura of arrogance. All abilities have doubled. It turns out that the reason why the shadow dragon withstood 2 attacks from the flame feather falcon was to activate its innate skill. Only in this way can we turn defeat into victory. Seizing the opportunity, Xinlian also began to unleash its full power. Shadow Fist and Tyrannosaurus Kick followed one after another. The fire raged the flame feather falcon, causing it to cry out incessantly. Luo Xinlian, who had been gloating, looked dejected again and quickly hid behind the crowd. Everyone naturally witnessed the scene. He couldn't help but say, "Is the Luo family all like this?" Meanwhile, Chao Xing could only stand by anxiously. After a brief internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and shouted to the people in the shadows. "Aren't you coming out to help?" But to everyone's surprise, the people lurking in the shadows were not in a hurry at all. There was even a hint of sarcasm in his words. "Chao Xing, isn't this a bad idea? After all, this is your battle. As a member of the Four Saints Academy, if you need help even to deal with an unknown nobody. If this gets back to the academy, what will your advisors think of you?" Chao Xing's face immediately turned black, and he stopped talking. I could only seethe with anger inside. These despicable people are deliberately trying to make me look bad. If you were facing this guy, you probably wouldn't be much stronger than me. Luo Xinlian naturally took this scene in as well. It turns out that these so-called elites of the Four Saints Academy are not a united front. They are all harboring their own ulterior motives. Chao Xing initially looked down on Luo Xinlian, thinking that he was just a lucky boy who had formed a contract with the dragon. But after he fought Luo Xinlian, he found that things were not so simple. The opponent's spiritual power was immense, far beyond what I could compare to. Add to that this incredibly bizarre dragon man. Although they were in a state of hunger and malnutrition. But even in this state, he was able to fight his flame feather falcon to a standstill. This is no ordinary existence. Especially considering that this dragon man suddenly unleashed such terrifying power while having accumulated a full stack of negative buffs. It makes people extremely wary. At this moment, Luo Xinlian had no idea that Chao Xing had been traumatized by her. He simply opened the flame feather falcon's breeding panel at a leisurely pace to take a look. Name, Flame Feather Falcon. Gender, male. Loyalty, 90. Personality, extremely lecherous. Preferences, seeking out beautiful birds and breeding with them. Yearning, to one day awaken the vermilion bird bloodline. Mood, fear source, the terrifying dragon man before my eyes. Diet, carnivorous. Health status. Physical condition, subhealthy, reason, prolonged abstinence, causing distress. Vital status, critically injured, injuries worsening. After looking at the training panel of the flame feather falcon, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Luo Xinlian's mouth. "Stop, Shadow Dragon!" Upon hearing this, the Shadow Dragon also stopped its attack. It simply used one of its dragon claws to firmly grip the base of the flame feather falcon's wing. Just like the way chickens are caught when they're slaughtered in the countryside. Seeing this, Chao Xing's anxious expression eased somewhat. He felt a surge of gratitude towards Luo Xinlian. Although the flame feather falcon was in a sorry state, it had at least survived. I was just about to say thank you. Then Luo Xinlian spoke to the flame feather falcon, which was being completely controlled by the instant shadow dragon. "Submit to me, and I'll spare your life." Upon hearing this, Chao Xing immediately swallowed back the words he was about to say. He then said, "Kid, what do you mean?" But Luo Xinlian completely ignored Chao Xing's intentions. This really worried Chao Xing. Immediately look around to see if there's anyone who can help. After scanning the area, Chao Xing sighed helplessly. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, referring to his post as the guardian of the Four Saints Academy at the Four Saints Hall. On their own turf, there wasn't a single person willing to help. The 3 guys were hiding in the shadows, watching themselves make a fool of themselves. The beast tamers watching were just enjoying the show, no one would interfere. Regular security is simply ineffective, sending more is pointless. Now I can only place my hopes on my captain. As long as we can hold out until the captain arrives, everything will be fine. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt much more at ease. He even made sarcastic remarks. Don't waste your time, the flame feather falcon will never submit to you. Just give up on that idea. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Xing felt something was wrong. He had a feeling that the flame feather falcon's loyalty to him was decreasing. Chao Xing looked up. Before anyone knew it, Luo Xinlian had already walked up to Yenyu Falcon and was talking to him. And in the eyes of the flame feather falcon, a hint of excitement was faintly revealed. 32. Compromise. The flame feather falcon that protects Kun. A few minutes ago, just as Chao Xing was looking around for help, Luo Xinlian had already quietly approached the flame feather falcon. He forced what he thought was a gentle smile and said, Little Kun, how about you submit to me? Although the flame feather falcon was gripped by the base of its wing by the shadow dragon, it was terrified. But it did not compromise. Instead, it shook its head firmly. Its master treats it so well, how could it betray its master for the sake of an eagle's safety? Seeing that Yenyu Falcon had rejected her, Luo Xinlian was not annoyed. Instead, they continued to offer kind advice. Is that flashy guy in red always either training you or taking you to fight? The flame feather falcon had no idea what the human in front of it wanted to do. But he still nodded honestly. Immediately, Luo Xinlian revealed an expression that every man would understand. How are you? Feeling cooped up for so long? With daily training and battles, you probably don't even have time to look for those pretty little birds, right? Flame feather falcon trembled and looked at Luo Xinlian with some confusion. It seems to be asking, how did you know I like this kind of thing? Luo Xinlian gave a gentle smile. They're all males, what's so hard to understand? As long as you come with me, I won't stop you from going to find those pretty little birds. If you need it, I can even take you to the spirit beast market to find someone you like. What do you think? Flame feather falcon was tempted. My throat involuntarily twitched. Luo Xinlian also saw the cultivation panel of the flame feather falcon. Loyalty has begun to decrease. 89, 88. It dropped all the way down to 87. But that's far from enough. Flame feather falcon immediately calmed his racing mind. I kept repeating it in my mind. Its owner treats it so well, it can't let its owner down. The effect was not obvious. Luo Xinlian changed her strategy again. He opened his mouth and said, I know you possess a trace of vermilion bird blood. If you submit to me, I am confident that I can make you evolve faster than other birds with the vermilion bird bloodline. I will make you a true vermilion bird. Upon hearing this, Flame Feather Falcon's body visibly began to tremble. Loyalty has started to decrease again. 86, 80, 75. Seeing the loyalty level constantly decreasing, Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. It really works. As for what Luo Xinlian said, half of it was to fool Yenyu Falcon, and the other half was what he saw through the forbidden eye. As one of the 4 divine beasts, the vermilion bird must be extraordinary. I reckon it's the only one of its kind. There are certainly more than just the flame feather falcon that possesses the bloodline of the vermilion bird. Suzaku is also unique. If that's the case, then whoever evolves faster will have a higher chance of awakening as the vermilion bird. Once a bird evolves into a vermilion bird, the other vermilion bird bloodlines will naturally lose the possibility of evolution. How could Flame Feather Falcon not be excited when he said such a thing? As for whether he can do it himself, Luo Xinlian himself obviously doesn't know. But let's get the Flame Feather Falcon over here first. It was at this moment that Chao Xing sensed the decrease in the loyalty of the Flame Feather Falcon and looked up. Chao Xing didn't know what Luo Xinlian had said. But seeing the falcon's excited expression and sensing its rapidly decreasing loyalty, he had a bad feeling. He quickly called out, Flame Feather Falcon! Are you betraying me? No matter what he says, don't believe him. He's lying to you. With Chao Xing's angry shout, the loyalty of the Flame Feather Falcon has stopped at 74. Flame Feather Falcon also snapped out of his daze after being bombarded with sweet words by Luo Xinlian. Yes. What makes this kid think he can help me evolve into a vermilion bird? Even the Dean of the Four Saints Academy, that supreme being, probably wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Suddenly, the loyalty of the Flame Feather Falcon began to slowly recover. This left Luo Xinlian feeling quite depressed. That damn Chao Xing is such a nuisance. At this moment, Chao Xing could no longer bear it and rushed towards Luo Xinlian in 3 steps. Those around were also quite surprised to see this. No way, no way! Chao Xing actually rushed over. Judging from Chao Xing's anxious look, could it be that Luo Xinlian has successfully turned him against her? It seems quite possible. Meanwhile, the 3 people in the shadows were talking to each other. The tone of gloating was completely undisguised. Chao Xing has really lost face this time. After a duel with someone, I almost lost my tamed beast. If this gets back to the Four Saints Academy, things will get interesting. Immediately afterwards, a somewhat honest voice emerged. Serves him right for always looking down on people. Today he's been taught a lesson. Once Chao Xing's beast taming ability is taken away, we'll deal with Luo Xinlian then. The Suzakuan has completely lost face. Upon hearing this, the other two nodded slightly. They agreed to the suggestion from the honest-sounding voice. Meanwhile, Luo Yuyan, who had been hiding behind the crowd, saw Luo Xinlian gaining more and more power. I felt a surge of anxiety. He wanted to ask the three people in the shadows for help, but they completely ignored him. Then he suddenly remembered a figure. The store manager of Shanghai in City A. He is also the captain of these four people. You can ask him for help. But no matter how frantically Luo Yuyan dialed the manager's number, both calls showed no one answering. At the same time, on the other side, Luo Xinlian saw Chao Xing rushing over. He also gave the shadow dragon a look. Immediately, a shadow dragon wave was thrown towards Chao Xing. Chao Xing was terrified. Quickly dodge. Fortunately, Xunying Long had no intention of killing Chao Xing, he was just trying to scare him. That's how he managed to escape. Despite this, Chao Xing still experienced the feeling of being on the verge of death. His body trembled instinctively. They dared not advance even an inch further. For now, all we can do is pray that Flame Feather Falcon's stance remains firm. Luo Xinlian's patience was completely exhausted. The gentle smile that had been there was completely gone. Instead, his face was filled with fierceness and ruthlessness. Little Kun, I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me, and you'll have everything you could ever want, beautiful bird. Reject me, hee hee. Luo Xinlian hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. His eyes began to skim between the legs of the Flame Feather Falcon. Be good, listen to me, and give in to me. After all, you wouldn't want your little Kun to get smashed up, would you? In that case, I'm afraid you wouldn't find much joy in living, would you? Luo Xinlian's voice echoed in the ears of the Flame Feather Falcon like a devil's whisper. The next moment, the Flame Feather Falcon's two legs suddenly clamped down. My whole body started trembling uncontrollably. The Shadow Dragon even lifted the Flame Feather Falcon upwards, revealing its sharp, pointed claws with its other claw. After a fraction of a second of internal struggle, the loyalty of the Flame Feather Falcon began to plummet. 70, 65, 60, 55. Seeing that it was about time, Luo Xinlian directly pressed down on the head of the Flame Feather Falcon. Begin transferring spiritual energy. Soon, Luo Xinlian found the contract chain between Yanyu Falcon and Chao Xing. However, by this point, the contractual chains were clearly ineffective. Luo Xinlian simply activated her spiritual power, and the entire contract chain shattered instantly. At that moment, Chao Xing also sensed something. The next second, a mouthful of blood spurted from Chao Xing's mouth, and Chao Xing fainted on the spot. Contract backlash. Luo Xinlian was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that forcibly removing the contract chains would cause such harm to the dominant party. After feeling sorry for Chao Xing for 2.5 seconds, Luo Xinlian then began to form a contract with the Flame Feather Falcon. Strictly speaking, this was his first time contracting a beast. But it went surprisingly smoothly. Perhaps it's because the symbiotic space was awakened long ago. Soon, deep within Luo Xinlian's consciousness, beside that vast and arrogant space, there appeared a tiny, fiery red space. It is the beast-taming space of the Flame Feather Falcon. After doing all this, Luo Xinlian knew that she should not stay here for long. I don't even want the things I bought before. He then took a step to leave. He knew that 3 formidable individuals were lurking in the shadows, watching him. The Flame Feather Falcon had already been severely injured by the Shadow Dragon, and could only recuperate in the beast-taming space. Although the Shadow Dragon can fight against opponents of higher levels, it also has the extremely powerful passive ability, Mephisto's Pride. However, it is still in its growth stage, and it is obviously not a wise move to face 3 beast tamers who are suspected to be at the same level as Chao Xing. Unfortunately, Luo Xinlian's movements were still too slow. The 3 figures had formed a triangle, surrounding Luo Xinlian. You think you can just leave after causing trouble? Do you really think the 3 of us are just decorations? 33. Deceiving customers? Luo Yuyan distorts the facts. Seeing that his escape route had been completely cut off by these 3 people, Luo Xinlian immediately abandoned any thought of escaping. In his previous life, he was timid and submissive. I've always lived for others. He will have nothing until he dies. In this life, he only wants to follow his heart. since these 3 people are unwilling to let me go. Then I can't let them have it too easy. The shadow dragon beside him also unleashed a tremendous fighting spirit. The 3 people blocking the way were also stunned by the aura emanating from Luo Xinlian and Xuninglong. They hadn't taken it seriously before. They simply assumed that Chao Xing was not strong enough. But now it seems that we have underestimated the young man in front of us. But at this point, the die was cast and the arrow had to be released. If we just let Luo Xinlian leave like this, not only the 3 of them, but the entire Four Saints' abode will become a laughingstock. Just as the 4 of them were getting restless and preparing to make a move, the sales assistant from before has finally returned. He looked around the hall with a somewhat bewildered expression. He asked, puzzled, What happened? But no one paid any attention to the sales assistant. After all their attention was focused on the 4 people who were locked in a fierce confrontation. Seeing that no one paid any attention, the saleswoman stopped caring. He ran straight up to Luo Xinlian and said, Sir, the supplies you purchased have been inventoried and are now stored in the warehouse. Is it convenient for you to go pick it up now? The sales assistant's voice grew softer and softer, because he finally realized that something seemed amiss. Suddenly, all eyes in the room were focused on him. This made the sales assistant feel uneasy. Wow! This is going to be fun! So Luo Xinlian wasn't causing trouble, she came to buy things. Who was it that was shouting that Luo Xinlian was causing trouble? I remember it was the 4th young lady of the Luo family, the floor manager. He led his men to surround Luo Xinlian, which lured out the 4 Saints' guardians. The onlookers all wore expressions of schadenfreude. These words were spoken. All eyes turned to Luo Yuyan, who was hiding behind the crowd. Even the 3 people who were about to attack Luo Xinlian stopped what they were doing. He glared at Luo Yuyan with hostility. They seemed to be waiting for him to give an explanation. After all, if Luo Xinlian is really a customer who came to buy things, then what are we doing now? Attack on customers? If this gets out, what will become of the reputation of the Four Saints' abode? At this moment, Luo Yuyan's face looked as if she had swallowed a fly. But only for a moment. He then composed himself and walked straight toward the saleswoman. You said he came to buy something? Where's the receipt? Let me see it. Seeing that it was the floor manager who wanted to check the receipts, the sales assistant didn't think much of it and handed over the receipts she had. Luo Yuyan took the receipt and looked at it. Her beautiful eyes widened involuntarily. Over 10 million worth of supplies. He actually came to buy things. Where did this good-for-nothing get so much money? No way. I can't take the blame for this. Otherwise, my future will be ruined. Perhaps. Luo Yuyan immediately tore the shopping list into pieces. The sales assistant standing next to her also looked astonished. What are you doing? Luo Xinlian also stared intently at Luo Yuyan. This guy looks like he's planning to hold out to the bitter end. As expected. The next moment, Luo Yuyan said with a playful expression. This is hardly a shopping guide list. It's clearly just a bunch of nonsense written on it. They actually thought they could fool everyone with something. I think you and this good-for-nothing conspired beforehand to steal the Four Saints' supplies under cover of darkness. Luckily, I exposed you, otherwise you would have succeeded. Looking at the scattered pieces of paper in Luo Yuyan's hand, everyone present was stunned. Isn't this blatantly trying to distort the facts? Things have come to this point, and it's quite clear. The others aren't fools. Everyone knew what Luo Yuyan was thinking at that moment. He wanted to destroy the receipts for Luo Xinlian's purchase of supplies. Without proof, what good is it even if they all know the truth? Is the Four Saints fasting going to make the best of a mistake? Sure. Just keep it to yourself. Don't say it out loud. What if they wipe us all out later? The Four Saints' abode is backed by the Four Saints Academy. The beast tamers who had initially felt indignant on Luo Xinlian's behalf fell silent upon hearing these words. After all, they didn't dare to offend the Four Saints. The sales assistant was also a little flustered. I was just serving customers normally. How did he become an inside agent plotting to seize the supplies for the Four Saints fast? The sales assistant was about to explain. As a result, he was slapped to the ground by Luo Yuyan. You traitor, I'll deal with you later. Immediately, Luo Yuyan turned her gaze to the other 3. What are you standing there for? Take him down! The 3 hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything more. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to resort to calling a deer a horse. After all, things have escalated to this point. We can only prioritize maintaining the reputation of the Four Saints fast. Although the Four Saints fast may be criticized, those people will only dare to talk about it behind people's backs. Without evidence, who would dare to openly criticize the Four Saints fasting? Do you really think you have too much time on your life? The three of them immediately discussed it and stepped forward. Take down this kid first. Things are developing in the direction I expected. After letting out a long sigh, Luo Yuyan felt a sense of relief. Luo Xinlian, how dare you embarrass me and almost ruin my future? If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think you're someone important. I'm just a big company that bullies its customers, so what can you do about it? I made a mistake, so what? In the end, you'll be the one to take the blame. But then, a cold and sinister voice rang out in the hall. This interrupted Luo Yuyan's thoughts. Excellent! Excellent! What a wonderful Four Saints fasting! You forced me to this. Since you want to fight, then come on. Luo Xinlian took a step forward. The shadow dragon beside him was also full of fighting spirit. Mephisto's pride is activated instantly. The three people opposite them didn't dare to be careless either. They quickly summoned their respective beasts. Luo Xinlian only needed to glance at them to understand the information about the three beasts. Purple Cloud Leopard, Wind/Gold, Metamorphosis period. Mysterious Eel Python, Poison/Ice, Metamorphosis stage. Thick-Skinned Tortoise, Soil/Rock, Molting stage. Although all three are of very good quality and have dual attributes. However, none of them possess the bloodline of the Four Saints like the Flame Feather Falcon. But that's normal. Are the bloodlines of the Four Saints so easy to find? At this moment, neither Luo Xinlian nor Xuninglong showed the slightest fear in their eyes. There was even a hint of excitement in it. The Shadow Dragon's favorite thing to do is to trample powerful beings under its feet. Obviously, this is true for the Shadow Dragon, which is still in its growth stage. These three beasts in their transformation stage already met his requirements. The Shadow Dragon is about to clash with three opponents in a 1v3 battle. Enough! Stop! Just then, a deep voice stopped the impending battle between the four. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit walked slowly towards them. 34. Shocking! An invitation from the Four Saints Academy. Manager! You've finally arrived! We're about to take down this troublemaker! A man appeared. Luo Yuyan quickly stepped forward to make her presence known. But the man completely ignored Luo Yuyan. Instead, he directly stepped between the four people who were about to make a move. He gave Luo Xinlian a natural smile. Hello, young man. I am the manager of the Four Saints Academy, and also the captain of the Four Saints Academy's garrison team stationed in City A. My name is Xiao Yunqing. As he spoke, he extended his right hand. This scene not only stunned the surrounding crowd, but also the other three town guards and Luo Yuyan. Holy crap! What's going on? Xiao Yunqing actually offered to shake hands with Luo Xinlian. They were just on the verge of exchanging blows. How did things turn out like this? The three guards were also somewhat puzzled by their captain's actions, but they did not raise any questions. Looking at Xiao Yunqing's hands suspended in midair, Luo Xinlian did not respond. She simply stared coldly at the man in front of her. Seeing Luo Xinlian's attitude, Luo Yuyan, who was initially uneasy because of Xiao Yunqing's actions, was secretly delighted. They are truly ignorant and arrogant, daring to defy Xiao Yunqing. Let me add fuel to the fire. Immediately, Luo Yuyan came directly to Xiao Yunqing's side. He pointed at Luo Xinlian and angrily rebuked her. Don't push your luck. Our manager treated him with courtesy, and you're so ungrateful. Then he added fuel to the fire for Xiao Yunqing. Manager! This kid doesn't know what's good for him, daring to disrespect you in public. I think we don't need to waste words with him, let's just take him down. Then, while Luo Yuyan was interrupting, Xiao Yunqing naturally withdrew his right hand. Then he turned to look at the incessantly talking Luo Yuyan. Are you teaching me how to do things? Although he still had a smile on his face, there was a clear hint of coldness in that smile. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was also somewhat confused about what the man in front of her wanted to do. So he got straight to the point. Just say what you need to say. Stop with all this beating around the bush. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunqing looked at Luo Xinlian with a friendly expression once again. Young man, you're certainly quick-witted and outspoken. I'm here today to apologize to you, young man, on behalf of the Four Saints Abode. It was my subordinate's incompetence that wronged the young man. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The crowd's astonishment reached a new level. On behalf of the Four Saints fasting, I apologize. Many people even began to doubt whether they had misheard. No way! Another twist? I initially thought that the Four Saints fasting was simply going to stick to the mistake. I never expected Manager Xiao to personally apologize. At this moment, Luo Yuyan felt her face burning. Although he had previously tried to intimidate others with his power, everyone knew that. But he had already torn up the purchase list, and since no one had any evidence, they dared not say anything more. But things are different now. As the manager of the Four Saints Hall in City A, Xiao Yunqing represents the meaning of the Four Saints Hall. Now that Xiao Yunqing has personally come forward to say that Luo Xinlian was wronged, it's as if he has directly torn off Luo Yuyan's fig leaf. How could Luo Yuyan possibly save face like this? Nevertheless, he has no intention of compromising so easily. Then Luo Yuyan continued. Manager, are you sure you're not mistaken? This guy even forged the purchase list. He's trying to collude with this sales assistant to steal the supplies from the Four Saints' abode. Furthermore, he severely injured Chao Xing, the garrison commander, and forcibly seized his beast. This led to Chao Xing suffering a backlash while guarding the town. Not only that, he also tortured and murdered more than a dozen orphans at an orphanage on the outskirts of the city. A person as vicious as him deserves. Luo Yuyan's voice stopped abruptly. He suddenly realized that Xiao Yunqing was staring at him expressionlessly. Luo Yuyan felt as if she were being watched by a terrifying beast. Are you taking me for an idiot? Even though you tore up the shopping list, the Four Saints system backend can still find it. Also, which eye of yours saw this young man brutally murder more than 10 orphans? Gossip magazines? Can you trust that stuff? These words immediately angered the beast tamers who had previously felt indignant on Luo Xinlian's behalf. Now we hear the manager of Shanghai personally clarifying things for Luo Xinlian. Everyone clapped and cheered. I didn't dare to speak up before because I was afraid of the power of the Four Saints' abode. But now that the leaders of the Four Saints' abode have spoken up to vouch for Luo Xinlian, what is there to be afraid of? As for whether the Luo family will retaliate afterward, they weren't worried at all. With so many people here, how many can you remember? Good. Manager Xiao is right. If Luo Yuyan really manages to twist the truth, I'm afraid I'll never dare to come to the Four Saints' abode again. Exactly. Shanghai is a reputable establishment. They wouldn't do anything like bullying their customers just because they're a big company. But there are always a few bad apples that spoil the whole bunch. Listening to the people around me saying these things without any hesitation, Luo Yuyan's face turned pale and then red. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was also somewhat unsure of what Xiao Yunqing was really up to. He simply answered calmly. Forget about apologies, I just want my supplies back. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunqing quickly reverted to his previous slightly friendly smile. Of course, no problem. The supplies have already been prepared for you, young man. You can pick them up any time. Luo Xinlian heard Xiao Yunqing say this. It was a straightforward opening statement. Then lead the way. Wait. No rush. Seeing that Luo Xinlian was in such a hurry, Xiao Yunqing quickly stopped her. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian narrowed her eyes. What? You've changed your mind? After considering for a moment, Xiao Yunqing spoke. No, not at all. I just wanted to ask you if you would be willing to join my Four Saints Academy before that. Quiet. You could hear a pin drop. When Xiao Yunqing said those words, the entire room fell completely silent. Even the previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. He stared wide-eyed at Xiao Yunqing and Luo Xinlian. But just moments later, the entire Four Saints Hall erupted in chaos. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? Xiao Yunqing is actually inviting Luo Xinlian to join the Four Saints Academy. If I agree to this, I'll be on a roll. If Patriarch Luo knew this news, he would probably be kicking himself. Serves you right. You don't want your own son, but you insist on spoiling your adopted son. Now you're having a good time, aren't you? At this moment, Luo Yuyan's heart was already in turmoil. He never would have imagined it. Xiao Yunqing will directly invite Luo Xinlian to join the Four Saints Academy. You know, even his younger brother, who is such a genius, doesn't have this qualification. He's just a piece of trash. Why should he be allowed to do this? But he didn't dare say anything. The look Xiao Yunqing gave him just now was still vivid in his mind, and the chill he felt had not yet dissipated. Everyone assumed that Luo Xinlian would agree without hesitation. But to everyone's surprise, Luo Xinlian said without changing her expression. I'll join, but I have 3 conditions. If even one of these things can't be done, then this matter is off the table. 35. Extortion. Luo Xinlian's 3 demands. Holy crap! The Four Saints Academy extended an invitation directly, and he still wants to set conditions? Kid! That's going too far. 3 requirements, and if you can't fulfill even one, then it's off the table? This is an invitation from the Four Saints Academy. Are you crazy? I was initially somewhat sympathetic to this kid, but now I find him rather repulsive. It's so infuriating. Seeing others show off is even more painful than getting slapped in the face myself. Just as everyone started discussing Luo Xinlian's reaction again. At this moment, the expert jumped out again. You just don't understand. A genius who reigns over dragons only once every 300 years, How could he be the same as an ordinary genius? Of course we have the right to negotiate. He wants to see just how high his status is in the eyes of the Four Saints Academy. This will pave the way for their later entry into the Four Saints Academy. Which student who can enter the Four Sages isn't exceptionally talented? There are always arrogant individuals who, because of the direct invitation from the Four Sages, will try to cause trouble for Luo Xinlian. But after what happened today, everyone knows how important Luo Xinlian is, so naturally fewer people are causing trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Xiao Yunqing was clearly taken aback when he heard Luo Xinlian's words. But things quickly returned to normal. Clearly, his thoughts coincided with those of Brother Dong. Tell me about it. Seeing that Xiao Yunqing did not refuse, Luo Xinlian also spoke without any politeness. First, since it was you, the Four Saints Abode, who wronged me, and because of your mistake, I suffered heavy losses and almost lost my life. Shouldn't you compensate me for my injuries? As for the amount of compensation, that depends on the reputation of your Four Saints Abode. Upon hearing this, the faces of the onlookers twitched uncontrollably. No. Where did you suffer heavy losses? Damn it! Can't you have any shame? How come I never realized this guy was so shameless? How cunning! He deliberately brought up the reputation of the Four Saints Abode. Now, even if the Four Saints Abode wanted to pay less, it wouldn't be able to. Chao Xing, whose beast taming was forcibly taken by Luo Xinlian, was gradually regaining consciousness. She had only been awake for a short time when she overheard Luo Xinlian and Xiao Yunqing's conversation. He forced himself to sit up and pointed at Luo Xinlian. You! Pfft! He had only uttered one word when he felt his blood surging inside him, and then he spat out another mouthful of blood. She then fainted again. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for Chao Xing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunqing showed no change in emotion and maintained his smile. No problem, your request is reasonable. After all, this was indeed our oversight. How about this? We'll increase your order by 50% on top of what you originally purchased. In addition, the flame feather falcon you stole will be given to you as a gift. The Four Saints Temple will not pursue the matter further, and will also provide you with some flame feather falcon breeding materials. Finally, here's the Shishanghai Black Gold card. From now on, you'll get a 50% discount on everything you buy at Shishanghai. As he spoke, Xiao Yunqing took out a black card with gold trim from the lining of his suit and handed it to Luo Xinlian. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing this. You should know that Luo Xinlian had previously purchased more than 10 million worth of cultivation materials, and now it's like she's given away more than 10 million worth of materials. The most unexpected thing was that black gold card. I'm afraid that there are no more than 10 people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who possess it. Moreover, even the 3 town guards who had been standing behind Xiao Yunqing were somewhat puzzled this time. A hint of resentment appeared in his eyes as he looked at Luo Xinlian. Why? We are the guardians sent by the Four Saints Academy to the Four Saints Abode, and none of us have black cards. Why give them to him? Although they thought this in their hearts, they dared not utter a word. They knew very well the consequences of disobeying Xiao Yunqing. Okay, tell me your second request. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yunqing continued to ask questions. Luo Xinlian saw the envious, jealous, and hateful looks from the people around her. But he didn't care at all. Instead, he turned his gaze to Luo Yuyan, who had remained silent. What use is there in keeping someone like this at Shishanghai who abuses his power and thinks all day about bullying customers just because he's a big shop? Luo Xinlian's gaze sharpened, and she continued speaking. Let's kick this black sheep out of the Four Saints Abode. Hearing that Luo Xinlian actually wanted Xiao Yunqing to kick him out of the Four Saints Abode, Luo Yuyan couldn't care less about anything else and immediately got a little angry. He pointed at Luo Xinlian and immediately began to curse. You're nothing but an unwanted outcast of the Luo family. You're not even as good as a dog in the Luo family. Why should I leave the Four Saints Abode? Luo Xinlian completely ignored Luo Yuyan's insults. He just looked at Xiao Yunqing with a half-smile. Xiao Yunqing wasn't too surprised by this. He simply nodded slightly. You're right. He immediately announced it to the public. Luo Yuyan, you have falsely accused a customer and abused your power. This has damaged the reputation of Shishanghai. Now, as the general manager of Shishanghai in City A, I am kicking Luo Yuyan out of Shishanghai. Never hire him again. The onlookers also made some gleeful comments. Arrogant? Let's see if you're still arrogant. That feels great. They were just using the power of the Four Saints Abode to bully customers, and now they've been fired. The more arrogant they were before, the more pathetic they are now. Upon hearing the words, never to be hired, Luo Yuyan felt a bit dazed. Both his family and he himself had paid a huge price and made great efforts to climb to this position in the Four Saints Hall. How could I be fired? An overwhelming rage immediately surged within Luo Xinlian's heart. His mind went completely blank at that moment. The only thing I want to do is strangle that good-for-nothing Luo Xinlian. His body moved the instant the thought crossed his mind. He watched as Luo Xinlian charged aggressively toward him. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Luo Xinlian's mouth. He raised his foot and kicked Luo Xinlian directly in the abdomen. He kicked Luo Xinlian so hard she fell flat on her face. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was also awakened by the kick. A sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and he instinctively covered his stomach with both hands. Luo Xinlian's cold voice could be heard in my ears. "Don't mess with me, or I don't know what I might do." Without waiting for Luo Xinlian to react, Xiao Yunqing then waved his hand. 2 security guards then escorted Luo Xinlian out. "All right, now tell me your third request." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian also revealed an innocent and harmless expression. He asked tentatively, "If you can't fulfill the third requirement, you won't go back on your promise of compensation, will you?" Xiao Yunqing couldn't help but be amused by Luo Xinlian. "You're really underestimating my Four Saints sect. A mere 10 million in cultivation materials is nothing to my Four Saints sect." Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. He raised his hand and pointed to the 3 guards behind Xiao Yunqing. "Good. My third request is, I want to fight these 3 guys. If they can defeat me, I will immediately join the Four Saints Academy." 36 Showdown 1v3. Hearing Luo Xinlian's third request, everyone expressed their incomprehension. Not only will they stop bothering you, but they will also provide you with a large amount of supplies as compensation. They even directly invite you to join the Four Saints Academy. Is there anything else you're not satisfied with? To others, Luo Xinlian's behavior was simply youthful impetuosity. He was surrounded by 3 people earlier, and now he wants to get revenge. But that's completely unnecessary, since they don't really believe Luo Xinlian can take on 3 opponents at once. Rather than being beaten up by the 3, joining the Four Saints Academy would be criticized. It would be much better to just join directly. Even Xiao Yunqing thought so. Little did they know that Luo Xinlian had a compelling reason to do so. He genuinely didn't want to get entangled with these 3 people. However, due to the arrogant space, Luo Xinlian and the instant Shadow Dragon became intricately connected. He could clearly sense that the Shadow Dragon seemed to have reached a certain critical point. Some external factors are needed to stimulate the Shadow Dragon to break through its limits. And fighting is the best way. The 3 people in front of her could be used by Luo Xinlian as whetstones for the instant Shadow Dragon. That's why the idea of 1v3 came about. As for losing, he wasn't worried at all. Although Nen Yunxiao didn't say anything to him. However, given the current dire situation of the Four Fiends Academy, it is not difficult to deduce this. It must be related to the Four Saints Academy. Since that's the case, if you lose, just join. Be a cuckoo that lives in someone else's nest. Use the enemy's nutrients to nourish your own growth. Luo Xinlian has not forgotten Fatty's teachings. Since the other party has already been defined as the enemy, the natural course of action is to weaken the enemy as much as possible to strengthen oneself. Where is the morality left? As Luo Xinlian finished speaking, the 3 guards had long disliked Luo Xinlian. When the 3 of them entered the Four Saints Academy, it was a journey fraught with difficulties and dangers. Now Luo Xinlian is given the opportunity to join directly. Not only did he not cherish it, he also made demands. This made the 3 of them extremely jealous. Since Luo Xinlian is courting death, then the 3 of them can't be blamed. "Captain? Since this young man has such a request, we should grant it." The other 2 echoed this sentiment. Xiao Yunqing nodded slightly. "In that case, you may choose one of you to fight him." Upon hearing this, the 3 garrison guards were immediately stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 against 1? In a one-on-one fight, how could we possibly be a match for them? Although they disliked Chao Xing. However, I still highly acknowledge his abilities. Even Chao Xing was defeated. In a one-on-one situation, how could they possibly be a match for them? What's most terrifying is that this guy's spiritual power seems to be exceptionally vast. After his battle with Chao Xing, he showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Xiao Yunqing's words made the 3 of them regret their earlier remarks. Upon seeing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across Xiao Yunqing's face. "What? They dare to challenge all 3 of you at the same time? You don't even dare to fight one-on-one? Do you even deserve to be members of the Four Saints Academy?" The 3 guards' faces turned red with suppressed urges. But there was no rebuttal. They had witnessed Chao Xing's fate firsthand. Even the beasts they used to tame were stolen. He himself also suffered a very strong backlash. They didn't want to follow in Chao Xing's footsteps. Just then, Luo Xinlian said with a smile, It's alright, let all three of them come together. If 3 Elite Four Saints cannot defeat me, then there's no point in attending the Four Saints Academy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunqing nodded. Since you have made this request, even our Four Saints Academy won't take advantage of you. Alright, I have a power-boosting pill here, made by a Grand Master level trainer from our academy. This power-boosting pill can promote the growth of beasts, enhance their physique and strength, and has no side effects. It is specially designed for beasts in their growth stage. If you can defeat those 3, young man, I will give you this power-boosting pill. Although Luo Xinlian remained outwardly calm, she was quite surprised inside. Thinking that the man in front of her had actually figured out that the Shadow Dragon was only in its growth stage, otherwise he wouldn't have offered growth stage training materials as a reward. Aren't you afraid that because of this reward I'll perform exceptionally well and beat all 3 of them? In that case, not only will I not be able to join the Four Saints Academy, but you'll also have to pay a sum of resources as compensation. Xiao Yunqing simply smiled faintly. He then said, Young man, you jest. Whether or not you join the Four Saints Academy is entirely up to you, young man. I just felt a connection with you, young man, and wanted to be friends with you. The onlookers were also impressed by Xiao Yunqing's magnanimity and vision. What Xiao Yunqing meant was, what are the 3 requirements, and what are the rewards? Even if they invite you to join the Four Saints Academy, it's just to make you their friend. The betting is just something to amuse you since you're interested. That damn Luo Xinlian! What incredible luck he had to be valued so highly by Manager Xiao. If you had that kind of talent, you could do it too. At this moment, Luo Xinlian did not feel flattered or overwhelmed with joy. Instead, they became wary of Xiao Yunqing. In his previous life, he witnessed the coldness and indifference of the world. He couldn't believe there were people in the world who were so magnanimous and selfless. Especially in this dog-eat-dog world of beast taming where strength reigns supreme. Even his master, Nan Yunxiao, treated him so well because he wanted to rely on his talent to one day lead the Four Fiends Academy to rise again. Therefore, Luo Xinlian was certain that Xiao Yunqing had some ulterior motive. Although I already had the answer in my heart. But there's no reason not to take what's offered to you. In that case, let's begin. The 3 garrison commanders had been waiting impatiently for a long time. They were already very jealous of Luo Xinlian. Now, Xiao Yunqing has actually offered the power-boosting pill as a reward to incentivize Luo Xinlian. This made them even more unhappy. The next moment, all 3 of their tamed beasts leaped into the arena. The onlookers instinctively stepped back a short distance. The purple cloud leopard, the dark-ink python, and the thick earth turtle stood side by side. The shadow dragon was also fearless, taking a step forward to face the 3 transforming beasts. The next moment, the purple cloud leopard was the first to be hit. Using its most proficient speed, it launched an attack on the shadow dragon. But the next moment, an even faster attack struck the purple cloud leopard. It's the shadow fist of the instant shadow dragon. Light and darkness are both present. The speed of light is the same as the speed of shadow. A solid punch landed on the purple cloud leopard's neck. It knocked the purple cloud leopard off balance. The purple cloud leopard suddenly felt a moment of dizziness. I can barely stand up. Clearly, that punch almost killed the purple cloud leopard instantly. Of course, this is also thanks to Shadow Fist, a preemptive attack skill. Otherwise, the speed of the shadow dragon would also be extremely fast. But it's still not as fast as the purple cloud leopard. After all, the shadow dragon is only in its growth stage, which is 2 growth stages different from the purple cloud leopard in its molting stage. The shadow dragon prepares to press its advantage. With a leap, he launched the Tyrannosaurus kick, heading straight for the purple cloud leopard. Bang! But it was blocked by a thick earthen wall. Just at this critical moment, the earth tortoise arrived. He quickly used the earth wall technique to block the fatal blow for the purple cloud leopard. The entire earth and rock wall was shattered by the kick from the shadow dragon. In an instant, rubble exploded and dust flew everywhere. The shadow dragon's vision was also slightly obstructed. Suddenly, Xunyanglong felt a cold aura approaching him from behind. 37. Advancement. Entering the mature stage. Unbeknownst to them, the Xianyin python had silently arrived behind the instant shadow dragon. He immediately unleashed his innate skill, Xianyin Poison Fang, and bit down on the shadow dragon's neck. In just a moment, the information about Xianyin Poison Fang was deciphered by Luo Xinlian's Forbidden Eye. Mysterious Yin Venomous Fang, Ice Mysterious Yin Python's innate skill, which allows it to release a powerful ice attribute snake venom through its fangs, deducting 1% of the poison victim's stamina every 10 seconds. Dragons are born with extremely high resistance to many elemental attributes such as fire, water, thunder, and wind. However, the ice type is a natural counter to the dragon type. Once the shadow dragon is hit by the Xianyin Poison Fang, its stamina will be reduced from 1% every 10 seconds to 2% every 10 seconds instead of the original 1%. Don't underestimate the mere 1% increase. The damage has doubled. Add to that the current 1v3 situation. Once the Shadow Dragon is poisoned, it will undoubtedly lose. However, the Shadow Dragon quickly took countermeasures. Because all of this happened in the blink of an eye. The fragments of the earth and rock wall that had been kicked apart by the Shadow Dragon were still flying through the air. Because the Xinlian python is not good at speed, it is far slower than the instant Shadow Dragon. The instant Shadow Dragon spotted the Xinlian python, it grabbed a piece of broken rock and shoved it into the python's gaping maw. This not only blocked the Xinlian python's attack, but also caused considerable damage to it. Unable to dodge in time, the Xinlian python swallowed the stone whole. Fortunately, snakes can temporarily dislocate their jaws, otherwise, other beasts might have gotten their throats stuck in this rock. However, even if the Xinlian python wasn't stuck, it was still in a bad mood, since there was a rock inside its belly, and every movement caused it intense pain. Although it seems that Xunyanglong has a slight advantage on the field right now. But Luo Xinlian knew very well that in these few rounds of fighting, even the slightest mistake would lead to defeat. Once the Shadow Dragon is hit by the opponent, it will be met with a series of attacks from 3 metamorphosing beasts. To defeat your opponent, you must act swiftly. Taking advantage of the opponent's weakened state, Luo Xinlian immediately commanded the instant Shadow Dragon to unleash Shadow Dragon Wave. With both Dragon and Dark types, Shadow Dragon Wave is extremely powerful. If it can hit the opponent, it will surely achieve the feat of defeating 3 opponents at once. Just as Shadow Dragon Wave was about to strike the mysterious Yin python, a spinning tortoise shell flew over and blocked Shadow Dragon Wave's attack. Thick Earth Turtle's innate skill, Absolute Protection Shell. Effect, can completely defend against one attack from the same growth stage or lower. Luo Xinlian was also taken aback. What? Luo Xinlian finally showed a hint of surprise. The 3 garrison commanders were overjoyed. Let's see how arrogant you are. Now you know how powerful my 4 Saints' abode is. But that's not all. Under the cover of the thick earth tortoise, the other 2 guardians formed hand seals and activated their spiritual power. Treat! He shouted the word treatment aloud. A trace of life energy appeared on both the Xinlian python and the purple cloud leopard. Their injuries improved significantly in an instant. The purple cloud leopard, which had almost lost its fighting ability, has also recovered. Among the onlookers were quite a few discerning individuals. This is true foundation. Beast Tamer skills, skills that can only be learned by entering an advanced beast taming academy. Skills that utilize one's own spiritual power to assist in beast taming battles. It seems Luo Xinlian's defeat is inevitable. These words naturally reached Luo Xinlian's ears as well. At this moment, Luo Xinlian also felt a bit aggrieved. Once the Beast Taming Academy starts, I'm determined to catch up on all this knowledge. Otherwise, no matter how strong one's beast taming skills are, limitations in one's own understanding and abilities will still restrict the beast taming's combat power. The purple cloud leopard, which had recovered to about 70 to 80%, suddenly launched an attack. A fierce wind-tearing golden claw struck towards the chest of the Shadow Dragon. Melee skills with both wind and metal attributes, combined with the purple cloud leopard's innate skill, Purple Cloud Claw. All melee skills gain 10% increased power. Even the Shadow Dragon dared not take it head-on. I wanted to distance myself from it. As a result, the ground turned into a pool of mud without anyone knowing. The Shadow Dragon's feet quickly sank into the hole, rendering it unable to move. It was precisely because of this moment of control. This caused the Shadow Dragon, which could have easily dodged the gale-tearing golden claw, to take a solid hit. The next moment, 4 claw marks were torn open on the chest of the Shadow Dragon. Blood splattered. The 3 were overjoyed at the sight. "Haha! I've been tricked! Hurry up and finish it off!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 beasts in the transformation stage all unleashed their strongest attacks, attempting to kill the Shadow Dragon in one blow. 3 powerful attacks enveloped the Shadow Dragon in a wave of energy. "We admit you're strong, but you're still a bit short when it comes to 1v3. The 4 Saints Academy's foundation is beyond your imagination." This time, Xiaoyunqing did not reprimand the 3 for mocking Luo Xinlian. Even the way he looked at Luo Xinlian concealed a hint of disappointment. "Oh? Is that so? You guys don't really think you've already won, do you?" Suddenly, Luo Xinlian's voice reached everyone's ears at an inopportune moment. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them felt a dark and eerie aura slowly growing stronger in the center of the energy cluster. "How is that possible? That dragon man actually advanced in the battle." The next moment, a loud dragon roar resounded throughout the entire arena. The energy cluster was corrupted by a dark force and vanished instantly. A figure as fast as a ghost leaped out from it, heading straight for the three beasts opposite. Luo Xinlian's lips also curled into a slight smile. Shadow Dragon's three-way dance! As soon as Luo Xinlian finished speaking, that ghostly figure seemed to be dancing gracefully under a spotlight. They moved back and forth around the three beasts. But every time it takes a move, a whooshing sound will be heard, followed by the sound of flesh tearing apart. It only took a few breaths. The purple cloud leopard and the dark-green python could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Both beasts were covered in wounds of varying sizes. Blood was everywhere. The thick-eared slider is slightly better, but only slightly. Not long after, everyone heard a click sound. Everyone present gasped in shock. Holy crap! The shell of the thick earth tortoise, it's cracked! It took no more than a dozen breaths. All three beasts collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Their masters, the three guards, also stared at everything in the arena with disbelief. You have to understand, they are the elites who were admitted to the Four Saints Academy. Surprisingly, they all actually lost. They still lost in a 3-on-1 battle. In an instant, they felt all their strength drain away, and the three of them collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Thus, all four guardians of the Four Saints' abode were defeated by Luo Xinlian. The ever-flying Shadow Dragon finally stopped in front of Luo Xinlian. At this moment, the Shadow Dragon's height reached 3.5 meters. The bump that was originally on his head had completely grown out. It turned into a pair of genuine dragon horns. The mane on its head also grew explosively. The dragon's tail became even thicker and longer, exuding a sense of power. Maturity. Ding! Congratulations, host! The Shadow Dragon has entered its mature stage. Name, Shadow Dragon. Growth stage, maturity. Racial bloodline, bloodline of the arrogant demon king. Quality, taboo unique. Attribute, dark/dragon. Talent, Mephisto's pride. Skills, Shadow Fist, Tyrannosaurus Kick, Shadow Dragon Wave, Shadow Dragon Triple Dance. Evolution Path, Shadow Dragon Instant, Shadow Dragon Starry Sky, Demon Dragon Heavenly Punishment, Black Dragon Ultimate Dragon Emperor Mephisto. Evolution Requirement: wear a Thunder Tribulation Stone to attract lightning into your body. Description: a mature Mephistopheles bloodline, possessing the bloodline of a demon king, capable of easily fighting opponents of higher levels. If one can master that frenzied power, one will surely advance even further. 38. Begin. Re-entering Tokiwa. Looking at the latest stats of the Shadow Dragon, Luo Xinlian then realized what was happening. The reason the system issued the Seize the Thunder Tribulation Stone mission was because of this. According to my memories from my previous life, the Thunder Tribulation Beast will be born in 2 days. At that time, it will surely attract the attention of various powerful families. Previously, Luo Xinlian was worried that she was not strong enough and that it would be dangerous to rashly compete. Now, the Shadow Dragon has successfully advanced, and with the overpowered talent skill, Mephisto's pride, use the remaining time to help the Shadow Dragon replenish its nutrition and restore it to 100% combat power. That should be enough for him to have a chance. Having made up her mind, Luo Xinlian instantly snapped out of her reverie, looking at Xiao Yunqing not far away. He also revealed a harmless smile. Manager Xiao, I won! Shouldn't you keep your promise now? Even Xiao Yunqing, who had seen many genius teenagers at the Four Saints Academy, was shocked by Luo Xinlian's performance today. He had thought Luo Xinlian was going to lose, but she gave him such a big surprise. However, Xiao Yunqing maintained the same gentle smile as before. He decisively took out an exquisite gift box the size of a palm and a small ring, and handed them to Luo Xinlian. Here's a power boost pill, take it. The supplies you originally purchased, as well as the compensation given to you, have been placed in this spatial ring. You can retrieve it by channeling your spiritual energy into it. Luo Xinlian glanced at the item in her hand briefly before putting it away. Thanks. Since you've lost, then I don't need to join the Four Saints Academy anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Xiao Yunqing did not show any displeasure. He simply nodded gently. Of course. After all, we agreed on this beforehand. Luo Xinlian was quite surprised, not expecting the other party to be so trustworthy. For a moment, Luo Xinlian felt that she couldn't quite see through the man in front of her. However, he didn't delve too deeply into it. Now that I've received the benefits, the other party isn't causing me any trouble. Then why keep it? Then thank you very much, Manager Xiao. After politely expressing my gratitude, Luo Xinlian then turned and walked towards the entrance of the Four Saints Hall. Perhaps the scene just now was too surprising. At this moment, the onlookers finally came to their senses. Then a thunderous shout erupted. Holy crap! Luo Xinlian is awesome! He really turned down the invitation from the Four Saints Academy. 1 against 3. 3 people from the Four Saints Academy couldn't even beat Luo Xinlian. He may be the most outstanding genius in the history of City A. There were even quite a few female beast tamers shouting there. Little brother, are you still looking for a girlfriend? How about considering your older sister? Many paparazzi and reporters from news agencies, having caught wind of the situation, have already begun secretly transmitting the combat footage they've captured back to their own media outlets. Luo Xinlian simply smiled politely at the cheers of the crowd. Xiao Yunqing was not angry about the defeat of the Four Saints Academy. He didn't even glance at the 4 defeated garrison commanders, simply letting the other staff take their tame beasts away for treatment. Instead, she calmly approached the saleswoman who had previously greeted Luo Xinlian. He said softly, "You did a great job. From now on, this floor manager position is yours." Upon hearing this, the sales assistant was initially incredulous at what she was hearing, but then felt flattered. "Thank you, manager. I will definitely do my job well." Xiao Yunqing nodded slightly. He turned his head and looked in the direction where Luo Xinlian had left. He gave a meaningful look. "I'm really curious to see how far you can go." After leaving the Four Saints' abode, Luo Xinlian immediately dialed Beast Taming Deity and headed straight for the hospital where Qinwanru was. Upon arriving at the hospital, due to time constraints, Luo Xinlian then explained to Bei Liuhu and Zhao Dizhu what she was going to do next. The two were also quite shocked, although they were very surprised by Luo Xinlian's audacity in daring to target the Thunder Tribulation Beast. But they also expressed their understanding. They all knew about Luo Xinlian's potential. After all, the strong are respected. How can one become strong without seizing these opportunities? Zhao Dizhu originally intended to go to Changpan Forest with Luo Xinlian. Luo Xinlian was worried that the Su family relatives she had beaten up before would bring people to the hospital to cause trouble. So they asked Zhao Dizhu to stay at the hospital to help. Seeing that Luo Xinlian was determined, Zhao Dizhu did not insist on following her. He only told Luo Xinlian that safety comes first. Bei Liuhu also said that with the two of them taking care of Qinwanru, Luo Xinlian could rest assured. Luo Xinlian naturally believed Bei Liuhu's words. Luo Xinlian refused Zhao Dizhu's request to follow her, partly because she was worried about Qinwanru's safety at the hospital. He was also thinking that he needed to hide his identity when he went to Viridian Forest, because only by hiding his identity could he do things without restraint. If Zhao Dizhu were to accompany them, his physique would likely give away their identities. In terms of beast taming, although the Shadow Dragon is quite eye-catching, don't forget that Luo Xinlian also has a flame feather falcon. Although this flame feather falcon has a trace of vermilion bird blood, its appearance is no different from other flame feather falcons. Although the flame feather falcon is rare, it is not entirely impossible to find. Anyone with some wealth and status can acquire one. Naturally, they weren't afraid that others would guess who they were. When there are many people around, Luo Xinlian can use the flame feather falcon to conceal her identity. Furthermore, this flame feather falcon has already reached the metamorphosis stage. Although its actual combat strength is not as good as that of the Shadow Dragon. However, it is more than enough to deal with ordinary spirit beasts in the Viridian Forest. After handling the relevant matters, Luo Xinlian then spent some time disguising herself. Half a day later, a person wearing a demon mask and a black robe arrived at Viridian Forest. This person was none other than Luo Xinlian in disguise. However, Luo Xinlian's taste is somewhat questionable. Dressed like a cultist, he caused the group of beast tamers gathered at the entrance of Viridian Forest to flee. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian was happy to have some peace and quiet. The supplies purchased and used for compensation in the spatial ring had been transferred by Luo Xinlian to her companion's space. He immediately found a tree, leaned against it, and closed his eyes. This allowed consciousness to enter the space of arrogance. According to the food preparation method seen through the Forbidden Eye, they began using the unique spiritual energy within the arrogant space to prepare food for their 2 tamed beasts. With the aid of the Forbidden Eye, 2 different dishes were quickly prepared. The Shadow Dragon, who was practicing the Shadow Dragon 3 dances in another part of the arrogant space, suddenly stopped moving. The nose twitched unconsciously as well. A single drop of saliva involuntarily dribbled from the corner of the Shadow Dragon's mouth. But it was quickly wiped away by the Shadow Dragon. As a noble dragon race, it would never allow anyone to see it drooling, even though its stomach was growling loudly with hunger. It's important to know that the Shadow Dragon has never eaten anything since it hatched from its egg. It has always relied on the arrogance of the arrogant space to maintain its vitality. But there was nothing that could be done about it, since his owner was illiterate. It doesn't even know the most basic knowledge of beast taming, which is why the Shadow Dragon has been hungry for so long. seeing that Luo Xinlian hadn't called it over to eat for a long time. The shadow dragon was also quite annoyed. But how can a proud dragon wag its tail and beg for food? Despite thinking this, Xinlong's body still subconsciously moved closer to Luo Xinlian. As he moved, he pretended to be demonstrating the newly learned Shadow Dragon 3 fight dance. She was afraid that Luo Xinlian would see through her. However, Luo Xinlian could see right through Xinlong's thoughts. I couldn't help but find it funny. What a proud and arrogant dragon. Then he decided not to tease Xinlong anymore. Dinner's ready! As soon as Luo Xinlian uttered the syllable rice, he found that Xinlong was already standing in front of him with an arrogant expression. Although the shadow dragon was maintaining its arrogant expression, but anyone could see that its long eyes were practically drooping onto the food in front of it. Immediately, Luo Xinlian handed the 2 portions of food in front of her to Xinlong. You must be starving! Eat up! Immediately, Xinlong took the food and began to devour it like a whirlwind. As the shadow dragon feeds, the cultivation panel in front of Luo Xinlian also began to change. 39. Wrath. Qian Xiaodao appears. Name, Shadow Dragon. Loyalty, 100. Companion beast is absolutely loyal. Personality, arrogant, with a slight hint of Sundara. Preference, to trample powerful beings underfoot. Mood, joyful, all skill power plus 10%. Note, the Shadow Dragon's taste buds and stomach are satisfied, and its pleasant mood allows the beast tamer to unleash its skills more perfectly. Diet, omnivorous. Note, using the flesh of a powerful spirit beast in conjunction with spirit herbs/crystals to temper the body can accelerate the growth of the shadow dragon. Suggested ingredient combination: spirit beast meat, the higher the grade, the better, plus dark crystal/dragon crystal plus dragon cherry grass. Production method. Health status, healthy plus, all basic abilities plus 10%. Growth rate plus 100%. Note, comprehensive nutritional supplementation brings the body to its perfect state, enabling it to unleash extraordinary combat power and accelerate growth. Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. He never expected that the food prepared according to the cultivation template would have such an effect. This not only provided the beast's body with comprehensive nutrition, it can also make them feel happy. Furthermore, a pleasant mood and a healthy state can allow your beast to unleash combat power beyond its own limits in battle. This was something Luo Xinlian never expected. As for the power-boosting pill, Luo Xinlian did not take it out, since the Shadow Dragon had already entered its mature stage, and the power-boosting pill would no longer be of much use to the Shadow Dragon. Moreover, Luo Xinlian always felt that relying too much on external things was never as solid as the power gained through one's own cultivation. After solving the problem of the Shadow Dragon's 5 stomachs, Luo Xinlian followed the recipe provided by the breeding module and created the most suitable food for the Flame Feather Falcon. Because of its pleasant mood, the Flame Feather Falcon's power increases by 10% for all its skills. Your physical condition has reached Healthy Plus, all basic abilities have increased by 10%, and your growth rate has increased by 100%. Seeing the scene before her, a thought suddenly exploded in Luo Xinlian's mind. If I opened a shop specializing in making food for beast tamers, wouldn't I make a fortune? For a time, Luo Xinlian thought about it more and more promising it was. However, it was just a fleeting thought before my consciousness returned to my physical body. As soon as Luo Xinlian opened his eyes, he found that there seemed to be several people surrounding him, looking him over. Holy crap! This guy isn't moving at all, is he dead? Are you out of your mind? Can't you see he's still breathing? Can a dead person breathe? Although the area at the entrance to Viridian Forest is a safe zone, it is maintained daily by dedicated beastmasters. However, Luo Xinlian dislikes the feeling of strangers getting close to her. He immediately lowered his voice and spoke somewhat impatiently. What's up? The onlookers were also startled by Luo Xinlian's sudden voice. They quickly created some distance between themselves. Damn! Kid, that was really scary! At this moment, Luo Xinlian finally saw the face of the person in front of her clearly. It was none other than Golden Leopard, the captain of the cheetah squad he had previously taught a lesson to. Suddenly, the corners of Luo Xinlian's mouth, hidden beneath the mask, slowly turned up. I didn't get anything out of you before. Now that you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to summon the Flame Feather Falcon to beat up the Golden Leopard. When it's time to squeeze another penny out of them. Then the leopard continued. Never mind, this isn't your fault. We just noticed you're all alone and wanted to ask if you'd like to join our group to hunt spirit beasts in the mountains. Judging from your appearance, you must be new here, right? I'm not afraid to tell you, I don't know what's been going on lately. The number of hunting teams in Viridian Forest has suddenly increased, and the competition is becoming increasingly fierce. If you want to go in alone, you'll probably get nowhere. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian also abandoned her intention to take action. He also realized that he had only been in the beast taming space for a short while. Many more teams appeared at the entrance to Viridian Forest. He then took a closer look at the 6 members of the cheetah squad. A team typically consists of 7 people. It seems that since Zhao Dizhu left the cheetah squad, they haven't been able to find a suitable member to join them. With the sudden emergence of a competing team today, the cheetah squad decided to recruit Luo Xinlian, who was alone at the time. This is done for 2 reasons. Firstly, to make up for the lack of manpower. Secondly, in Jinqianbeo's view, anyone who dares to come here alone must be quite strong. The Thunder Tribulation Beast is about to be born. These suddenly appearing teams are probably sent by the 3 major families to gather intelligence. I could infiltrate the cheetah squad and use that as a cover. After all, I'm not familiar with the interior of Viridian Forest, so I still need someone to guide me. After figuring everything out, Luo Xinlian nodded. He said in a low voice, "No problem, I was just looking for a team to go into the forest with." Seeing that Luo Xinlian did not refuse, Jin Qianbao was quite happy. Then, he introduced the team members to Luo Xinlian one by one. Then the members of the cheetah squad turned their attention to Luo Xinlian. They seemed to be waiting for him to introduce himself. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xinlian had fabricated an identity for herself as a beast tamer who roamed around hunting spirit beasts. "My name is Night Owl. It is clear that an agreement has been reached." The leopard eagerly led everyone into the Viridian Forest. He kept talking as he walked. "We need to speed things up, or we'll fall behind. Recently, for some reason, many rare and unusual spirit beasts have been found to have wandered from Cloud Mist Mountain into Everlasting Forest. The materials from these spirit beasts are all extremely valuable." The last sentence was completely ignored by Luo Xinlian. It was the second sentence that caught Luo Xinlian's attention. Is it because of the Thunder Beast? Perhaps only a powerful spirit beast like the Thunder Tribulation Beast could make the spirit beasts that originally lived on Cloud Mist Mountain run down from the mountain. In other words, the Thunder Tribulation Beast is on Cloud Mist Mountain. Upon hearing this news, Luo Xinlian also became somewhat excited. Before he could think any further, suddenly, the leopard shouted, "Look! A jade pig! If we take it, we'll be rich!" Luo Xinlian immediately activated her forbidden eye to investigate the jade pig's information. After all, this was the first time he had ever seen it. Name, Jade Pig. Attribute, Geo/Gold. Growth stage, growth period. Evolutionary path. Skill. Note, a type of boar-like beast with weak combat abilities, but its body inlaid with jade is extremely valuable. It usually hides in remote areas and is very difficult to spot. Luo Xinlian was speechless after reading the information about the jade pig. He never expected that such a weak spirit beast would possess such a treasure. Isn't this a case of possessing a treasure is a crime? No wonder he hides in remote places all the time. If it weren't for the Thunder Tribulation Beast, I'm afraid I would never have seen this thing in my entire life. In a short while, the cheetah squad summoned their tamed beasts and surrounded the emerald pig. "Haha! What a lucky day! I ran into the jade pig as soon as I walked in. If we catch it, we'll be rich." Immediately afterwards, the golden leopard looked at Luo Xinlian with some dissatisfaction. "Where's your tamed beast? You've only just joined the team and you're already slacking off? If you don't put in the effort, you won't get a share of this jade pig." The current situation of Viridian Forest is unclear. He didn't know if the 3 major families or other forces had any spies in the vicinity. Luo Xinlian did not want to reveal her strength too early and attract the attention of these forces. It's important to know that, aside from the Shadow Dragon, the Flame Feather Falcon is also a beast in its transformation stage. It's too conspicuous. So he began to speak. "It's alright, the 6 of you are more than enough to handle this jade pig. I'll just consider it an opportunity to broaden my horizons." Seeing Luo Xinlian say this, Jin Qianbao immediately had no objections. Just as Luo Xinlian said, they are practically guaranteed to win the jade pig. Now that there's one less penny, naturally no one has any objections. Just as the cheetah squad was about to capture the emerald pig, suddenly vines sprouted out. It formed a circle that resembled a small gladiatorial arena. The entire cheetah squad, along with Luo Xinlian and the emerald pig, were surrounded. Immediately afterwards, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly rang out. "Hand over the jade pig if you know what's good for you, or your lives will be in danger." Following the sound, Luo Xinlian also narrowed her eyes slightly. His eyes seemed to be blazing with anger. It wasn't because the other side jumped out and tried to intercept the cheetah squad halfway. It's simply because he recognizes the person who came. It was Qian Xiao Dao who had not shown up since the orphanage incident. 40. An unexpected turn of events? a girl falls into my arms. Looking at the rather familiar face in front of me, a cold smile crept across Luo Xinlian's face beneath the mask. I searched high and low without finding it, only to have it come to me effortlessly. You colluded with outsiders, the design director. You caused injuries to both the Dean and Xiaoming, and I never expected to run into you here today. At this moment, Qian Xiaodao was unaware that he had been targeted by Luo Xinlian. Instead, he swaggered over with 6 other people. 7 tree-man beast-men followed them. Name, Withered Wood Spirit. Growth stage, maturity. Attribute, wood. Racial bloodline, Treant. Quality, excellent. Talent, rooted roots, which act as feet, are driven into the earth, allowing for rapid stamina recovery. Skills, flying leaves, entangling vines. Evolutionary path. Description: tree people living in the jungle often disguise themselves as ordinary trees to block the path of humans and make them lose their way. Judging from the appearance, the vines surrounding them were created by these 7 withered wood spirits. After reviewing all the information, Luo Xinlian had a clear understanding of the basic strength of Qian Xiaodao's team. It's fair to say that the Flame Feather Falcon alone was enough to wipe out their entire squad. However, Luo Xinlian was now pondering whether to kill him on the spot or find a secluded place to do so. At this moment, the faces of the leopard and the other members of the cheetah squad turned extremely grim. It's important to know that without the vines restricting their movement, the cheetah squad, with their combined speed as feline beast tamers, could easily put up a fight against Qian Xiaodao's team. But now the other side has struck first. The surrounding space was sealed off with vines. The cheetah squad's speed advantage was completely negated. They can only stand still and fight head-on. The withered tree spirits, rooting, talent is well known. Standing still and practicing martial arts, what's the difference between that and suicide? They were recovering their strength while fighting. And you, on the other hand, become weaker and weaker the more you fight. Unless you can kill your opponent in one blow, you'll only be worn down and killed. Despite this, Jinqianbei still said with a tried-out mentality. Friend, isn't this inappropriate? We found this jade pig first. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaodao suddenly clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Ha! You're not that old, how come you're so senile? This is Viridian Forest. Are you kidding me, telling me it's first come, first served? As he spoke, Qian Xiaodao's expression changed, revealing a sinister look. All I know is that might makes right. If you know what's good for you, don't move, or I can't guarantee these withered tree spirits won't launch flying leaves at you. Immediately, a withered tree spirit stretched out a vine and bound the jade pig directly. Then it was delivered to Qian Xiaodao. The members of the cheetah squad were furious but dared not speak out. Although the wealth that was within their grasp was stolen. But it seems the other side wasn't prepared to kill them. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. The jade pig is not large, about the same size as a typical domestic pet pig. Qian Xiaodao lifted it up with one hand. He then burst into wild laughter. Ha! I'm rich! The money I swindled from that bitch last time isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap for me. Now that's great, I can finally enjoy myself for a while longer. These words undoubtedly touched a nerve with Luo Xinlian. I was still debating where to start. Now it's all right. This fool has already made his choice. Just as Qian Xiaodao was laughing wildly, Luo Xinlian's icy voice suddenly reached his ears. I'm giving you a chance to live. Return the jade pig, then cut off your own legs. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaodao's laughter stopped abruptly. Even the members of the cheetah squad standing nearby were completely bewildered as they looked at the newcomer. Night Owl. The leopard was the first to come to its senses. He said, somewhat at a loss. No way. Bro, are you really that tough? Can't you see the situation clearly? We're at their mercy, like fish on a chopping board. If you're not afraid of dying, don't drag us down with you. Luo Xinlian completely ignored Jinqianbei's complaints. At this moment, Qian Xiaodao also realized what was going on. He looked at Luo Xinlian with displeasure. I've had a bit of a problem with you just now. Just because you wear a mask and a black cloak doesn't mean you're a member of the Black Mask Society. Brothers! Get him! As soon as she finished speaking, countless vines lashed out at Luo Xinlian. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian showed no panic whatsoever. Perfect timing! But then, an unexpected event occurred. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck. Destroy all the vines that were originally aimed at Luo Xinlian, as well as the vines that had previously formed a circle around her. Immediately afterwards, a figure descended from the sky. Luo Xinlian reached out her hand instinctively. Suddenly, a silver-haired girl with skin as smooth as jade fell into Luo Xinlian's arms. With the help of spiritual energy, Luo Xinlian was able to catch the girl steadily. Luo Xinlian, who was just about to summon the flame feather falcon, was also interrupted by this sudden accident. Instantly, a natural, delicate fragrance emanating from the young girl wafted into Luo Xinlian's nose. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinlian felt a soft yet firm squeezing sensation in her chest. Luo Xinlian looked in that direction. What catches the eye is the girl's extremely impressive cleavage. That strange squeezing sensation, which was also part of the girl's pride, was pressed against Luo Xinlian's chest. Luo Xinlian, who had never touched a woman in her previous life, felt a surge of heat throughout her body. Her entire face turned red all the way to her ears. However, because the mask concealed the truth, no one noticed. Just then, the girl's extremely weak voice reached Luo Xinlian's ears. "Run, run! The sheep that self-destructed, they're coming!" Because of his limited knowledge of beast taming, and because he had not seen it with his own eyes, Luo Xinlian was about to ask what a self-destructing sheep was. Suddenly, shouts of, "Oh my God!" came from all around. The members of the cheetah squad had already escaped through the gap created by the lightning earlier. Qian Xiaodao, who had been incredibly arrogant before, also fled in panic with his team, carrying the jade pig. Luo Xinlian was about to chase after Qian Xiaodao. I felt a tremor behind me. He turned around and looked. A dense flock of sheep with pale yellow wool was rushing towards them. Faint electric currents were also interspersed around them. Name: self-destructing sheep. Growth stage: maturity. Attribute: electric. Racial lineage: sheep. Quality: average. Talent: electricity storage, possesses an energy storage sac within its body that can store electrical current. Skills: self-destruct, electric discharge. Evolutionary path. Description: timid sheep, highly prolific, extremely weak individually, but often appear in groups, and will spontaneously combust when frightened. After receiving the message from the self-destructing sheep, Luo Xinlian felt a chill run down her spine. Self-destruct. One might not make much of a difference, but this is a whole bunch. Looking at Luo Xinlian, who remained motionless, the girl in his arms thought the man in front of her had been scared out of his wits. He quickly used his remaining spiritual power to summon a gale wolf. They carried the two of them on their backs. Escape forward at top speed. 41. Beautiful scenery. Walking right into a trap. A few hours later. Beside a stream at the foot of Mount Yunwu, where the forest meets Mount Champan, Luo Xinlian had her back to the girl who was resting against a rock. He removed his mask. I scooped up a handful of water and quickly washed my face. He cleaned up the nosebleed that had already trickled down his chin. Finally, they shook off that group of self-destructing sheep. The escape was so thrilling that Luo Xinlian could hardly take it anymore. Of course, this so-called thrill does not refer to the thrill of racing against danger. Rather, it was the visual impact along the way that was so stimulating. The injured girl was unable to sit steadily on the back of the fast-moving swift wolf, so Luo Xinlian had to keep her in a princess carry position. However, this was a tremendous test for Luo Xinlian, a hot-blooded teenager. The bumpy ride caused the girl's already impressive curves to sway constantly before Luo Xinlian's eyes. Luo Xinlian felt a dizzying sensation before her eyes. In addition, the unique perspective at that time made it impossible for Luo Xinlian, who had never experienced human affairs in either of her two lives, to look away. The blood rushed to my head so quickly that it involuntarily spurted out of my nose. Fortunately, she was covered by a mask, otherwise Luo Xinlian would have lost all face. "Hey! Come here for a second!" He heard the girl seemingly calling his name. After washing her face, Luo Xinlian quickly put her mask back on. He arrived in front of the girl. "How are you?" Before Luo Xinlian could finish speaking, the girl actually took off her outer clothes, leaving only her close-fitting vest. It seems that because the vest was so translucent, it didn't obscure much of the view inside. Instead, it accentuated the girl's figure even more perfectly. There's a subtle, alluring beauty to it, like a woman playing the pipa while half concealing her face. This meant that Luo Xinlian, who had just washed her face, had wasted her time. If this happens a few more times, Luo Xinlian might develop anemia. "Miss! What are you doing? Although I saved you, I'm not someone who does things casually." Upon hearing this, the girl couldn't help but roll her eyes at Luo Xinlian. "Stop being so vain. My back is injured, and I can't reach it myself. I need your help to treat it. Besides, I was the one who saved you just now. You saw the self-destructing sheep coming, and you just stood there without moving. If I hadn't had the Gale Wolf carry you on its back, you were blown up long ago. If anyone should be repaying a debt of gratitude, it should be you." After carefully recalling the scene, it seems that it really was this girl who saved me. So, Luo Xinlian muttered to herself. "This girl is so beautiful, if she insisted that I repay her kindness with my body, it wouldn't be entirely impossible. Hey! What are you muttering about over there? Come over and help. With the girl's shout, Luo Xinlian also snapped out of her endless daydreams. He scurried up behind the girl and began tending to her wounds. Looking at the somewhat gruesome wounds on his back, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but frown. Miss, your back injury is quite serious. How did it get like this? The girl gritted her teeth and said this while enduring the pain. A spirit beast has appeared in these mountains. Although it is severely injured and on the verge of death, its strength is still extremely terrifying. It's what hurt me. Even my strongest tame beast was severely injured by it. Even those sheep that exploded only started going berserk because they were frightened. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's first reaction was, Thunder Tribulation Beast. Severely injured and on the verge of death, yet possessing terrifying strength, it seems to be a Thunder Tribulation Beast. Adding to that the terrifying thunderbolt from before, it must be the Thunder Tribulation Beast. After all, those self-destructing sheep couldn't deliver such a terrifying blow. Based on the information obtained from the girl in front of him, wasn't the Thunder Tribulation Beast right nearby at that time? Immediately, Luo Xinlian felt that she had missed out on hundreds of millions. So, Luo Xinlian asked tentatively, Is the young lady planning to go and get revenge on it once she's healed? The girl nodded. Of course. My Jiang family is determined to obtain this Thunder Tribulation Beast. The Jiang family? Luo Xinlian asked with a hint of surprise. Are you from the Jiang family? It seemed that she had sensed the surprise in Luo Xinlian's tone. The girl said with a hint of pride. What? Scared? Let's see if you dare to peek at my chest while I'm injured again. It turns out that the girl in front of me had known about my little actions all along the way. However, due to his own injuries, the rampage of the self-destructing sheep, and the Thunder Tribulation Beast that had been lurking in the shadows, he did not speak out to rebuke them. Luo Xinlian felt extremely ashamed when her secrets were exposed. Seeing that Luo Xinlian remained silent, the girl did not pursue the matter further. All right. You're not a bad person. I won't hold this against you. But if I find out you're up to any bad ideas, I'll gouge your eyes out. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian, knowing she was in the wrong, could only give an awkward smile. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Finally, it was the girl who spoke. My name is Jiang Xue, and I am the second young lady of the Jiang family. May I have your name? Upon hearing the girl introduce herself, Luo Xinlian pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal the false identity she had prepared beforehand. My name is Night Owl, and I am a wandering spirit beast hunter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xue's eyes lit up. A wandering spirit beast hunter? That's so cool. How about this? Once this matter is over, as long as I can obtain the Thunder Tribulation Beast, Father will definitely grant me my freedom. Then you'll take me to wander through different cities. I've been wanting to see the world for ages. These words were spoken unconsciously by Jiang Xue. But to Luo Xinlian's ears, it sounded different. Another pitiful person bound by family. I recall the hellish life I experienced in the Luo family. For a moment, Luo Xinlian felt a sense of empathy. However, Jiang Xue is definitely much better than herself. What right do I have to pity him? Hey! I'm talking to you, okay? Seeing that Luo Xinlian hadn't replied for a while, Jiang Xue urged her a couple more times. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian had no choice but to speak. Of course I have no objection. Having the beautiful Jiang accompany me on my wanderings is more than I could ask for. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xue looked smug. TCH. Come on, judging from the way you were before, you were so scared by the self-destructing sheep that you couldn't even walk. Your strength must not be that great. From now on, you should be secretly happy that I've got your back. Luo Xinlian simply smiled and did not refute this. Just then, a rather familiar voice rang out again. Oh ho! What a small world! Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Well then, come on! I heard other people's voices. Jiang Xue quickly put her coat back on when no one was looking. Luo Xinlian also looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out to be Qian Xiaodao who came looking for us. Immediately, Luo Xinlian, hidden behind the mask, revealed a playful smile. It's like choosing the path to hell when there's a way to heaven. This time, nothing unexpected will happen. 42, instant kill. Flame Feather Falcon defeats 7 opponents in one go. You were lucky before. You should thank that sudden, self-destructing flock of sheep, which gave you a few more hours to live. Before Luo Xinlian could speak, Jiang Xue, standing to the side, spoke up with an unfriendly expression. Here's a piece of advice for you, leave now. Otherwise, if you lose your life, you can't blame anyone else. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiaodao also turned his gaze to Jiang Xue, who was leaning against the rock. However, He didn't take Jiang Yingshua's threats seriously at all. Instead, a hint of lewdness appeared in his eyes. Wow! You're quite the ladies' man. Is this the woman who fell from the sky and landed in your arms before? He looks really good. Alright, I'll let you go. But you have to leave this girl with me. After hearing Qian Xiaodao's explicit words, Jiang Yingshua's beautiful eyes narrowed. He seemed genuinely angry. Now she has not only injured herself. Most importantly, his main battle beast has been injured by the Thunder Beast and has lost its ability to fight. The only fighting wolf right now is still in its growth stage. They were no match for the other side's treemen. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue, as if possessed, turned her gaze to the masked and cloaked figure in front of her. Although he felt an innate sense of closeness to this person at first sight. But you can know a person's face but not their heart. I wonder if this guy will abandon me and run away. Just as he inexplicably began to feel a sense of anticipation for Luo Xinlian. The next second, he heard Luo Xinlian's teasing voice. What are you dreaming about? This young lady promised to travel with me to various cities. Since you dared to harbor such wicked thoughts about him, your life, I'll take it. No matter who comes today, it won't make a difference. I'm telling you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue felt a strange emotion welling up inside her. But he muttered something unconvincingly. Humph! What are you trying to show off for? What is show off? Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew when you talk big? But when Qian Xiaodao heard these words, he thought they were just empty threats trying to scare him. Ha! You! There are 7 of us and 7 beasts. You don't actually want to take on 7 people at once, do you? Since you're looking for death, don't say we bullied you later. Let's do it. The next moment, the 7 withered tree spirits used the same trick again. First, use vines and creepers to seal off the surrounding area. In this way, no matter how fast the opponent is, they won't be able to utilize their speed. We can only compete with them in terms of attrition. In this way, the withered tree spirit with the rooting talent is basically invincible. As for whether this masked guy in front of them can instantly kill the 7 withered wood demons, they simply hadn't considered that possibility at all. Looking at Luo Xinlian, who was trapped and motionless in the open space blocked by vines, Qian Xiaodao's arrogant expression grew even stronger. Jiang Yingxue, who had been resting on the ground, also forced herself to stand up. He brought the Gale Wolf to stand beside Luo Xinlian. You were too impulsive. You had a chance to escape, but now we're both doomed. Jiang Yingxue was quite moved at this moment. I never expected that a complete stranger would be willing to put himself in such a desperate situation for me. All the previous unease had turned into worry about Luo Xinlian. He's starting to regret it. If only I hadn't thought about testing Luo Xinlian's attitude towards me beforehand. Instead, let them escape. Perhaps the person in front of them has already fled. They don't have to suffer along with me. Thinking of this, Jiang Yingxue felt extremely guilty. He then continued. Summon your beast in a moment. Let's attack one spot together with my Gale Wolf and see if we can tear a gap in the defenses. When the time comes, you just run away as fast as you can. Don't worry about me. I miss Jiang. They won't dare to do anything to me. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian looked at Jiang Yingxue in front of her with considerable surprise. He never expected the other party to be so loyal. Since that's the case, I have to protect her no matter what today. But when the words, Jiang family, reached Qian Xiaodao's ears, his originally arrogant expression first turned into a hint of fear, and then into a hint of madness. He's actually from the Jiang family. This is bad. However, this is deep in the mountains and forests. As long as it's done cleanly, even the Jiang family won't be able to find out. At this moment, Qian Xiaodao was filled with rage and his evil intentions were born. He had originally planned to wait until he killed the masked guy. He imprisoned this pretty young woman in front of him, using her as a plaything for his own gratification. But now it seems we can't leave any survivors. Brothers, go all out! This must not get out. Otherwise, if the Jiang family finds out, we're finished. The other 6 people also realized the seriousness of the situation. They were all prepared to kill the 2 of them outright. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian was both amused and exasperated. This young lady in front of me is really adorably silly. Don't you know how to speak behind someone's back? The sound is so loud. Jiang Yingxue never expected that her words would elicit such a reaction. He had originally thought that if he mentioned the Jiang family's name, the other party would leave. Unexpectedly, this hastened their deaths. Oh, I've dragged you into this. Luo Xinlian simply smiled at this. Not at all, watch me. Don't be impulsive. Luo Xinlian completely ignored Jiang Yingxue's advice. Take a step forward. Ha! Kid! You'd better die first. Deadwood Spirit! Flying Leaf! Upon hearing the command, the withered tree demon immediately unleashed its flying leaves at Luo Xinlian. Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue covered her eyes in fear. He really didn't want to see the other person die. But after a while, the screams I had imagined did not come. Instead, a loud boom was heard. After Jiang Yingxue slowly lowered her hands that were covering her eyes, an unbelievable scene unfolded before his eyes. A giant eagle, entirely fiery red with black stripes at the tips of its feathers, was circling overhead. The flame feather falcon is in its transformation phase. Both the withered tree spirit and the vines used to trap them were burned to ashes. The ground around them was still ablaze with extremely hot flames. The 7 people, including Qian Xiaodao, on the other side were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? It's actually the flame feather falcon. 7 withered tree spirits were actually killed in one move. Jiang Yingshue's beautiful eyes also sparkled. It's actually a flame feather falcon in its transformation stage. How can he be so strong? Unexpectedly, the guy he originally regarded as a weakling. They actually have such great strength. No wonder this guy didn't seem flustered at all from the beginning. So it turns out they already knew all along. That annoying guy. He actually hid his strength from me. And I was so worried about him before. But then I thought about it again. Wait a minute. Why am I so concerned about him? Forget it, let's see how he handles it for now. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue was unaware that a strange feeling belonging only to the person in front of her had silently planted a seed in her heart. 43. Annihilate. Feel the pain. Looking at the 7 withered wood spirits that instantly evaporated and turned to ashes before my eyes, Qian Xiaodao and the other 6 were so frightened that they trembled. Seeing that things were not going well, one of them turned and ran away. But how could he be as fast as the flame feather falcon? The flame feather falcon flapped its wings. 2 storms then enveloped the man. The storm, sharp as a blade, sliced the fleeing person into countless pieces. The scene was so bloody that the others, who were also preparing to flee, immediately stopped in their tracks. Run! Why have you stopped running? Luo Xinlian walked slowly toward the remaining 6 people. The 6 people were also terrified by the way the man had just died. They all knelt down with a plop, in unison. Qian Xiaodao even kowtowed. We were wrong. We know we were wrong. We were blind to your greatness. Please let us go. Luo Xinlian smiled without saying a word. However, because of the mask, Qian Xiaodao and the others had no idea what Luo Xinlian's expression was at that moment. Luo Xinlian snapped her fingers casually. I don't want to waste any more words. Hand over the jade pig, and all your valuables. Upon hearing this, the group did not hesitate. He immediately handed over the jade pig, which was still bound by vines, along with an anonymous bank card and some loose cash to Luo Xinlian. After briefly counting the valuables he had acquired, excluding the jade pig, there was only about 300,000 yuan left. Are you all that poor? Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaodao also felt a pang of bitterness. He did manage to make a sum of money before, but he squandered it all. Of course, he wouldn't tell Luo Xinlian about this. So he forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace and said to Luo Xinlian, My lord, we low-level beast tamers are already poor, and this is all we have. Please have mercy and spare our lives. Luo Xinlian nodded. Then there's nothing we can do. Flame Feather Falcon, send them on their way. Flaming breath. In an instant, all 4 people except Qian Xiaodao were engulfed in flames. Screams erupted continuously. Every now and then, you can hear some crackling sounds. That's the sound of human fat being burned. But soon after, there was no further movement. Qian Xiaodao witnessed the death of his companion once again. His clothes were soaked with sweat. The flames around them were still burning. But he kept feeling a chill running through his body. After a long moment of stunned silence, Qian Xiaodao finally came to his senses. He touched his body in disbelief. The expression on his face gradually changed from fear to the joy of surviving a disaster. Hee! I'm still alive! Immediately afterwards, he began to kowtow to Luo Xinlian as if he were in a frenzy. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing my life. Thank you so much, sir. He looked at Qian Xiaodao, who was kowtowing to him repeatedly on the ground. Luo Xinlian slowly removed the mask from her face. Don't be so formal. After all, we've known each other for so many years. It's too formal for you to keep kowtowing to me. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaodao slowly raised his head. When he saw Luo Xinlian's face, he hesitated for a moment. Then all I saw was his pupils shrink. It's you. Then, Qian Xiaodao recalled the reports about Luo Xinlian that had been circulating recently. regardless of whether it is a once-in-300 years genius of dragon taming. It was still an orphanage where more than 10 people were abused and murdered. All of these have significantly impacted our understanding of Qian Xiaodao. As one of the conspirators in the orphanage incident, he was naturally aware of the details. He knew all too well the bond between Luo Xinlian and Chen Wanru, a bond as strong as that between a biological mother and son. It was precisely because he was afraid that Luo Xinlian would come after him. So he kept avoiding Luo Xinlian. I never expected to run into him here today. Luo Xinlian's current strength is enough to make him despair. Besides kowtowing and begging for mercy, he couldn't think of any other way to survive. Don't kill me! We grew up together, after all. Please let me go. The sarcasm on Luo Xinlian's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold expression. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly. I have a new way to play. The next moment, before Qian Xiaodao could even speak, the flame feather falcon then used its sharp talons to gouge out Qian Xiaodao's 2 kneecaps. Then, with a flap of its wings, it struck Qian Xiaodao's chest, shattering his sternum. Qian Xiaodao, lying on the ground, was unable to speak due to the heavy blow to his chest. However, fresh blood continued to flow from its mouth and nose. Looking at Qian Xiaodao on the ground, who was mostly exhaling and barely breathing, there was no emotion in Luo Xinlian's eyes. I told you, you must die today, and no one can stop me. You should really experience firsthand what it feels like to suffer the harm that Ding Chen and Xiao Ming have endured. After speaking, Luo Xinlian put her mask back on. He turned and walked towards Jiang Yingxue. Qian Xiaodao was left alone, slowly and painfully dying on the spot. When Luo Xinlian returned to Jiang Yingxue's side, he thought Jiang Yingxue would have some opinions about him because of the brutal killing of several people he had just done. But to everyone's surprise, the first thing Jiang Yingxue said when she looked at Luo Xinlian again was, Night Owl! Are you that ugly? Luo Xinlian was taken aback. What? Seeing that Luo Xinlian did not understand what he meant, Jiang Yingxue continued. When you took off your mask just now, you scared that person half to death. If you weren't ugly, would he be so afraid? Luo Xinlian finally understood the meaning of Jiang Yingxue's previous words. But no explanation was given. He said it with a bit of a sigh. Isn't your focus a little off? Shouldn't you ask me why I tortured and killed them? Jiang Yingxue looked at Luo Xinlian speechlessly. They're just a few morally corrupt villains, so what if they're killed? As for why you tortured and killed them, you naturally have your reasons. Why should I care about that? Besides, that guy was trying to take advantage of me, so what you did was a way of getting revenge for me. On second thought, Luo Xinlian also understood to some extent. After all, they had all done some shady things with the 3 major beast-taming families. Jiang Yingxue was born into the Jiang family. Naturally, I've encountered similar situations before. Thinking about it this way, it's understandable why Jiang Yingxue focused on Luo Xinlian's appearance. He's probably seen plenty of murders like this before. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, they changed the subject. Now that you've dealt with these flies, what's your next step? Jiang Yingxue let out a long sigh. What else can we do? My main battle beast is seriously injured, and I'm wounded myself. We have no choice but to return to Cydia first. That spirit beast that injured me can only be dealt with by the rest of the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's eyes darted around. I'm reminded of the Forbidden Eye effect, he immediately said. If you trust me, then summon your beast and let me see it. 44. Appearance. The evil-eyed demon eagle. Jiang Yingxue was taken aback upon hearing this. They all stared in surprise at the night owl in front of them. You know how to heal animals? Luo Xinlian nodded slightly. This greatly shocked Jiang Yingxue. I used to think you were just a pretentious newbie. I didn't expect you to display such terrifying beast-taming skills first. And now he's telling me he understands beast-taming and healing. Plus, you were wearing a mask, deliberately concealing your identity. Although not as good as my brother. But I'm certain you're no nobody in Cydia. Speak. Which powerful family is secretly training this genius of yours? Luo Xinlian immediately rolled her eyes at Jiang Yingxue. Your imagination is truly remarkable. Are you going to treat me or not? If not, I'm leaving now. Seeing that Luo Xinlian was keeping her mouth shut, Jiang Yingxue also lost interest in finding out more. He immediately spoke up. Try it. I want to see if you're just bragging. The next moment, a large bird, only slightly smaller than the flame feather falcon. He was then summoned by Jiang Yingxue. Her appearance was extremely gorgeous. The flame feather falcon was originally preening its feathers on the side. Once I saw the ice thunder sparrow, I couldn't take my eyes off it. It shamelessly ran up to the ice thunderbird and started dancing a courtship dance. As the flame feather falcon leaped, it spread out all the feathers on its body. They seemed afraid the ice thunder sparrow wouldn't see them. However, the heavily injured ice thunder sparrow had no intention of paying attention to the flame feather falcon. Although Luo Xinlian lacked knowledge of beast taming, however, they are aware of the courtship behavior of birds that mate with animals. I immediately felt a wave of embarrassment. "That's so damn embarrassing," he immediately rebuked. "You damned bird! Get out of here! Didn't you see they were injured?" But Yen Yu Falcon completely ignored Luo Xinlian. Seeing that the ice thunder sparrow ignored it, it jumped even more energetically. This made Luo Xinlian's toes almost dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Jiang Yingxue, who was standing to the side, also covered her mouth and chuckled. "Just let it jump, it won't interfere with your diagnosis anyway." Seeing that Jiang Yingxue had no objections, Luo Xinlian then put aside her idea of cutting off the flame feather falcon. Kun. He just rolled his eyes at the lecherous bird. He then turned his gaze to the ice thunder sparrow, and it activated the forbidden eye. Name: Ice Thunder Sparrow. Growth stages: Mature Stage 7. Quality: Epic. Attribute: Ice/Lightning. Talent: Ice and Lightning Feather Strike. Ice and Lightning Feather Strike. All attacks launched by wings deal damage with ice and lightning properties. Skills: Ice and Lightning Breath, Ice Splitting Lightning Claw, Mystic Feather Storm, Feather Blade. Evolution requirements: use Ice Originium/Thunder Originium. Evolution path: Ice Thunder Hatchling, Ice Thunder Sparrow, Mystic Ice Thunder Sparrow, Heavenly Origin, Ice Thunder Sparrow, Ice Thunder Sparrow Emperor. After looking at the information panel of the Ice Thunder Sparrow, Luo Xinlian was stunned. It seems that the Forbidden Eye's view of the divisions of growth stages has become more detailed. Could it be because the Shadow Dragon successfully advanced to the mature stage? After a moment's thought, Luo Xinlian noticed the evolution requirements of the Ice Thunder Sparrow. It's actually an epic level game. Evolution can be achieved using Thunder Source Stones or Ice Source Stones. It seems that in the previous life, after the Jiang family obtained the Thunder Source Stone, they gave it to Jiang Yingxue. This time, my target is the Tribulation Stone, which doesn't conflict with Jiang Yingxue's goal. Perhaps I can even lend her a hand then. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian continued to investigate the cultivation template of the Ice Thunder Sparrow. Name: Ice Thunder Sparrow. Loyalty: 92. Personality: loves beauty. Preferences: all beautiful things. Mood: bad because my beautiful feathers have been damaged. Diet: carnivorous. Health status: severely injured, paralyzed, combat power less than 10%. Treatment for severe injuries. Treatment methods for paralysis. After seeing the current state of the Ice Thunder Sparrow, and recalling the scene of Jiang Yingxue descending from the sky earlier, it's likely that Jiang Yingxue encountered the Thunder Tribulation Beast by accident. Jiang Yingxue, who was no match for him, wanted to escape on her Ice Thunder Sparrow. As a result, he was hit by the Thunder Beast's skill and fell from the sky. The Ice Thunder Sparrow, which clearly possesses the lightning attribute, was still severely injured even after its attack was partially reduced. He even fell into a state of paralysis as a result. However, as the saying goes, where there are venomous snakes, there must be something nearby that can cure snake venom. Similarly, lightning attribute spirit beasts often appear in Cloud Mist Mountain. There must be medicinal herbs on the mountain to relieve paralysis. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to tell Jiang Yingxue the treatment method and the location of the herbs, a dark shadow blocked out the sky. Luo Xinlian looked up and saw that it was another giant bird of considerable size. The Forbidden Eye has been activated once again. Name: Evil-Eyed Ghost Eagle. Growth stages: 3 stages of metamorphosis. Quality: legendary. Attribute: Oni/Wind. Talent: Evil Eyes and Ghost Eyes. Evil Eye: utilizing the third evil eye between the eyebrows, a void illusion can be created, where light and shadow intertwine, reality and illusion blend, making it difficult for enemies to discern directions and plunging them into deep confusion and fear. Skills: Ghost Feather Storm, Ghostly Shadow Steps, Netherworld Claw, Undead Breath. Evolution path: Shadow Hatchling, Evil-Eyed Young Eagle, Evil-Eyed Ghost Eagle, Dark Knight, Evil Emperor Eagle, Netherworld Overlord. Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian immediately went on high alert. It's a legendary quality beast. Although they are all beasts in the process of transformation. However, the data displayed by the Forbidden Eye is now more detailed. Luo Xinlian also knew that the Flame Feather Falcon was only at the first stage of transformation. Based solely on the Flame Feather Falcon, which has not awakened the Vermilion Bird bloodline, they were no match for the suddenly appearing Evil-Eyed Demon Eagle. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to summon the Shadow Dragon, A smile appeared on Jiang Xue's face. I walked a few steps quickly and arrived at the foot of the evil-eyed demon sculpture. Brother! I'm here! Immediately, a handsome young man who looked 3 parts like Jiang Xue jumped off the back of the evil-eyed demon eagle. It landed steadily on the ground. Are you alright? Jiang Xue nodded slightly. It's just some minor injuries, nothing serious. Seeing that Jiang Xue seemed to be alright, a smile immediately appeared on his face, which had previously been devoid of emotion. But soon, the young man noticed the flame feather falcon that was dancing a courtship dance around the ice thunder sparrow. Immediately, his already expressionless handsome face showed. It also became increasingly gloomy. Where did this scruffy bird come from, daring to harass my sister's tame beast? Immediately, the evil-eye ghost eagle unleashed a move called Netherworld Ghost Claw, attacking the flame feather falcon. Fortunately, Luo Xinlian reacted quickly and promptly sent a message to Yen Yu Falcon to launch a counterattack. Otherwise, with just this one move, the flame feather falcon would probably have been killed on the spot. However, even though the flame feather falcon used its fierce eagle claw at the last moment to fight back, it was still sent flying far away by the evil-eye ghost eagle's attack. Upon seeing this, the young man couldn't help but let out a cold snort. This is it? You dare to lay a hand on my sister? 45. Achieved. A world where only the flame feather falcon is injured. Seeing that the other party remained silent, he struck with deadly force. Luo Xinlian was also furious. What do you mean? Upon seeing this, the young man also revealed a hint of mockery. What? You're not convinced? Not bad. But you don't think that just because you blocked an attack from the evil-eye demon eagle, you can fight me, do you? To tell you the truth, I only used 1/3 of my spiritual power. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian also sneered. What a coincidence! I didn't even have to do anything. The young man was surprised that Luo Xinlian still dared to be stubborn. He immediately became interested. If you're not convinced, come at me again. I guarantee that this time you and your beast will surely die. Luo Xinlian was too lazy to waste any more words and immediately prepared to summon the shadow dragon to kill the bastard in front of her. Just as he began to mobilize his physical and spiritual energy, he was stopped by a stunningly beautiful figure. Suddenly, Jiang Xue appeared between the two who were locked in a fierce confrontation. One hand separated the two. Then, standing protectively in front of Luo Xinlian, he turned to the young man and said, Brother! You've gone too far. They only saved me once before, and now they're going to heal my ice thunder sparrow. How could you kill someone? The young man was also taken aback by Jiang Xue's sudden action. He looked at Jiang Xue with some disbelief. Sis! It's your brother! Why are you siding with outsiders? But Jiang Xue wasn't buying it. He continued. I don't care. Someone helped me, and you repay kindness with enmity. You're wrong. For a moment, the young man didn't know what to say. Luo Xinlian, on the other side, was also still angry. Get out of my way, I need to teach this guy a lesson. The young man was amused upon hearing this. Okay. Come here. Don't hide behind my sister. Come on then, do you think I'm afraid of you? Just as the two were about to make a move, Jiang Xue grabbed them, one in each hand. Shut up, all of you! You boys are so childish. All you know is fighting. For a moment, both of them were stunned by the aura emanating from Jiang Xue. Seeing that the two had stopped moving, Jiang Xue then turned around shyly and said to Luo Xinlian, Night Owl, thank you for taking care of me during this time. Now that my brother is here, he naturally has a way to help me heal the ice thunder sparrow. Upon hearing this, the young man beside him also revealed a hint of smugness. Taking advantage of the young man's relaxed attention, Jiang Xue quickly slipped a small note into Luo Xinlian's hand. She then obediently walked to the young man's side. The young man also revealed a satisfied smile. Kid, stay away from my sister from now on. If you're not satisfied, feel free to come find me. Jiang Shaoling of the Jiang family, remember this name. After saying that, he ignored Luo Xinlian. Instead, he turned around and walked in one direction, and Jiang Xue obediently followed behind Jiang Shaoling. But she kept gesturing to Luo Xinlian to remember to check the note later. Luo Xinlian nodded, indicating that she would read it. Seeing that the two had already walked away, Luo Xinlian sighed. Alright, this guy is Jiang Xue's brother after all, let's let him off the hook. Immediately, he opened the note. The screen displayed a string of numbers, which were Jiang Xue's contact information and social media accounts. Luo Xinlian immediately took out her phone and added him as a friend. The friend request was accepted almost instantly. Soon, Jiang Xue sent a message. First, he apologized to Luo Xinlian and begged her to forgive his brother. Luo Xinlian was initially quite annoyed, as her flame feather falcon had almost been destroyed by the opponent. He just couldn't swallow this insult. But the next moment, he saw another message from Jiang Yingxue. Brother Night Owl, I'm so sorry. If you forgive my brother, I'll treat you to a meal when we get back to City A, okay? After reading the entire message, Luo Xinlian's lips unconsciously curled into a smile, without even realizing it himself. As expected, Luo Xinlian immediately agreed. The flame feather falcon, which had been knocked away, flew back looking dejected. That's how Luo Xinlian was interrupted from some special state. Seeing its smiling master, the flame feather falcon's mood worsened. This bastard can still laugh so brightly even after he's been beaten up. Just like a male bird that succeeds in finding a mate. Why am I the only one who gets hurt? If it could speak human language, it probably would have already started its Zuan mode, a derogatory term for a derogatory term used in online games. It seemed to have sensed the flame feather falcon's low spirits. Luo Xinlian immediately activated her forbidden eye. View the breeding template for the flame feather falcon. After a short while, he understood. Luo Xinlian hooked her arm around the neck of the flame feather falcon, just like one street urchin hooking up with another. He said earnestly. Don't be discouraged. That guy attacked from behind, it doesn't count. You possess the bloodline of the vermilion bird, and your future achievements will definitely surpass those of that evil-eyed demon eagle. Then you can not only fight that ghost eagle every day, but also be a pair with the ice thunder sparrow. In an instant, the previously low spirits of the flame feather falcon soared. Seeing that the flame feather falcon had fully recovered, he waved his hand dismissively. Let's go! We need to hurry and find the thunder tribulation beast. I feel like there are more and more beast tamers around here. Viridian Forest. 3 women and 1 man were riding their respective beasts towards Cloud Mist Mountain. A dozen or so beast tamers followed behind him. The 4 leading figures were none other than Su Jinshi, the eldest daughter of the Su family, Luo Jinyu, the second daughter of the Luo family, Luo Yiming, the 5th daughter of the Luo family, and Luo Xinlian, the adopted son of the Luo family. It's obvious. The Su family and the Luo family have joined forces. The target was the Thunder Tribulation Beast, which was already on the verge of death. Of course, in addition to this, both families also wanted to take this opportunity to facilitate the marriage between Luo Xinlian and Su Jinshi. This makes the alliance between the 2 companies even stronger. Although at this time Luo Yu would prefer Luo Xinlian to be the marriage partner. Especially after the 4 saints fasting incident came to light. Luo Yu's idea became even stronger. In this way, if the position of family head is handed over to Luo Xinlian in the future, the Su family will naturally provide its full support. Unfortunately, this was met with strong opposition from Zhou Yajing. In addition, he had also publicly told Luo Xinlian to pursue Su Jin. Luo Yu didn't know what else to say, so he could only adopt a "let it be" attitude. Luo Xinlian would never give up the opportunity to curry favor with the Su family. It was during this period that he launched a fierce courtship offensive against Su Jinshi. What puzzled him was that his usual tricks for pursuing girls had no effect on Su Jinshi. He even felt that Su Jinshi seemed to be intentionally avoiding him. Luo Xinlian didn't think much of it, assuming that Su Jinshi was just harder to pursue. So when he learned that Su Jinshi was also preparing to hunt down the Thunder Tribulation Beast, he eagerly followed along. Luo Jinyu, who was standing to the side, naturally knew what her younger brother was thinking. They also provided a lot of assists along the way. But Su Jinshi was completely unmoved and refused to say another word. Luo Yiming, who had remained silent, also looked distressed. Since the last time a beast tide was triggered in Viridian Forest, Luo Yu's attitude towards Luo Yiming plummeted. Although the last beast tide was not large in scale, it was still detected by the Beast Taming Association. Luo Yu paid a huge price to get this matter over with. Before setting off this time, Luo Yu had a special talk with him. He was instructed to assist his second sister in retrieving the corpse of the Thunder Tribulation Beast and the Thunder Source Stone. If we can successfully bring the items back, let bygones be bygones. He no longer needed to beg Luo Xinlian to return to the Luo family. Luo Yu's meaning was quite clear. They either seize the Thunder Tribulation Beast or beg Luo Xinlian to return to the Luo family. As long as he accomplishes one thing, he will still be the 5th young lady of the Luo family. If none of these things are accomplished, I'm afraid Luo Yiming's days in the Luo family won't be easy from now on. Each of them had their own thoughts. The scene became awkward for a moment. Just then, Luo Xinlian, still unwilling to give up, broke the atmosphere. After being ignored several times in a row, Luo Xinlian readjusted her mindset and moved closer to Su Jinshi, saying something. Jinshi, look, we're almost at the foot of Cloud Mist Mountain. According to intelligence, the Thunder Tribulation Beast is there. With me here, I will never let the Thunder Tribulation Beast harm a single hair on your head. It seemed that these words touched some of Su Jinshi's thoughts. Luo Xinlian, who was prepared to continue being ignored, was also taken aback. Su Jinshi finally reacted. He actually smiled at himself. Luo Xinlian also became somewhat excited. But what he didn't know was that Su Jinshi's mind was filled with the image of the boy who had a dragon man following him. How wonderful it would be if that strong young man were the one by my side, offering me comfort and care. I wonder where he is now. 46. Hidden. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Thunder Tribulation Beast appears. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was searching for traces of the Thunder Tribulation Beast at the foot of Cloud Mist Mountain, based on information from news reports in her previous life. To avoid attracting attention, Luo Xinlian had already put the Flame Feather Falcon back into her beast taming space. He was only carrying the jade pig that he had snatched back from Qian Xiaodao. Since there's no contract, he can't put this thing into his beast taming space. Unfortunately, it was precisely because of the jade pig that Luo Xinlian was once again targeted. Night Owl! Where have you been? We've been looking for you for ages. Luo Xinlian turned around to look at the source of the sound. It turned out to be the cheetah squad that had abandoned them and run away before. The leopard walked over with a worried look on its face. Thank goodness you're alright, thank God. Although he said that, the leopard's eyes were always fixed on the jade pig in Luo Xinlian's hand. Luo Xinlian was too lazy to expose him. He simply gave a perfunctory reply. Luckily, I escaped unscathed. That's good, that's good. Then this jade pig. Finally, the leopard refrained from steer the conversation toward the jade pig in Luo Xinlian's hands. When the flock of sheep charged in earlier, the jade pig was left behind by those people, and I just happened to find it. Upon hearing this, the leopard was overjoyed. That's wonderful! Quickly give me the jade pig, and I'll remember you for a great service. But after waiting for a long time, the leopard still didn't see any sign of the owl handing over the jade pig. His face also turned somewhat gloomy. What? You don't want to pay? You want to keep it all to yourself? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. That's really interesting. When we were in danger before, you were all the fastest runners around. Now that the danger has passed and the benefits are here, they'll come running as soon as they smell the aroma. Make me pay? On what grounds? Seeing that Luo Xinlian had spoken so bluntly, the leopard wasn't going to pretend anymore. With a wave of his hand, the other 6 people quickly took their positions. They surrounded Luo Xinlian. Since you're so ungrateful, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. You have to pay for this jade pig today, whether you like it or not. Luo Xinlian showed no panic whatsoever, but said with a slightly amused tone. What can you do to me if I don't pay? The leopard was so exasperated by Luo Xinlian's unyielding attitude that it made him laugh. You won't pay? You're not leaving this place today. Seeing that the other party seemed to want to kill her, Luo Xinlian immediately prepared to get serious. Just when the two sides were at each other's throats, a voice that Luo Xinlian found quite familiar rang out. What are you doing? You dare to rob me in broad daylight? Luo Xinlian. Someone Luo Xinlian never expected has appeared. But then, when Luo Xinlian saw the people behind Luo Xinlian, she immediately realized what was going on. This is aimed at the Thunder Tribulation Beast. It seemed that he wanted to show off his excellent character of bravery in front of Su Jinshi. Luo Xinlian actually walked up to Luo Xinlian, who was wearing a mask, and said sincerely, Don't worry, brother, with me here they can't hurt you. Others didn't notice, but Luo Xinlian did. When he said this, Luo Xinlian kept glancing at Su Jinshi's reaction out of the corner of her eye. But when he discovered Su Jin, she didn't react at all. A barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in Luo Xinlian's eyes. But now that the play has begun, it must be finished. Otherwise, you might not make a good impression and instead end up being seen as a hypocrite, which wouldn't be good. The leopard standing nearby, having roamed the Viridian forest for so many years, had long since become a shrewd and cunning creature. In particular, he had already met Luo Yiming and Su Jinshi behind Luo Xinlian. How could you not guess the identity of the boy in front of you? So he said with a wronged expression. Young Master Luo, you have no idea. It wasn't us who stole his things, it's that this kid is dishonest and stole our prey. We caught him here. If you don't believe me, you can ask my brothers. Upon hearing this, before Luo Xinlian could even ask a question, the others all nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian was too lazy to distinguish between truth and falsehood, so he spoke to Luo Xinlian. In that case, you should return the items to them. Luo Xinlian immediately gave a self-deprecating laugh. I never imagined that I would be killed by such a scoundrel in my past life. How shameful. However, Luo Xinlian did not intend to reveal her identity at this time. although he really wanted to kill Luo Xinlian directly. Luo Jinyu was right next to Luo Xinlian. Although she disliked Luo Jinyu, Luo Xinlian was still aware of his strength. Although he was not afraid of him, the Thunder Tribulation Beast was about to be born. There's no need to make a fuss or attract attention here. Since their target is also the Thunder Tribulation Beast, why should I waste my energy? Why not make use of them? Immediately, a scheme to take advantage of the chaos and let the two sides fight each other gradually took shape in Luo Xinlian's mind. Luo Xinlian decisively handed the jade pig in her hand to the golden leopard. You'd better keep your jade pig safe, and whatever you do, don't give it back. The leopard, who had just received the jade pig, thought that Luo Xinlian was just saying things out of anger. He immediately laughed smugly. Are you dreaming? You're going to give it back to me? Why don't you say that I voluntarily gave you my property? Luo Xinlian smiled noncommittally. Who knows? Having secured the jade pig, the golden leopard thanked Luo Xinlian and the others before preparing to leave. But then Luo Xinlian spoke up. What's wrong with you? They brought so many people to Yimu Mountain, they clearly have something to do. You helped me get the jade pig back, and you're just going to walk away like that? Why didn't you ask someone if they needed any help? Before the leopard could even react to the meaning of those words, Luo Xinlian's eyes lit up. Everyone knows that the Thunder Tribulation Beast is not to be trifled with, so it's better to risk your subordinates and the Su family's lives. It would be better to let these people test the strength of the Thunder Tribulation Beast for me first. Perhaps Su Jinshe will change his opinion of me because I helped reduce casualties for the Su family. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian waved to the golden leopard that you would be leaving in the future. I do need some help with something, and I don't think you'll refuse, right? Since Luo Xinlian had said so, the cheetah squad naturally dared not refuse. But they also knew that what Luo Xinlian and the others had to do was by no means easy. Thinking of this, the golden leopard glared hatefully at Luo Xinlian. Luo Xinlian didn't care at all and turned to leave. But just then, a hand blocked his way. My friend, since this is your suggestion, why don't you come with us? Faced with Luo Xinlian's obstruction, Luo Xinlian deliberately pretended to be helpless and shook her head. Then he obediently followed to one side. Luo Xinlian was very satisfied with this. Another cannon fodder has been added. Little did she know, this was exactly the effect Luo Xinlian wanted. Only in this way could he infiltrate the team without anyone suspecting his intentions. They'll just see him as a nameless cannon fodder who shot himself in the foot because of a dispute over the spoils with his comrades. Seeing this, Jinqianbao laughed with obvious schadenfreude. Still muttering to himself. You tried to harm me, but you didn't expect you wouldn't escape this fate either, did you? Just then, a thunderclap drew everyone's attention. Upon seeing this, Luo Jinyu also frowned. The Thunder Tribulation Beast has been born. 47, instantly defeated? Let the show begin. The mountaintop shrouded in mist. Dark clouds, carrying lightning, churned and rolled across the sky. Every now and then, bolts of lightning would strike the ground. They blasted out one deep crater after another. Many of the mythical beasts living nearby began to flee. They were afraid of being hit by lightning. However, some of the lightning-type spirit beasts did not flee. Instead, he hid nearby, contemplating the danger posed by the thunder, in order to further enhance their strength. And right in the center of the thundercloud, it is a four-legged behemoth with two horns on its head and golden fur all over its body. It is indeed the Thunder Tribulation Beast. What's incredible is the lightning that terrifies so many spirit beasts. When it struck the Thunder Tribulation Beast's body, it transformed into wisps of electricity that surged into its body. It's as docile as a kitten. And with each lightning strike, the size of the Thunder Beast will shrink by 1 point. When Luo Xinlian and her group arrived, they were utterly shocked by the horrifying scene before them. Especially the cheetah squad. At this moment, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. He knew it wouldn't be anything good. It's all that damn night owl's fault for dragging us all down with him. Now we don't even know if we'll make it back alive. Just then, Luo Xinlian spoke up. Is that the Thunder Tribulation Beast? What is it doing? Such terrifying power, even if we were on the verge of death, we probably wouldn't be a match for it. The leopard was overjoyed upon hearing this. He was just about to tell everyone to turn back the way they came. But to everyone's surprise, Luo Jinyu continued to speak. Don't panic! He's undergoing a rebirth. According to ancient texts, some special spirit beasts possess the method of nirvana, which can prolong their lifespan as it is about to run out. But once he successfully undergoes nirvana, he will be in a weakened state, and his strength will be reduced to less than 1/10. That will be the time for us to seize the treasure. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's eyes lit up. Second sister, can we take this opportunity to tame this Thunder Tribulation Beast? Upon hearing Luo Xinlian's opinion, Luo Jinyu shook her head without hesitation. That's impossible. No one has ever tamed a thunder tribulation beast throughout history. This kind of spirit beast is extremely proud and would rather self-destruct than be tamed. Let's just wait patiently for it to complete its rebirth. Seizing the Thunder Source Stone is the priority. Upon learning the reason, Luo Xinlian could only sigh in regret, while others were whispering among themselves. Luo Xinlian, on the other hand, directly activated the Forbidden Eye. Name: Thunder Beast. Growth stage: Awakening Phase 4. Status: in Nirvana. Racial bloodline: purebred lightning bloodline. Quality: myth. Attribute: thunder. Talent: Thunder Law, Power of Thunder Type Skills plus 100%. Skills: 5 Thunderbolts, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, 1000 Thunder Illusionary Body, Thunder Jade. Evolutionary Path: none, the embodiment of lightning has no evolutionary path. The opponent cannot be tamed, and the breeding module cannot be opened. After reading the information about the Thunder Tribulation Beast, Luo Xinlian also gasped in shock. Wow! Awakening Stage. Mythical Quality. Incarnation of the essence of lightning. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was also filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I didn't act recklessly, but instead chose to infiltrate Luo Jinyu's group. Otherwise, even if Shadow Dragon and Flame Feather Falcon attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for Thunder Beast. After all, he had no idea what the Nirvana state was all about. They'll either fight it out as soon as they meet, or they'll turn tail and run. I will never wait idly by. With each lightning strike, the Thunder Beast grew smaller and smaller. Its breath was also getting weaker and weaker. Luo Xinlian felt it was about time, and took advantage of the moment when everyone was focused on the Thunder Tribulation Beast. He quietly walked up behind the leopard and kicked him in the butt. The leopard lost its footing and flew straight out of the bushes that were concealing it. Thump! The leopard crashed heavily to the ground. I was just about to open my mouth and rebuke them, but he found a pair of wide-open beast eyes staring intently at him. Oh my God! Seeing that he had been targeted by the Thunder Tribulation Beast, the golden leopard didn't care about anything else. He immediately turned around and ran towards where everyone was hiding. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian cursed inwardly, useless. If he runs this way, won't he expose everyone? Without a second thought, everyone prepared to turn and run away, wondering how the leopard could suddenly fly away. But they had already been discovered by the Thunder Tribulation Beast, so escape wouldn't be so easy. A burst of thunder roared. The Thunder Tribulation Beast has blocked the way that everyone came from. 1000 Thunder Illusionary Body. Transform into lightning, arrive in an instant. Seeing that their escape route was cut off and there was nowhere to run, they realized that their escape was impossible. As the leader of the team, Luo Jinyu was the first to summon her beast. Spiritual Phantom Butterfly, Spirit/Insect, first stage of metamorphosis, epic. At this point, only a desperate fight offers any chance of survival. Charge! Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian, Luo Yiming, and Su Jinshi also summoned their own beasts. The Cheetah Squad isn't stupid, they've managed to stay in Viridian Forest for so long. Knowing full well that this was not the time to play tricks, he summoned his beast and followed. The only way to survive is to kill the Thunder Tribulation Beast in front of you. Desert Feathered Lizard! Part 1-inch. Luo Xinlian was well liked by the Luo family, which meant she wasn't entirely without merit. At least for now, they're acting very decisively. Seeing Luo Xinlian take the lead, the others followed suit. Luo Xinlian narrowed her eyes. The information about the Desert Feathered Lizard was then readily available to him. Desert Feathered Lizard, Earth/Rock, Mature Tier 7, Epic. Clearly, this is the beast that the Luo family has contracted with Luo Xinlian. It is precisely because soil and rock have a resistance effect against lightning. That's why Luo Xinlian dared to act so decisively. Although it resembles a Western dragon in appearance, the Desert Feathered Lizard is not a dragon. Property. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian's lips curled into a mocking smile. It seems like he was traumatized after being beaten up last time. They even chose a tamed beast that looks like a dragon. However, a web crawler will always be just a web crawler, it will never become a true dragon. Just as Luo Xinlian felt contempt for Luo Xinlian. Suddenly I felt someone push me. Luo Xinlian turned her head and saw that it was Luo Yiming with Yiming Qinling, looking her up and down. What are you standing there for? Get up there! Luo Xinlian, who had intended to slack off, found herself caught red-handed. He laughed as well. I was just scared by that lightning beast and I can't move my feet. I'm going to help. Upon hearing this, Luo Yiming nodded slightly. Although she said that, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but sneer in her heart. I'll give you a piece of my mind. Just you wait and see if I'll continue acting. Immediately, Luo Xinlian took a step forward, and at the same time, the Flame Feather Falcon was also summoned. The moment the Flame Feather Falcon was summoned, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Transformation period, epic quality Flame Feather Falcon. My god! There's such a master in the team! Golden Leopard was also shocked. He originally thought the other party was just a small fry, but who knew that he was a big shot who had been hiding his true strength. Recalling the incident of forcibly taking the jade pig, the leopard couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. Even Su Jinshi, who hadn't paid any attention to Luo Xinlian before, had a strange look flash across his eyes. Compared to the complex psychology of these individuals, Luo Xinlian and Luo Jinyu's cases are relatively simpler. The more skilled players they have, the better their chances of winning. But then, something astonishing happened. The masked man in their eyes, accompanied by the Flame Feather Falcon, overtook the Desert Feather Lizard at the very front. They charged towards the Thunder Tribulation Beast. But the Thunder Beast simply unleashed a thunderbolt, instantly killing the Flame Feather Falcon. They were fried until there wasn't even a crumb left. Because the contrast between before and after was so great, everyone had the same thought in their minds. This is so bad! At the same time, the disappointment in his eyes was undisguised. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinlian spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. It seems that the contracted beast died, causing it to suffer a backlash. Luo Yiming, who had been urging Luo Xinlian to hurry up, directly called him a piece of trash. Luo Jinyu, who was in front, quickly called out to Luo Yiming. Don't get distracted. Give it your all to support. Upon hearing this, Luo Yiming quickly turned her attention to Luo Xinlian and Luo Jinyu, and asked Yiming Qiling to use auxiliary skills on their beasts. What they didn't know was that beneath that mask, a slight smile was playing on the corners of his lips. 48. Fierce Battle. The Frustrated Thunder Beast. At this moment, Luo Xinlian, dragging her severely injured body, also forced herself to move away from the center of the battlefield. I found a comfortable spot and plopped down on it. The crowd, busy fighting the Thunder Tribulation Beast, didn't react much. After all, they had personally witnessed the Flame Feather Falcon being instantly killed by the Thunder Tribulation Beast. A beast tamer who loses his beast taming ability is like a warrior on the battlefield who has lost his sword. He is left to be slaughtered at will. Even the Golden Leopard, who had previously seen the Flame Feather Falcon, couldn't help but mutter, "Trash," under his breath. Luo Xinlian was quite pleased to see this. Because only Luo Xinlian knew that what had just been summoned and cleaved into ashes was merely the Flame Shadow clone of the Flame Feather Falcon. The real Flame Feather Falcon was currently resting leisurely in the beast taming space. Go ahead and fight. Just wear each other down. That way, I'll have to put in less effort when we're fighting for the loot later. As time went on, the group, who were initially being overwhelmed by the Thunder Tribulation Beast, gradually began to show signs of turning the tide of the battle. At this moment, due to its nirvana state, the Thunder Tribulation Beast's rank had dropped to the 9th level of the transformation stage. Although its strength remains formidable. But he couldn't overcome his poor physical condition. Moreover, they were besieged by dozens of beasts. What troubled the Thunder Tribulation Beast the most was that among the group of beasts attacking it, there was a desert feathered lizard that was very effective against it. Although this desert feathered lizard was only at the 7th level of maturity. However, with the assistance of Yiming Qiling, she has faintly reached the strength of the transformation stage. Whenever the Thunder Beast wants to kill a group of enemies first, the desert feathered lizard will utilize its resistance to both earth and rock elements to absorb some of the damage. This prevented the Thunder Beast from eliminating a group of opponents. Moreover, the Yiming Qiling also possesses a healing melody that can quickly restore injuries. Moreover, the Thunder Tribulation Beast is also subject to the illusion waves of the spiritual illusion butterfly from time to time. Although the impact is not significant, it can always slow down the Thunder Beast's reaction by a beat at crucial moments, and that is enough. Moreover, Su Jinshi's Feng Lianhua was constantly spreading paralyzing powder, which made the Thunder Tribulation Beast, which was already fighting against many enemies, suffer greatly. It can be said that the Thunder Beast's debuffs have been fully stacked, while Luo Jinyu's side has had their support buffs and resistance buffs fully stacked. Luo Xinlian, who was watching from the sidelines, also seemed to understand but not quite. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They actually managed to force the Thunder Tribulation Beast into this state. The Luo and Su families truly deserve to be two of the 3 major families in City A. They really went to great lengths to capture the Thunder Tribulation Beast. Immediately afterward, Luo Xinlian had a second thought. Jiang Yingxue and her brother Jiang Shaoling should be arriving soon. After all, he clearly remembered that the reports from his previous life recorded that the Thunder Source Stone had fallen into the hands of the Jiang family. The battle is almost over, there's no reason why the others haven't arrived yet. The Thunder Tribulation Beast was also surprised that its opponent was so troublesome. He immediately felt a slight urge to back down. If things continue like this, it will undoubtedly fail. It would be better to retreat first. Once it completes its rebirth and regains its strength, killing these people and beasts will be a piece of cake. Just after the Thunder Tribulation Beast unleashed a 5 Thunderbolts strike. This created distance between them and Luo Xinlian and the others. But then the Thunder Tribulation Beast felt a chill surge from behind it. The Thunder Tribulation Beast quickly used its 1000 Thunder illusionary body to dodge. But to their surprise, they found that their surroundings were already covered by one ice wall after another. Trap it firmly. Immediately afterwards, the girl's voice, as melodious as a silver bell, rang out. How could the Jiang family be left out in the siege of the Thunder Tribulation Beast? A man and a woman flew in, each riding a giant bird. It was Jiang Shaoling and Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Shaoling's originally indifferent face now revealed a hint of mockery. Thank you all, the Jiang family will accept this Thunder Tribulation Beast. At this moment, the expressions of the Luo family members and Su Jinshi became extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, the Jiang family suddenly appeared at this time. They clearly want to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. While the Jiang siblings were not paying attention to this side, Luo Xinlian quickly asked in a low voice. Fifth sister, how much longer can your spiritual power last? Luo Xinlian, her cheeks slightly pale, shook her head. It was clear that the previous battle with the Thunder Beast had taken a heavy toll. But she still managed to say it, albeit reluctantly. I can probably unleash one more enhanced melody. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian immediately sensed something was wrong. The fact that Luo Yiming had been able to fight the Thunder Tribulation Beast for so long speaks volumes about her importance. Now, the Jiang siblings have suddenly appeared. Despite their numerical advantage, the enemy was well-rested and powerful, making them a formidable opponent. Luo Jinyu's face had already darkened. He raised his finger and pointed at Jiang Shaoling, angrily rebuking him. Is your Jiang family so shameless? Do you think we're afraid of you, Jiang Shaoling, just because my older sister isn't here? To tell you the truth, the Luo and Su families are determined to obtain this Thunder Tribulation Beast. If you dare to lay a finger on it, you will pay the price. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaoling was not angry but rather pleased. It was as if they had heard an extremely funny joke. You bunch of rabble? Even if your eldest sister Luo Qingwan were here, she wouldn't dare to say such boastful things to me. Just as the two sides were locked in a fierce confrontation, Luo Xinlian then quietly approached the Thunder Tribulation Beast. Looking at the thick ice wall, lightning kept striking. Luo Xinlian sensed that the Thunder Tribulation Beast's strength had almost completely dissipated. Although separated by the ice wall, he could not use the Forbidden Eye to determine the current state of the Thunder Tribulation Beast. But he does make comparisons. This ice wall was clearly created by the Ice Thunderbird. Just now, when Jiang Yingxue arrived, Luo Xinlian used the Forbidden Eye to check the state of the Ice Thunder Sparrow. The injury has indeed recovered quite a bit, but it's only about 60 to 70% complete. For this reason, Luo Xinlian also complained about Jiang Shaoling in her heart. Is this all the skill you've got? You dare look down on me? It seems that it will be necessary to re-equip Sakura's Ice Thunder Sparrow after we get back. To avoid being harmed by that quack Dr. Jiang Shaoling and damaging my foundation. It seemed that she realized she had gone off on a tangent. Luo Xinlian quickly focused her attention on the analysis. At this moment, the Thunder Tribulation Beast couldn't even break through the ice wall created by the Ice Thunder Sparrow, which only had 60 to 70% of its strength left. The current situation is easy to imagine. It's about time to make a move. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to make a move, she was noticed by Jiang Yingxue in the air. Jiang Yingxue saw Luo Xinlian's disheveled appearance at that moment. Blood was seeping from under the mask, making him look like he was injured. There was no time to worry about anything else. He immediately summoned the Ice Thunder Sparrow to descend and come to Luo Xinlian's side. Questions and answers that raised concerns. Night Owl! What's wrong? How did you get so badly injured? Luo Xinlian could only shake her head with a wry smile in response. He then said, Don't worry, I'm fine. When he saw Luo Xinlian, his tone was calm and his voice was full of energy. Jiang Yingxue's initial worries were greatly relieved. Luo Xinlian, however, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although she felt quite comforted by Jiang Yingxue's concern. But Luo Xinlian soon realized that because of Jiang Yingxue's actions, everyone's attention had also turned to her. This also implicitly announced the failure of his chicken-stealing plan. Just as the Luo siblings and Su Jin were wondering how this utterly incompetent masked man knew the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Shaoling's face had already darkened. How come I run into this thing everywhere? To prevent his sister from being kidnapped, he must find a chance to kill him. But before that, We need to deal with these guys in front of us first. We'll snatch the Thunder Beast. We'll deal with that masked kid later. It seemed that Luo Xinlian's actions had caused Jiang Shaoling's anger to surge. We must act immediately. Just then, for reasons unknown, Luo Xinlian appeared. Suddenly, he shouted at Jiang Shaoling. Humph! Even though our eldest sister isn't here, don't forget her. Our Luo family also has someone who has formed a contract with the dragon. Can you, Jiang Shaoling, defeat him? 49. Stealing chickens. Each with their own agenda. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaoling, who was originally about to take action, also stopped. He asked somewhat tentatively. Are you talking about that dragon-riding genius who forced the fifth miss of the Luo family to eat excrement a while ago, defeated the 4 guardians at the Four Saints Hall, and refused Zhao Yunqing's offer to recruit him? Although Jiang Shaoling was merely reiterating the facts. But these words sounded particularly harsh to Luo Yiman. After all, she was the person involved. She immediately glared at Luo Xinlian with some dissatisfaction and asked in a low voice. Xinlian, what are you doing? Why bring up that good-for-nothing for no reason? Only then did Luo Xinlian belatedly notice Luo Yiming's unpleasant expression. He immediately offered an explanation. We've just fought a fierce battle with the Thunder Tribulation Beast, and your spiritual power is about to be exhausted. Facing the Jiang family now is clearly not a wise move. My eldest sister isn't in City A either, so we can only use Brother Xinlian's reputation to buy time for everyone to recover. Upon hearing this, Luo Yiming finally gave up. After all, their primary task right now is to acquire Thunder Origin Stones. Su Jinshi, who was standing to the side, also felt a sudden tremor in his heart when he heard Luo Xinlian's name. She couldn't help but recall that dangerous yet powerful feeling that had captivated her. She had originally thought that after revealing the information about the Thunder Tribulation Beast last time, she would be able to meet Luo Xinlian here this time. But things didn't turn out as she had hoped. A sense of disappointment welled up inside me. But now I've heard Luo Xinlian mention Luo Xinlian again. Su Jinshi also subconsciously looked at Luo Xinlian. This made Luo Xinlian secretly delighted. He thought that Su Jinshi had figured out his delaying tactic, and therefore thought more highly of him. He then answered Jiang Shaoling with an even more smug expression. Yes, it's him. Brother Xinlian is nearby and will be here soon. I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, it won't be so easy for you to leave later. But Jiang Shaoling wasn't so easily intimidated. He then revealed a playful expression, his eyes occasionally sweeping back and forth between the Luo family members. He said it in a casual tone. Wait a minute? I heard that the dragon taming genius was kicked out of the Luo family. Otherwise, why would they force his own sister to eat shit? You agree, right? Miss Luo, the fifth young lady? Upon hearing this, Luo Yiming's expression turned even more unpleasant. Even the cheetah squad standing nearby seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Ultimately, what happened at the entrance to the Viridian Forest back then is still happening to them now. It's one thing for their 3 families to be at odds with each other. But if they take their anger out on these small fry afterward, things will get complicated. Faced with Jiang Shaoling's sarcasm and questions, Luo Xinlian immediately replied. You don't understand. It's common for siblings to have conflicts. How can we easily believe those rumors circulating outside? Jiang Shaoling stopped arguing after Luo Xinlian's rebuttal. Instead, he said with an arrogant expression. All right. Since you've put it that way, I'm also very curious about just how strong this so-called dragon-taming genius really is. I'll wait for him here. Seeing that Jiang Shaoling had fallen for the trap, Luo Xinlian was secretly delighted. But what he said was, very well. If you can defeat the dragon rider of my Luo family, we will gladly hand over this Thunder Tribulation Beast. It's a deal. Immediately, Jiang Shaoling closed his eyes to rest and adjust his spiritual power, in order to be in the best possible condition to fight against this dragon-taming genius, who had recently become the most popular in City A. Luo Xinlian quickly reminded everyone to hurry up and restore their spiritual power. At this moment, besides the Thunder Beast that was constantly bombarding the ice wall in an attempt to break free of control, there was nothing else in the arena. It had almost fallen into an eerie calm. Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian was dumbfounded. Luo Xinlian is truly shameless. He was the happiest person when I severed ties with the Luo family. They're in poor condition right now and trying to stall for time, yet they dare to use me as a shield. With me around, you won't get your way. Just then, Luo Xinlian heard Jiang Yingshua's curious voice. I wonder what dragon-type beast tamers actually look like. I really want to see them. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian smiled slightly. Don't worry, you'll see it soon. TCH, I already know even if you don't say it. Didn't the Luo family say that the dragon tamer is almost here? We'll see him when he arrives. But then, Luo Xinlian said something intriguing. Is all the talent in your Jiang family in beast taming? It's obvious they're lying to your brother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue frowned. How did you know? If that dragon tamer doesn't come, then we won't be able to see any dragon-type beasts. Luo Xinlian was also having a headache at this moment, as the girl in front of her didn't seem to realize the problem. So he told Jiang Yingxue about Luo Xinlian's scheme. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue finally understood Luo Xinlian's purpose. They already outnumbered us, yet they still resorted to such underhanded tactics. No! I'm going to tell my brother! But Luo Xinlian stopped her. It's no use. Someone as arrogant as your brother, once he's made a promise, it's not so easy to change it. Okay, listen to me, I guarantee you'll not only see dragon-type beasts, but you'll also get thunder source stones. Jiang Yingxue had an almost unconditional trust in Luo Xinlian, and immediately nodded. So, Luo Xinlian shared her general thoughts with Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue readily agreed. Then they opened a gap in the thick ice wall, just big enough for one person to pass through. Luo Xinlian crawled inside. As soon as Luo Xinlian entered the cage formed by the ice wall, she saw the Thunder Tribulation Beast, which had shrunk to the size of a small dog. At this point, the Thunder Beast had clearly returned to its juvenile stage. Successful nirvana is not far off. Unfortunately, the Thunder Beasts are now completely incapable of escaping this place. Upon seeing the person before him, he realized that it was the same person whose beast-taming ability he had previously defeated in a single move. Even though the Thunder Tribulation Beast had almost no fighting power left, its eyes were still filled with deep disdain. The electric current surged through its body, as if the Thunder Tribulation Beast felt that even in its juvenile form, it could easily control the human before it. What the Thunder Tribulation Beast never expected was. The next moment, a dragon man, completely black, appeared beside it without it even noticing. He picked it up in one swift motion. At this moment, the Thunder Beast felt the threat of death. It couldn't understand why this human, who was clearly weak, possessed such a terrifying beast. What terrified him most was that the quality of this dragon man in front of him was even higher than his own. The more the Thunder Tribulation Beast thought about it, the more terrified it became. Overwhelmed by fear, the Thunder Beast unleashed a torrent of lightning at the Shadow Dragon. Dragons are naturally resistant to all elemental attributes except ice. In addition, the Thunder Tribulation Beast was only in its infancy at this time. The Shadow Dragon simply allowed the Thunder Beast to strike it with electricity. He even showed a hint of enjoyment on his face. Cough cough, let it wake up. The Shadow Dragon, who was enjoying himself, immediately snapped back to reality after hearing Luo Xinlian's words. He held the Thunder Tribulation Beast in one hand, and slapped it twice with the other. The Thunder Beast was brought back to its senses. The lightning that had been continuously emanating from his body also stopped. A slight smile appeared on Luo Xinlian's lips. Awake? At this moment, the Thunder Tribulation Beast no longer possessed the domineering aura it had shown when it single-handedly fought against dozens of tame beasts. In the hands of the Shadow Dragon, it became as docile as a quail. Hearing Luo Xinlian's question, she nodded obediently. It's good that you're awake now. Listen to me, only if you hand over the Thunder Source Stone and the Thunder Tribulation Stone, I guarantee your safe departure. Otherwise, given your current state, if you fall into the hands of those people outside, there's no other possibility than being skinned alive. The Thunder Tribulation Beast fell silent, seemingly pondering Luo Xinlian's words. You should think carefully about whether you have any other way out. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Tribulation Beast roared a few times at the instant Shadow Dragon. It seemed to be signaling to the Shadow Dragon to release it. Meanwhile, the Shadow Dragon turned its gaze to Luo Xinlian. Luo Xinlian waved her hand gently. The Thunder Beast was also given the opportunity to roam freely once again. Without further hesitation, he immediately. Then, the Thunder Tribulation Beast spat out a blue-purple crystal from its mouth. With the help of the Forbidden Eye, Luo Xinlian quickly identified what the crystal was. Thunder Source Stone! 50. Evolution. Heavenly Thunder Tempering. Starry Sky Demon Dragon. Name, Thunder Origin Stone. Effect. When consumed by a lightning-type beast, it can break through its limitations and transition from maturity to metamorphosis. Note, this is the essence of heavenly lightning that the Thunder Tribulation Beast has accumulated over many years. After obtaining the Thunder Source Stone, Luo Xinlian nodded in satisfaction. But he did not forget the key point of this mission. So he continued speaking. Alright, we're still missing one more thing, the Lightning Tribulation Stone. The Thunder Beast didn't hesitate and rammed headfirst into the thick ice wall. This startled Luo Xinlian. I thought the Thunder Tribulation Beast was having a mental breakdown and was about to smash its head against something to its death. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Beast only broke off one of its horns. Then he picked up the broken horn with his mouth and handed it to Luo Xinlian. Luo Xinlian looked at the Thunder Tribulation Beast with some confusion. He didn't understand why the Thunder Tribulation Stone had given him a broken horn. Just then, a system notification sounded in Luo Xinlian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Thunder Tribulation Stone. Reward Dragon Tooth Necklace. The next moment, a necklace made of dragon teeth appeared around the neck of the Shadow Dragon. At this moment, Luo Xinlian raised an eyebrow. He picked up the broken horn that the Thunder Beast had smashed. Examined it carefully. Is this the Lightning Tribulation Stone? He then opened the forbidden eye. Name Thunder Tribulation Stone, Horn of the Thunder Tribulation Beast. Effect, attracts lightning. Note, the Horn of the Thunder Tribulation Beast is specifically used to attract heavenly lightning, temper the physical body, and condense the essence of lightning. After receiving the information, Luo Xinlian suddenly realized. At this moment, the Thunder Tribulation Beast beside her was looking at Luo Xinlian with a solemn expression. It seemed to be waiting to see if the human in front of it would keep its promise. It is naturally aware of the value of its body in human society. If it hadn't been desperate, it wouldn't have handed over the Thunder Source Stone and Thunder Tribulation Stone in exchange for the protection of this beast tamer who was pretending to be weak. If the person in front of you keeps their promise, everything is fine. If the person in front of it is just deceiving it, then it will just self-destruct. It seemed to have noticed the Thunder Beast's gaze at that moment. Luo Xinlian also revealed a gentle smile. Don't be nervous, I keep my word. If you don't mind, come into my arms and I'll take you out. I guarantee none of them can hurt you. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Tribulation Beast felt a sense of relief. Just as Luo Xinlian had said, he darted into Luo Xinlian's arms. The matter has been resolved. Luo Xinlian then tossed the Thunder Tribulation Stone in her hand to the Shadow Dragon. Let's begin the evolution right here. The surrounding ice walls are like energy-gathering panels, which should help you absorb the power of the Lightning Tribulation more effectively. After explaining everything, Luo Xinlian then carried the Thunder Tribulation Beast and crawled out through the gap they had come in through earlier. But as soon as he poked his head out, he heard someone shout. Look! That kid's out! Luo Xinlian was also taken aback. At this point, the outside world was already in chaos. The evil-eyed demon eagle appeared as if possessed by a war god. With its ghostly and elusive abilities, along with a variety of unpredictable ghost attribute skills, it battles against hordes of beasts. Ice Raven provides support from the sidelines using ice attribute skills to restrict enemies from the side. For a time, the two sides fought back and forth. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but sigh. The Jiang family truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest among the three great families. Just two of them were able to hold their own against dozens of people from the Su and Luo families. Although the Su and Luo families have only recently experienced a major battle, their numerical advantage is undeniable. Just as Luo Xinlian was sighing, the leopard's voice suddenly rang out. Good lad! You've finally decided to come out! It turns out that Luo Xinlian had already been noticed by the Su and Luo families the moment she entered the ice wall. He wanted to step forward and stop them. But Jiang Yingxue wouldn't let it go, so the two started fighting. Jiang Shaoling would naturally not allow his sister to be harmed. At the same time, they would not allow the Thunder Beast to fall into the hands of the Su and Luo families, so they also joined the battle. And so, things were on the verge of erupting. A major battle broke out between the two sides. You've been hiding this really well. I was wondering why you wanted to drag us into this. So you're from the Jiang family. You used us to infiltrate the Su and Luo families' groups so you could fish in troubled waters. Luo Xinlian simply smiled and offered no explanation. Look at what he's holding. He's actually holding a Thunder Tribulation Beast. Someone shouted out. The sounds of energy bursts from skill clashes on the battlefield suddenly ceased. Even Jiang Shaoling looked surprised. He had long known of the Thunder Tribulation Beast's arrogance from ancient texts. They knew that the probability of taming the Thunder Beast was 0. But to his utter surprise, the Thunder Tribulation Beast actually allowed the masked man he had previously looked down upon to be held in its arms. Could it be that he tamed the Thunder Tribulation Beast? Jiang Shaoling is not the only one who thinks this way. Also included are the Luo siblings and Su Jinshi. They never expected that there was a spy from the Jiang family in their ranks. He even managed to steal the chicken without anyone noticing. If you say that this night owl isn't a spy for the Jiang family, who would believe it? Otherwise, how could he have such a good relationship with Jiang Yingxue? Damn it! I've been scammed! Luo Jinyu's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. In addition to his anger, he was also deeply shocked. The other party actually tamed the Thunder Tribulation Beast. In that case, would there still be a place for the Su and Luo families to live in City A? No! This person must be eliminated! So he shouted to the cheetah squad, who were closest to the masked man. Golden Leopard! His tamed beast is gone. A mere juvenile Thunder Tribulation beast poses no threat to you. Kill this masked guy. Retrieve the Thunder Beast. Once this is accomplished, the Luo family will officially incorporate the cheetah squad. Upon hearing this, the leopard was overjoyed. Isn't this like a pie falling from the sky? The two powerful birds of prey were already entangled by the others. All I have to do is deal with a useless person who has lost his beast-taming ability. Thinking about this, Jinqianbeo had already begun to fantasize about the scene of swaggering around in the name of the Luo family. Wipe your drool! If you want to kill me, then hurry up and do it! Upon hearing this, the leopard came to its senses and immediately flew into a rage. You're a useless piece of trash who's lost his beast-taming ability, yet you dare to provoke me? Aren't you afraid of dying soon enough? Without further ado, the golden leopard commanded its tame beast to pounce on Luo Xinlian. The next moment, a meaningful smile appeared on the face beneath the mask. Boom! A flame radiating intense heat erupted instantly. This directly involved the leopard's tame beast. After a series of horrific screams, all that was left on the ground was a layer of fly ash. The flame feather falcon spreads its wings. It hovered high in the sky, and let out a cry that resounded through the heavens. The golden leopard stared in disbelief at the scene before it, its trembling finger pointing at the flame feather falcon in the air, which should have been cleaved into ashes by the Thunder Tribulation beast. How can it still be alive? The Su and Luo families were greatly shocked by this sudden turn of events. They clearly saw the flame feather falcon get instantly killed by the Thunder Tribulation beast, so how did it suddenly reappear? The most crucial thing is, how could it be so strong? Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Luo Xinlian chuckled. Do you know about the Flame Shadow clone? What was killed by the Thunder Tribulation beast was just an afterimage. Everyone suddenly realized that they had previously underestimated Luo Xinlian. At this moment, they are also extremely wary of it. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinlian narrowed her eyes slightly. He said this to the leopard. You don't really think I found that jade porpoise, do you? To tell you the truth, Qian Xiaodao and his teammates, who caused trouble before, have turned to ashes just like your beast. At this moment, the leopard's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared at the masked man in front of him with a look of fear. He said it in a pleading tone. No. Don't kill me. We've only met by chance. We have no grudge against each other. Just let me go. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian chuckled. I won't lie to you, I already let you off the hook once a while ago, but I didn't expect you to be so blind. Upon hearing this, the leopard's body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if it were recalling something terrifying. You are. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to continue teasing the leopard, she suddenly had a thought. He murmured. Has it started? He immediately stopped paying attention to the leopard. Instead, he turned to look at the cage made of ice walls. In an instant, the thunderclouds that had disappeared with the end of the Thunder Tribulation beast's rebirth vanished. They started to converge again. This left everyone bewildered, unsure of what had happened. Boom! As the thunderclouds finished gathering, the explosive burst struck the ice wall directly. Everyone was puzzled as to why the sudden lightning bolt struck that direction. After dozens of lightning bolts converged at the ice wall, a ball of jet-black energy crackling with electricity crushed the ice wall into pieces. The energy ball began to shrink, and then a jet-black dragon man with wings on its back and dark blue lightning stripes on its body appeared before everyone's eyes. On its body surface, there were also wisps of lightning containing destructive power. Starry Sky Dragon. Evolution complete. 51. Displaying its power. Instantly annihilating the evil-eye demon eagle. The sudden appearance of the Starry Sky Dragon instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. How did a dragon-type beast suddenly appear here? Surprisingly, Su Jinshe was the first to come to her senses. This terrifying, mysterious, yet captivating sense of danger. She remembers it vividly. She had seen the shadow dragon not long ago. Although the Starry Sky Dragon now has wings on its back and stripes that look like lightning on its body, there are some differences between it and the previous shadow dragon. However, it is still possible to tell that these two are the same beast. Thinking of this, Su Jinshe's breathing became somewhat rapid. He really came. And he seems to have become even stronger. Luo Jinyu and Luo Yimeng exchanged a glance. They naturally realized that the Starry Sky Demon Dragon was the same as the previous Shadow Dragon. His expression immediately turned ugly. Jiang Shaoling's strength had already exceeded their expectations. If it weren't for their numerical advantage, they would have been defeated long ago. Now that Luo Xinlian has reappeared, it seems that the Thunder Tribulation Beast will be out of reach for the Su and Luo families today. On the other side, Jiang Shaoling also noticed the powerful Dragon Man at a glance. His once confident face now showed a furrowed brow. Unexpectedly, the Luo family's Dragon Tamer actually came. But soon, a hint of excitement appeared on Jiang Shaoling's face. I want to see just how powerful this dragon-type beast taming technique, which disappeared 300 years ago, really is. But why did that Dragon Man escape from the ice wall prison that Shuai created? And what was that lightning that just gathered? Jiang Shaoling also couldn't quite understand these 2 points. In contrast, Jiang Yingxue, standing to the side, seemed much more naive. I can't believe it really is just as the Night Owl said. He not only successfully obtained the Thunder Tribulation Beast, but also showed me a dragon-type beast tamer. But how did he know where that dragon-type beast would emerge from? At this moment, the one who couldn't understand it the most was Luo Xinlian. He had only used Luo Xinlian's reputation as a dragon-taming genius to buy himself some time to recover. To my surprise, he actually came. He was fully aware of Luo Xinlian's hatred for the Luo family. But then, Luo Xinlian's eyes lit up. Alright. Since only his tame beast has appeared, and Luo Xinlian herself isn't here, I'll use this trick of using one tiger to devour another. As for why people didn't connect the appearance of Night Owl with the Starry Sky Dragon, that's because the Night Owl had already summoned the Flame Feather Falcon. It should be noted that both summoning beasts and using skills will consume the tamer's own spiritual power. Both the Starry Sky Demon Dragon and the Flame Feather Falcon are beasts in their transformation stage. Light is enough to keep one of them in the outside world for a long time. This consumes a great deal of the beast tamer's spiritual energy. They couldn't believe anyone could possess such immense spiritual power. It can summon 2 beasts in the metamorphosis stage at the same time and maintain this state for a long time. That's why they were so puzzled as to why the Starry Sky Dragon had emerged from the ice wall. However, the two were not linked. While everyone was secretly surprised. Suddenly, Luo Xinlian shouted excitedly. Jiang Shaoling! You're finished! My brother Xinlian is already nearby. Retreat at once, or today will be the day your Jiang family is utterly defeated. Upon hearing this, Luo Jinyu, Luo Yiming, and Su Jinshi were all taken aback, but quickly realized what was going on. Luo Xinlian is trying to use one enemy to devour another, scaring away a powerful foe first. The next moment, Luo Jinyu quickly echoed her sentiments. That's right! You'd better leave quickly, or you won't be able to leave when the main character arrives. Upon hearing this, the fighting spirit that had just ignited in Jiang Shaoling's heart vanished instantly. Regardless of the rumors circulating outside, the owner of this dragon-type beast is, after all, a member of the Luo family. The opponent already had a numerical advantage, and now they have another high-end combatant who is even stronger than themselves. Indeed, if I stay any longer, I have absolutely no chance of winning. But his pride as the heir of the Jiang family wouldn't allow him to slink away in such a disgraceful manner. So Jiang Shaoling said, somewhat tentatively. What if I refuse? Refuse? Then stay. Luo Jinyu's momentum did not weaken in the slightest. Since she was going to pretend, she had to pretend to the end. Otherwise, they would truly have no chance against the Thunder Tribulation Beast. For a time, the two sides were locked in a stalemate. Luo Xinlian hadn't expected Jiang Shaoling to be so stubborn. If Luo Xinlian really arrived later, it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian immediately turned his gaze to Night Owl, who was holding the Thunder Tribulation Beast. He said in a cold voice, Night Owl, do you also want to be buried with the Jiang family? If you know what's good for you, hand over the Thunder Tribulation Beast to me right now, and I'll forgive and forget what happened before. And I'll give you a generous reward. If you remain obstinate, then when my brother Xinlian arrives, how you die will not be up to me. Jiang Shaoling, who had been struggling with her decision, also heard Luo Xinlian's voice. He also turned his attention to Night Owl. He was also afraid that this guy wouldn't be able to withstand the threat and would hand over the Thunder Tribulation Beast. In that case, should I take advantage of the fact that the Dragon Tamer hasn't arrived yet and snatch the Thunder Tribulation Beast directly from this Night Owl? Meanwhile, Luo Xinlian was using the Forbidden Eye to examine the evolved Starry Sky Demon Dragon. Name: Starry Sky Demon Dragon. Growth Stage: Transformation Phase 1. Racial Bloodline: Bloodline of the Arrogant Demon King. Quality: Taboo Unique. Attribute: Dark Dragon Thunder. Talent: Mephisto's Pride. Before Liberation. Skills: Shadow Dragon Fist, Thunder Dragon Sky Shaking Kick, Shadow Dragon Triple Dance, Thunder Shadow Dragon Slash, Thousand Thunder Illusionary Body, Primal Release. After the initial liberation. Skills: Dark Thunder Dragon Breath Black Hole, Annihilation Starburst, Azure Dark Dragon Strike. Evolution Path: Shadow Dragon Instant Shadow Dragon Starry Sky Demon Dragon Heavenly Punishment Black Dragon Ultimate Dragon Emperor Mephisto. Description: a demonic dragon that has awakened the power of lightning. Its extreme arrogance has allowed it to comprehend many powerful skills from its bloodline, but its primal release will place an enormous burden on its tamer. After looking at the current stats of the Starry Sky Dragon, I am quite satisfied. Compared to the Shadow Dragon, the Starry Sky Dragon has now grown wings and gained the ability to fly. All aspects of the stats and skills have been enhanced. However, the sudden emergence of Primitive Liberation left him somewhat bewildered. Before and after the Primitive Liberation, two completely different sets of skill bars appeared. Moreover, his original 3-meter-tall figure has now shrunk to about the same size as himself. But if he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. As long as he knew that the Starry Sky Demon Dragon had become more powerful, that was enough. Luo Xinlian had just finished her investigation when she heard Luo Xinlian's threat. I immediately found it somewhat amusing. What the hell? You're using me to threaten me? Then Luo Xinlian found it funnier and funnier. The more I laughed, the more I couldn't help it. He simply plopped down on the ground, holding the Thunder Tribulation Beast in one arm and clutching his stomach with the other, and burst into wild laughter. This left everyone looking puzzled. Has this guy gone crazy from fright? Is it really that funny? Jiang Shaoling is also the kind of person who is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was off guard and Night Owl lowered its guard, it rode the evil-eyed demon eagle and charged over. Jiang Yingxue was shocked to see this. Brother, no! But Jiang Shaoling was already like an arrow released from a bow. There was no way to stop him with just a few words. The Su and Luo families on the opposite side were also taken aback. Oh no! He's trying to seize the Thunder Tribulation Beast by force! Although they had already figured out Jiang Shaoling's intentions, the Su and Luo families mainly dealt with control and support-type beast tamers. No one can outrun Jiang Shaoling. The Su and Luo families were also at a loss. What a miscalculation! On the other hand, Jiang Shaoling also showed a hint of excitement on his face. We succeeded! In his eyes, the Flame Feather Falcon was good, but it was far from being able to stop the evil eye Ghost Eagle. Once you've successfully seized the item, don't get entangled with it, immediately flee far away. In this operation, the Jiang family will be the biggest winner. But then, an unexpected event occurred. Just as the evil-eye Demon Eagle was about to approach, Night Owl. A streak of blue-black lightning flashed by in an instant, blocking the way for the evil-eye Demon Eagle. It was the Thousand Thunder illusionary body unleashed by the Starry Sky Demon Dragon. The Starry Sky Demon Dragon raised its hand and threw a punch. A dragon-shaped fist shadow mixed with dark energy slammed directly into the face of the evil-eye Demon Eagle. He sent him flying with a single punch. It crashed solidly into and knocked down several large trees. The evil-eyed Demon Eagle was instantly rendered unable to fight. This move is the Shadow Dragon Fist, an enhanced version of the Shadow Fist. It finally managed to crawl out from under the enormous body of the evil-eyed Demon Eagle. Jiang Shaoling's eyes were filled with disbelief. The evil-eyed Demon Eagle was instantly killed? How is that possible? 52. I'm coming clean. I am Luo Xinlian. Behold this incredibly shocking scene. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. No one expected it. The previously arrogant and invincible evil-eye Demon Eagle, who could take on many opponents by himself, couldn't even withstand a single punch from this Dragon Man. Just how powerful is this Dragon Man? Brother! Are you alright? He saw his brother being knocked down with a single punch. Jiang Yingxue immediately rode the Ice Thunder Sparrow to Jiang Shaoling's side and helped him up. I'm fine. You quickly take that Night Owl and leave. Otherwise, the Thunder Tribulation Beast will have no chance with my Jiang family. Before Jiang Yingxue could make a choice, Luo Jinyu's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether the dragon's actions were instigated by Luo Xinlian. But now is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Jiang Shaoling and seize the Thunder Tribulation Beast. Attack! Don't let a single one escape! Just as the Su and Luo families were preparing to ambush and kill the Jiang siblings, Luo Xinlian, who was laughing so hard she almost choked, also stepped in front of the two of them. Anyone who dares to take a step forward, dies! Upon hearing this, the Su and Luo families couldn't help but sneer. We haven't even bothered you, and you still dare to come out and play the hero. Brothers, get him! Snatch the Thunder Beast! At this moment, Jinqianbao, who had been standing by without daring to speak, finally came to his senses. Considering what just happened and what the masked man said earlier, he could easily guess the other person's identity. However, since the Flame Feather Falcon had been guarding them, he didn't dare to warn the Su and Luo families. Ugh, what a mess, how did I get involved with this guy again? It seems this time things won't end as peacefully as last time. At this moment, the leopard couldn't escape and could only stay obediently in place under the watchful eye of the flame feather falcon. At the same time, the crowd that had just rushed towards the Jiang siblings also stopped in their tracks. It was all because that terrifying dragon man suddenly stood in front of the three of them. The scene just now was simply too shocking. For a moment, no one dared to make a move. This left Jiang Shaoling, who had just been beaten up, completely bewildered. They were just attacking their own evil-eye demon eagle, so why are they helping them now? Luo Jinyu's face darkened upon seeing this. He shouted directly to the surroundings. Luo Xinlian! What do you mean? Are you trying to betray the Luo family? Now that things have come to this point, everyone in the Luo family understands. Luo Xinlian had already arrived. They were just observing from the shadows. Upon hearing Luo Xinlian's name, Su Jinshi felt a tingling sensation run through his body. The thought of that powerful and dangerous feeling caused her body to react involuntarily. Su Jinshi nearly stumbled and lost her balance, but fortunately Luo Xinlian reacted quickly and caught her. But Su Jinshi didn't appreciate it. Instead, after regaining her balance, she distanced herself from Luo Xinlian and then subconsciously looked around. He seemed afraid that someone would see his somewhat intimate actions with Luo Xinlian just now. Luo Xinlian didn't think much of it, assuming that Su Jinshi was frightened by the dragon man's imposing presence. He even forced out what he thought was a sunny smile as he spoke. Jinshi, don't be afraid. I'm here. Su Jinshi simply nodded politely in response. The others, like Luo Jinyu, looked around, trying to find out where the dragon tamer, who had recently become famous in City A, was hiding. Instead of seeing a person, a burst of laughter attracted everyone's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, it turned out to be the same masked owl laughing. I'm laughing so hard. I'm dying of laughter. You guys are incredibly stupid. Immediately, Luo Xinlian also shouted. Night Owl! Don't be so arrogant. Do you really think this dragon man is helping you? Don't forget, this is the dragon rider of my Luo family. Be careful, or you'll suffer a terrible death later. Even Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but tug at Night Owl. Don't get too cocky. We still don't know what their intentions are. The evil-eyed demon eagle has just been knocked unconscious. The ice thunder sparrow alone is no match for them. Quickly call your flame feather falcon over. Let's see if we can break through together. Jiang Shaoling also spoke up at the opportune moment. I only attacked you because I had no other choice. Nobody knows if you would hand over the Thunder Tribulation Beast. But I assure you, I had absolutely no intention of harming you. This time, please help us out for my sister's sake. Jiang Shaoling was no fool. As the heir of the Jiang family, he naturally had his own perspective on the bigger picture. He knew that every additional fighter on his side increased their chances of escaping. He thought that the sudden attack had made Night Owl hold a grudge against him. That's why they were left to stand aside and not make a move. Naturally, they yielded to Night Owl. Little did he know that Luo Xinlian had Yenyu Falcon stay by her side to keep an eye on things, in case the cheetah squad ran away. After all, the priceless jade pig hasn't been retrieved yet. However, seeing that even the arrogant Jiang Shaoling had yielded, Luo Xinlian felt a sense of satisfaction. Don't worry, with me here, they can't do anything to you. As Luo Xinlian spoke, she reached her hand toward the mask. He addressed the Su and Luo families. I'd like to see what these small fry can do to us. As the words fell, the mask that Luo Xinlian always wore on her face was also removed. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the scene. Only Jiang Yingxue looked at Luo Xinlian's face with curiosity. Upon seeing Luo Xinlian's appearance, Jiang Yingxue, who already had a slight liking for Luo Xinlian, couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in her heart. I didn't know you were so good-looking. I used to think you were an ugly monster. Since you're not ugly, why do you wear a mask all the time? Before Luo Xinlian could answer, Luo Jinyu, on the other side, gave an answer with an incredulous expression. Luo Xinlian! What terrified Luo Jinyu the most was Luo Xinlian was able to summon two beasts in the transformation stage at the same time. It can also continuously output spiritual energy, allowing it to remain in the outside world. Just how high has his spiritual power reached? Su Jinshi's body trembled slightly. He had been hiding in the team all along. He had seen Luo Xinlian fawning over him all the way, and how he half-heartedly accepted it. I must find an opportunity to talk things out with Luo Xinlian later. After all, both families originally planned to arrange an engagement for the two of them. It was only because of an accident that Luo Xinlian left the Luo family, giving Luo Xinlian an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. With Luo Xinlian's current strength and potential, it's only a matter of time before she returns to the Luo family. He certainly couldn't let his fiancée misunderstand. Of course, Luo Yiming is also troubled. Given the current situation, it's impossible for Luo Xinlian to take the Thunder Tribulation Beast away now that it's in her hands. No. I must persuade Luo Xinlian to return to the Luo family today. He hadn't forgotten what Luo Yu had said before he left. At this moment, not only the Su and Luo families had mixed feelings. Even Jiang Shaoling's expression turned quite ugly. I never imagined that the masked man I had always looked down on was actually the rising dragon rider. What's infuriating is that his own evil eye demon eagle was instantly killed by the opponent with a single punch. Instantly, Jiang Shaoling felt a burning sensation on her face. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue, who had the simplest thoughts, also sorted out her ideas. With puffed-out cheeks and a displeased expression, he punched Luo Xinlian hard in the chest. "How dare you lie to me? And you even injured my brother's beast! How do you want this score settled?" Luo Xinlian, who was quietly enjoying the surprised expressions of everyone, was knocked off balance by Jiang Yingshue's sudden punch. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian could only smile apologetically and say something. "I'm sorry, there was a reason for this, and I didn't mean to hide it from you. How about this, when we get back to City A, I'll personally treat your brother and your beast." Hearing this, Jiang Yingxue still looked unhappy. "That's it. No sincerity whatsoever." Luo Xinlian then shook her head with a wry smile. Then he took out a blue-purple bead and handed it to Jiang Yingxue. "Here, take this as compensation, okay?" Jiang Yingxue took the bead with one hand, and her eyes lit up immediately. "Thunder Source Stone!" 53. Revenge. Destroy Luo Jinyu. Looking at the Thunder Source Stone in his hand, Jiang Yingxue was overjoyed. The slight displeasure I had felt before vanished completely. He patted Luo Xinlian on the shoulder with a happy expression. "You kept your word, so I won't hold this against you this time." Jiang Shaoling's face darkened. He never expected that his sister would be so easily appeased. His own beast was rendered incapable of fighting by this kid. But then I thought about it again. This kid actually handed the Thunder Source Stone over to his sister. So it seems like we're not losing out. Jiang Shaoling quickly felt relieved. Luo Xinlian smiled slightly. "Now that everything's settled, let's go then. You still owe me a meal." As she spoke, Luo Xinlian pulled Jiang Yingxue and prepared to leave. Immediately following was an angry voice. "Luo Xinlian! Don't forget you're a member of the Luo family. How could you hand over the Thunder Source Stone to the Jiang family?" Seeing that Luo Xinlian dared to treat them like air and even directly give the Thunder Source Stone to the Jiang family, they were shocked. Luo Jinyu was furious. It seemed as if they had suffered some unacceptable betrayal. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian slowly turned her head and looked at Luo Jinyu. "I'm sorry, but I think I've already severed ties with the Luo family. Besides, this Thunder Source Stone is my spoils of war. I can give it to whomever I want. What's it to you?" For a moment, Luo Jinyu was speechless, choked by Luo Xinlian's words. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinlian's signature voice rang out again. "Brother Xinlian, how could you speak to second sister like that? No matter what, you are still your father's son. That's an unchangeable fact. How could you help outsiders against the Luo family?" Upon hearing Luo Xinlian speak, Luo Xinlian immediately raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Is that so? Then I'd like to ask you a question in return. As an adopted son, you have already taken everything that should rightfully belong to me. They even framed me for stealing Zhou Yajing's underwear. If you can repay kindness with enmity, why can't I help the Jiang family?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Luo Xinlian. "You're talking nonsense. When did I frame you? That's because you have a problem in your own mind, and I just happened to catch you." Regarding Luo Xinlian's sophistry, a mocking smile appeared on Luo Xinlian's face. "I don't know if you're taking advantage of the Luo family's favoritism and bias towards you, or if you also think they're all idiots. Don't forget, there are security cameras installed outside Zhou Yajing's and Luo Yu's rooms. The surveillance footage will clearly show who did it." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's expression visibly turned ugly. The favoritism and doting from his family had made him somewhat arrogant. They completely forgot about the issue of surveillance. Upon hearing this, discerning people immediately noticed something amiss. However, due to the Luo family's reputation in City A, no one dared to say much. When Su Jinshe looked at Luo Xinlian again, there was a hint of disgust in her eyes. Luo Jinyu, who was standing to the side, already knew everything. Having lived under the same roof for a long time, he naturally knew about Luo Xinlian's little tricks. He just felt that Luo Xinlian, as an adopted son, had been raised by the Luo family since childhood. "I have never met my parents. It's understandable that he might be afraid that Luo Xinlian's appearance would affect his family's affection for him. It would be bad if this small matter caused my usually well-behaved younger brother to be seen as a pervert. Therefore, they cooperated in pinning the blame on Luo Xinlian. He thought to himself. He's his parents' biological son anyway. Taking the blame for Xinyuan's younger brother won't have any impact. But he never expected that this was originally a family matter of the Luo family, and that Luo Xinlian would say it in public. He immediately rebuked. Luo Xinlian! Stop biting people like that! Xinyuan has always been well-behaved and sensible. How could he do such a thing? Luo Xinlian shrugged casually. He said it with an indifferent expression. Do whatever you want, I'm just stating a fact. Anyway, I have nothing to do with the Luo family anymore. Upon hearing this, Luo Jinyu also snorted coldly. Humph. Looks like I was right. You were secretly bribed by the Jiang family. Otherwise, why would you abandon your own blood relatives and instead help the Jiang family? How could your parents have given birth to such an ungrateful child? The next moment, a terrifying aura arrived in an instant. It is the Starry Sky Demon Dragon. With an astonishing speed, the Starry Sky Demon Dragon grabbed Luo Jinyu's spiritual illusion butterfly in its hand. Luo Jinyu was shocked to see this. Luo Xinlian! What do you want to do? Luo Xinlian didn't care at all about Luo Jinyu's reaction. Fine, since you say I've been bribed by the Jiang family, then I've been bribed. Not bad, the Luo family even helped you evolve the spiritual cocoon into a spiritual illusionary butterfly. However, I'd like to see who will try to bribe you if you also become a cripple, unable to contract and control beasts. Immediately afterwards, he exerted force with one hand. The spiritual butterfly was crushed instantly, without even having time to use illusion wave. Puff! The death of the tamed beast led to a backlash. Luo Jinyu coughed up a mouthful of blood. But Luo Xinlian had no intention of letting her off the hook. The Starry Sky Demon Dragon then attached dark energy to its claws. He slapped Luo Jinyu directly in the dantian area of her abdomen. In an instant, Luo Jinyu felt as if the spiritual energy within her body had been cut off from the upstream. They became increasingly rare, and gradually turned into ordinary people without spiritual power. Feel the changes within your body. Luo Jinyu roared hysterically. Luo Xinlian! What have you done to me? Luo Xinlian's expression turned unusually cold in response. I'll show you what it's like to live in the Luo family without spiritual power, when you can't contract and control beasts. All of this happened so suddenly. Luo Yiming and the beast tamers brought by the Luo family tried to stop them, but it was too late. Having had her path to becoming a beast tamer completely severed by Luo Xinlian, Luo Jinyu hysterically roared at the others. Kill! Kill Luo Xinlian! Whoever takes his life, the Luo family will offer a reward of 100 million in beast taming materials. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's eyes lit up. If Luo Xinlian really fights to the death here, her position as the heir of the Luo family will be secure. Besides, the order came from Luo Jinyu. Whether it succeeds or fails is none of my business. Although that's what they thought in their hearts, they said it in a teasing and frivolous way. Second sister, this isn't right. Even though brother Xinlian destroyed your spiritual power, he's still your own brother. These words only fueled Luo Jinyu's anger. What kind of younger brother would treat his own sister like this? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian pretended not to be willing to offer advice. But deep down, she knew that Luo Jinyu wouldn't soften her heart. Luo Yiming and Su Jinshi, who were standing nearby, wanted to offer some advice, but when they saw the resentful look in Luo Jinyu's eyes, they chose to keep quiet. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely attract brave men. The crowd, who were initially terrified by the dragon people, were stunned by the overwhelming wealth and began to surround them. They surrounded Luo Xinlian and the other two. They saw that their side was surrounded. Jiang Shaoling also frowned. Even at its peak, the evil-eyed demon eagle was not afraid of these people. Now, with the addition of Luo Xinlian's dragon people, sweeping away the enemy can be said to be a piece of cake. It's a pity that I wasn't so eager to snatch the Thunder Tribulation beast before. Even the evil-eyed demon eagle wouldn't be rendered unable to fight by that kid's dragon man. Thinking of this, Jiang Shaoling felt a pang of regret. He immediately hardened his heart and said to Luo Xinlian, Kid, what happened before was my fault. I'm no longer capable of fighting. Staying with you will only be a burden. I see that while your dragon human strength is formidable in one-on-one combat, you're probably not good at group attacks. If we are surrounded, our spiritual energy will inevitably be exhausted. Now take my sister and leave this place immediately. Even if I, Jiang Shaoling, die, I will remember this kindness you have shown me. Hearing Jiang Shaoling's words, Jiang Yingshue's eyes instantly reddened. Brother! I'm not leaving. Let's take them down together. Swear, listen to me. You all need to leave quickly. Now that you have the Thunder Source Stone, your future achievements will definitely surpass mine. Then you can avenge me. Elder brother. Seeing the deep bond between the two siblings, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but shake her head. Looking back on the days at the Luo family home and the current scene, it's impossible to say that Luo Xinlian had no feelings. However, he didn't feel too much sadness. He had long ago made up his mind to make the Luo family pay the price for what they had done to him over the years. Consider this a small interest payment. Don't worry. I've said it before, anyone who dares to take a step forward, dies. Since they won't let me leave, then they can all stay. 54. Liberated. The Starry Sky Dragon in its primordial state. Seeing that Luo Xinlian seemed determined to fight the Su and Luo families to the end, she had no intention of abandoning her brother, and Jiang Yingxue looked at Luo Xinlian with gratitude in her big eyes. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Jiang Shaoling quickly offered a reminder. There are too many people on the other side. You'd better put away the flame feather falcon you left over there. This way, we can save a lot of spiritual energy. Luo Xinlian did not answer this question, but a faint smile appeared on her lips. At this moment, the beast tamers, blinded by their immense wealth, were already charging towards this place. Charge! 100 million worth of cultivation materials are mine. Attack together. Exhaust his spiritual power. No matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. For a time, this group seemed to have an even greater momentum than before. Looking at Luo Xinlian, who was about to be submerged by the sea of beasts, a hint of madness appeared on Luo Jinyu's face. You little bastard! Die! Ha ha! Luo Xinlian, who was standing to the side, also began to have some thoughts. Whatever, if we can really kill Luo Xinlian and get back the Thunder Source Stone, that wouldn't be bad either. Su Jinshe originally wanted to stop the Su family beast tamers who were charging forward with the Luo family beast tamers. However, the allure of 100 million worth of supplies was simply too great for the beast tamers recruited by these families. He could only silently pray that this man, who gave him a different feeling, would be able to overcome the crisis. Those beast tamers, who were almost frantic, saw Luo Xinlian calmly take a step forward. But they didn't seem to care. In their eyes, Luo Xinlian was a walking treasure. Whoever grabs it first gets to keep it. As they got closer, they became more and more excited. They completely forgot the Starry Sky Demon Dragon's previous power. Luo Xinlian seemed to be muttering something. Because there was still some distance, they couldn't hear it at all. However, the Jiang siblings who were always by her side heard everything Luo Xinlian said. Starry Sky Dragon! Primal Liberation! The next moment, the Starry Sky Demon Dragon, which had been floating upright directly in front of Luo Xinlian, disappeared. Suddenly, its power surged. A blue light, crackling with lightning, began to emanate from his body. Immediately afterwards, the size of the Starry Sky Dragon began to increase dramatically. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. His charging motion immediately stopped. After a while, a giant dragon, about 7 or 8 meters tall and more than 10 meters long, with 4 claws on the ground and 2 wings on its back, appeared on the field. It is the Starry Sky Demon Dragon after its original liberation. This was also the first time Luo Xinlian had seen the Starry Sky Demon Dragon after its original liberation. I was also extremely excited. He quickly noticed that a third horn had appeared between the eyebrows of the Starry Sky Demon Dragon. It is somewhat similar to the horn of the Thunder Beast, but seems to be of a higher quality. At this moment, both the Jiang siblings beside Luo Xinlian and the Su Luo alliance on the other side were shocked by this scene. Luo Xinlian wouldn't care about all that. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Upon seeing this expression, Luo Yiming suddenly had a bad feeling. I was just about to offer a reminder. But then Luo Xinlian pointed at the beast tamers of the Su and Luo families. Shout loudly. Destroying Starburst! As soon as Luo Xinlian finished speaking, a surge of frenzied lightning power, an eerie dark aura, and a majestic dragon's power. 3 forces converged continuously in the wide-open mouth of the Starry Sky Dragon. The beast tamers who had charged towards this side earlier. At this moment, he was completely awakened by this terrifying energy, and was about to turn around and run away. But it was too late. In just a second or two, the Starry Sky Dragon had completed its charge. A terrifying energy surge erupted forth. Bang! Before he could even let out a scream, all that was left on the field was a huge crater. Luo Jinyu's initially somewhat crazed expression gradually turned into one of disbelief. One move! Wipe them all out! These are all beast tamers recruited by the Luo family over the years. It's one of the Luo family's assets. It's gone just like that. Su Jinshe also felt sorry for the beast tamers of the Su family. But he was even more excited about Luo Xinlian's current strength. He was so much stronger than he had been in Viridian Forest. The feeling that captivated him was growing even stronger. Even the Jiang siblings, who had been standing beside Luo Xinlian, stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. Not only were the others taken aback, but even Luo Xinlian herself was startled by the power of the Starry Sky Demon Dragon after its primal release. If the Starry Sky Dragon before the primal liberation was an agile and offensive warrior, then after the primal liberation it became a mobile heavy artillery turret. With things having come to this point, the Su and Luo families have no hope of seizing the Thunder Tribulation Beast. Seeing this, Luo Yiming no longer hesitated. Suppressing her fear, she shouted earnestly towards Luo Xinlian. Xinlian! I'm sorry for what I did to you before. Come back to the Luo family with us. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian, who was also shocked by Luo Xinlian's strength, was still startled by Luo Yiming's words. What's wrong with Luo Yiming? Why would she ask Luo Xinlian to return to the Luo family? With Luo Xinlian's current talent and strength, if she were to return to the Luo family, where would I find a place? Luo Xinlian, who had always maintained a well-behaved and sensible persona, couldn't say anything to refute him in this situation and could only feel anxious. But Luo Jinyu, who had just been crippled by Luo Xinlian, heard Luo Yiming's words. She stared at her fifth sister in disbelief. Fifth sister? What are you saying? Let him go back. He just destroyed my Dantian, cut off my spiritual power, and killed all the beast tamers of my Luo family. I will never forgive him. Looking at her second sister, who was starting to go crazy again, Luo Yiming sighed helplessly. With Luo Xinlian's power, if she could return to the Luo family, what would those people who were killed before matter? He tried to support the swaying Luo Jinyu, but she pushed him away. The leader, Luo Jinyu, was crippled, and the beast tamers and their beasts brought by the Su and Luo families were also instantly killed by Luo Xinlian in one move. Luo Xinlian was also afraid that if Luo Xinlian went crazy, she would also harm him. He helped Luo Jinyu up and prepared to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, Luo Xinlian's cold voice came from behind. Luo Xinlian, don't rush to run away. I won't do anything to you today. I know you want to participate in the beast taming competition in 2.5 months, and use that as an opportunity to have Luo Yu announce your position as the heir of the Luo family. Although, I no longer care about the Luo family. But between you and me, there still needs to be a resolution. You'd better get ready for the beast taming competition in 2.5 months. Although Luo Xinlian was so frightened by Luo Xinlian's words that his hair stood on end. But he still tried to appear calm and said, Brother Xinlian, what are you saying? As long as you're willing to return to the Luo family, the position of heir will definitely be yours. My second sister's injuries are quite serious. I'll take her back for treatment first, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Luo Xinlian led Luo Jinyu and ran down the mountain without looking back. Luo Yiming wanted to say something more, but Luo Xinlian interrupted her. You were just trying to get those people to kill me, but now you're trying to persuade me to go back to the Luo family? Are you out of your mind? Let me tell you, I'm not going back to the Luo family. You'd better not bother me. I haven't settled the score with you for the last beast tide incident. Upon hearing this, Luo Yiming was also startled. He never expected that Luo Xinlian would know that he was the one who caused the beast tide. Recalling Luo Jinyu's miserable state and the scene of the terrifying dragon instantly killing many beast tamers, Luo Yiming couldn't help but shudder. He immediately dared not say another word. He turned around and chased after Luo Xinlian. The others brought by the Luo family also obediently followed behind. Watching Luo Yiming flee in a disheveled state, a slight smile involuntarily appeared on Luo Xinlian's lips. The Yunmeng Qinling is actually a pretty good support beast tamer. We need to find a chance to get it here. Luo Yiming thought she had escaped a calamity, but little did she know that Luo Xinlian had already set her sights on her Yunmeng Qin spirit. Luo Xinlian! I want to talk to you! Luo Xinlian turned her head and saw that it was Su Jinshi. He immediately looked impatient. No time. He then turned his head and looked at Jiang Yingxue with a grin. I've helped you so much today, what are you going to treat me to later? Jiang Yingxue was clearly still reeling from the terrifying attack she had just witnessed. After Luo Xinlian asked twice more, she finally calmed down. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. Let's heal my brother's beast taming injury first. Alright, I'll go find the cheetah squad to get some things first. Watching the two of them walk away chatting and laughing, Su Jinshi felt a mix of emotions. A surge of resentful anger ignited within him. I should be the woman standing next to him. I am his fiancée. What right do you have to take him away from me? I must get Luo Xinlian back. After making up his mind, Su Jinshi also chased after the direction where the Luo siblings had left. The golden leopard, which had been kept under the watchful eye of the flame feather falcon and dared not run away, saw Luo Xinlian walking towards it. Startled, he immediately dropped to the ground with a thud. He respectfully handed over the jade pig. Luo Xinlian never expected that the golden leopard would be so sensible. However, he wasn't going to let it go so easily. So he said with a grin, "You don't think this will all be over, do you?" 55, the hypocrite Luo Yu. Looking at Luo Xinlian smiling at him. The leopard couldn't help but swallow hard. It seemed he was recalling something he had said when he mocked Night Owl before. He slapped himself twice with a bitter expression on his face. "I'm such a smart aleck." Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the starry sky dragon stood to the side. He sneezed towards the tree trunk beside him. The breath it exhaled turned the tree trunk into ashes. Upon seeing this, the entire cheetah squad trembled in fright. Jin Qianbei quickly pulled out an anonymous bank card from his pocket. He said it in a trembling voice. "Young Master Luo, here's 2 million. That's all the wealth our cheetah squad has. Please spare our lives." Luo Xinlian accepted the bank card with a satisfied expression. "Get lost. If you run into me again, money won't buy your life." Upon hearing this, the members of the cheetah squad felt as if they had been granted a pardon. The leopard said with a resolute expression, "Young Master Luo, rest assured. No matter who your enemy is in the future, our cheetah squad will always be on your side." Regarding Jin Qianbei's remarks, Luo Xinlian simply smiled without saying a word. He then waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. The cheetah squad, already terrified, dared not linger and immediately turned and ran. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Jiang siblings had no objection to letting the cheetah squad go. After all, they had given them the most precious Thunder Source Stone. These insignificant minor characters were naturally left to Luo Xinlian's disposal. Seeing that Luo Xinlian had resolved everything, Jiang Yingxue also rushed over without any hesitation. He grabbed Luo Xinlian's neck and put his arm around her neck. "You're amazing! You actually wiped out all the beast tamers from the Su and Luo families." Jiang Shaoling, who was originally quite arrogant, was completely convinced after witnessing Luo Xinlian's feat. Although he was quite dissatisfied with his sister's unbridled behavior. "But then I thought, what if I could bring Luo Xinlian, this terrifying prodigy, into the Jiang family's camp? Is dominating city afar off?" Thinking about this, Jiang Shaoling wasn't so unhappy with Jiang Yingxue's actions anymore. But he was just about to say something to Luo Xinlian. Suddenly, a surge of energy rippled through the surrounding space. Whether it's the starry sky dragon or the flame feather falcon, they were all forcibly pulled back into the beast taming space. The next moment, Luo Xinlian was grabbed by the neck by Jiang Yingxue. Suddenly, I felt dizzy and fell headfirst to the ground. Jiang Yingxue was shocked to see this and quickly hugged Luo Xinlian tightly, who was about to fall. Luo Xinlian buried his entire head directly into Jiang Yingxue's proud curves. Unfortunately, Luo Xinlian will never experience that soft touch again. Upon seeing Luo Xinlian faint, the Thunder Tribulation Beast darted into the nearby bushes and disappeared. Jiang Shaoling, who originally wanted to chase after them, suddenly remembered that his tamed beast had lost its ability to fight. One can only sigh in regret. He then took the unconscious Luo Xinlian from Jiang Yingxue's arms and hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Let's go! Let's go back to City first." Jiang Yingxue, who was already very worried about Luo Xinlian, immediately nodded. The three then boarded the Ice Thunder Sparrow and headed towards City A. On the other side, the three people who had returned to the Luo family were talking to Luo Yu, who was sitting in the main seat of the hall. Because they failed to obtain the Thunder Tribulation Beast and the Thunder Source Stone, they also lost a group of retainers and beast tamers raised by the Luo family. He wanted to attribute all the reasons for the failure to Luo Xinlian. Luo Jinyu, who was ultimately crippled by Luo Xinlian, spoke with tears streaming down her face. "Dad, you absolutely must stand up for your daughter. That good-for-nothing Luo Xinlian has clearly already sided with the Jiang family. You absolutely mustn't let him get away." But what no one expected was, instead of being angry, Luo Yu burst into unrestrained laughter. "Ha! My son has the makings of a legend. We must bring Xinlian back no matter what. Only he can lead our Luo family to dominate City A, and even expand our Luo family's influence to other cities." Upon hearing this, Luo Jinyu, who was already considered a cripple, found it hard to accept. "Dad, are you crazy? He's already sided with the Jiang family. He killed so many of us. And you actually want him back?" Snap! Before Luo Jinyu could react, Luo Yu slapped him across the face. "Humph! You're not as skilled as me, yet you have the nerve to say that. Including the Su family, there are several dozen of you in total. They can't even beat Luo Xinlian. You say he's sided with the Jiang family, can you blame him for that? Isn't it all because of you older sisters who bully and humiliate him all the time? Otherwise, would he have sought refuge with the Jiang family? Luo Jinyu, Luo Yiming, and Luo Xinlian were completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that Luo Yu would pin the blame for Luo Xinlian's betrayal of the Luo family entirely on them. Didn't you tacitly approve of all these things? Why are you blaming us instead? If you had stopped us when we bullied Luo Xinlian, would we have dared to continue? It has to be said that Luo Xinlian's mind reacts the fastest. He immediately spoke up. Father! I also believe that only under Brother Xinlian's leadership can the Luo family gradually achieve glory. But what should we do if Brother Xinlian is now being misled by the Jiang family and doesn't understand Father's good intentions in tempering his mind and entrusting him with important responsibilities? Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's face, which had initially shown some anger, gradually revealed a smile. He knew perfectly well why Luo Xinlian had betrayed the Luo family. It was precisely because he knew all too well that his negligence and indifference led to Luo Xinlian's betrayal of the Luo family. In Luo Yu's eyes, he was the head of the Luo family. The head of the family will not make mistakes. He also knew that his children were angry but dared not speak out against his actions of shirking responsibility. Luo Xinlian's words not only gave him a way out, but also changed the nature of his previous neglect and indifference towards Luo Xinlian. This transformed a father who only cared about profit into a strict father who placed high hopes on his good-for-nothing son and wanted to temper his character. This pleased Luo Yu greatly. My heart is so far away. Only you understand me. I've always had high hopes for Xinlian, and everything I've done in the past was just to temper his character. Who knew your sisters were all idiots? They've gone to such extremes to bully Xinlian. They've even driven him to the point of betraying the Luo family. It breaks my heart. Watching Luo Yu perform with all his might, a chill ran through Luo Xinlian's heart. Pa! You old bastard! You're even putting on an act. You've completely forgotten what you promised me just because of Luo Xinlian's rise to power. Since you won't give it to me, I'll just have to take it myself. I will definitely trample Luo Xinlian under my feet. I definitely will. Luo Yiming, who was standing to the side, also found Luo Yu's performance somewhat unbearable. Although they all knew what was going on. But they dared not say it. After all, they possessed all that status, wealth, and beast control. All of this was given to them by the Luo family. If you really anger Luo Yu, you'll be kicked out of the house just like Luo Xinlian. They lacked the confidence to rise to prominence like Luo Xinlian. But watching Luo Yu perform made her feel uncomfortable. So he asked, Father, things have come to this, what should we do? The question touched on the key point. Luo Yu also stopped his performance. He said it solemnly. Thunder Source stones and retainers are no longer important. What I need now is for you to do everything possible to bring Luo Xinlian back to the Luo family. Even if he has to kowtow to me on the ground, I'll make him kowtow back. But just then, a roar interrupted Luo Yu. How dare he! He severed my spiritual power and killed my beast. You actually want us to beg him to come back? That's so unfair. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu was so angry that he laughed instead. He never expected that his usually obedient second daughter would dare to contradict him. So he said with a forced smile, Back when Luo Xinlian was still a good-for-nothing, he slept in the basement. Fine. Since you want fairness? Starting today, all your food, clothing, and other necessities will be reduced. And you'll be moving to the basement. Given the same conditions, if you're so capable, rise to the same level as Luo Xinlian. If you can do that, I'll even kowtow to you and admit my mistake. 56. Legend. The Egg of Garuda. At this moment, Luo Jinyu finally came to her senses. But the frustration in his eyes prevented him from uttering a single word of surrender. Okay. I'll stay here. Seeing Luo Jinyu fall out of favor, Luo Xinlian, who was standing to the side, also revealed a hint of disdain in her eyes. He cursed the idiot in his heart. Luo Yim wanted to plead for Luo Jinyu, but she was also afraid that Luo Yu would take his anger out on her. So I kept hesitating in my heart. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. What happened? Immediately afterwards, a young girl dressed in a security team uniform walked into the Luo family's hall. It was Luo Xinlian, the third daughter of the Luo family. When Luo Yu saw this, her eyes lit up. Third sister, you're finally back. He then quickly recounted the whole story to Luo Xinlian. Luo Yiming knew that Luo Xinlian was now the captain of the police station in City A. In Luo Yu's heart, he was far more important than the others. If he were to plead for leniency, the outcome would likely be much better. Sure enough, when Luo Xinlian heard about Luo Xinlian's achievements on Cloud Mist Mountain, she was also startled, but then she noticed Luo Jinyu's weak appearance. Seeing that his second sister had become a useless person, he felt terrible. But what can we do? It's because these sisters owed Luo Xinlian this. He originally disliked Luo Xinlian quite a bit, even thinking that he was a psychologically twisted, perverted killer. But it wasn't until Luo Xinlian finished reading Luo Xinlian's diary that things changed. Only then did they realize how much grievance and humiliation Luo Xinlian, as a biological son of the Luo family, had suffered within the family. It also witnessed a boy who originally longed for family affection, was attached to his parents, and admired and loved his older sisters. How do you gradually become a cold and heartless troubled teenager? That's why, after hearing that Luo Yu was going to send Luo Jinyu to live in the basement, he still chose to plead for him. Because he didn't want the Luo family to have a second, Luo Xinlian, who was desperate about family ties. Father! Please spare my second sister this time. She lost control of her emotions because of this incident, which is why she talked back to you. Please forgive her this time. Luo Xinlian spoke. Luo Yu's expression also softened considerably. He dared to talk back to me, his father, to my face. He has to be punished. How about this? I'll forgive him whenever you can persuade Xinlian to come back. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian agreed almost without hesitation. He desperately wanted Luo Xinlian to return to the Luo family, because only in this way could he make up for the debts he had owed in the past. Father, leave this matter to me. I will definitely persuade Luo Xinlian to come back. Hearing what he wanted to hear, Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Then one person walked out of the hall. Only the three Luo sisters and Luo Xinlian remained. Seeing that Luo Yu had walked away, Luo Xinlian also walked to Luo Jinyu's side. They spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Second sister, I know that no matter what I say, you can't forgive Luo Xinlian. Since your father has punished you by making you live in the basement for a while, you might as well take a look at the diary under the bed sheet. For a moment, Luo Jinyu was somewhat confused about what Luo Xinlian meant. Before he could answer, Luo Xinlian left the hall on her own. Luo Jinyu, who was initially somewhat confused but impressed, also became curious. I want to see what kind of diary it is that's being kept so secret. Then, he headed straight for the basement. In a short while, only Luo Yiming and Luo Xinyuan remained in the hall. Just as the two were preparing to leave, Butler Wang Xian suddenly walked in. He bowed slightly to the two of them. He said, Fifth Miss, young Master Xinyuan, Madam requests your presence. For a moment, Luo Yiming and Luo Xinyuan were somewhat puzzled. Why is mother looking for them at this time? But she still followed Wang Xian into Zhou Yajing's room. Before the two could even ask anything, Zhou Yajing didn't keep anyone in suspense either. He got straight to the point. Luo Xinlian, that unfilial son. He's utterly lawless. Not only did he give the Thunder Source Stone to the Jiang family, causing heavy losses to the Luo family, but he also crippled his own sister. I will never acknowledge such a heartless and insane man as the heir of the Luo family. Seeing this, Luo Xinyuan also put on a helpless look. But, father has already decided on brother Xinlian. I think I should just focus on doing my own job well. When brother Xinlian returns in the future, I will assist him. Bang! Zhou Yajing slammed her hand on the table. He immediately rebuked him. As long as I'm here, he'll never come back. Xian Yuan, you must prove yourself. In the beast taming competition 2.5 months from now, try to defeat him right under the noses of everyone in City A. Luo Xinyuan's face was full of heartfelt concern. Brother Xinlian has contracted with a dragon-type beast, how could I possibly be his match? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yajing revealed a meaningful smile. Immediately, Wang Xian took out a box and placed it in front of Luo Xinyuan. This is? Luo Xinyuan looked puzzled. Open it and take a look. Luo Xinyuan didn't think much of it, and immediately opened the box in front of him. But only at first glance. When he saw what was inside the box, his pupils instantly contracted. Inside, a beast-taming egg, gleaming with a faint light, sat quietly. A legendary beast-taming egg! Luo Xinyuan recognized the quality of the beast-taming egg in front of him at a glance. Zhou Yajing explained calmly. Legend has it that although dragons are the masters of scales, they are not without natural enemies. And what lies before you is the legendary Garuda egg, which feeds on dragons. This was something my mother asked her family to go to great lengths to get. Luo Xinyuan's hands also began to tremble uncontrollably. It slowly reached out towards the Garuda's beast egg placed in front of it. He knew that this was his chance to defeat Luo Xinlian. He immediately addressed Zhou Yajing respectfully. Thank you, mother! Zhou Yajing nodded slightly. Then he continued. For the next 2.5 months, your mother will dedicate all her resources to helping you nurture this Garuda. You must not let your mother down. Luo Xinlian nodded vigorously. He had originally planned to find another way to defeat Luo Xinlian. I never imagined that such a tremendous opportunity would fall into my hands. Luo Xinlian, you're going to die. 2 months from now, I will publicly humiliate you. I'll turn you back into a useless piece of trash. Luo Yiming, standing to the side, also looked at the Garuda egg in Luo Xinlian's hand with some disbelief. He never expected that his mother's family would have such power. He just couldn't understand why his mother hated Luo Xinlian so much. You could even say it was fear. Otherwise, there would be no need to spend so much effort and resources dealing with one's own son. Yiming, you two need to help each other out at the beast taming competition 2 months from now. Your Yunming Qin spirit should be able to provide Xin Yuan with tremendous help in the competition. Luo Yiming, who was deep in thought, was also brought back to reality by Zhou Yajing's words. Immediately also means to express. Don't worry, mother. I will do my best to help my younger brother Xin Yuan. Luo Yiming gave an affirmative answer. Zhou Yajing also showed a slight smile. Luo Xinlian, let's see how you turn things around this time. 57. Mutation. Xiongбing Tianlei Sparrow. The 5th Beastmaster Hospital of City A. Inside Ward 304. Luo Xinlian slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that Luo Xinlian had woken up, Jiang Xue, who was standing to the side, was also very happy. But it was also quite unexpected. You're awake? The doctor said you were overexerting your spiritual energy. It will take at least a week for him to barely wake up. I can't believe you woke up after only 5 hours. Luo Xinlian patted her still slightly dizzy head. He slowly sat up. It seems that the starry sky dragon, after its initial liberation, could drain all my spiritual power with just a single skill. Although the arrogant space provides rapid replenishment, it also places a huge burden on the body. It seems my skills are still too weak. Luo Xinlian's thinking was not wrong, although the arrogant space could quickly replenish Luo Xinlian's spiritual power. However, Luo Xinlian's own spiritual power limit was far from being able to freely use the starry sky demon dragon after its original liberation. If it weren't for Jiang Xue by his side this time. If someone were to collapse alone in the misty mountains for several hours, it would be dangerous. It seems that until our strength is increased, it's best not to use primal liberation unnecessarily unless absolutely necessary. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian said with gratitude. Thank you so much. Jiang Xue shook her head. This is nothing. You helped me obtain the Thundersource Stone, I should be thanking you. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly. But then it seemed as if she remembered something. So he asked, by the way, what about the Thunder Tribulation Beast and the Emerald Pig? Hearing Luo Xinlian ask about this, Jiang Xue said with great regret. When I saw you holding the Thunder Tribulation Beast, I thought you had tamed it. I never expected that after you fainted, the Thunder Tribulation Beast would just disappear without a trace. As for the Jade Pig, since you fainted, I've temporarily placed you in the Jiang family's beast taming ranch. You can retrieve it any time. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian sighed in relief. Although the Forbidden Eye has clearly stated that the Thunder Beast cannot be tamed. However, Luo Xinlian still harbored a sliver of hope that she could tame the Thunder Tribulation Beast. I never expected that as soon as I fainted, this guy would run away immediately. It's alright, the Thunder Tribulation Beast ran away, so be it. Our relationship was just a transaction anyway. As for the Jade Pig, I'll go pick it up in a few days. Now come with me. I remember you, Ice Thunder Sparrow, still have a hidden ailment. Once I help you eliminate your hidden ailment, I will assist your Ice Thunder Sparrow in its perfect evolution. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xue was overjoyed. If he hadn't quite believed Luo Xinlian before, he would say that he hadn't really believed her. But ever since I saw that heaven-defying dragon-type beast, the Starry Sky Demon Dragon, he completely dispelled his concerns. After all, someone who can raise such terrifying beasts must have some skill. But then, Jiang Xue changed her mind. He said with a hint of worry. You just woke up, why don't you rest for a few days before we talk? Luo Xinlian naturally knew that Jiang Xue was worried that her body had not fully recovered. He then shook his head. It's alright. Now that I'm awake, it means I'm fine. After I help your Ice Rat Halos evolve, don't forget to treat me to a meal. Seeing that Luo Xinlian had already gone this far, Jiang Xue stopped insisting. Soon, to the doctor's astonishment, Luo Xinlian then completed the discharge procedures. Incidentally, based on the breeding information displayed by the Forbidden Eye and the hidden health problems left by the Ice Thunderbird, I also gathered some herbs. Jiang Xue also paid the money quite conscientiously. Furthermore, Luo Xinlian was also given a sum of cultivation materials as a bonus. Luo Xinlian naturally accepted it without any qualms. After all, the feeling of being a kept man is actually quite nice, especially since the other party is a beautiful girl with a pure and lovely appearance and an amazing figure. Soon, after gathering the necessary items, the two were able to get started thanks to Jiang Yingshua's wealth. They rented a breeding room from the Beast Taming Association. The facilities inside are all complete. Everything is ready. Luo Xinlian then began to prepare the potion according to the information obtained from the Forbidden Eye. After several meticulous steps, a bottle of potion gleaming with a green glow was finally made. Have your Ice Thunder Sparrow drink this potion. By drinking this medicine, you can completely repair any hidden dangers in your body. It can also convert and absorb the residual energy of the Thunder Beast that was originally inside the Ice Thunder Sparrow's body. This makes the Ice Rat Halos more compatible with the Thunder attribute. After listening to Luo Xinlian's explanation, Jiang Yingxue had no doubts whatsoever and directly made Bing Lei Ke drink the potion. As expected. After a while, the Ice Thunderbird let out a cheerful chirp. Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue also showed a look of surprise and delight. Great! I can sense that the Ice Thunder Sparrow seems to have become even stronger. But Luo Xinlian didn't seem to be stopping at this moment. He said hastily, Quick! Take out the Thunder Source Stone, and together with the Thunder Gathering Grass and the Frosty Ice Flower, make the Ice Thunder Sparrow swallow it all. Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue didn't dare to delay in the slightest. Quickly follow Luo Xinlian's instructions and command the Ice Thunder Sparrow to begin consuming it. The next moment, the Ice Thunder Sparrow's body began to glow with a yellow-white light. In an instant, the light enveloped the entire Ice Thunder Sparrow. Soon, the shape of the light enveloping the Ice Thunder Sparrow's entire body also began to change. In an instant, electricity surged. After a period of time, the light faded. A large bird with its entire body shimmering with shimmering white lightning appeared in the breeding room. Xiongbing Tian Leek. Evolution successful. Name, Xiongbing Tian Leek. Growth stage, transformation phase 1. Quality, legendary. Attribute, Ice/Lightning. Talent, Ice and Lightning Feather Strike. Ice and Lightning Feather Strike. All attacks launched by wings deal damage with ice and lightning properties. Skills: Ice and Lightning Breath, Ice-Splitting Lightning Claw, Mystic Featherstorm, Feather Blade, Ice and Lightning Blast. Evolution Route: Ice Thunder Chick, Ice Thunder Sparrow Jade, Ice Thunder Sparrow Heavenly Origin, Ice Thunder Sparrow, Ice Thunder Mystic Sparrow Emperor. Note: this is a mutated evolution after perfectly absorbing the power of the Thunder Source Stone. It contains a trace of the Thunder Tribulation Beast's lightning essence and has an extremely high affinity for lightning. It's a mutation and evolution. After looking at Xiong Tian Lei Ke's stats, Luo Xinlian was also surprised to find that, after absorbing a trace of lightning essence from the Thunder Tribulation Beast, the evolution path of the Xiong Tian Lei Sparrow seems to have undergone some changes. Originally, Ice Thunder Chick, Ice Thunder Sparrow Jade, Ice Thunder Sparrow Heavenly Origin, Ice Thunder Sparrow, Ice Thunder Sparrow Emperor. It has become the following: Ice Thunder Chick, Ice Thunder Sparrow Jade, Ice Sky Thunder Sparrow Heavenly Origin, Ice Thunder Sparrow, Ice Thunder Mystic Sparrow Emperor. Some changes occurred in the third and fifth phases. Overall, they must have become much stronger. Although Luo Xinlian did not understand the underlying principles, but he knew that as long as he followed the methods given in the cultivation template, he could cultivate the plants. Taming beasts allows them to evolve to their most perfect state. Sensing the powerful aura of the Qiangbing Heavenly Thunder Sparrow, it seemed to be even stronger than Jiang Shaoling's Evil Eye Ghost Eagle. This made Jiang Yingxue quite happy. But then Jiang Yingshue's face turned pale. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian was also taken aback. Because it happened so suddenly, Luo Xinlian quickly reached out and hugged Jiang Yingxue. But the next moment, he felt a soft and elastic touch in his palm. This puzzled Luo Xinlian, so she curiously pinched it again. Jiang Yingxue, who was initially somewhat confused, was instantly brought to her senses by Luo Xinlian's pinch. Instantly, Jiang Yingxue felt a surge of heat throughout her body. He realized that Luo Xinlian had grabbed him where she shouldn't have. Jiang Yingxue still used that weak and listless voice. She said it with a slightly shy tone. Stop pinching me. But before Jiang Yingxue could finish speaking, he could no longer hold on and fainted. At this moment, Luo Xinlian finally realized that she seemed to have done something that she would only dare to think about but not do normally. Although I felt a secret sense of satisfaction, holding on to it all the time would eventually have a negative impact. There is a suspicion of taking advantage of someone's vulnerability. Just as he was about to let go, the door to the incubation room slowly opened. Suddenly, Nan Yunxiao appeared at the door. 58. Success. Spiritual power transfer. Luo Xinlian looked up. Unexpectedly, the visitor was Nan Yunxiao. He immediately asked in confusion, "Master, what brings you here?" However, Luo Xinlian quickly realized that her actions seemed somewhat indecent. Nan Yunxiao hadn't expected this either. "This is the scene I saw as soon as I entered." He immediately covered his one eye with his hand. "You young people, don't you know how to be mindful of the occasion?" Actually, when Luo Xinlian and Jiang Yingxue first arrived at the Beast Taming Association, Nan Yunxiao already knew. Originally, because he didn't want his relationship with Luo Xinlian to be exposed prematurely, he thought he would reduce the number of times he met with Luo Xinlian. But just now, a unique aura, only found in legendary quality beasts, suddenly emanated from the breeding room where the two were. Legendary beast tamers are 1 in a million. The sudden aura emanating from them, coupled with the breeding room they had rented, clearly indicated that the two had cultivated a legendary quality beast. This instantly piqued Nan Yunxiao's curiosity. "I immediately wanted to come and take a look. But I never expected to see such an embarrassing scene as soon as I entered the door." Luo Xinlian heard her master say this. Then he realized that Nan Yunxiao had misunderstood. So he quickly recounted what had just happened. Upon hearing this, Nan Yunxiao nodded. "I instantly understood the reason." He immediately explained. "Whether it's summoning beasts using skills or their evolution process, both will consume the beast tamer's own spiritual power. If I'm not mistaken, this little girl is probably because you created this legendary quality mutated beast. This is because all the spiritual energy in my body has been drained." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian was greatly alarmed. "Then I'll take her to the hospital right away." "Wait." Nan Yunxiao raised his hand to stop Luo Xinlian, who was rushing to the hospital. Then he continued. "Don't worry. Even if you go to the hospital, this little girl probably won't recover for at least a week or two. What should we do then?" Luo Xinlian asked somewhat anxiously. After all, I had just experienced the feeling of having my spiritual energy completely drained in one go. It must be said that it was extremely painful. He never expected that the evolution of the beast tamer would draw so much spiritual power from the tamer. The thought that his negligence had caused Jiang Yingxue to suffer like this filled him with rage. Luo Xinlian felt a pang of guilt. However, this is not Luo Xinlian's fault. Thanks to the support of the arrogant space, Luo Xinlian's spiritual power limit has reached an extremely terrifying level. That is why I felt nothing during the process of the Shadow Dragon evolving into the Starry Sky Dragon. Although it still can't withstand the skill output of the original liberation state. However, his spiritual power was far beyond what Jiang Yingxue could compare to. It can be said that the evolution cost of Chungbing Tianlei Sparrow is less than 1% of that of Shinkong Molong. That's why Luo Xinlian didn't realize the problem. Seeing how nervous his apprentice was about this girl, Nan Yunxiao smiled as well. "The problem of spiritual energy depletion might be a big problem for others. But for a monster like you with such immense spiritual power, it's a piece of cake." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian was taken aback. He asked, puzzled. "What do you mean? Since he has exhausted his spiritual energy, why not just transfer your spiritual energy into his body to replenish his dantian?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian finally realized what was happening. So without saying a word, following Nan Yunxiao's method, he then channeled spiritual energy into Jiang Yingxue. The moment Luo Xinlian's palm touched Jiang Yingxue's back, Jiang Yingxue felt a warm current continuously flowing into her body. That warm feeling made him feel extremely comfortable, both physically and mentally. For a time, Jiang Yingxue even became somewhat infatuated with this comfortable feeling. If Nan Yunxiao hadn't been there, Jiang Yingxue might have even let out some instinctive screams. Soon Jiang Yingxue, whose face had been pale, returned to normal. Her complexion is visibly regaining its rosy hue. After a while, Jiang Yingxue has finally returned to normal. He was immediately shocked by the vast and boundless spiritual power within Luo Xinlian's body. "After replenishing all the spiritual energy in my body, there was absolutely no effect whatsoever. Are you a monster?" Regarding Jiang Yingxue's question, Luo Xinlian didn't know how to explain it either. "I could only say it half-jokingly. I don't know, maybe I'm just exceptionally talented. The matter has been resolved." Nan Yunxiao also spoke directly. "All right, the matter is resolved. Tomorrow is the first day of school at the Beast Taming Academy. The paperwork has been completed for you, so please don't be late." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian nodded. "Nu." Seeing that Nan Yunxiao was about to leave, Jiang Yingxue quickly bowed to him. "Express your gratitude for what just happened." Nan Yunxiao responded with a polite smile. He then left the incubation room. However, Nan Yunxiao seemed calm and collected. Her heart was already in turmoil because of Luo Xinlian. This kid actually managed to create a mutated beast. This also upgraded the quality of this tame beast from epic to legendary. Is this a coincidence? Of course, Luo Xinlian was unaware of Nan Yunxiao's thoughts at this time. Because of Nan Yunxiao's departure, a strange awkwardness fell between the two. After all, either of them had forgotten what had just happened. It was Luo Xinlian who broke the silence first and spoke up. Shwe. May I call you that? Jiang Yingxia did not look directly at Luo Xinlian, although the head was turned to the side. But she still nodded lightly. Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian was overjoyed. He quickly continued. What just happened? Seeing that Luo Xinlian seemed about to bring up what had just happened, Jiang Yingxia quickly interrupted. Never mind, you didn't do it on purpose. He heard that Jiang Yingxia didn't seem to care about him. Luo Xinlian also spoke pragmatically. To express my apology, let me treat you to dinner. Seeing that the topic had been diverted, Jiang Yingxia felt a little better. He secretly glanced at Luo Xinlian a few times. Okay. But to everyone's surprise, Luo Xinlian suddenly took Jiang Yingxia's small hand in his. Come on. I'll take you somewhere. The food there is amazing. Jiang Yingxia did not struggle, as she already had some affection for Luo Xinlian. Because when I was transferring spiritual energy just now, I seem to have developed some different feelings for Luo Xinlian. He not only did not dislike Luo Xinlian's behavior. Instead, he felt a surge of secret joy. So Jiang Yingxia let Luo Xinlian hold her hand and head towards the food street in City A. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a trench coat, with a rather dashing appearance, stepped out of a limousine. Immediately afterwards, a group of bodyguards dressed in black appeared beside him. Behind these bodyguards was a large Jiang character. This middle-aged man is none other than the head of the Jiang family, and also the father of Jiang Shaoling and Jiang Yingxue, Jiang Yunxing. Jiang Yunxing waved to the bodyguards around him. Wait for me around here, but don't frighten the local residents. I have something to take care of, I'll be right back. After a row of bodyguards in black nodded in unison, they each hid themselves. Jiang Yunxing walked into the food street alone. When he arrived at a barbecue stall called Everything Can Be Grilled, he could no longer maintain the composure on his face. He rubbed his hands together and shouted at the barbecue stall owner. The usual. 10 skewers of lamb kidneys, 5 oysters, and 2 bottles of beer. All right. Just a moment, I'll bake it for you right away. The stall owner greeted Jiang Yunxing warmly upon seeing him. The stall owner clearly recognized this regular customer. The aroma of barbecue wafts through the air. Jiang Yunxing muttered to himself. These past few days, while those 2 little rascals were away, I've been indulging myself too much. Those little devils almost drained me dry. I'm definitely going to make up for it today. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Jiang Yunxing's ear. Boss! 10 skewers of lamb kidneys, 5 oysters, and 2 bottles of beer, please. 59. Tragic. Purred Jiang Yunxing. Jiang Yunxing turned around and looked. Suddenly, he discovered a handsome young man, who was rubbing his hands together impatiently, just like he had before. Jiang Yunxing immediately revealed a knowing smile that every man would understand. Is the young man just messing around? Luo Xinlian was also taken aback upon hearing this. He thought he had met some kind of master. He could tell at a glance that his spiritual energy had almost been drained. Luo Xinlian said somewhat embarrassedly. This guy is amazing, he saw it right away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxing revealed an expression that said, I knew it. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. I wonder whose daughter she was, that this kid snatched her up. Thankfully, my Shwer is sensible and obedient, and would never make her old father sad. While the two were chatting, the barbecue they ordered was quickly cooked. Since they both ordered the same thing, it was cooked very quickly. After receiving her order, Luo Xinlian didn't intend to get entangled with the other party any further. After all, he didn't want others to know too much about him. So he quickly greeted Jiang Yunxing and then turned to walk toward the spot that Jiang Yingxue had already reserved. For some reason, Jiang Yunxing also became curious about Luo Xinlian. While munching on the kidney in his hand, he glanced at Luo Xinlian as she walked towards her seat. But as he looked, his eyes widened and widened. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue was unaware of what was happening on Luo Xinlian's side. Instead, he was texting Jiang Shaoling on his phone. Jiang Bingtian Lei Ke has successfully evolved, and she has to show it off to her brother, who always thinks highly of himself. Upon discovering that Luo Xinlian had returned with the grilled barbecue, Jiang Yingxue immediately abandoned her brother. She quickly put away her phone and gave Luo Xinlian a sweet smile. But little did they know, at the same time Luo Xinlian returned to her position. Another pair of surprised and uncertain eyes looked over. It was Jiang Yunxing. At this moment, Jiang Yunxing also looked at Jiang Yingxue sitting next to Luo Xinlian with disbelief. He was simply curious about what kind of catch this lad he found so appealing. To his astonishment, he discovered that this guy had taken advantage of his own daughter. Impossible, impossible! It must be a hallucination. My precious daughter? How could she be with this brat? Didn't she go with Xiaoling to steal the Thunder Source Stone? But soon, this doubt was replaced by memories of his previous conversation with Luo Xinlian. The thought that it was his own daughter who was being tormented by this little rascal made him even more furious. Jiang Yunxing felt a pang of heartache. Now, watching the two of them playfully frolicking at their seats at the barbecue stall, Jiang Yunxing was so angry she gritted her teeth. You little bastard! How dare you make a move on my daughter? I'll skin you alive! Jiang Yunxing, who was about to rush over and teach Luo Xinlian a lesson, suddenly stopped in his tracks. No. No. If we rush over there now, where will Shuer put her face? Now that Shuer is back, Xiaoling must be back too. I'll contact Xiaoling first and tell him, as the older brother, to tell Shuer to go back immediately. As soon as Shuer leaves, you'll get what's coming to you, kid! Immediately, Jiang Yunxing also sent a message to Jiang Xiaoling without hesitation. He told his sister to come home immediately because of an emergency. On the other side, after receiving a message from her father, Jiang Xiaoling, though unaware of the reason, immediately notified Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue, who was chatting and laughing with Luo Xinlian while eating barbecue, was startled when her phone vibrated. I don't want to pay attention to it. Unfortunately, my phone kept vibrating incessantly. Jiang Yingxue had no choice but to take out her phone to look. But after just one glance, the smile on Jiang Yingxue's face was replaced by a solemn expression. Luo Xinlian also noticed the change in Jiang Yingxue. He immediately asked, Shuer, what's wrong? Jiang Yingxue didn't seem to be hiding anything as she spoke. My brother said something happened at home, and I need to go back immediately. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian also understood the priorities. He immediately spoke up. Let's not delay, I'll take you home first. Hearing Luo Xinlian say that, Jiang Yingxue said somewhat shyly, Xinlian, I'm so sorry. I promised to have dinner with you tonight. Luo Xinlian simply smiled at this. It's okay, we'll meet up again next time. The two immediately held hands, ran to the roadside, hailed a beast-taming chariot, and headed straight for the Jiang family. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Yunxing, who had been secretly watching the two from the shadows. At this moment, Jiang Yunxing was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Especially seeing the two holding hands. Jiang Yunxing wanted nothing more than to tear Luo Xinlian apart. Suddenly, even the barbecue in my hand didn't taste so good anymore. After throwing the barbecue into the trash can, he immediately returned to where his luxury car was parked, and followed behind Luo Xinlian and her companion with his men. That damn brat, I'll kill you the moment you're separated from Shuer. But just then, a bolt of lightning struck Jiang Yunxing's car squarely. Just as Jiang Yunxing's life was hanging by a thread, a colossal black shadow blocked Jiang Yunxing's path. Because the situation was too urgent. The shadowy figure only blocked a large portion of the damage. A small portion of the bullets still hit Jiang Yunxing's car. Instantly, Jiang Yunxing's entire body turned black from the electric shock. His body kept convulsing. Fortunately, the current that seeped in was not fatal. The men who were following closely behind quickly dragged Jiang Yunxing out of the car. At this moment, Jiang Yunxing had no way to express his bitterness. Because his entire body had been paralyzed. Damn it! Don't let me find out who launched the sneak attack. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was riding with Jiang Yingxue on the DD beast. A meaningful smile curved at the corner of his lips. It seems these people do have some skills. They actually withstood the lightning strike from the Starry Sky Demon Dragon. If I weren't worried about causing a riot, I would have had all the Starry Sky Dragons hacked to pieces. However, giving them a warning should be enough. They shouldn't dare to follow us anymore. It turned out that Luo Xinlian had already discovered Jiang Yunxing and the others who were following her. However, Luo Xinlian mistook them for people with ulterior motives. If it weren't for the fear of causing a commotion in City A, the Starry Sky Demon Dragon's full-force attack would have sent Jiang Yunxing straight to meet the King of Hell. After this little incident, the two finally arrived at the entrance of the Jiang family villa. Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue spoke up. Xinlian, you go back first. I'll come find you after I've taken care of things at home. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian nodded. If you encounter any trouble, remember to let me know, and I'll be there any time. After a brief farewell, the two parted ways. Jiang Yingxue then returned to the Jiang family. Jiang Xiaoling was sitting in the lobby waiting for her. Brother, what happened? Why did you call me back so urgently? Jiang Shaoling simply shrugged. I don't know either, Dad told me to tell you to come back. Just as Jiang Shaoling finished speaking, then a figure completely black rushed in. He opened his mouth and questioned. Schwer, where did you go before? 60, school starts. Beast Taming Academy. Looking at the figure in front of me, which resembled Cole. After confirming for a long time, the brother and sister exclaimed in unison. Dad? What's wrong with you? Jiang Yunxing completely ignored his children's concern. Instead, he continued to ask questions. I'm asking you, where did you just go? Seeing that her father kept asking questions, Jiang Yingxue also spoke frankly. What's wrong with eating out with friends? Seeing that her daughter was pretending to be stupid, Jiang Yunxing was so angry that he laughed instead. What's wrong? You're asking me what's wrong? You. But the words she was about to say were swallowed back by Jiang Yunxing. We really need to bring this matter to the forefront. My precious daughter doesn't need to live anymore. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunxing immediately changed the subject. I think you've had enough fun lately. Tomorrow is the first day of the Beast Taming Academy, so you better go back to class and behave yourself. You are no longer allowed to associate with disreputable people. Jiang Yingxue was just about to say something, but he was immediately silenced by Jiang Yunxing's unquestionable gaze. It seems that she saw her father being too strict with her younger sister. Jiang Shaoling was just about to tell his father about Jiang Yingxue's mutated and evolved beast to make him happy. But before he could finish speaking, Jiang Yunxing interrupted him. Shut up! Don't think I don't know what happened. I know everything about your sister. What kind of older brother are you? You can't even protect your own sister. Just looking at you two makes me angry. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yunxing turned and left. The brother and sister were also somewhat incredulous. It turns out that my father knew everything that happened on Cloud Mist Mountain. Faced with her father's reprimand, Jiang Shaoling was also quite ashamed. Ultimately, it's because they weren't strong enough, otherwise, they wouldn't have needed Luo Xinlian to help them obtain the Thunder Source Stone. It seems that even after obtaining the Thunder Source Stone, Father is still not satisfied with our performance. Jiang Yingxue nodded as well. My father scolded me as soon as he returned, probably to warn me against arrogance and complacency, since everything I have achieved is due to my inner cultivation. After some conversation, the brother and sister reached a consensus. I must strive to catch up with Luo Xinlian in the future and make my father proud of me. Jiang Yingxue had already known that Luo Xinlian was going to study at the Beast Taming Academy. The thought of Luo Xinlian becoming his junior was unbearable. Jiang Yingxue felt a special kind of excitement. Starting tomorrow, I'll be able to see him every day. After all, in Jiang Yingxue's eyes, how could Luo Xinlian possibly be one of those shady characters? Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yunxing was soaking in the bathtub, thinking smugly. You brat! Starting tomorrow, Schwer will be fully focused on her studies under my supervision. You'll never see my precious daughter again. The next day, following Nan Yunxiao's instructions, Luo Xinlian rushed to the Beast Taming Academy in City A to report for duty. The name, Luo Xinlian, has been widely reported by major media outlets in City A. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, Luo Xinlian still used the name, Night Owl. As for identification, Nan Yunxiao naturally took care of that. Soon, Luo Xinlian found her class based on the class roster at the school gate. But when he entered the classroom, someone he never expected appeared in front of him. It was his sixth sister, Luo Xinlian. Luo Xinlian was slightly taken aback when she saw Luo Xinlian. But they quickly covered it up. It seems that Luo Xinlian doesn't want others to know about his relationship with Luo Xinlian. Coincidentally, Luo Xinlian had the same idea. The two of them tacitly avoided revealing their true feelings. Luo Xinlian asked as if it were a routine matter. Name: Night Owl. Seeing that Luo Xinlian did not reveal her real name, Luo Xinlian breathed a sigh of relief. As for other things, Luo Xinlian didn't care at all. After all, as long as others don't know that Luo Xinlian is a member of the Luo family, it won't affect him at all. Although he heard all sorts of rumors about Luo Xinlian as soon as he returned to City A. In his view, however, it was nothing more than other families using Luo Xinlian, the abandoned son of the Luo family, to try and embarrass the Luo family. She didn't believe that Luo Xinlian was really as powerful as the rumors suggested. If they were really that powerful, why would they enroll in the first year of the Beast Taming Academy? As luck would have it, this guy ended up in my class, so I'm determined to shatter those rumors that the Luo family is blind to talent. He wanted to see what real skills Luo Xinlian possessed. As the new students arrived one by one, Luo Xinlian finally spoke. A standard procedure at the Beast Taming Academy, a placement test for new students. Every new student must go to the back mountain of the school and tame a spirit beast to become their own tamed beast. If you fail, you will be dismissed immediately. Most of the spirit beasts in the back mountain are of common to rare quality. But there are also some epic quality spirit beasts. That depends on your personal opportunities and abilities. The final growth of this beast will also become your graduation assessment score 3 years from now. In other words, the quality of your beast taming skills, to some extent, determines your graduation grade. But remember, the spirit beasts in the back mountain are only in their infancy. You can only tame them yourselves. You cannot use the beasts you have already contracted to attack them. Upon hearing this rule, some of the freshmen were delighted, while others looked worried. Without a doubt, those with happy expressions were children from ordinary families. Their families simply couldn't afford to buy a beast-taming animal. For these people, this is their only chance to turn their lives around, and their only chance to obtain beast-taming equipment for free. It is also the only chance to become a beast-tamer. They will naturally make the most of it. Those who look worried and gloomy are people from well-off families. They are born with a higher starting point than the average person. Naturally, he had already formed a beast-taming contract before enrolling in school. Upon learning that their advantage had vanished because of this rule, their expression naturally wouldn't be pleasant. Luo Xinlian on the podium observed the various expressions on the faces of the new students below. He didn't care at all and continued talking to himself. Anyone who dares to violate the rules or engage in fraudulent activities will be immediately dismissed. There will be no leniency. As Luo Xinlian spoke, she glanced at Luo Xinlian, intentionally or unintentionally. Luo Xinlian didn't care about this at all. After all, the Luo family had seen many similar situations. This level of discomfort was nothing to Luo Xinlian. Looking at Luo Xinlian's seemingly mocking gaze, Luo Xinlian also scoffed at it. He knew very well that Luo Xinlian looked down on him from the bottom of her heart, and believed that he would definitely fail in this assessment. But Luo Xinlian would not do as he wished. He is no longer the weak and incompetent Luo Xinlian he once was. With the blessing of the arrogant space, he not only possesses immense spiritual power. Moreover, it possesses the Forbidden Eye, a cheat-like ability that seems almost impossible to unlock. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian's lips curled into a confident smile. 61. The Su family. Su Yangwei. In fact, based on Luo Xinlian's current strength alone, she has long surpassed the graduation level of the Beast Taming Academy. However, his lack of knowledge about beast taming forced him to start from scratch. After Luo Xinlian finished explaining a series of rules, he then led the entire class of freshmen to the foot of the mountain behind the Beast Taming Academy. A row of huge steel wire mesh surrounded the foot of the mountain behind the Beast Taming Academy, making it completely impassable. The wire mesh occasionally makes a crackling sound. It's obvious that the wire mesh is also electrified, probably to prevent the spirit beasts inside from escaping. At this time, many other freshmen from other classes were already waiting here. Luo Xinlian simply brought everyone here, and then left. He did not say a single word to Luo Xinlian during that time. Just like before at the Luo family's house. Unlike others' straightforward dislike, Luo Xinlian had always ignored and disregarded Luo Xinlian from the bottom of her heart. In her view, Luo Xinlian was someone who grew up in a barren land. They didn't even deserve to be looked at directly by her. Even though Luo Xinlian knew that Luo Xinlian had been wronged in many ways while she was in the Luo family. She won't say a word unless you have any connection with her. After all, who would waste their breath on the plight of an ant? If it weren't for the huge commotion Luo Xinlian caused during this period, he wouldn't even think of the name, Luo Xinlian, in his mind. In her previous life, even knowing that her younger brother Luo Xinlian was about to die at the hands of Luo Xinlian, she still persevered. Luo Xinlian also watched coldly from the sidelines. Even Luo Xinlian was very curious. If one day, Luo Xinlian witnesses firsthand the people he once regarded as ants, as they steadily climbed to even greater heights in beast taming before her, reaching a point where they could even overthrow the Luo family, how would she feel, given her tendency to look down on people? Just as Luo Xinlian was thinking this, suddenly I felt someone tap me on the shoulder. At this moment, a young man who was completely unfamiliar to Luo Xinlian was standing in front of him. Seeing Luo Xinlian look up at him, the young man said arrogantly, "Young master! I'm young Master Su's attendant. Interested in joining us? If you can help young Master Su find a high-quality spirit beast in this preliminary test, you'll be rewarded with 100,000 regardless of the outcome. If a high-quality spirit beast is discovered, starting from the superior quality and moving upwards, an additional 100,000 will be added for each rank advancement." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian raised an eyebrow. He asked in return, "The Su family?" Upon hearing that the other party had revealed their origins, they realized that the other party had revealed their background. The arrogance on the boy's face grew even stronger. That's right. It's the Su family, one of the 3 great beast-taming families. In a moment, Luo Xinlian also realized what was happening. Although this diagnostic test seemed fair. But in reality, there haven't been many changes. Although the beasts that were already contracted before cannot be used. However, this did not stop the other party from directly recruiting ordinary students to do things for them during the exam. Fairness is only relative. These privileged children always find shortcuts to achieve their goals. At the same time, Luo Xinlian also noticed that there were many people around her, just like the boy in front of her, who were trying to win over other freshmen. They were all sent by this young Master Su. It must be said that 100,000 is nothing to Luo Xinlian now. But for these ordinary freshmen with no resources or background, it is an enormous treasure. In an instant, many people gathered around a well-dressed young man. This is clearly the young Master Su. At this moment, the young man beside him was clearly getting impatient seeing that Luo Xinlian remained silent for so long. His tone also became somewhat intense. Don't push your luck. Young Master Su is giving you this opportunity because he thinks highly of you, and you're still hesitating. If you don't do it, plenty of other people will be eager to take it. Luo Xinlian had no intention of indulging the other party in this regard. Where did this stray dog come from barking like that? Get out of here! The boy was furious when he saw that this guy dared to insult him like that. You dare to insult me? I'm one of young Master Su's men. Before the boy could finish speaking, Luo Xinlian burst out laughing. You? One of young Master Su's men? So the Su family likes this kind of thing? Looks like the Su family isn't all that great after all. Their descendant is a lesbian. I reckon the Su family will be wiped out in a few generations because of homosexuality. The boy was also dumbfounded by Luo Xinlian's words. He never imagined that the other party would dare to openly offend the Su family. Just as he was preparing to retaliate. But they were stopped by a figure. The person who arrived was none other than young Master Su, whom he had mentioned. Su Xiao was looking at Luo Xinlian with the gaze of someone in a superior position looking at someone from the lower class. Even he hadn't expected that someone would dare to speak ill of the Su family in public like this. Boy, do you know the consequences of offending the Su family? Faced with Su Xiao's questioning, Luo Xinlian simply rolled her eyes at him. Then the word idiot came out of his mouth. This caused Su Xiao, who was trying his best to maintain his composure, to instantly turn pale. You've got guts! You actually dare to insult me? My uncle is the head of the Su family. Su Xiao thought that mentioning his uncle would frighten the person in front of him. Despite this, Luo Xinlian remained calm and composed. TCH. All that pretense, turns out he's just a collateral branch. A piece of trash who doesn't even have the right to inherit the family headship dares to put on airs in front of me? These words were like rubbing salt into Su Xiao's wounds. Immediately, this young Master Su could no longer suppress his anger. With a wave of his hand, he summoned more than a dozen people around him, preparing to attack Luo Xinlian. Luo Xinlian was not afraid at all, on the contrary, she was very excited. If the other party attacks first and he retaliates, accidentally killing 1 or 2 people, shouldn't that be considered self-defense? It could happen when both sides are about to clash. A middle-aged man stepped forward, interrupting the fight. Stop it, all of you! My name is Wang Defa, and I'm the guard at the back of the mountain. You can call me Teacher Wang. If you have any conflicts, you can settle them in the Academy's martial arts arena, but private fights are absolutely forbidden. Anyone who dares to violate school rules, regardless of their status, will be expelled. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao had no choice but to disperse the crowd that had surrounded Luo Xinlian. Then he turned to Wang Defa and smiled. Teacher Wang is joking. We were just kidding. Wang Defa was well aware of what had just happened, but he did not expose Su Xiao. In his view, as long as a fight doesn't break out, he can't be bothered with these trivial matters. Luo Xinlian was also disappointed, as she had thought she could rightfully teach the Su family a lesson. But to my surprise, Teacher Wang stopped me. Left with no other choice, Luo Xinlian had to give up. Seeing that neither side intended to continue their private fight, Wang Defa shouted to the crowd. The orientation exam for new students is officially beginning. New students, please enter. The exam will last 12 hours. After successfully taming the beast, candidates should assemble at the entrance. Time limit exceeded, score invalid. As soon as Wang Defa finished speaking, the originally sealed wire mesh also automatically opened a gap. Seeing this, the freshmen rushed in one after another. Wang Defa then turned around and went to the gap to maintain order. I watched as Wang Defa walked away. This young Master Su also revealed his original behavior. He said fiercely to Luo Xinlian, Remember, my name is Su Yangwei. I guarantee you won't be able to tame a single beast in this preliminary test. 62 Reincarnation, an unexpected vessel for the Demon King. Regarding Su Yongwei's threat, Luo Xinlian didn't take it to heart at all. He had beaten up a member of the Su family at the hospital before, and he wasn't afraid to beat up another one if the other dared to come. Therefore, Luo Xinlian devoted all her energy to the preliminary test of taming spirit beasts into beast tamers. He immediately activated his forbidden eye and began searching for a suitable spirit beast. Soon, a fine-quality fire horse came into Luo Xinlian's view. Name Yuoma. Developmental stage, early childhood. Racial bloodline, fire horse bloodline. Quality epic. Attribute fire. Talent, not activated. Skills flame charge. Evolutionary path. Luo Xinlian could hardly believe it. Her luck had just exploded. As soon as I entered, I encountered the extremely rare epic quality that Luo Xinlian had mentioned. Although it is a fire attribute, it overlaps somewhat with the flame feather falcon. But its high quality is undeniable. It's likely that we'll never find another taming target that's even better than it. And most importantly, this fire horse has a very cool appearance. If it can be cultivated to maturity, it will probably be even more handsome. The thought of riding the fire horse with Jiang Yingxue for a ride is exhilarating. With that in mind, Luo Xinlian no longer hesitated and immediately prepared to use her own spiritual power to establish a connection with the fire horse. But just then, a sudden roar rang out. The fire horse, which was about to establish a spiritual connection with Luo Xinlian, seemed to be frightened by the roar. He turned and ran towards the dense forest behind him. The connection that was about to be established between the two was thus severed. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian's anger flared up instantly. It was obvious that the shout was done on purpose. As expected. The next moment, Su Yongwei walked out from the side with his group of underlings. The mockery and ridicule on his face were self-evident. "Oh dear! I'm so sorry! I accidentally scared that spirit beast away. If I'm not mistaken, that spirit beast seems to be of epic quality, right? I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky." Luo Xinlian had no intention of indulging Su Yongwei's sarcastic remarks. He immediately began to mobilize the spiritual power within his body, preparing to summon the flame feather falcon. But just as Luo Xinlian was about to launch a sudden attack, suddenly, I felt an extremely powerful spiritual energy wave lock onto this side. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian had no choice but to abandon her plan to take action. He never expected that even after entering the back mountain, there were still people secretly watching their actions. If Luo Xinlian dares to make a move here, someone will probably jump out to stop her in the next second. Left with no other choice, Luo Xinlian had to let Su Yongwei go once again. Unaware of this, Su Yongwei assumed that Luo Xinlian was afraid of their numbers and that was why she dared not do anything. Thinking of this, Su Yongwei's laughter grew even more smug. Su Yongwei's underlings, standing to the side, also spoke up in a show of bravado. "This is what happens when you offend our young master Su." Seeing this, Su Yongwei continued to speak sarcastically. Hey! Don't provoke this brother. He's someone who doesn't even respect the Su family. Be careful, he might get angry and punch you with his little fists." For a moment, everyone burst into unrestrained laughter because of Su Yongwei's words. Luo Xinlian didn't say anything more and turned to leave. He had already made up his mind to wait until nightfall when no one was around before causing trouble for Su Yongwei. He'll beat him so badly his own mother won't recognize him. But in Su Yongwei's eyes, this scene was Luo Xinlian running away with her tail between her legs. I can't even begin to describe how happy I was. Seeing Luo Xinlian leave, Su Yongwei also spoke to his underlings. "You guys follow him. As soon as he spots any high-quality spirit beast, he'll scare it away just like he did before." One of the younger brothers asked, somewhat puzzled. "Young Master Su, should we just keep interfering like this, preventing him from taming the beasts, until the time runs out and he's expelled from the academy?" Upon hearing this, Su Yongwei shook his head. He answered, No. That's so boring. I'm going to force him to tame an ordinary beast to complete the exam. Only if he stays at the academy can I teach him a lesson slowly. I want him to know what the consequences are for offending the Su family." Upon hearing this, the group of underlings immediately understood Su Yongwei's idea and readily agreed. At the same time, I am also glad that I followed Su Yongwei. It's important to know that in beast taming academies that train beast tamers, strength often determines your status within the academy. The quality of a beast is often one of the most important factors in determining a person's strength. Being forced to tame a beast of ordinary quality, one can imagine what life would be like for the rest of their life at the beast taming academy. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Luo Xinlian also found many promising beasts by virtue of her forbidden eye. But they were all scared away by the shadows that were always following him. This infuriated Luo Xinlian, who at one point wanted to kill these annoying flies. But when he thought of his master Nanyin Xiao's instructions, he forced himself to endure it. He secretly memorized the appearances of the people who had been following him, preparing to settle scores later. At the same time, Luo Xinlian also felt a sense of frustration. Am I about to be caught off guard and suffer a major setback? If you take action, you will be expelled from the college. If you fail to complete the exam, you will also be expelled. He would rather just kill these guys outright. It would be a quicker and more satisfying thing for him. Just then, a system notification sounded in Luo Xinlian's mind. Ding! A life form suitable for reincarnation as the sloth demon Lord Belphegor has been detected nearby. Please tame this target as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's eyes immediately lit up. Belfinger. Could it be that I could possess a second beast as powerful as the starry sky demon dragon? Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian could no longer suppress her excitement. They began searching the surrounding area. This action also alerted the group of people who had been following Luo Xinlian. They assumed that Luo Xinlian had discovered another high-quality tamed beast. They immediately prepared to repeat their old tricks. But soon, the group of people were stunned. Luo Xinlian was also stunned. The system notification indicated that the reincarnated form, Luo Xinlian, had been found. Not far from Luo Xinlian, in a small puddle next to a large tree, stood a strange creature about 1 millimeter in size. It had a head, 2 protruding protrusions in front of its mouth, a body divided into 4 segments, and 4 pairs of claws extending from its body. It stood there motionless. If it weren't for the incredible effect of the forbidden eye that gave Luo Xinlian superhuman vision, I'm afraid even if Luo Xinlian searches for several more months, she still won't be able to find this creature. Although this creature has a strange appearance, it has undergone 3 years of regular high school education. Luo Xinlian recognized the creature in front of her at a glance. Holy crap! Tardigrades! 63 abnormal. Yuoma lying down to rest. Name, Water Bear. Growth stage, none. Racial lineage, none. Quality, average. Attribute, none. Talent, adaptability. Skills, none. Evolutionary path, none. Description, an ordinary creature, as ordinary as can be. Looking at this useless tardigrade in front of me, Luo Xinlian's entire face turned black. This is the thing you told me was the perfect reincarnation for the Sloth Demon King? For a moment, Luo Xinlian hesitated about whether or not to form a contract with this thing. Just as Luo Xinlian was hesitating, the few people who had been following him were also somewhat puzzled but impressed. I don't understand why this guy keeps staring at the puddle by the roadside. But just as they were about to step closer and try to figure out what was going on, an unexpected scene unfolded. Then, this guy called Night Owl started to construct a spiritual energy contract in the puddle. Before the group could react, the contract was already completed. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Xinlian decisively chose to form a contract with the useless tardigrade in front of her. Because this tardigrade is just too ordinary. As a result, the entire contract process took only about a second. At this moment, the people who had been following Luo Xinlian finally realized what was happening and secretly thought, "This is bad. Could it be that this guy successfully tamed a beast right in front of us? If the beast the other party has contracted is of decent quality, young Master Su will definitely not let us off the hook." The thought filled the group with fear. Before they could do anything, Luo Xinlian reached her hand directly into the puddle. It seems like they're trying to retrieve something. Immediately afterward, Luo Xinlian walked straight to the group and opened her palms, saying, "Are you satisfied now? This is the beast I've contracted." However, after looking at it for a long time, the group still couldn't figure out what was in Luo Xinlian's hand. They immediately felt like they had been tricked. Isn't this treating them like idiots? Fortunately, one of them stopped the angry group and said something. "Don't get angry yet. If we fight here, we'll all be fired. Let me take a look first." After saying that, the man actually pulled a magnifying glass out of his backpack. They searched carefully on Luo Xinlian's hands. After a while, he actually saw what was in Luo Xinlian's hand. Immediately afterwards, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He wasn't lying to us, he really did just form a contract with a beast. Upon hearing this, the others quickly gathered around the magnifying glass to take a look. Soon, a kind of tiny worm that they had never seen before appeared before their eyes. "What is this?" someone immediately asked. The person who had taken out the magnifying glass earlier then followed up with an explanation. "This thing is called a water bear. Although it has a strong survival ability, as a beast tamer, it is not as useful as a contracted dog in terms of size, growth, or practicality." Upon hearing this, the others also looked at the guy called Night Owl with disbelief. I never expected this guy to be so ruthless. Seeing that he had no chance to contract a high-quality beast, he actually made a contract for a beast that was even worse than trash. However, these people didn't think too much about it, and their unease disappeared completely. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian said with some impatience, "Isn't this the result you wanted? Aren't you leaving? Do you think you can just hang around and expect to get food from me?" Upon hearing this, some people still expressed their concerns. "Are you in such a hurry for us to leave because you want to break the contract and tame a new beast after we leave?" Before Luo Xinlian could speak, the person who had taken out the magnifying glass earlier was the first to speak and explain. "Don't worry, he won't have that chance. Regardless of the beast he contracted, if the contract is forcibly broken, even if it means killing the tardigrade, he will suffer the backlash of the contract. He will definitely be seriously injured then. The exam lasts for 12 hours, and 6 hours have already passed. Forget about recontracting a beast, I can't even heal my injuries." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. So he happily returned the way he came to find Su Yangwei and claim his reward. The reason Luo Xinlian showed the tardigrade on his palm to these people was simply because he had formed a contract with the tardigrade. The system then gave him the prompt to find a quiet environment and complete the reincarnation ritual. He wanted to get rid of them quickly, to avoid those guys haunting him and following him around like ghosts. He didn't think much about the intricacies involved. But who would have thought that person would ask such a question? This left Luo Xinlian, who lacked knowledge of beast taming, somewhat bewildered by the question. Fortunately, the guy who took out the magnifying glass just now imagined Luo Xinlian's thoughts and actually answered the other person's question for him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to answer. "Those annoying guys are finally gone." Luo Xinlian felt somewhat aggrieved about being followed by these people. "Fortunately, we've finally gotten rid of those guys." Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but feel much better. They began searching for a secluded place to perform the reincarnation ritual. The group that had been following Luo Xinlian returned to Su Yangwei's side. He reported everything that had happened in the past 6 hours to him in detail. Upon hearing this, Su Yangwei's face first showed disbelief. However, as the others recounted their stories, Su Yangwei's expression gradually shifted to one of smugness, mockery, and ridicule. "I didn't expect this guy to be so lucky, encountering epic-quality spirit beasts that are rarely seen in normal times one after another. Humph! No matter how lucky he is, he can only contract an ordinary little bug in the end. This is the price for offending the Su family." Su Yangwei was very satisfied with their performance, and immediately took out the checks he had prepared in advance and handed them to them. Upon seeing the 500,000 written on the check, the group felt a surge of excitement. For ordinary people like them, 500,000 is a huge sum of money. Everyone knows that the profession of beast tamer is very expensive. Now that they have 500,000, they can better train their beasts. But just then, a figure darted past them. Su Yangwei looked closely and realized that it was the fire horse that they had scared away earlier. Immediately, Su Yangwei's eyes lit up. "It just so happens that I haven't found a suitable spirit beast to tame yet. Since this fiery horse has delivered itself to our doorstep, how can we refuse it?" Su Yangwei immediately ordered his men to give chase. Without saying a word, everyone rushed over immediately. At this moment, Su Yangwei's mischievous side was also aroused. The thought of taming this fire horse that originally belonged to Night Owl was terrifying. The owl was forced to tame an ordinary tardigrade. Su Yangwei felt a surge of satisfaction. But after chasing for quite a while, Su Yangwei finally understood just how difficult it was to tame an epic-quality spirit beast. The chase alone had already left them all breathless. Even so, they still haven't caught up. They could only watch helplessly as the fire horse drifted further and further away from them. Even though Su Yangwei already understood that it would be difficult for him to tame an epic-quality spirit beast with his aptitude. But he was still somewhat unwilling. Just as Su Yangwei was pondering how to limit the speed of the fire horse, a scene he never dreamed of unfolded. Suddenly, the fire horse in the distance stopped and lay down on the ground with its limbs bent. Upon seeing this, Su Yangwei was overjoyed and immediately led everyone to rush over with all their might. Even though Su Yangwei and his group made such a big fuss, the fire horse didn't even try to move an inch. When Su Yangwei and the others arrived at Ihuma's side, they found that Ihuma was still lying lazily on the ground, not moving at all. This puzzled Su Yangwei and the others. Could it be that the fire horse is tired from running and doesn't want to move anymore? The question is, what's with that carefree expression on his face? Just then, one of the henchmen, seeing that Su Yangwei hadn't made a move for a while, quickly reminded him. "Young Master Su, never mind the reason for now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While the fire horse has no intention of resisting, quickly form a contract to tame it, so that someone else doesn't beat me to it." Upon hearing this, Su Yongwei immediately snapped out of his daze and began constructing the contract. The excitement in my heart was beyond words. The epic quality fire steed is mine! 64. The Arrival. Belphegor, the Demon Lord of Sloth. After almost exhausting all his spiritual power, Su Yongwei finally fulfilled his contract with the fire horse. For a moment, he felt it was all so unreal. It's important to know that, looking at the results of the initial assessment exams for new students at the Beast Taming Academy over the years, taming epic quality beasts is extremely rare. In the end, they all became famous beast tamers in City A. Thinking of his bright future, Su Yongwei could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. But before he could utter any grand words, a burst of maniacal laughter came from not far away. Ha! Epic quality! I'm about to turn my life around! Upon hearing this, Su Yongwei was also taken aback. It's easy to tell from the voices that yet another person has successfully contracted an epic quality beast. When did epic quality items become so easy to obtain through contracts? Puzzled, Su Yongwei followed the sound to its source. Soon, a simple-minded boy was seen sitting on the spot, panting heavily, resting. Clearly, because the contract had just been completed, there was very little spiritual energy left in his body. And lying next to him was a cloud bear. No matter how Su Yongwei looked at it, Yun Xiong's lazy appearance was so similar to the Yi Hua he had just contracted. It seems they want to figure out what happened. Su Yongwei also stepped forward to inquire. How did you tame this cloud bear? When the simple-minded boy saw that the person who came was Su Yongwei, his previous smug expression immediately disappeared. Instead, he wore a fawning expression. What a coincidence! I never expected to run into you here, young Master Su. The simple-minded boy gave an irrelevant answer. Su Yongwei's henchman immediately reprimanded him. Just answer whatever young Master Su asks you. Don't try to build a relationship or curry favor with him. Upon hearing this, the simple-minded boy gave an awkward smile, and then replied. Here's what happened. I just passed by and found this cloud bear lying here completely unsuspecting and motionless. I tried to tame it, but to my surprise the cloud bear didn't resist at all. And so I successfully completed the contract with it. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Although they were all envious of this simpleton's incredible luck. Anyone with a brain can see that this matter is full of strangeness. The same thing happened when I followed Su Xiao in the pursuit of Yi Hua. One time might be a coincidence, but if it happens again, it's definitely not accidental. Seeing this, Su Yongwei did not delve too deeply into the reasons. After all, he had already achieved his performance targets. Whatever happens is none of his business anymore. Although there's suddenly another guy with an epic quality beast contract. But even this beast taming academy cannot shake his future status. Good quality is just the beginning. The most important thing is the subsequent nurturing. He was confident that even a newborn from an ordinary family could have a contract with epic quality. It's not as good as the future achievements he could attain by contracting a rare and high-quality beast. Moreover, he has now contracted a beast of the same quality. There's no need to take a mere cloud bear seriously. Immediately afterwards, Su Yongwei and his gang of henchmen turned and left. Head towards the entrance we used to enter the back mountain. But soon, Su Yongwei's doubts grew stronger. Because he discovered that when he first entered the mountains, almost all mythical beasts will avoid humans. When humans approach, they run away as fast as they can. But only a few hours later, he was shocked to discover that all the spirit beasts he encountered along the way were like the fire horse and the cloud bear. It lay lazily on the ground, motionless. This surprised him quite a bit. Some of his underlings had not yet completed the assessment by taming beasts. After consulting with Su Yongwei, he immediately took the spirit beast he had chosen as his tamed beast. But what they don't know is who caused all of this. It was the night owl, whom they had targeted before. That is, Luo Xinlian. Having shaken off her tag-along, Luo Xinlian quickly found a relatively secluded place. Without hesitation, the reincarnation ritual was initiated. Soon, in Luo Xinlian's sea of consciousness, next to the two beast-taming spaces that were originally one large and one small, another beast-taming space appeared and began to expand rapidly. Soon, the volume of this space exceeded that of the Flame Feather Falcon's beast-taming space. It became the same size as the Arrogance space. The next moment, a message appeared in Luo Xinlian's consciousness. Companion space, Indolence space LV1. Greatly increases the host's resistance to all controlled beasts, upgradable. If the beasts in the indolent space remain motionless for an extended period, their growth rate can be accelerated. After receiving the message from the indolent space, Luo Xinlian was taken aback. He could understand the first effect, which was to increase resistance to attributes that countered his own. for example. When a wood attribute beast is attacked by a fire attribute skill, the damage that would normally be 1 unit will become the damage of 2 units due to the elemental advantage. However, if the resistance to counters is increased, the damage that was originally 2 units due to the counter relationship will be reduced to 1.5 units. With this effect, one will often have a better chance of winning unexpectedly in future battles. The meaning of this second effect is not difficult to understand. However, the conditions for it to take effect are indeed quite stringent. After all, if it's a living thing, you might be able to keep it still for a while. If it can remain stationary for an extended period, then things become more complicated. If the space remains stationary intermittently, the benefits derived from this spatial effect will likely be of little use. Fortunately, Luo Xinlian has a good attitude. I didn't dwell on the second, somewhat useless, spatial effect. Luo Xinlian then focused her gaze on the tardigrade floating in the center of the indolent space. And this tardigrade is the one that Luo Xinlian had previously contracted. At this moment, the primordial energy of the indolent space is continuously flowing towards the tardigrade. Soon, the tardigrade, which was originally only 1 millimeter in size, began to expand rapidly under the infusion of energy. It swelled until it reached nearly a meter in length before stopping. Immediately afterwards, the tardigrade's body suddenly became as if it had been petrified. Not only did her once supple body become incredibly stiff, the once glossy surface quickly became dull, until it completely transforms into a substance resembling an eggshell. Click! A crack suddenly appeared and quickly spread across the tardigrade's body. Finally, the tardigrades were scattered all over the ground like a broken eggshell. Immediately afterward, an ancient ferocious beast with 2 horns on its head, 4 wings, and 6 legs appeared before Luo Xinlian's eyes. Sloth Lord Belphegor. Arrive. Reincarnation complete. 65 Failure? The only failure. Name Belfinger, true form. Developmental stage, early childhood. Racial bloodline, bloodline of the Sloth Demon King. Quality, taboo unique. Attribute, wood/life. Talent, Belphegor's sloth, under seal. Skills, sealed, unable to learn new skills because Belphegor is too lazy to learn. Evolutionary path, none, because it is the final form that is directly reincarnated and descended, without the need for a long evolutionary process, or rather, it is too lazy to evolve. Description, the embodiment of sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins. Due to extreme laziness, Belphegor is even too lazy to live, and has been in a state of suspended animation for a long time, hiding in a false body. After looking at Belphegor's combat panel, Luo Xinlian's face also twitched uncontrollably. Luo Xinlian was initially quite excited to see Belphegor's true form reincarnate and descend. He thought he could just pick up a highly skilled fighter for free. Unexpectedly, this guy was so lazy. Talents are sealed, skills are sealed. Not only is it unable to learn new skills due to laziness, but even its true form's arrival is due to its laziness in evolving. The most outrageous thing is that this guy is too lazy to live and relies on some so-called fake body to move around. For a moment, Luo Xinlian didn't know whether she had gained another companion beast or a father. If this were a match against someone else, what would be the point of fighting? Just admit defeat. Why is Belphegor so much weaker than Mephisto, even though they both have the bloodline of the 7 deadly sins? Just as Luo Xinlian was secretly grumbling to herself. Then Belfinger in front of them began to curl up into a ball. Immediately afterwards, clumps of transparent green substance were secreted from its body and began to envelop it. Slowly, the green substance took shape, and its appearance became almost identical to the tardigrade that had been reborn. Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian realized that this must be the false body of Belfinger mentioned in the Belfinger panel description. Belphegor's body also shrank into a green sphere, much like the nucleus of a living cell. Immediately afterwards, Belfinger's combat panel also changed. Name Belfinger, illusion. Developmental stage, early childhood. Racial bloodline, bloodline of the Sloth Demon King. Quality, taboo unique. Attribute, wood/life. Talent, shedding skin. Shedding skin automatically eliminates all abnormal statuses and restores a certain amount of damage. Skills, absorb, charge, release, cannot learn new skills because Belphegor is too lazy to learn. Evolutionary path, none, because it is the final form that is directly reincarnated and descended, without the need for a long evolutionary process, or rather, it is too lazy to evolve. Description, Belphegor's avatar, taking over Belphegor's daily activities, while the real Belphegor lies dormant within him. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fake body is fairly reliable. At least you can see information about talents and skills. They won't be at the mercy of others in battle. After handling everything, Luo Xinlian's consciousness returned to her original body. Upon returning to her original form, Luo Xinlian noticed that it was already dark and subconsciously glanced at the time. I was shocked to find that there was only half an hour left before the exam ended. Because the exam rules prohibit the use of previously contracted beasts, and there is still some distance to go before reaching the foot of the mountain. Left with no other choice, Luo Xinlian had to run down the mountain as fast as she could. As for Belfinger, Luo Xinlian didn't have any hope of him at all. This guy looks like a meat shield, even though Belphegor has 8 legs. But it was pitifully short. I'm afraid Luo Xinlian walks much faster than it. Although Luo Xinlian was running wildly the whole way. But he was also always aware of his surroundings. To his surprise, the back mountain, which was bustling with activity during the day, became surprisingly quiet at night. He even naively thought that the spirit beasts on the mountain also needed to rest at night, which was why it was so quiet. Little did he know that he himself was the one who caused all of this. Because Belphegor was originally reincarnated from his original form. It affected all the spirit beasts on the entire back mountain. Belphegor's arrival completely unleashed their inherent sloth. This caused all the spirit beasts on the back mountain to become lazy, lying down and refusing to move. This is also the root cause of the abnormal situations that Su Yangwei and others encountered before. However, Luo Xinlian was completely unaware of this. At the foot of the mountain, many freshmen who had completed the required exams were chatting in small groups. They seemed to be sharing their assessment process with each other. Looking at the smiling faces of the new students, Wang Defa, who had been monitoring the entire back mountain, was very puzzled. He knew everything that happened in the mountains. It was precisely because everything was under his control that he was even more puzzled about what had happened to the spirit beasts in the mountains. They all collapsed and remained motionless at the same time. Wang Defa also secretly conducted some simple checks on those spirit beasts. They found that the spirit beast's physical condition was not abnormal. The only thing that's not right is that these spirit beasts seem to have become very lazy. So lazy that they don't even want to move. Let these new students form contracts with it. This is why this batch of freshmen were able to complete the exam so easily. The original purpose of the preliminary test was to discover some promising talents and nurture them in the future. The criteria for judging good seedlings are precisely the quality of the beasts they contract to tame. Although there are some unfair aspects to it. But true geniuses can always break through any obstacle in any environment. But now things are different. Although the quality of the beasts that each person contracts with still varies. However, it must be said that this assessment lacked accuracy. Because all the spirit beasts neither resist nor struggle. This resulted in the outcome of the exam being entirely based on luck. Even the proctor didn't know what had happened. What about these new students? That's just because he saw a beast that didn't resist him, so he immediately tamed it to complete the test. Although somewhat frustrated, he had no choice but to accept the outcome of the assessment since things had come to this point. Soon, only 5 minutes remained. The homeroom teachers in charge of each class also came here. We will begin to assess the results of this preliminary test. Unsurprisingly, every homeroom teacher had a genuine smile on their face. There were even some surprises. They never imagined that the quality of this batch of new students would be so high. In previous years, the most people who obtained epic quality contracts were 2, and the number of people who obtained rare quality contracts was no more than 20. Most of the contracts were of high quality or common quality. Sometimes, more than half of the participants failed to fulfill their contracts. Of this batch of new students, 10 had contracts with epic quality items, 50 had contracts with rare quality items, and the rest had contracts with high quality items. Almost no one either contracted the normal quality or failed to complete the contract. Even the usually composed Luo Xinlian showed a rare smile when reviewing her class's exam results. He was clearly quite satisfied with the results of the exam. But when he came across the name, Night Owl, her pretty face instantly darkened. Of course she remembered that this was the pseudonym used by that good-for-nothing Luo Xinlian. On the report card, there was still a blank space after Night Owl's name. It is obvious that Luo Xinlian has not yet completed the assessment. This batch of newcomers has a nearly 100% success rate in acquiring high-quality beasts through contracts. Luo Xinlian was unaware of the reason behind this. But I still subconsciously thought that the college was being lenient, or that the difficulty of the assessment was lowered for some other reason. All other classes achieved a 100% pass rate. As for their own class, it was because of Luo Xinlian, that good-for-nothing, that they became the only class with a pass rate of less than 100%. This made the proud Luo Xinlian feel like she had lost face. Dissatisfaction with Luo Xinlian also skyrocketed. 5 minutes passed quickly. Luo Xinlian still hasn't appeared. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. Even if you give him a chance, he won't be of any use. It would be best if they never came down the mountain. It would be better for everyone if they just died like that. Just as Luo Xinlian was quietly cursing Luo Xinlian. As the proctor, Wang Defa naturally knew that one person was missing. I even remember that this person was called Night Owl. He had originally thought highly of this Night Owl. Before the strange occurrence of the spirit beast in the back mountain, this guy almost managed to contract an epic quality beast all by himself. If it weren't for the interference from Su Yongwei and others, he would probably have been the top scorer in this preliminary test. He was also aware of what happened afterward. Under pressure from Su Yongwei and others, this guy had no choice but to form a contract with a dinosaur of ordinary quality. Logically speaking, although the results were not ideal, at least the exam requirements were met. But this guy actually found a secluded spot and sat down to sleep. This caused me to miss the exam. It's a pity about the Night Owl's talent. But as the proctor, he naturally couldn't interfere and could only let the owl fend for itself. Just as Wang Defa was about to set off into the mountains to search for the person, he saw a figure rushing toward him at high speed. As the figure drew closer, everyone then recognized who had arrived. It was Luo Xinlian, who had exceeded the exam time. 66. Opportunity? Challenge rules after timeout. Looking at Luo Xinlian, who was only returning to the entrance at the foot of the mountain after a long delay. Many freshmen who had already finished their exams also wore expressions of mockery. The scene before her eyes made even the extremely strong-willed Luo Xinlian's expression turn even more unpleasant. When Luo Xinlian came before everyone, Luo Xinlian also announced it without hesitation. Night Owl, you failed because you exceeded the exam time limit. You can leave the Beast Taming Academy now. Faced with Luo Xinlian's explanation, Luo Xinlian, knowing she was in the wrong, was quite helpless. Although he knew that Luo Xinlian looked down on him. But this time, I did exceed the exam time limit. Therefore, even though Luo Xinlian spoke these words with strong personal intentions, Luo Xinlian couldn't refute anything. Now that things have come to this, we can only ask our master, Nanyu Xiao, for help. So Luo Xinlian turned around and left. Wang Defa, standing to the side, also felt sorry for Luo Xinlian's talent. But rules are rules, after all. He didn't say much. But at that moment, Su Yongwei stopped Luo Xinlian. Just leaving like that? Isn't that too easy on you? Our batch of new students could have achieved an unprecedented 100% pass rate. At that time, we will surely leave a significant mark on the history of the Beast Taming Academy. But because of you, you good for nothing, we have lost this honor. Therefore you must kowtow and apologize to all of us new students. The other freshmen were initially angry but dared not speak out against Su Yongwei's behavior. After all, in their eyes, it was already terrible that the Night Owl failed to complete the exam. Isn't it going too far for Su Yongwei to make things difficult for them like this? But as they listened, they realized that they were almost going to make a name for themselves in the history of the Beast Taming Academy. But because of this Night Owl, they lost this opportunity. Immediately, the way people looked at Night Owl changed from sympathy to dissatisfaction. Many freshmen, their emotions ignited, also shouted out, "Yes! Apologize! You must apologize! Kneel down and kowtow! You've ruined our chance to be remembered, you piece of trash! You can't even finish such a simple test? Why don't you just die?" Seeing that I had successfully ignited the emotions of these new students, Su Yongwei also revealed a cold smile. Why would he let Night Owl leave so easily? I originally planned to keep him at the Beast Taming Academy to slowly repair him. But unexpectedly, this guy missed the exam time. This made Su Yongwei, who had a belly full of bad intentions but nowhere to use them, feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, he must teach Night Owl a lesson before he leaves the Beast Taming Academy. But what these new students don't know is, if it weren't for the fact that the Night Owl, in front of them, spent a lot of time constructing this sloth space, and completing Belphegor's landing, they would have been completely different. This caused the spirit beasts in the back mountain to be affected by a sloth. I'm afraid half of them will be eliminated. There's no such thing as a 100% pass rate anymore. Strictly speaking, the teenagers they are targeting now are their benefactors. But even Luo Xinlian herself didn't know the answer to this. Faced with the provocations of the crowd, he was also at his breaking point. Especially this Su Yongwei. If I hadn't been afraid of it affecting my school enrollment. He had already made his move. But now that he has been fired, then there's nothing to worry about. Just as Luo Xinlian was about to make her move, Wang Defa, who was standing to the side, finally couldn't hold back any longer. Etc. I remember there was a rule in the college. New students who successfully form a beast taming contract during the placement tests but exceed the time limit will have one opportunity to challenge another. Anyone who can defeat any student already enrolled in the academy can directly enter the Beast Taming Academy. To put it bluntly, exams are just a way to test an individual's abilities and potential. And combat is the most direct method. Luo Xinlian's homeroom teacher, was very unhappy with Luo Xinlian. But after hearing Wang De speak, he nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian was surprised to find that things took a turn for the better just as he was about to make his move. He immediately asked Wang Defa. Teacher Wang, does that mean I still have a chance? Wang Defa nodded. But he spoke with an extremely serious expression. Similar situations have occurred with new students in previous years. Although they were unwilling, they chose to leave the Beast Taming Academy instead of taking on the challenge. Do you know why? Luo Xinlian shook her head in confusion. Seeing this, Wang Defa continued. Because the strong cannot be offended. Unless you are truly stronger than them. Never think about taking your chances. Once someone accepts your challenge, it's a matter of life and death. And the other party has the right to refuse. Those weaker freshmen who barely passed the exam naturally wouldn't risk their lives to fight you. And the strength of those who are willing to accept your challenge is self-evident, isn't it? To put it bluntly, the weak won't fight you, and the strong are too strong for you to beat. That is why people who had the same situation as Luo Xinlian in previous years chose to leave decisively. But what Wang Defa didn't expect was, the boy in front of them, named Night Owl, had already grinned widely. That's it. No problem, let's get started. Then, with a relaxed expression, he spoke to the group of newcomers behind him. Who among you is willing to accept my challenge? Seeing Luo Xinlian's arrogant behavior, Luo Xinlian, standing to the side, also revealed a hint of disdain. Ignorant of one's own limitations. But Su Yongwei's eyes lit up on the other side. Originally, he only wanted to incite the crowd's emotions and force Night Owl to kneel down and admit his mistake. But what he didn't expect was that now the right opportunity to kill this kid had come. Su Yongwei immediately stepped forward. He pointed at Luo Xinlian and said, Don't be so arrogant. Since you want a challenge, I'll gladly oblige. Luo Xinlian was initially worried that no one would be willing to fight her. I can't be happier right now. Since you've come to me of your own accord, I won't stand on ceremony. But just as the two sides were about to take action, Wang Defa still spoke with a solemn expression. The duel requires the use of tame beasts trained within the academy. Are you sure you want to fight Su Yongwei? Luo Xinlian nodded without hesitation. For a moment, Wang Defa didn't know what to say. He mentioned this school rule because he knew the whole story. I just can't stand seeing such a promising talent being targeted like this by others. So I thought I'd try to give him a chance. Unexpectedly, this guy actually dared to go up against Su Yongwei. He probably doesn't know that Su Yongwei has successfully contracted the epic quality fire horse that he almost tamed before. With his weak and pathetic tardigrade, isn't he just courting death? Su Yongwei was also aware that Night Owl had only contracted with a water bear of ordinary quality. That's why I dared to accept the challenge. If Night Owl's beast taming quality were even slightly higher, he wouldn't risk his life. Immediately, Wang Defa regretted suggesting the match. But things have come to this point, and there's no turning back now. All I could do for now was keep it to myself. Fine. I'll save his life when it's in mortal danger. Afterwards, some compensation can be given to Su Yongwei, and the matter will be over. Seeing this, everyone stepped back. A spacious area was cleared out for the two to duel. As the homeroom teacher, Luo Xinlian also produced a life or death contract that only required both parties' names to be filled in to be valid. They were handed to the two of them respectively. However, when handing it to Luo Xinlian spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. As a stain on the Luo family, dying in battle is the best end for you. Luo Xinlian, however, did not take it to heart. Really? Then open your dog eyes and take a good look. Seeing that Luo Xinlian still dared to curse him even when she was about to die, Luo Xinlian's face also darkened. Fine. I'll see how you die. On the other side, Su Yongwei was already itching to get started and couldn't wait any longer. He was able to personally kill Night Owl, the person who dared to offend the Su family. Su Yongwei was already fantasizing about how he would deal with him later. He immediately waved his hand, and a burst of fire exploded outwards. A nimble and graceful fire horse was summoned to the center of the arena. 67, test. 3 meters tall, and you say this is childhood? They saw that Su Yongwei had summoned the epic level fire horse. Those new students who failed to contract epic quality beasts could only lament their bad luck. But it did not diminish their envious gazes at all. Just as Luo Xinlian was preparing to summon Belphegor, someone nearby shouted something. Do you know what kind of beast this Night Owl is contracted with? Everyone expressed their confusion, not understanding what the person who spoke meant. Could it be that this Night Owl has contracted a very high-quality beast? This is why too much time was wasted. That's why the exam timed out. Just as everyone was having their own guesses. The person who spoke earlier stopped keeping everyone in suspense. Instead, he shouted with a mocking expression. He has so many spirit beasts to tame, yet he doesn't? On the contrary, they tamed a tardigrade that had no skills, no attributes, no talents, and was as ordinary as could be. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback at first, and then burst into laughter. To some extent, tardigrades are indeed very powerful, but after all, they are too small and have no fighting ability. This means that tardigrades are no match for these high-ranking beasts. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian, who had been staring at the scene, looked at Luo Xinlian with even more disgust and contempt. How embarrassing! I spent 12 hours and only managed to form a contract with a tardigrade. What a complete waste of space. Those rumors about him were indeed false. If he is really as powerful as the rumors say, why would someone form a contract with a tardigrade? At this moment, Su Yangwei was holding the same thought, looking at the night owl in front of him with a mocking expression. Oh? Are you scared? Why haven't you summoned your tame beast yet, so everyone can see what it's like? Su Yangwei was well aware that Night Owl had made a contract with the tardigrade. The reason I said that was simply to tease this guy before killing him. Even those people around him who were stirring up trouble were all arranged by Su Yangwei. Su Yangwei was even more outspoken in his statement. Night Owl, I'm so sorry. My friends accidentally scared away this fire horse, causing your contract to fail. But wouldn't you know it, this fire horse ended up here, so I had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. You won't blame me, will you? Although that's what they say. But there was not a trace of apology on Su Yangwei's face. Instead, it was full of mockery and ridicule. I heard that you eventually made a contract with a tardigrade that was less than a millimeter long. Could it really be true? Luo Xinlian didn't care about this at all. Whether it's true or not, why don't you just see for yourself? He immediately raised his hand and waved. A burst of pure wood element exploded in the air. The next moment, a figure that was at least 3 meters tall appeared in the center of the field. Everyone present gasped in shock. What the hell is this? For a moment, even Luo Xinlian was dumbfounded. After being stunned for a long time, Luo Xinlian finally realized that she had not made a mistake. This behemoth, over 3 meters tall, is none other than Belfinger. Holy crap! It was only about a meter tall a moment ago. How did it grow so big in such a short time? Only then did Luo Xinlian recall the second spatial effect of the indolent space. As long as you stay still, you can grow faster. Isn't this tailor-made for Belfinger? Luo Xinlian estimated that Belfinger had not moved since he left the sloth space. But despite the complaints, it really gave Luo Xinlian a pleasant surprise. Cheating! You're cheating! There are no tardigrades this big on the back hill! Looking at the enormous tardigrade in front of me, Su Yangwei couldn't help but swallow. The mockery and ridicule on his face vanished instantly. Instead, there was a deep sense of apprehension. Compared to this water bear, his own fire horse looked as small and thin as a baby. This immense pressure made Su Yangwei dare not fight Luo Xinlian anymore. After all, if you lose, you might get killed by the other side. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately snapped back to reality. He launched a verbal attack on Luo Xinlian. Pa! Shameless thing, actually trying to be lazy. I already said that we could only use the beasts we just contracted in the back mountain. What's going on with you now? Even Wang Defa, who had previously wanted to help Luo Xinlian, shook his head in disappointment. It's safe to say that no one knows the situation on the back mountain better than him. He knew, of course, that there couldn't possibly be such a huge spirit beast in the back mountain. Luo Xinlian, however, seemed somewhat dismissive of this. Excuse me, this is the contract from the back mountain. Before Luo Xinlian could finish speaking, Su Yangwei urged her to speak. Pa! Could you be any more stubborn? You're lying through your teeth. Luo Xinlian responded calmly. When we made the contract with it, it was indeed a tiny insect, about 1 millimeter in size. But I'm sorry, after I made a contract with it, it mutated. And don't let its size fool you, it's actually still a tiny baby. The entire audience was stunned by these words. Mutations? You're saying this thing, that's a full 3 meters long, is in its infancy? For a moment, no one knew whether Luo Xinlian was telling the truth or not. But Su Yangwei refused to accept it. You're fucking kidding me. A 3 meter tall person, and you're telling me that's their childhood? I won't believe you even if you kill me. Both sides have their own version of events. However, Luo Xinlian, the homeroom teacher, showed no intention of taking any action. Instead, he watched the situation unfold with a gloomy face, letting it take its course. Wang Defa, who already felt quite sorry for Luo Xinlian, was also deeply saddened. Luo Xinlian's words had already stirred up a storm in his heart. It's important to know that mutations do indeed occur. However, the probability of it happening is extremely low. The triggering condition is also unknown. It is also divided into benign mutations and malignant mutations. If what Night Owl said is true, that tardigrade is definitely a benign mutation. And it's a really powerful one. Following this line of reasoning, he seemed to understand the unusual behavior of the owl earlier. It must have been after the owl had no choice but to form a contract with that tardigrade. A certain mutation condition was unintentionally triggered. This caused the tardigrades to mutate within its beast taming space. A benign mutation process requires a massive supply of spiritual energy. This also explains why the owl chose a secluded place. I can sit for 6 or 7 hours straight. Thinking of this, Wang Defa couldn't help but feel excited. This owl is a genius. We must keep him. So he spoke. There is a beast taming identification instrument in the academy. By using this instrument on this tardigrade, we can find out whether what the Night Owl said is true or false. The two sides, who had been arguing endlessly, agreed after hearing Wang Defa's proposal. After all, Su Yangwei had already concluded that Night Owl was cheating. Luo Xinlian, however, was not afraid at all. Because he did indeed contract the tardigrades in the back mountain. Although this tardigrade is now Belfinger's imposter. But they are ultimately organisms of the same origin. Therefore, Luo Xinlian is not to be underestimated. The testing equipment was brought over quickly. An infrared beam scanned Belfinger's body from top to bottom. A moment later, the result was laid out before everyone. This 3-meter-long tardigrade was actually only in its juvenile stage. Moreover, according to the instrument's detection, this tardigrade did indeed undergo some kind of benign mutation. It even changed from having no attributes to having the extremely rare dual attributes of wood and life. Even its quality today is no longer ordinary. It's not that it can't be detected. Wang Defa offered an explanation for this. Because there are still many unknowns about the mutation of beasts that need to be studied, it is normal for the quality to become undetectable. However, it can be basically confirmed that this water bear is indeed a domesticated beast from the back mountain. 6-8 being lazy? I'll just stand here and let you hit me. The facts are already laid bare before us. The crowd that had been mocking Luo Xinlian were now staring at him in disbelief. Unexpectedly, this guy actually turned an ordinary water bear into a rare beast with both wood and life attributes. It's important to know that the life attribute is the same as the dragon attribute. Both belong to the overposition attribute. Although not as rare as the dragon attribute beasts reported in the newspaper before. But for people like them, it is quite rare. They hadn't expected that the Night Owl, whom they had previously looked down upon, was actually a rare beast taming genius. Then I recalled the sarcastic remarks I had made to Night Owl. Everyone immediately felt incredibly embarrassed. Su Yongwei also stared at Night Owl, across from him with a grim expression. This guy's luck is incredible. I snatched the fire horse that originally belonged to him. He actually turned around and conjured up a mutated beast for me. This is absolutely outrageous. He seemed to have noticed the unease and resentment on Su Yangwei's face. The henchman who had previously taken out the magnifying glass to examine the tardigrades also silently approached Su Yangwei's side. He said in a low voice, "Young Master Su, don't worry. Although that water bear has the rare attributes of wood and life. But your fire horse is a fire type, which is especially effective against wood type. Although life is a superior attribute, it cannot counter fire. Although it is large, it is clearly not good at speed. In that case, wouldn't it become an easy target for the fire horse? Considering the balance of power, you, young Master Su, are still the victor in this duel." Seeing that the other party's analysis was so logical, Su Yangwei's eyes lit up. "That's right. I'm its natural counter, what's there to be afraid of? So what if his beast is mutated? I'll make sure his beast dies before he does. I've figured that out." A renewed sense of confidence returned to Su Yangwei's face. "Since it has been proven that you did not cheat, then I'll give you the chance to challenge me." Su Yangwei spoke these words with an air of arrogance. He acted like a master. This caused Luo Xinlian's face to twitch. Just a moment ago he looked terrified, but now he's acting all cool. It seems he thinks he can easily defeat me because of his attribute advantage. The two began preparing for their duel again. Everyone present was also watching the scene intently. Su Yangwei seized the initiative first. He shouted sternly, "Fire horse, use fire!" Immediately afterwards, a ball of scorching flame shot directly from the mouth of the fire horse. It flew toward Belfinger. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian also subconsciously gave the order, "Get out of the way." But soon, Luo Xinlian's face darkened. Because he forgot that the guy in front of him was Belfinger. Despite the attack from the fire horse, Belphegor remained steadfast in his sloth. They completely ignored Luo Xinlian's orders. I can't even be bothered to hide. Bang! When the flame touched Belfinger's body, it produced a sizable explosion. In an instant, the 3-meter-tall body was also enveloped in a thick smoke. A single strike is all it takes to hit the mark. A smug smile appeared on Su Yangwei's face. Ha! That's it! A mutated beast taming? If a wood-type character tries to withstand my fire attack head-on, they'll probably be instantly killed. But then a gentle breeze blew by. The smoke and dust then dissipated. Su Yangwei's eyes also suddenly widened. Holy crap! This can't be real! Belfinger's massive body was completely unharmed. This made Su Yangwei look at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Wang Defa, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, also showed a hint of surprise. It quickly turned into joy. Wow! This mutated tardigrade is truly amazing. It actually withstood an attack that was designed to counter it, and it's completely unharmed. It seems that the tardigrade's mutation is geared towards defense. It will definitely become an excellent defensive beast in the future. Luo Xinlian wasn't too surprised by the result. After all, there's a resistance bonus from the sloth space. And Belfinger's own excellent defensive capabilities. Withstanding this blow is nothing. After a brief moment of distraction, Su Yangwei suddenly unleashed a fierce determination. Fire horse, use flame continuously. I refuse to believe it can withstand it. Then, one small flame after another shot towards Belfinger. But Belfinger remained too lazy to even move. He just let Yuoma bombard him relentlessly. Luo Xinlian gradually got used to this fighting style. I initially thought this fighting style was too frustrating. Only now has Luo Xinlian come to understand the mystery behind it. Although it's far less satisfying than the thrill of wiping out all enemies with a single skill from the Starry Sky Dragon. But Belfinger is so energy efficient. Previously, the shattering star explosion at the top of Cloud Mist Mountain directly drained all of Luo Xinlian's spiritual power. Although it recovered quickly under the influence of the arrogant space. However, Luo Xinlian did not want to experience the pain of having all her spiritual energy drained at once a second time. In contrast, Belfinger's fighting style is much more comfortable. No need to use your brain. No need to think about tactics. No need to use skills. You don't even need to give any instructions. Just let the other party attack. But the other party just can't do anything about you. Luo Xinlian even casually sat down on the ground. He closed his eyes and started humming a song. For the first time, Luo Xinlian realized that being lazy is a wonderful experience. On the other hand, there's Su Yangwei on the other side. His entire face was now covered in a fine layer of sweat. My chest was also rising and falling constantly. These symptoms are clearly caused by excessive consumption of spiritual energy. The people around were also filled with disbelief upon seeing this. Unexpectedly, the owl didn't even flinch, yet it forced Su Yangwei into this state. Is this terrifying defensive capability really something a young beast should possess? Even if it were a mature wood-attribute beast, standing still and letting the flames bombard it continuously, it would probably be seriously injured. Seeing that his attacks were fruitless, Su Yangwei gradually went berserk. He pointed at the leisurely night owl across the street and roared hysterically. You forced me to do this! You forced me to do this! Su Yangwei reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a fiery red crystal. At that moment, Luo Xinlian also suddenly sensed the energy fluctuations of the crystal and instantly opened her eyes. Name: Fire Crystal. Note: this is a crystal left behind by a mature fire attribute beast after its death, containing a portion of fire attribute energy. Function: helps beasts below maturity complete their evolution. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian couldn't help but sigh. Kids from rich families have it so easy. It allows you to easily accomplish things that ordinary families would otherwise have to pay a high price for. Su Yangwei, whose eyes were already red with anger, completely ignored Luo Xinlian's complaints. I originally planned to wait until the fire horse entered its growth stage before giving it the fire crystal. Now you've forced it to use this on its juvenile stage, Night Owl. You must die! You must die! As Su Yangwei roared repeatedly. The fire horse also swallowed the fire crystal stone completely. Immediately afterwards, the fire horse was enveloped in a ball of flame. And the fire horse's size began to grow gradually. Slowly. As the flames disappeared. Fire horse successfully completed its evolution. 69. Advanced Growth Stage. Name: Flaming Horse. Growth Stage: Growth Period. Racial Bloodline: Fire Horse Bloodline. Quality: Epic. Attribute: Fire. Talent: Flame Mane. Skills: Fire Breath, Flame Impact. Evolution Route: Fire Horse, Blazing Horse, Crimson Horse, Skyfire Horse, Blazing Swift. Description: Extremely fast running speed. The instant Rapidash completes its evolution. Luo Xinlian had already discerned all its information. The surrounding crowd, upon seeing this, couldn't help but utter gasps of panic. Hiss, is this the Su family's foundation? They actually evolved the Fire Horse into the Blazing Horse on the spot. Did you know? That crystal alone was worth 1 or 2 million. That Night Owl is doomed this time. After all, no commoner genius has the right to contend with the Su family's vast resources. Regarding the last person's statement. Although many ordinary freshmen felt uncomfortable hearing this. But we must admit that this person is right. Even if you are highly talented, can you surpass the foundation and strength accumulated by the other family over generations? Luo Xinlian, standing to the side, watched the situation unfold with a hint of amusement. He had an expression that said, "I knew this would be the result." His mockery of Luo Xinlian was completely undisguised. Wang Defa, however, was quite anxious. He had initially thought that Night Owl had the victory in the bag. But who would have thought that Su Yongwei would actually disregard martial ethics and pull out a fire crystal? Although it was somewhat shameless, strictly speaking, Su Yongwei did not violate any rules. Although he was prepared to break the rules to save Night Owl in a crisis. But that could only save the Night Owl's life. But from then on, Night Owl was no longer a part of the Beast Taming Academy. He couldn't bear to see the academy miss out on such a promising talent. But there was nothing he could do. Right now, I saw a Rapidash that had completed its evolution and entered its growth stage. The ferocity on Su Yangwei's face intensified. Night Owl! You're dead! You're dead! My fiery horse has entered its growth stage, while your fat worm is only in its infancy. What do you think you have to fight me with? Fire Horse! Breath of fire! Burn this fat worm to death! The next moment, a pillar of fire, much thicker than the previous flames, spewed directly from the mouth of the fiery horse. It was fired directly at Belfinger. He watched as the pillar of fire shot towards him. Luo Xinlian's heart was pounding. This attack was clearly much stronger than the previous flames. And it seems that Belfinger, this lazybones, is not going to dodge. I don't know if it can withstand it. The existence of a slot space offsets some of the damage bonus from attribute advantage. But now the other side has evolved and advanced. Is the damage bonus from the eliminated portion still effective? Luo Xinlian had no idea. After all, he hadn't expected that the other party would have an item that could directly evolve a fire-type beast. Now we can only hope that the forbidden bloodline of the Sloth Demon King won't backfire. But fate is often so mysterious. The more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. As the pillar of fire struck Belfinger, his skin began to burn rapidly. Upon seeing this, Su Yangwei was overjoyed, his excitement and exhilaration overflowing. Ha ha! Carry it! Carry it! Why can't you carry it anymore? Today I will burn this fat worm to ashes! The onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads. Now that the tardigrade's defenses have been breached, the outcome is essentially a foregone conclusion. It's a bit of a pity that Luo Xinlian, such a talented classmate, is like this. But that's just how the world is, the strong prey on the weak. Talent that cannot be converted into strength is no different from that of an ant. However, Luo Xinlian did not take this seriously. A barely perceptible smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. Originally, Luo Xinlian had planned to release the Starry Sky Demon Dragon directly if Belfinger lost. Let these guys see what terror really is. But soon, he noticed some clues. Although Belfinger had been burned beyond recognition by the pillar of fire, the surface of its body even made a sizzling sound as oil oozed out. Through the forbidden eye, Luo Xinlian discovered that Belfinger's physical condition was still healthy. This is rather intriguing. Luo Xinlian, who was prepared to give up and do whatever she wanted, also put away that idea. He decided to see what Belfinger was really thinking. Su Yangwei, who was directing the flame horse to continuously use its fire-breathing ability, also sensed something strange. No matter how much he burned it, even though the big fat worm opposite him was oozing oil from being roasted, it still didn't fall down. This made Su Yangwei's unease even stronger. He doesn't have much spiritual energy left. He can't keep wasting it like this. It must be a fatal blow. He immediately ordered the flame horse to stop breathing fire. Fire Horse, unleash your full power! Fiery charge, finish it off in one hit! At the moment Su Yangwei issued the order, the fiery mane around the fiery horse began to grow wildly. Meanwhile, the flaming horse began to gather its strength in place. Flaming mane swayed in the wind. These seemingly soft mane actually conceal a deadly threat. Any piece of rock that comes into contact with the fiery mane will instantly explode. This sight sent chills down the spines of everyone around. Everyone understands this. This means Su Yangwei is about to go all out. The next moment, accompanied by a whoosh, the fiery horse transformed into a streak of light and headed straight for Belphegor. A fiery impact slammed solidly into Belfinger's body. Thump! Belfinger has fallen. Seeing this, Su Yangwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then came a burst of ecstasy. Ha ha ha, dead! That annoying bug is finally dead! Night Owl, you're finished! Luo Xinlian showed no sign of panic in the face of this. Instead, he raised his index finger to his lips and whispered. Shh, don't rush, this is just the beginning. You're dreaming. All your beasts are dead, and this one, it's still alive! Su Yangwei was just about to make a sarcastic remark about Luo Xinlian. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. The tardigrades that had already fallen over were now visible. The inside of my body was slowly wriggling. Then suddenly a crack appeared on the surface of the skin. Slowly, another tardigrade, exactly the same as the original, crawled out of it. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! How could such a thing happen? It was clearly dead. The people around were also stunned by this incredible scene. This mutated tardigrade has such terrifying vitality. Is everything alright? Wang Defa was also extremely surprised when he saw this. In all his years at the Beast Taming Academy, this was the first time he had ever seen a beast with such abnormal vitality. Could this be the true power of this mutated beast? At this moment, Luo Xinlian suddenly realized. He finally understood Belfinger's intention. Absorb. After enduring a massive and intense attack, Belfinger stored a large amount of energy through absorption. This energy enabled Belfinger to successfully enter the growth period. 70 instant kill. Belfinger's true strength. Name Belfinger, illusion. Growth stage, growth period. Racial bloodline, bloodline of the Sloth Demon King. Quality, taboo unique. Attribute, wood/life. Talent, shedding skin. Skills, absorb, store energy, release. Evolutionary path, none. Description, Belphegor's avatar, taking over Belphegor's daily activities, while the real Belphegor lies dormant within him. Logically speaking, after a beast enters its adult stage from its infancy, it will undergo its first evolution. But Belphegor is the reincarnation of the original body. Its physical form has reached the end of its evolutionary stage. So the appearance has not changed. However, Belfinger's size grew to a whopping 5 meters. Luo Xinlian was speechless at this. He could have advanced using the spiritual power within his body. But Belfinger was too lazy to actively learn. They would rather be beaten up and draw enough energy from the opponent's attack to complete their advancement. They really are determined to carry on with their laziness to the very end. Looking at the tardigrade that had grown even larger in front of me, Su Yangwei was also extremely frustrated. Only he himself could truly understand that profound sense of powerlessness. No matter how he attacked, the opponent remained completely unharmed. On the contrary, I was exhausted. Just as he was considering whether or not to admit defeat, the guy who pulled out the magnifying glass on the mountain earlier gave a direct warning. Young Master Su, this tardigrade does not appear to be capable of attacking. Keep burning it with your flamethrower until you get the burning effect. Its death is imminent. Su Yangwei, who had just been having second thoughts, suddenly brightened up upon hearing this. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? This tardigrade didn't attack me at all, so it obviously doesn't have any offensive capabilities. It seems that all of these beneficial mutations have been applied to its defensive capabilities. Then what do I have to be afraid of? Clearly, some people involved are blinded by their own perspective. He was lucky before and didn't get burned. As long as I can inflict the burn effect on it, I can win even if I just sit on the ground and wait. That will be the Night Owl's death day. He immediately took out 5 capsule-shaped items with a pained expression. Wang Defa immediately recognized the origin of the capsule. Spiritual Energy Recovery Capsule. It can quickly restore a portion of your spiritual energy in a short period of time. Su Yangwei did not want to use the Spiritual Energy Recovery Capsule. After all, these capsules aren't cheap. The price of 5 of them is a whopping 3 million. He saved this for when he was in a critical situation and his spiritual power was exhausted. But in order to kill this guy in front of him, he didn't care about anything else. Su, isn't what you're doing really unfair? The earlier off-field reminders were one thing. You're using props one after another. That's clearly inappropriate. Before Su Yangwei could even refute, Then Luo Xinlian's voice came from the side. Teacher Wang, that's not quite right. I think interpersonal relationships and personal financial resources should also be considered a form of strength. And it wasn't mentioned beforehand that we couldn't give reminders or use props. Whether in the process of growing up or in a competition, shouldn't we make the most of our own strengths? After speaking, Wang Defa was rendered speechless by Luo Xinlian's words. Although I always felt that the other party was making unfounded arguments. But for a moment, he couldn't refute it. He could only sigh and say no more. This made Su Yangwei extremely happy. Immediately afterwards, he swallowed the 5 capsules in one gulp. He quickly felt his spiritual power being restored, although the 5 capsules only helped him recover 1/10 of his spiritual power. But that should be enough. Because of what happened before. Su Yangwei knew that it was impossible to kill the opponent by relying on the burst power of skills. The water bear's defense and vitality are truly abnormal. So he commanded the flame horse to attack slowly with minimal output. Because fire attribute skills have a chance to inflict a burning status on the attacked enemy. Therefore, the power of the skill is no longer important. The key to this victory lies in whether the blazing horse can inflict the burning blaze on Belfinger. Individuals caught in the burning will have their physical strength continuously weakened. If not treated in time, it can even be life-threatening. This is also why fire-type beast tamers are so powerful. Luo Xinlian simply smiled and remained silent in the face of everything happening around her. For a moment, the scene became extremely bizarre. A colossal creature, 5 meters tall, stood motionless in place. The flaming horse, on the other hand, is slowly simmered over a low flame. Finally, a burst of fire suddenly began to spread throughout Belfinger's body. Su Yangwei almost burst into tears. Finally they've applied the burning plating to me. You're still not dead this time? Seeing this, everyone thought that the battle had finally come to a conclusion. But just then, a green light flashed across Belfinger's body. Then a skin as thin as a cicada's wing was peeled off. Along with it, the burning state that should have been constantly draining its energy also disappeared. Watching the layer of skin on the ground gradually burn to ashes, Su Yangwei let out a hysterical scream. No! Because he knew that the burning effect was removed because the peeled skin was gone. His plan was thus thwarted. What caused all of this was Belfagor's, the impostor's, talent, molting. Listening to the hysterical shouts from the other side, Luo Xinlian also didn't want to waste any more time with him. He immediately gave the order to Belfinger. Use release! Belfinger still ignored Luo Xinlian's instructions and remained lying in place without moving. This annoyed Luo Xinlian. He immediately moved closer to Belfinger and said cautiously, If you keep dragging this out, I guarantee I'll have the starry sky dragon strike you with lightning every day. I'll make sure you can never sleep properly again. Belfinger was initially somewhat dismissive of the situation. But then I suddenly realized what was happening. Isn't the starry sky dragon the same guy Mephisto? Immediately, Belfinger's body trembled. The previous laziness vanished instantly. Although Belfagor had previously used energy storage to store energy, some of it was consumed due to the advancement. But most of it was still preserved. Now, in order to be able to lie down comfortably in the future, it is not holding back. It channeled all the remaining energy in its body into its mouthparts. Then, a burst of intensely hot rays, compressed to the extreme, shot towards the flame horse on the opposite side. Before anyone could react to what had happened, suddenly, the fiery horse collapsed to the ground. A round hole appeared on his forehead. The entire room fell silent for a moment. The flaming horse was instantly killed in one hit. Doesn't it have no means of attack? At that moment, everyone in the audience simultaneously thought of the same sentence. Wang Defa was the first to react. Fire! The ray it just used was a fire-type skill. How is that possible? It's clearly a wood-type and life-type. Upon hearing this, the jaws of all the teachers and students nearly dropped. It's unbelievable that a beast with the wood and life attributes can use fire-type skills. Is this the terrifying aspect of mutated beast tamers? This is something beyond the realm of reason. At this moment, Luo Xinlian was too lazy to pay attention to the fuss of this group of people. Belfagor has just absorbed all the fire attribute skills. What comes out is naturally of the fire attribute. What's so strange about that? However, compared to the gasps of the crowd, he had something even more important to do. Luo Xinlian then spoke to Belfinger. Kill this guy. Belfinger was too lazy to obey Luo Xinlian's orders. But it also understands now that if it doesn't obey, it may never have comfortable days again. So he immediately began to store energy in his mouth, preparing to kill Su Yangwei. It happened in the blink of an eye. Su Yangwei is a man who knows how to adapt to the times. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, He immediately bent his knees and knelt on the ground. Night Owl, please forgive my rudeness. Spare my life. I'd pay any price to save my life. 71, not enough. I'll take on all of you by myself. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian jumped. Speaking of compensation. Now I'm not sleepy anymore. Despite this, Luo Xinlian still spoke expressionlessly. Cost? Do you want me to break one of your legs, or one of your arms? Or should I just turn you into a human pig? Looking at the smiling boy in front of me. Su Yongwei, however, felt a deep sense of fear. He immediately added. No. That's not it. I mean, I can compensate you. Just give me my life in return. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian finally showed a satisfied expression. But he still said it out loud. I'm not interested in money, that's just an external thing. Su Yongwei was just about to say something. Suddenly, Luo Xinlian changed the subject. However, seeing how sincere you are, I'll still give you a chance. Tell me, how do you want to compensate me? After thinking for a moment, Su Yongwei slowly extended 5 fingers. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian's smile widened even more. They immediately prepared to support Fusu and make him a force to be reckoned with. He said this while reaching out his hand. 50 million? Young Master Su is really generous. He realized that Night Owl had misunderstood his meaning. Su Yongwei quickly explained. No. I meant 500,000. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's face fell. The hand that was halfway out was pulled back. He immediately kicked Bellfinger, who was almost asleep next to him, awake. Get rid of him. Bellfinger was also somewhat impatient, but he had no choice but to obey Luo Xinlian's orders. The energy in his mouth began to gather again. Upon seeing this, Su Yongwei was once again terrified. They quickly changed their tune. Brother Xiao, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, 50 million isn't enough, and 500,000 isn't enough either. How about 10 million? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's smile, which had just disappeared, returned to his face. If you had said so earlier, none of this would have happened. Credit card or mobile payment? Because he was so scared, Su Yongwei blurted out all his secrets. Now that I've come to my senses, I still feel incredibly guilty. Seeing that Su Yongwei remained motionless for a long time, Luo Xinlian narrowed her eyes slightly again. What? You're unwilling to give it? Seemingly sensing danger, Su Yongwei quickly shouted. No. I'll transfer it to you right away via your phone. After a simple operation, Luo Xinlian also received a message on her phone that 10 million yuan had been deposited into her account. Only then did he say with satisfaction. All right. Since you sincerely apologized, I won't hold it against you for targeting me and stealing my beast. But, if there's a next time, it won't be this price. After speaking, Luo Xinlian grabbed the life or death agreement signed by the two of them. It was torn to shreds. Su Yongwei also breathed a sigh of relief. But then a strong sense of resentment rose in Su Yongwei's heart. Night Owl, not killing me is your biggest mistake. Just you wait. Soon, Su Yongwei's underlings helped him to the side. Luo Xinlian turned to look at Luo Xinlian, who was acting as the referee, with a half-smile. Teacher Luo, what do you mean? At this moment, Luo Xinlian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. But due to school rules, he reluctantly agreed. Night Owl completes the challenge. Officially become a student of Beast Taming Academy in City A. The entire audience erupted in uproar. I thought that Night Owl's mutated beast was just a bit tougher. I never imagined their attack methods could be so terrifying. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, the mutated Beast Tamer is simply terrifying. All the new students of this year's Beast Taming Academy remembered the name, Night Owl. After the results were announced, Luo Xinlian was also preparing to leave in anger. He felt extremely annoyed whenever he saw Luo Xinlian's mocking and sarcastic gaze. Just then, Luo Xinlian, who was about to leave, was stopped by Luo Xinlian. Teacher Luo, don't rush off. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian also stopped in her tracks. He looked at Luo Xinlian with an unfriendly expression. What else do you want? Luo Xinlian did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked around at the new students. His gaze lingered for a moment on the few who had been the most vocal critics earlier. Weren't you all just hurling insults at me? And even demanding that I kneel down and apologize? Now I'm giving you a chance to come up on stage and challenge me. Whoever can beat me, I will not only hand over this 10 million. And I'm giving him my life too. These words shocked the entire audience. If you beat him, you get 10 million right away? But soon, Luo Xinlian's next words made those who had been harboring thoughts about her stop. I gave up on that idea. On the contrary, if you lose to me, unless you have the wealth of young Master Su to buy your own lives. Otherwise, I will kill him. Everyone fell silent. They had absolutely no confidence that they could break through Belfinger's defenses. They also lacked the confidence to withstand that extremely terrifying attack. Those who had been shouting the loudest earlier were now silent. The mockery on Luo Xinlian's face became increasingly obvious. Are all you guys good for his talking? You were shouting so fiercely just now, but now that I've given you a chance to kill me, you're still useless? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian could no longer bear to listen. He really couldn't stand Luo Xinlian's smug and overconfident attitude. So he spoke. Night Owl, since no one is willing to challenge you, then I, as the referee, will be leaving now. However, Luo Xinlian was not willing to give up. Instead, he said something that no one could believe. Since you don't dare to fight one-on-one, then let's all attack together. I can take on all of you by myself. These words shocked the entire audience. Did I hear that right? He's going to beat us all up. Damn it. He's too arrogant. Does he really think he's invincible? That's right. Let's get him. Let's all go together. We'll split that 10 million. Upon hearing that they could all join in, many people's hearts, which had been gradually settling down, began to stir again. However, some people remained rational. They were not blinded by the prospect of 10 million. After all, Night Owl isn't stupid. He must have something to rely on to say that. In the end, a dozen or so people couldn't resist the temptation of getting rich quick. He signed a life-and-death contract with Luo Xinlian. Seeing this, Wang Defa wanted to stop it, but unfortunately it was something both parties had agreed to. He naturally didn't say much. All I could do was sigh inwardly. He's still just a kid at heart. Luo Xinlian was shocked to see Luo Xinlian being so arrogant. He couldn't help but scoff at it in his heart. How dare you say such a thing? I'll see how you die later. Soon both sides were in their positions. But just as Luo Xinlian was about to announce the start of the duel, Luo Xinlian suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment! Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian's lips curled into a mocking smile. What? Scared? Luo Xinlian casually shrugged. No, it's just that I feel it's not very interesting to only have the tame beasts from the back mountain duel. Luo Xinlian's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Luo Xinlian smiled slightly. There are no restrictions on the type of beast you can tame. You can use whatever you want. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so people on the other side went absolutely wild with joy. They dared to challenge Luo Xinlian because they had a numerical advantage. Now this guy is actually offering to not restrict beast taming. They already had some family wealth, and before enrolling in the academy, they had already formed contracts with their respective families to tame beasts. Among them are even some who possess mature beasts. In their view, wasn't Night Owl courting death? Luo Xinlian naturally wouldn't refuse Luo Xinlian's self-destruction. Then let the duel begin. Neither side restricts the use of beast taming. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so people opposite them released their beasts of all sizes, from growth stage to maturity. Among them, there are even several different types of beast tamers, including support type, tank type, ranged attack type, and melee attack type. It was obviously planned beforehand. Luo Xinlian showed no sign of nervousness, instead responding with a playful expression. Oh, you think so highly of me? The dozen or so people opposite her did not feel ashamed because of Luo Xinlian's sarcasm. Instead, he said it with great pride. What can we do? After all, it was your own request. Luo Xinlian did not refute, but simply clapped her hands lightly. All right. Since you're going to do it this way, I don't feel guilty anymore. The next moment, a dazzling burst of light lit up the scene. A loud eagle cry rang out. A giant eagle, its entire body ablaze with fire, appeared at the center of the duel. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Even Luo Xinlian, who had been somewhat amused earlier, was stunned at this moment. How is this possible? It's actually the transformation stage. Flame Feather Falcon. 72. Cult. The Mysterious Black Mask Society. The moment I saw the Flame Feather Falcon, the dozen or so people on the other side had already lost their will to fight. After all, the maturity stage and the transformation stage seem to be only one major level apart. But the gap between them is like a chasm. It's simply impossible to overcome. For mature beast tamers like them, a single Flame Feather Falcon could easily take on 100. Luo Xinlian didn't care about all that. Now that the duel had begun, she had no intention of holding back. To Luo Xinlian's surprise, Before he could even command the flame feather falcon to attack, the dozen or so guys on the other side suddenly knelt down on the ground. "Boss! We surrender! We're willing to pay to have our lives back!" Luo Xinlian hadn't expected that the other party would kneel down so quickly. I was originally planning to beat him up first. But the other party's direct approach caught him off guard. "You guys are smart!" Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinlian's phone started receiving payment notifications one after another. I watched as the 18 million on my phone turned into 22 million. Luo Xinlian nodded in satisfaction. "Awesome! I made another 4 million! Luo Xinlian kept her word and tore up the life and death contracts she had signed with these dozen or so people. Seeing this, the dozen or so people felt as if they had been granted a pardon and breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Xinlian then turned her gaze to Luo Xinlian, who was completely dumbfounded. "Teacher Luo! Announce the results!" Luo Xinlian only came to her senses after hearing Luo Xinlian's voice. He said, somewhat absent-mindedly, "The victor! Night Owl!" At this moment, Luo Xinlian seemed to still be in shock. He simply couldn't believe that Luo Xinlian actually had a beast in the transformation stage. How is that possible? Could it be that the previous rumors were all true? Just then, Luo Xinlian suddenly felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Because Jiang Yingxue had already made an appointment with him. "We'll throw a welcome back party for Luo Xinlian after his exams are over." Shuer must be getting impatient, that's why she sent me a message to urge me. After all, so much time has already been wasted. But just as Luo Xinlian took out her phone, a sudden location message and an unusually eye-catching text message appeared before his eyes. "Shuer, Xinlian! Save me!" The instant I saw this message, the flame feather falcon soared into the sky. They took Luo Xinlian and headed straight to the location sent by Jiang Yingxue. Although I don't know what's wrong with Night Owl. But no one dared to say another word about Night Owl's early departure. Watching the figure gradually fly away, Wang Defa couldn't help but sigh. This child is destined for greatness. At the same time, Jiang Yingxue was trapped in an abandoned warehouse outside City A by a group of people wearing masks and black cloaks with a goat image printed on the cloaks. All the windows and doors around were sealed off by the Ice Thunder Sparrow's Ice Thunder Breath. At that moment, Jiang Yingxue was holding another girl with a baby face in her arms. Jiang Yingxue nervously looked around. He comforted the girl in his arms. The girl was dressed in tattered linen clothes. He was covered in dirt. Her trembling body revealed the fear she was feeling at that moment. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Someone will come to rescue us soon." Even so, the girl's body continued to tremble. Clang! The doors and windows, which had been frozen solid, shattered instantly. More than a dozen figures rushed in directly. There were more than a dozen different tame beasts surrounding these dozen or so people. But without exception, they were all beings at the second or third stage of the transformation period. Jiang Yingxue quickly shielded the girl behind her. He originally intended to call the police station directly. But when he thought about the other party's terrifying configuration, he gave up the idea. The city's police station is no match for these people. They'd only be free kills if they came. It was only when the police station's best officers were transferred from other districts that the situation improved. The Daylily Buds are all cold. The only one who can save them now might be the monster Luo Xinlian. A masked man in black slowly walked out. He spoke to Jiang Yingxue in a calm tone. "I'll let you go immediately if you hand over this girl." After hearing the man in black say those words, Jiang Yingxue could clearly feel the girl gripping her clothes even tighter. "Impossible!" Jiang Yingxue rejected the suggestion from the leader of the men in black without saying a word. "But I do have a piece of advice for you. Get out of here quickly. Someone will come to my rescue soon. Then none of you will escape." Regarding Jiang Yingxue's threat, the group of men in black didn't take it seriously at all. "Since you won't listen to advice, don't blame me for being ruthless." Just then, the appearance of a voice caused Jiang Yingxue's tightly furrowed brows to gradually relax. Immediately, a bright smile appeared on his face. "Xinlian, you've finally arrived!" A handsome young man, riding a flame feather falcon, flew in through the hole that had just been pierced by the man in black. He looked down at the group of men in black below from his high vantage point. Who else could it be but Luo Xinlian? Seeing that Jiang Yingxue was safe and sound, Luo Xinlian finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when she saw the girl behind Jiang Yingxue, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. However, Luo Xinlian quickly forgot about it. After all, the most urgent task right now is to resolve the immediate problem. The leader of the men in black seemed to be taken aback when he saw Luo Xinlian. But things quickly returned to normal. he said this to Luo Xinlian. I don't want to be your enemy. And please don't interfere in the affairs of our Black Mask Society. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian frowned. He had heard of the Black Mask Society before. It appears to be some kind of cult. Previously, when Brother Hu was handling a case across city limits, he was investigating this Black Society. Unexpectedly, the Black Mask Society's influence has already infiltrated City A. But Luo Xinlian was not prepared to accept it. I don't care what your society is. Since you want to hurt her, I'll fight you to the death. The next moment, a pitch-black spatial rift was suddenly torn open. Immediately, a dragon man, wrapped in lightning and with wings on its back, appeared beside Luo Xinlian. The leader of the men in black also narrowed his eyes. She murmured softly, It's evolved. How long has it been? But Luo Xinlian did not hear these words. Seeing this, the other men in black also prepared to attack and kill the young man in front of them. But they were stopped by the leader of the men in black. You are no match for him. I'll stop him. You guys find a chance to snatch that girl away. Upon hearing this, the other men in black were puzzled, even though he was just a callow youth. Is it really necessary to be so wary of him? However, due to orders, he had no choice but to obey the leader in black. They charged towards Jiang Yingshue's direction. Luo Xinlian originally wanted to send the Starry Sky Demon Dragon to stop them. But they were stopped by a dark figure. This surprised Luo Xinlian quite a bit. It should be noted that the Starry Sky Demon Dragon at this moment is a 3-attribute beast tamer. Its physical strength alone is enough to crush 99% of beasts of the same level. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the dark figure in front of him. Luo Xinlian immediately activated the Forbidden Eye. Name: Chaotic Shadow. Growth Stage: Awakening Phase 3. Racial Bloodline: Chaotic Bloodline. Quality: Myth. Attribute: Light/Dark. Talent: Chaotic Chi. All attacks are imbued with chaotic energy, easily breaking through 30% of the enemy's defense. Skills: Chaos Wave, Chaos Turbulence, Shadow Orb, Blade of Light. Evolution Path: Seed of Chaos, Shadow of Chaos, Shadow Demon of Chaos, Celestial Demon of Chaos, Emperor of Chaos. Description: a mysterious beast embodying both light and darkness. After reading the information about the Chaos Demon Shadow, Luo Xinlian was quite alarmed. This is actually a mythical quality, awakened at the 3rd tier. Just from its aura, you can tell that it's even stronger than the Thunder Tribulation beast from back then. However, Luo Xinlian quickly calmed down. The current Starry Sky Dragon is no longer the Shadow Dragon that only existed in its mature stage. Starry Sky Dragon! Slay it! Show it your power! It seemed to have sensed the power of the Chaos Demon Shadow. The Starry Sky Dragon also roared to the sky, letting out an excited dragon's cry. Mephistopheles' arrogance is activated. All attributes have been doubled. 73. Total Wipeout. Dragon's Breath Black Hole. The next moment, the two beasts were locked in battle. The leader of the men in black, seeing the scene before him, also felt a strong fighting spirit rise within him. Let me see how much you've grown during this time. Luo Xinlian saw the other shadowy figures rushing towards Jiang Yingxue and the girl's location. They were also planning to send Flame Feather Falcon over to help as soon as possible. But when Luo Xinlian turned her head to look, when Flame Feather Falcon saw that Xiongding Thunder Sparrow was being attacked, he actually ran over there long ago. He immediately cursed inwardly. Forget your master for the sake of a pretty face. With the addition of the Flame Feather Falcon, the pressure on the Xiongding Thunder Sparrow has been significantly reduced. The wind fanned the flames, and the ice amplified the thunder's power. The attributes of these two beasts complement each other. With tacit cooperation, they actually blocked the attack from the man in black head-on. Meanwhile, the Starry Sky Dragon and the Chaos Shadow were locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Although Luo Xinlian appeared calm on the surface, she was actually filled with surprise inside. What exactly is the origin of this Black Bean Society? There are such experts in just one small team. The underlying reasons behind it are truly chilling to contemplate. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, a man in black suddenly turned cold. You bitch! How dare you ruin our plans? Go to hell! He actually sneaked around the defenses of Flame Feather Falcon and Xiongding Thunder Sparrow and launched a sneak attack from Jiang Yingshue's side. Suddenly, a ball of venom shot out from the mouth of a bat-like beast, heading straight for Jiang Yingshue's face. Just when he thought he was about to hit the target, a 5-meter-tall behemoth suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Yingxue, blocking the attack for her. It was Belfinger. Jiang Yingxue was almost hurt. Luo Xinlian's last shred of rationality was gradually disappearing. If it weren't for him, there would still be a surprise weapon like Belfinger. I'm afraid Jiang Yingxue has already passed away. Starry Sky Demon Dragon and Luo Xinlian were already in perfect harmony. Naturally, he knew what Luo Xinlian was thinking at that moment. He used a Thunder Dragon Shakes the Sky kick to kick the Chaos Demon shadow away, and then quickly created distance between them. He led Luo Xinlian towards Jiang Yingshue's direction. Seeing this, the leader of the men in black assumed that Luo Xinlian's spiritual energy was insufficient. They wanted to escape the battle. So he followed closely behind with the Chaos Demon shadow. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue was still somewhat shaken. After all, if it weren't for this big guy in front of him blocking the bad beast's attack for him just now, I'm afraid he's already dead. Just as Jiang Yingxue was about to express her gratitude, Bellfinger suddenly opened its mouthparts wide. In one gulp, he swallowed Jiang Yingxue and the girl whole. Seeing this, Zhongbing Tianlik thought its master had been attacked and immediately prepared to attack Bellfinger. But Jiang Yingxue was swallowed. The flow of spiritual energy was blocked. Zhongbing Tianlei Sparrow was also forcibly pulled back into the beast taming space before it even had a chance to gather its strength. The goal has been achieved. Luo Xinlian also stopped in her tracks. With a wave of his hand, he returned the flame feather falcon to his beast taming space. Seeing this, the leader of the men in black looked somewhat puzzled. What is Luo Xinlian planning to do? Nevertheless, he spoke in a tone that commanded the entire room. Although I don't know what you're trying to do, but whatever you try to do, it's all in vain. You're already surrounded. However, I have always valued talent. It would be such a waste to keep a genius like you in a poor, remote place like City. As long as you hand over that girl and join my black society, I guarantee you'll get the best resources. At that time, you will definitely be able to quickly become a powerful beast tamer capable of controlling the life and death of all living beings. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian's lips curled into a smile. These are really tempting conditions. If you had said that from the beginning, perhaps I might have considered it. But you shouldn't hurt her. Immediately, an aura of fear began to emanate from the Starry Sky Dragon. Primitive liberation. Dragon's breath black hole. The next moment, the Starry Sky Demon Dragon's body began to transform from a dragon-human form into a giant dragon form. The leader of the men in black seemed to have sensed the danger. He immediately shouted to the people around him. Danger! Get away from here! But it was already too late. The Starry Sky Dragon quickly reverted to its primordial state. A black sphere crackling with lightning shot out from the Starry Sky Dragon. Then it began to expand rapidly. A powerful suction force emanated from the black sphere. As the black sphere increases in size, the suction force emanating from it also increases. Those men in black and their beasts who were originally preparing to escape suddenly started running in place halfway through their escape. As the suction force grew stronger, they gradually began to move backward. Some of the smarter men in black quickly grabbed onto anything nearby that could help them steady themselves. But despite this, their bodies were also in a semi-floating state. Others in black were not so lucky. They were sucked directly into the dragon's breathed black hole, and not even a scream could be heard. Upon seeing this, the leader of the men in black was also shocked by what he saw. How could someone possess such a powerful skill? Just how much spiritual power does he possess to be able to sustain such an attack? Although a storm was already raging in my heart. But the leader of the men in black was still smarter than the others. He knew that if things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before he was sucked into that black hole. Then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He spoke to the man in black beside him. Brother, I'm sorry! Before the man in black could react, he was pushed into the dragon's breathed black hole. Then the Chaos Demon Shadow seized the opportunity to unleash a chaos turbulence. A small portion of gravity was temporarily eliminated. This finally freed its previously floating body. It landed steadily on the ground. But the gravity was only eliminated for a moment. Soon, the leader of the men in black felt the gravity increase again. They dared not delay in the slightest. Quickly let the Chaos Shadow take me away from the warehouse. The other men in black were sucked into the dragon's breathed black hole one by one, and were torn to pieces by the dark power within. Luo Xinlian also witnessed the leader's escape. He never expected that this guy would so decisively use his teammates as a shield. Although he really wanted to catch up with that person and kill him. But that dragon-breathed black hole attack just now drained his spiritual power once again. He's just barely holding on right now. After confirming that she was safe, Luo Xinlian could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground. Jiang Yingxue and that girl were also vomited out of Bellfinger's stomach. Because Belphegor's, the imposter's, body is transparent. The two women witnessed everything that had just happened. Only now do they realize that the giant fat worm swallowed them both to protect them from being harmed. The next moment, because Luo Xinlian's spiritual energy was exhausted, Belfinger was also forcibly pulled back into the beast-taming space, just like the starry sky demon dragon. Upon seeing Luo Xinlian, he collapsed to the ground, just as he had done on Cloud Mist Mountain. Jiang Yingxue also rushed over to check on Luo Xinlian's situation. When it was confirmed that Luo Xinlian had only fainted due to exhaustion of spiritual energy, he felt much relieved. Having one's spiritual energy drained could be a big problem for others. But Jiang Yingxue knew that for Luo Xinlian, recovery was only a matter of time. After all, there have been precedents to learn from. The unknown girl saw that all the men in black had been wiped out, except for the leader who had escaped. He also breathed a sigh of relief. But he knew that as long as that man was alive, he risked being found and taken back again. Now, the only person who can help him is the unconscious man in front of him. I must stay by his side. Only then can my safety be guaranteed. Thinking of this, the girl tentatively asked, "Is he all right? Should we take him to the hospital?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue didn't think too much about it. Instead, he said it directly. "There's no need for that. The commotion here is too great. If we go to the hospital, we'll definitely get into some trouble." Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yingxue looked at the sticky residue left on her body with some disgust. A hint of disgust appeared on his face. Although that big bug had protected them. But the mucus inside its belly was still too disgusting for a girl. With this in mind, Jiang Yingxue had an idea. "Given the current situation, going back to my home isn't really feasible. Why don't we find a hotel to stay in for the night?" 74. How frustrating. I've fainted again. The unknown girl agreed with this. After all, what girl can stand being all sticky? The next moment, Jiang Yingxue immediately summoned the Qiongbing Tianlei sparrow again. And so the two of them supported the unconscious Luo Xinlian. They boarded the Qiongbing Tianlei and flew towards the commercial street in the city center. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a hotel. At this moment, Luo Xinlian also vaguely regained some consciousness. Somewhat puzzled, he looked at the scene before him. I have no idea how I ended up at the hotel. But when he saw Jiang Yingxue beside him, he felt much more at ease. However, upon seeing the unknown girl on the other side, a sense of vigilance arose in his heart. He still doesn't know what the girl's relationship with Blackie is. How did Jiang Yingxue get involved in this? To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Jiang Yingxue, Luo Xinlian wouldn't have given this matter a second glance. He immediately tried to pull Jiang Yingxue aside. Ask for the details of what just happened. Unfortunately, although Luo Xinlian has regained some consciousness, she has no strength left in her body. So he could only let the two of them take him into the hotel. The receptionist found it quite novel to see the two women bringing a man to the hotel to check in. He secretly grumbled to himself. This guy knows how to have fun. These two girls have different vibes, but they're both absolutely stunning. And judging from how sticky they are, they must have just finished their first round outside and are now here for their second round. Then the receptionist turned his attention to Luo Xinlian, who was being supported by the two men. A sense of envy couldn't help but rise in my heart. Sigh. Being entangled with these two stunning beauties, it's understandable that I ended up like this. Although he had this thought in mind, the receptionist still asked the question as a matter of routine. How many rooms do you want? Before Jiang Yingxue could speak, Luo Xinlian used the last bit of strength she had just recovered to make a 3 gesture. His original intention was to book 3 rooms so that the unknown girl wouldn't become suspicious. Secondly, once I regain some strength, I can secretly go to Jiang Yingxue to find out the whole story. However, to the receptionist, Luo Xinlian's gesture was quite different. It's clearly an okay gesture. He naturally took it as a hint between men. He didn't expose it then. He also knew that girls are shy, and that it was best not to ask directly about things like this. They could only pretend not to understand. The receptionist immediately said something with an embarrassed look on his face. Oh dear! I'm so sorry, you three! We only have 1 room left. How about the 3 of you make do? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian immediately understood the meaningful look in the receptionist's eyes. It's as if it's saying, we're all men. I understand. This is all the help I can give you, brother. At this moment, Luo Xinlian felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through her mind. Can you please stop making things up? Seemingly angered, Luo Xinlian immediately fainted again. The two women did not notice anything amiss with Luo Xinlian's changes. Jiang Yingxue didn't seem to mind. After thinking for a moment, she asked the girl next to her. I'm fine, how about you? The unknown girl was also afraid that the black-faced man might turn his gun on her and catch her off guard. She desperately wants someone to protect her now, so why would she refuse? So he nodded. Seeing this, the receptionist also showed a I knew it expression. This woman is so pretentious. She has to put on such a show just to get a hotel room, all sticky, making it seem like no one can tell. The receptionist skillfully took out a room key and handed it to Jiang Yingxue. The two women, supporting Luo Xinlian, quickly arrived at the room door. But I just opened the door. What came into view was a huge round bed. And some strange little items. Clearly, the two inexperienced women had no idea what these things were for. I didn't think much of it. He was just looking around curiously. I don't understand why this hotel's decor is so strange. Jiang Yingxue used to travel and have fun frequently. They stayed in hotels quite a few times. This is the first time I've ever seen such a strange hotel. But since we're already here, we might as well make the best of it. After the two women placed Luo Xinlian on the bed, they all turned their gaze toward the bathroom. Clearly, both of them wanted to take a shower as soon as possible. It was Jiang Yingxue who spoke first. If you don't mind, how about we shower together? The girl nodded in agreement. The two then went into the bathroom together. What they didn't know was that the bathroom in this room had one-way glass. When the lights are off, you can't see anything. Once the lights are turned on, the entire view inside will be revealed. But those inside cannot see what's happening outside. I don't know how much time passed. A burst of laughter, and the sound of flowing water woke up the unconscious Luo Xinlian. Upon opening her eyes, Luo Xinlian felt a wave of helplessness. It's obvious that the receptionist misunderstood something and actually booked them a love room. Soon, Luo Xinlian was also attracted by the sound coming from the side. When he looked toward the source of the sound, he witnessed the most unforgettable moment of his life. Truly, her skin was as white as snow, her life was magnificent and full of ups and downs. The silvery laughter that rang out as the two girls played together. This caused Luo Xinlian, who had maintained her virginity for 2 lifetimes, to experience a surge of blood and qi. One couldn't resist. 2 streams of bright red blood gushed out of her nose, much to her dismay. It seems that the shock was too great because the person had not fully recovered. Luo Xinlian fainted again. But when he regained consciousness, then I heard the two of them talking. What do you think is wrong with him? Why is there so much blood coming from my nose? And why has the area below my lower abdomen become so strange? Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinlian could even feel someone poking her with their finger. It seemed as if a door to a new world had been opened for them. The person who just poked Luo Xinlian seems to be preparing to grab it and see what it is. Luo Xinlian suddenly felt that things were developing in a strange direction. He immediately forced himself to sit up. 2 girls wrapped in bath towels were kneeling on either side of Luo Xinlian. Every now and then, the two women's rather impressive cleavage would also come into Luo Xinlian's view. For a moment, Luo Xinlian blushed. But Luo Xinlian quickly noticed. The nameless girl was looking at this novel thing with a curious gaze. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingxue on the other side was reaching out, preparing to grab something. Seeing this, Luo Xinlian said somewhat embarrassedly, What are you doing? But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Yingxue did not show any unusual expression. Instead, she asked with an innocent and curious look in her eyes. Huh! What's this? You guys look so weird. The girl on the other side also showed a curious expression. Luo Xinlian felt awkward after being asked the question. To change the subject, he immediately stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. What exactly happened just now? 75. Experiment. The secret of the Black Society. He saw Luo Xinlian staring straight at him. The girl knew that if she didn't get an explanation, the boy in front of her would probably drive her away without hesitation. Seeing the girl hesitate, Jiang Yingxue also couldn't stand it anymore. If you won't tell me, I will. He immediately disregarded whether the girl was willing or not. Jiang Yingxue told Luo Xinlian everything she knew right away. The girl's name was Wei Xiaoxiao. She is Jiang Yingxue's classmate and best friend. For some reason, I took a long leave from the Beast Taming Academy some time ago. I haven't been back to class for a long time. However, Jiang Yingxue was also preparing to capture the Thunder Beast at that time. Naturally, they didn't pay much attention, assuming that Wei Xiaoxiao was delayed by something at home. Just a few hours earlier, Jiang Yingxue had been outside the city with the Qiongbing Sky Thunder Sparrow, hunting spirit beasts and practicing combat skills. To their surprise, they saw Wei Xiaoxiao, dressed in tattered linen clothes, being chased by a group of men in black. As her best friend, Jiang Yingxue naturally couldn't stand idly by. Because the other side has a large number of people and considerable strength, Jiang Yingxue and Wei Xiaoxiao could only fight and retreat. Finally, they were forced into that abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. Then the same thing happened. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian roughly understood what had happened. They also asked the crucial question directly. Why did they arrest you? The girl pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Because I was their experimental subject. Upon hearing this, both Luo Xinlian and Jiang Yingxue frowned. It seemed that he had noticed their confusion. Wei Xiaoxiao then added, I come from an ordinary family. Neither tuition nor the cost of training beasts is something my family can afford. So I had no choice but to look for jobs everywhere, working while studying. Until recently, I found a well-paying job. But when I got there, my freedom was restricted. Only then did I realize I'd been tricked. These people are nothing but a cult. When I tried to fight back, I found that I was no match for them at all, and even my tame beast was killed. And so, I and the other deceived people were taken to the deep mountains, where they seemed to be conducting some kind of experiment on people and beasts. Although I don't know exactly what they're doing, I'm certain that almost everyone they used as test subjects is dead. Just then, Luo Xinlian raised another question. Since the opponent was so powerful, how did you escape? Wei Xiaoxiao shook her head. I don't know either. I only remember losing consciousness after I was carried into the lab. When I came to my senses, I had already reached the foot of the mountain, so I ran as fast as I could towards City A. But I was still a little short. They caught up with me. If it weren't for Yingxue, I'm afraid I would have been doomed too. It was only then that Luo Xinlian realized that she seemed to have been caught up in a terrible incident. Moreover, there are several suspicious points in this matter. According to Wei Xiaoxiao's account, he must have also gone through that so-called experiment, but she didn't die. Another point is, what happened during the time she lost consciousness? How did she escape? After careful consideration, Luo Xinlian decided not to get involved in the matter any further. Although there were many suspicious points, he was not some kind of savior. This matter has nothing to do with him. However, it would be possible to help her talk to her master, Nan Yinshao. This matter is now completely beyond our control. We must report this to the Beast Taming Association. If we relied solely on our abilities, you would be caught and taken back sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoxiao did not show any disappointment, but nodded instead. She also knew that this was the best way to handle it. He immediately bowed deeply to Luo Xinlian. I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have lost my life. Wei Xiaoxiao was only wrapped in a bath towel. This bow to Luo Xinlian revealed the magnificent and turbulent scene in its entirety. Unexpectedly, Wei Xiaoxiao, despite having a baby face and a petite figure. But that protruding part is just as good as Schwer's. Just then, Jiang Yingshue's somewhat hurried voice suddenly came. Xinlian! Is he injured? Why is he bleeding from his nose again? Wei Xiaoxiao was also taken aback upon hearing this. It seemed that his benefactor really did have a nosebleed. She quickly bent down to get closer and examine the area. However, this action almost caused Luo Xinlian to break down. The visual impact of that rounded shape was already quite strong. Add to that this sudden approach. This caused Luo Xinlian's nose to bleed even more. Luo Xinlian seemed to be in a rather serious condition. So he quickly spoke up. Xinlian, don't go back to school tonight. Stay here, we'll take care of you. Wei Xiaoxiao also felt extremely guilty. If it weren't for her, this junior wouldn't have ended up like this. To make amends, Wei Xiaoxiao nodded decisively. Seeing this, before Luo Xinlian could react, the two women then carried Luo Xinlian to the center of the large bed. Then they each lay down on one side. Now that things have come to this, Luo Xinlian can only sigh. Happiness always comes so suddenly. But soon, Luo Xinlian discovered that this happiness was not so easy to enjoy. These two girls kept saying they would take care of themselves. As a result, I fell asleep as soon as I lay down. His hands and feet started moving erratically. Luo Xinlian's two arms were also used as pillows by the two women. And so, Luo Xinlian endured a difficult night. Early in the morning, the two girls, having slept through the night, were full of energy. In contrast, Luo Xinlian had two large panda eyes. When checking out, the receptionist noticed this and gave a sly smile. Luo Xinlian, on the other hand, felt an urge to strangle this guy. But in the end I held back. Soon, the people from the Beast Taming Association that Luo Xinlian had contacted arrived. They took Wei Xiaoxiao away. Investigate some details about the Black Mask Society, and also give Wei Xiaoxiao a comprehensive checkup to ensure there are no abnormalities in her body. Luo Xinlian and Jiang Yingxue returned to the Beast Taming Academy. It was just time for class, and the two of them went to different teaching buildings after entering the school gate. Because Jiang Yingxue was 1 year ahead of Luo Xinlian. Therefore, the learning locations are also different. But this scene of the two chatting and laughing as they walked into the academy was also witnessed by a figure on the upper floor of the teaching building. Luo Xinlian, however, was completely unaware of this. Back in the classroom, Luo Xinlian slumped onto her desk and fell asleep immediately. He was just too tired. Even the school bell couldn't wake him up. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Xinlian suddenly felt someone gently shaking her with their hand. Luo Xinlian reluctantly raised her head. "What are you doing?" It turned out that it was his desk mate who had woken him up. His name seems to be Lu Wei. He's naturally outgoing and friendly. Because of what happened on the day of the placement test, everyone else was a little afraid of Luo Xinlian. But Lu Wei remained unchanged. Lu Wei looked at Luo Xinlian with a sly grin. "You're awesome, kid. After yesterday's diagnostic test, he didn't come home all night. Did you go looking for a woman?" Luo Xinlian frowned upon hearing this. "How did you know?" But soon, Luo Xinlian realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. But Lu Wei doesn't care about all that. He continued. "Young man, be mindful of your manners. You smell wonderfully of a woman, it's hard for me not to notice. Wake up. This is Luo Xinlian's class. If he finds you sleeping, you're finished. As the saying goes, what you fear most is what will happen." A loud shout came from the podium, startling Lu Wei so much that he jumped. "Night Owl! It's one thing for you to sleep in class. I haven't even said anything yet. You disturb the other students as soon as you wake up. How are you going to finish your studies?" 76 Goddess? Jiangning Shire, number 1 on the school beauty list. Seeing that it was Luo Xinlian's class, Luo Xinlian completely ignored it. He slumped onto the table, ready to continue sleeping. But Lu Wei grabbed him. All I could hear was Lu Wei's soft muttering. "Don't confront this female demon head-on. Give her some face, apologize a little, and this matter will be over." Little did Lu Wei know that this wasn't about whether or not to apologize. Luo Xinlian understood that regardless of whether she yielded or not, Luo Xinlian would definitely not let the matter rest. Seeing that his desk mate had such a stubborn temper, Lu Wei quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Teacher Luo, you've misunderstood. We were just discussing the content of the lesson we just finished. The owl didn't bother me." Upon hearing this, a hint of sarcasm appeared on Luo Xinlian's face. He asked in return, "Oh? Is that so? Then please answer the question you just asked. What materials are needed to raise and nurture a flame lizard?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei was speechless for a moment. He also regretted that he had stood up for Night Owl. Wouldn't it be better to let this guy fend for himself? Now he's even dragged himself into this mess. Even though he wasn't sleeping, he didn't actually listen to much of the lecture either. "Now that I've been asked this question, I'm completely dumbfounded." He stammered for a long time but couldn't utter a single word. Upon seeing this, Luo Xinlian's face darkened. "Go stand in the corner as punishment." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei obediently took his books and stood at the classroom door. Immediately, Luo Xinlian also turned her gaze to Luo Xinlian. "And you?" Luo Xinlian replied without hesitation. "Water and fire crystals combined with herbs that strengthen the meridians." Upon hearing this, the whole class was silent for a moment, and then burst into laughter. "Ha! That's hilarious! A fire tribute beast you're going to use a crystal on? Did you get your brain caught in a door?" "Exactly. Everyone knows that water and fire don't mix. Using crystal as breeding material for fire lizards is practically killing them. I thought he was some kind of genius, but he's just an idiot who got lucky and contracted a mutated beast." Luo Xinlian didn't say much, but just coldly glanced at those who were mocking him. With just one glance, Luo Xinlian's aura was startled by those who had just spoken rudely. After all, they hadn't forgotten what happened during the diagnostic test that day. They dared to mock Luo Xinlian only because they were protected by the Beast Taming Academy. But they really offended Luo Xinlian to death. They absolutely dared not. Luo Xinlian sneered inwardly upon seeing this. But on the surface, he still maintains the demeanor of a strict teacher. "Night Owl! It's one thing for you to sleep in class and not pay attention, but now you even dare to openly threaten your classmates. Get out here and stand in the corner as punishment. Reflect on your actions." Upon hearing this, Luo Xinlian was too lazy to pay any more attention to Luo Xinlian. Although Luo Xinlian did not attend the class and was unaware of the cultivation methods recorded in the textbook. But his answer came through the forbidden eye. How could it be wrong? If we cultivate it according to the method he just described, the flame lizard has a chance to mutate into the water and fire two-headed lizard. Its growth potential is far beyond that of ordinary fire lizards. Who knew that Luo Xinlian wouldn't recognize its value? Anyway, Luo Xinlian answered all the questions that needed to be answered. Believe it or not, it's up to them. This even caused Luo Xinlian to have some doubts. It seems this beast taming academy isn't all that great. This beast taming training course is truly disappointing. I might as well skip it. I hope the other classes won't disappoint me either, otherwise, there's no point in going to school. Thinking of this, Luo Xinlian didn't hesitate. He walked straight out of the classroom and stood next to Lu Wei. They saw that Night Owl had also been driven out. Lu Wei also had an expression that said, "I knew it. That she-devil is acting strangely today. I have a feeling she's targeting you." Luo Xinlian was quite surprised to hear Lu Wei say that. "You noticed that?" Upon hearing what Night Owl said, Lu Wei instantly sensed a hint of gossip. They quickly moved closer to Night Owl. He asked curiously, "Tell me about it. Could it be that you slept with this she-devil and then abandoned her?" Luo Xinlian also rolled her eyes at Lu Wei. "How could you even think of that? Even if I were gay with you, I would never go after her." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei felt a tightness in his anus and instinctively covered his rear end. "I advise you not to do anything reckless. I, Wei Xiao, am a tough guy straighter than steel bars." Seeing Lu Wei's cheeky expression, Luo Xinlian also raised her leg and kicked him. The two of them joked and played around until the end of get out of class. In an instant, the once quiet corridor became lively. Luo Xinlian also came out shortly after class ended. He spoke sternly to the two of them. "You guys seem to be having a lot of fun standing outside as punishment. Since you all enjoy being punished by standing, then you can continue standing." After saying that, Luo Xinlian walked towards the office. Before Lu Wei could even begin to complain to Luo Xinlian, a gasp came from the other end of the corridor. "Oh my God! It's Jiang Yingxue, who's ranked number 1 on the school beauty list. How did she end up in our first-year school building? She was the most beautiful girl in the school." Lu Wei also showed a hint of admiration. "Jiang Yingxue is not only academically excellent, but also a top-tier beauty. She's the eldest daughter of the Jiang family.